The trial in foggy London. In 1982, London was cloaked in its signature fog, its streets bustling with hurried pedestrians. The economic downturn lent an air of urgency to the movements of well-dressed gentlemen and busy workers alike. Amidst the crowd, no one noticed the peculiar figures slipping between them. Every so often, a person dressed in flowing wizard robes would dart past, their eyes scanning the streets with caution. Their expressions were grim, smiles nowhere to be seen. These robed figures approached an ordinary phone booth, stepping inside one by one, but never emerging. If anyone had stopped to watch, they would have counted over 100 such individuals disappearing into the tiny booth. Beneath the city streets lay the hidden heart of the wizarding world, the British Ministry of Magic. Today, the halls of this secret government building teemed with wizards and witches murmuring among themselves, their excitement barely contained. That man is finally gone. We don't have to live in hiding anymore. Yes, I'll bring my family back from Bulgaria at last. The wizards' voices were hushed, their words spoken with a cautious optimism. Yet their eyes betrayed their suppressed joy, glancing toward the tribunal chamber where decisions of great consequence were unfolding. Inside the courtroom, Cornelius Fudge, the newly appointed Minister of Magic, stood at the center of attention. His chest swelled with pride as he surveyed the room. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Barty Crouch Sr. sitting quietly. Fudge smirked to himself, his thoughts venomous. If not for Crouch's son, he might have taken my place today. Turning his gaze to his right, Fudge saw Albus Dumbledore. The legendary white wizard exuded a calm authority, though there was a faint sadness in his piercing blue eyes. Fudge couldn't help but feel unnerved. Just moments ago, Dumbledore had smiled faintly at a wizard accused of attacking the ministry itself. "Order! Order!" Fudge called out, rapping a small hammer against the table. The chatter of the courtroom fell silent. Fudge's voice echoed through the chamber as he addressed the gathering of prominent magical figures. While he knew many were here out of respect for Dumbledore, Fudge relished the sense of power he wielded. "Mr. Lucius Malfoy," Fudge began, his tone calculated. "You claim you were under the Imperius Curse of he who must not be named and therefore acted against your will. Is this correct?" All eyes turned to Lucius Malfoy, the platinum-blonde wizard standing before them. His expression was calm, his posture straight, but his hand tightened on his wand. "Yes, Minister," Lucius replied with measured dignity, his voice carrying the practiced cadence of a pure-blood aristocrat. "I was coerced into unspeakable acts by that despicable curse." The room buzzed with whispers and sneers. Lucius remained impassive, though inwardly, his mind churned. "Laugh all you want. If I'm forced to act, none of you will walk away unscathed." Fudge, however, remained unruffled. He had heard such claims before, and his silence spoke volumes. Lucius knew that mere words wouldn't be enough to save him. With a subtle motion, he touched the ring on his hand, a symbol of his family's influence and wealth. "The Malfoy family," Lucius declared, his tone unwavering, "is prepared to donate 100,000 gold galleons toward the ministry's reconstruction efforts." A hush fell over the courtroom. Even Fudge's carefully composed expression flickered with greed. 100,000 galleons was no small sum, enough to fund ministry operations for months. One of Lucius' allies in the audience spoke up, his voice steady. "Minister, we must consider the atrocities committed under the Imperius Curse. Many were forced to act against their will." Another voice chimed in, this time more forcefully. "Indeed, the magical world cannot afford further unrest. We must be cautious in our judgments." Fudge's frown deepened. He knew these pure-blood families wielded influence he could not ignore. Glancing at Dumbledore and finding no objection, Fudge relented. "Lucius Malfoy is hereby declared not guilty, having been under the Imperius Curse." The hammer fell, and Lucius allowed himself a small sigh of relief. The price he had paid was steep, but his family's survival was secured. He glanced toward the corner of the room, where his wife Narcissa held their young son Draco. A flicker of tenderness crossed his face before he turned and strode away. As the murmurs subsided, Fudge leaned forward, his voice amplified by magic. "Next, we address the matter of Sirius Black. Accused of betraying the Potters and committing heinous crimes, Sirius Black is sentenced to Azkaban effective immediately." The courtroom's atmosphere shifted. For the first time, Dumbledore stirred, his sorrowful gaze fixed on the proceedings. Sirius Black, the defiant Gryffindor from the noble Black family, was now branded a criminal. And as for Bellatrix Lestrange, Fudge continued, her use of the unforgivable curses against the Longbottoms warrants a life sentence in Azkaban. The decisions spelled doom for the ancient Black family. With Bellatrix imprisoned, Sirius condemned, and Regulus Black missing, the once great house stood on the brink of extinction. Fudge, however, saw opportunity. As the Black family has no heirs, their estates and assets will be managed by the Ministry of Magic. Before the hammer could fall, a voice rang out. Who said the Black family has no heirs? The courtroom turned as one. A wizard with shoulder-length black hair and golden eyes stepped forward. His elegant features and commanding presence exuded an air of nobility. Who are you? Fudge demanded, his voice sharp. The man's lips curved into a faint smile. Katrell Black, he replied, his voice calm yet firm. I am the rightful heir to the Black family, Minister Fudge. Gasps rippled through the room as the enigmatic wizard stood tall, his gaze piercing. In that moment, the trial took an unexpected turn, and the balance of power shifted once more. The return of Cottrell Black. Dumbledore's slightly clouded eyes, framed by his half-moon glasses, studied the man before him. Cottrell Black? He thought, rifling through his memory. Yes, he remembered him, a timid, self-effacing young man overshadowed by his more illustrious siblings. Yet, the figure standing confidently before him was nothing like the boy he recalled. Katrell, however, met the legendary wizard's gaze without flinching. The faint smile playing on his lips conveyed a calm assurance, as though Dumbledore's infamous legitimacy could not touch him. Adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, Katrell thought privately, let him try. The system ensures my secrets are my own. Turning his attention to Cornelius Fudge, whose face was tinged with suspicion and irritation, Cottrell's smile deepened. Minister Fudge, as the rightful heir of the Black family, I will oversee its affairs personally. There's no need for the ministry to trouble itself further. Fudge scowled, his skepticism evident. And who exactly are you, sir? I've never heard of you. Cottrell's golden eyes swept across the room, recognizing several faces from memories not entirely his own. These were men and women who had attended Black family banquets in their prime, basking in the grandeur of one of the oldest and most revered pure-blood families in the wizarding world. Even the highest-ranking officials in the Ministry of Magic had once jostled for an invitation to those banquets. Yet now, none of these so-called nobles seemed eager to step forward or acknowledge him. Cottrell's gaze lingered on Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, seated quietly in the corner. Their expressions betrayed neither recognition nor support. Cowards, he thought, but kept his composure. Addressing Dumbledore directly, Katrell spoke with a familiar cadence. Headmaster, surely you remember me? Dumbledore's voice was calm but tinged with genuine surprise. Katrell, it's a blessing from Merlin to see you alive. I had feared the worst. The nobles around the room stirred at Dumbledore's words, the name sparking recognition. Whispers rippled through the chamber. Katrell Black, the third son of the Black family, had long been a forgotten figure. Where Sirius Black had been the rebellious prodigy of Gryffindor and Regulus Black the pride of Slytherin, Katrell had been an embarrassment. His magical abilities had manifested late, and his lack of confidence made him a poor fit for the Black family's aristocratic image. Banished to the margins of family gatherings, he had eventually disappeared altogether. Most had assumed he was dead. But now here he stood, radiating power and poise, a stark contrast to the boy they once knew. Fudge, unwilling to relinquish his hold on the Black family's wealth, pressed on. Mr. Black, you claim to be a member of the Black family, but what proof do you offer? In a world with polyjuice potion and similar deceptions, your claim is hardly enough. Katrell didn't flinch. Instead, he gestured casually toward Dumbledore. Minister Fudge, with the esteemed headmaster present, do you truly believe anyone would dare such a brazen act of deception? But if you doubt me, I am willing to remain under the ministry's observation for as long as you deem necessary. His tone was light, almost playful, as though Fudge's resistance was of no consequence. The minister's face darkened, but before he could respond, Dumbledore intervened. Minister, Dumbledore said gently, yet firmly, Katrell Black is who he claims to be. That much I can vouch for. Fudge's jaw tightened. He could not openly defy Dumbledore, whose influence was unparalleled in the aftermath of Voldemort's fall. Yet, he could not mask his frustration as Katrell seized the moment to address the room. As the sole pure-blood heir of the Black family, Katrell declared, his voice ringing with authority, I fully support the ministry's decision to hold Sirius Black accountable for his crimes. I hereby request that his name be removed from the family tree. The courtroom fell silent. Cottrell's statement was both decisive and shocking. Pure-blood families rarely disowned their own, let alone so publicly. Yet here he was, severing ties with his brother without hesitation. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Katrell, you should not forsake your brother so easily. Blood ties run deeper than disagreements. Katrell turned to the headmaster, his golden eyes steady. Headmaster, where were those blood ties when Sirius stood silent as I was shamed and ridiculed at every turn? Where were you, when a single word from you could have stopped it? His tone was calm, but there was an edge to his words, a quiet, unyielding defiance. Dumbledore sighed, a flicker of regret crossing his face. Perhaps I failed you, Katrell. I have made mistakes in the past, and for that I am sorry. But Katrell was unmoved. Apologies don't rewrite the past, headmaster. My priority is the Black family's legacy, not the whims of those who abandoned it. Fudge seized the opportunity to conclude the proceedings, though his displeasure was evident. It seems today's matter is settled. The Black family's affairs are to remain under Katrell Black's control. As the courtroom emptied, murmurs followed Katrell like a shadow. Nobles and ministry officials alike sized him up, already scheming for future opportunities. Dumbledore lingered, approaching Katrell with a faint smile. You've changed greatly, Katrell. But I hope you haven't lost your heart in the process. Katrell adjusted his glasses, his expression unreadable. People grow, headmaster. Some faster than others. Dumbledore studied him for a moment longer, his gaze probing but kind. Just remember, Katrell, growth without compassion is a hollow victory. With that, the headmaster turned and left, leaving Katrell alone in the now empty courtroom. For the first time that day, he allowed his mask to slip, revealing a faint smirk. Step 1 accomplished, he thought. The Black family's legacy is mine to rebuild. The rest of this chessboard will fall into place soon enough.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of Fanfic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Principal, I still need to deal with family matters. Cole said goodbye. He had no interest in arguing with the old bee anymore. Black needed him. Go back to school when you have time. I still remember your favorite sweets. Dumbledore blinked and spoke softly. Must. Cole promised, but when he thought about old bee's snacks, he trembled. Are those things acceptable to ordinary people? Cole turned and left, passing through the hall to a row of fireplaces, where he saw the Malfoys also queuing up. Lucius and Narcissa walked up. Cole looked at Lucius's smooth platinum hair and even suspected that a fly could slip on it. Cole, you are back. You are really worthy of congratulations. The Black family still has you. Cole looked at Malfoy in front of him and his cousin Narcissa next to him, and smiled. Lucius, I heard your argument just now. The Imperius Curse is really a magical spell. Malfoy also blushed a little after hearing Cole's teasing. Who doesn't know that these pure bloods follow the mysterious man for profit and the Imperius Curse? Ridiculous spell. If pure bloods like them could be easily controlled by the Imperius Curse, there would be no need for the family to exist. Some things can be said openly or done secretly. I heard your son was born. Congratulations, Lucius. You are welcome to come to the manor as a guest. The Malfoy family will always be friends of the Black family. Speaking of his son, Lucius smiled a little. Being able to survive this catastrophe and live with his wife was what he wanted. Cole, how can you kick Sirius out of the Black family? He is your brother. Narcissa looked unhappy. She was Sirius' cousin after all, and she couldn't bear to see him suffer in Azkaban. Narcissa, you won't forget what they did to me at Hogwarts, right? Why should I save him? Lucius looked embarrassed. He could no longer maintain his aristocratic demeanor. He was only a few years older than Sirius, and he had witnessed what happened in the school with his own eyes. The Black family will regain its glory in my hands. As for those insignificant people, I have no problem with it if the Malfoys are willing to take care of it. After listening to Cole's words, Lucius quickly pulled Narcissa away, sprinkled a handful of flu powder, and green flames rose in the fireplace. Lucius had to leave. The Malfoy family had not yet finished their affairs, so how could they have time to take care of Sirius? Cole looked at the fireplace in front of him, grabbed a handful of flu powder, and said to himself, Black Manor. Green flames rose, and traces of space traces flashed before Cole's eyes, and the bright silver space magic was a bit dazzling. When you opened your eyes, you arrived outside the Black family's manor. Don't think that just anyone can use flu powder to reach the Black old house. This is all because Cole has the mark of the Black family on his body, so he can come here with the fireplace. Normally, outsiders in Black's old house can only come here unless they are invited. Standing outside the manor, Cole was a little curious. He was not supposed to enter the manor directly. It seemed that someone had sealed off the Black manor, which made him squeeze outside the manor instead of staying put. Kriaker, come out. Cole shouted the elf's name loudly, and the door slowly opened. A green elf trotted over and knelt down in front of Cole. Kriaker has met the master. Master Cole, you are back. Cole looked at the elf who was kneeling on the ground and still shaking slightly. Hines saw the whip marks on Kriaker's back. Get up, you blocked the manor. Cole's simple words made Kriaker kowtow in fright. Master Cole, please forgive Kriaker. It was the old master who asked Kriaker to do this. Although Cole knew what was wrong with the house elf, he never expected him to be so humble. He just asked casually and ended up like this. Okay, let's get up and talk after we go in. Cole walked in front and entered the manor in his memory. Kriaker put his hands in front of him and followed Cole obediently, not daring to cross at all. The old Black mansion was a bit messy. This place was used by Sirius as the meeting place of the Order of the Phoenix. People from the Black family were open, so naturally everyone could come in. Dumbledore even came in. As soon as he arrived in the hall, Cole saw the Black family tree placed on the wall. The tree-like bloodline diagram several meters wide represents the direct bloodline of the Black family for thousands of years. You must know that squibs and impure bloodlines are not qualified to appear on it. Cole naturally saw his own name, and next to him he also saw the name of his second brother Regulus, as well as a hole burned by a cigarette butt. It should be the name of Sirius, the only Gryffindor in the Black family for thousands of years. The Blacks hate iron. Cole turned around and was about to go up the stairs. In the middle of the first and second floors, before Cole could go up, there was an angry shout. "Dirty bastard, desecrating the ancestral home of my Black family. You're such a traitor. Who will you bring today? A werewolf? A mudblood?" Cole saw the half-tall portrait. The old lady in it had dark spots on her face and wore a black pointed hat. She was tugging at the frame angrily. "Oh, look who this is. Coward Black is back. Why don't you die outside and tarnish the noble blood of the family?" Cole rolled his eyes. Anyone who is not blind can tell who is noble. Walburga Black, the mother of him and Sirius, a person who insisted on the glory of pure blood, looked down upon those mudbloods at all. "Yes, I'm back, mother. If I die outside, the Black family will be cut off. You don't know that my eldest brother has already gone to Azkaban." Cole laughed sarcastically, and Mrs. Wall was silent for a few seconds before continuing to curse. "I knew it. I knew that following the mudblood would not end well. He deserves it. He should commit suicide and achieve the glory of the Black family." Cole was speechless. A mother could tell her son to commit suicide. Is this old lady out of her mind? Are all close relatives defective? Why do everyone in the Black family have something wrong with them? Cole couldn't help but worry that he would be like this even if he wasn't old. It seemed that he had to be careful when looking for a wife in the future, and he couldn't let his son become an idiot. "You are really cold-blooded, that's right. If you weren't cold-blooded, you wouldn't let those people bully me. You deserve it, you cowardly traitor. It's a disgrace to the Black family to have you. Why didn't I drown you in milk when you were born?" Old Mrs. Black's curses continued, which made Cole's head hurt and he really wanted to light a fire. "Don't worry, I'm the only one left in black. Only in my hands will the family flourish." After Cole finished speaking, he directly covered the curtain, and the curses disappeared instantly, leaving only the sound of whining. Kriaker didn't dare to say anything when he saw it. Now only Master Cole is left in the Black family, and of course it is up to him to make the decision. "Kriaker, clean up the house and use magic to seal the old house. No one can come in without permission." "As you command, Master Cole." Cole walked up to the third floor and returned to his room. Along the way, he saw many portraits, all of which were the ancestors of the Black family. These old stubborns didn't say anything when they saw Cole, they just looked at him coldly. Cole didn't pay attention to these old stubborns. Perhaps in their hearts, Cole was no longer a member of the Black family. In the room, Cole slumped down on the sofa, took off his eyes with one hand, and rubbed his head. The journey back from the pyramid was really exhausting for him. That's right, Cole is not from this world, and of course his name is not Cole. He was just a worker, but when he woke up in the blink of an eye, he became Katrell Black, who was trapped in the pyramid. Only after gaining the memory did he know that he had come to the magical world. The famous Principal Dumbledore, Senior Riddle whom he had seen in his memories, and Snape who had a melancholic temperament all day long. This was not Harry Potter's world, but he had never known that there was a Cottrell in the Black family. It wasn't until he saw his situation that he knew that maybe this Blake died here. He is trapped inside the pyramid, in the Pharaoh's chamber. Originally, he wanted to find the Pharaoh's treasure, but he was trapped by a magic barrier and could not find the switch. There was a magic code printed on the door, which he could not decipher. In this way, until he died of starvation, he replaced this Katrell Black. Cole was going to despair. He had inherited the memory and couldn't open the secret room. He had to wait for death. Unexpectedly, Goldfinger came. What is the name of the family system? The first task is to let him inherit or establish his own family before it can be fully activated. Of course, there is also a gift package for beginners. The glasses that Cole wears are a magic item from the private collection of otherworld magicians. The perfect adaptation potion allows him to quickly control his own magic. With his glasses, he not only opened the secret chamber, but also opened the Pharaoh's coffin. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Originally, he planned to build his own family outside, starting from scratch, just like playing a game. But accidentally learning about Voldemort's atrocities from a black wizard, Cole knew that this might be his chance. According to the original trajectory, the final ending of the Black family was not good. Sirius was gone and Regulus became a corpse in the lake. The legacy of the Black family is actually cheaper. That boy Harry Potter really has the halo of the protagonist. Instead of working hard outside, why not go home and inherit millions of gold galleons? Wouldn't it be better to be a rich second generation? He, Katrell, was no more qualified to inherit the inheritance than Harry. Sirius, that prodigal son, had given away all his millennia of heritage. Yes, Cole hates Sirius very much, not only because when he watched it in his previous life, he felt that the 4 Sirius people were school bullies. And the predecessor, Katrell, was the one who had been bullied, as badly as Snape, no, worse. The predecessor was weak in character since childhood, not good at speaking, and was not liked by the Black couple. Although Sirius is disobedient, he has outstanding magical talent. Not only is he very accomplished in transformation, but he is also not weak in spells. To outsiders, Sirius, who looked cheerful and lively and seemed like a perfect noble boy, was a nightmare to Cole. The predecessor was sorted into Slytherin like Regulus but was 2 years younger, unlike Regulus who was more valued for his obedience. Cole had been timid since he was a child, and Sirius took out all of Mrs. Black's oppression on him, not daring to bully Regulus. James Potter and Lupin, they enjoyed bullying Cole, and all kinds of little curses followed. Isn't this just school bullying? It was after complaining to the Blacks to no avail and being scolded as incompetent that the predecessor escaped from Hogwarts and left the wizarding world alone. Until he died while exploring the pyramids, he had experienced many things in his life. Cole also lamented that a person who had the courage to face the outside world did not have the courage to resist the discrimination of his family. Cole stared at the ceiling blankly, thinking about the system in his mind, and a voice sounded in Cole's mind. The family system is officially opened. This system is fully committed to helping the host establish an exclusive family. It has been detected that the host has inherited the name of the Black family. The initial task is completed. The exchange panel is opened, the mall system is opened, and the family honor list is opened. When Cole heard this voice, he became excited. He came to this world alone. It was not because he was panicking, but because the kid in his predecessor's magic level was really not very good. Also, he left school when he was a teenager and wandered around. Without systematic teaching, he relied solely on his own talent to support himself. System, receive the mission reward. Cole remembered that he could receive the first gift when he returned to the Black family's old house. Alien Mage Crystal, can be used to increase your own magic level. Construction drawings of the Mage Tower. In the distant plane, the mages there slaughter the gods and conquer other worlds, relying on the Mage Tower. Distant visitor, after being summoned by the unknown, a guest from far away has a different bloodline. After systematic transformation, he is loyal to the host and will never betray. Cole sat up directly after listening to the system's rewards. System, take out the Mage Crystal. Cole didn't know what a real wizard was until he met Dumbledore. With the glasses awarded by the system, Cole could clearly see the magical elements surrounding Dumbledore. The wand was just a key, and with that level of activity, Cole believed that Dumbledore could cast the spell with just a wave of his hand. The void cracked, and a purple crystal slowly floated in the air, emitting a different light. Cole raised his hand and crushed it directly. Countless purple energy lines wrapped around and touched Cole's body, and a powerful energy poured in. Cole closed his eyes and enjoyed it. After a few seconds, he slowly opened his eyes. He lowered his head and looked at his body, but there was nothing different. He turned his head and looked at the mirror next to him, and he still looked like a noble man. It seemed as if nothing had changed, but only Cole knew what was happening to his body. After receiving the inheritance of the Mage Crystal, Cole knew that there were levels of magic power, but the HP world was not strict about the levels. The young wizard's magic power increases rapidly as he grows older, until the end of this rapid period in his prime, and then continues to decline. There are no titles such as Wizard Apprentices or Great Wizards here. If you don't take action, it seems that no one knows how capable you are. However, Cole felt that his huge magic power was not much less than that of Dumbledore, and his magic power was even more active. With a thought in his mind, the drawing instantly appeared in Cole's hand. Good guy, he almost missed it. It wasn't until he read the home page that Cole realized how difficult it was to build the Mage Tower. Not only does it require huge financial resources, but it also requires many special materials, which Cole has never heard of. However, the power of the Mage Tower is also huge. According to legend, in distant planes, the ultimate goal of every mage is to build his own Mage Tower. The powerful Mage Tower can even break plane barriers, which is why mages can kill gods. Cole just looked at it and knew that with his current strength, it was impossible and he could only take back the backpack. By the way, check out the system redemption interface, there are a lot of good things. Magical creature horse-shaped water monster /10,000 gold galleons plus 500 honor points. Australian opal-eyed baby dragon /10,000 gold galleons plus 500 honor points. These magical creatures can actually appear directly on the exchange interface. As for the subsequent price, gold galleons are nothing to the Black family. On the contrary, Cole doesn't know how to obtain this family honor value. Host, Katrell Black. Age, 25. Magic value, 138. Special item, alienated glasses, obtain real biological data to prevent prying eyes. Spells, Apparition Curse level 7, Oblivion Curse level 5, Blazing Curse level 5, Quick Confinement Curse level 4. Special bloodline, none. Family honor value, 500, reward for returning to the family. After receiving the system's explanation, Cole understood what the family honor value was about. Simply put, as long as the Black family develops in any way, family assets increase or family members increase, they can obtain family honor points. After looking at the panel, Cole realized that spell proficiency was divided into levels. From level 1 to level 9, the power was very different. The predecessor was so proficient in phantom movement, so it seemed that he had traveled a lot, but this time there were still too few spells. Cole has quite a lot of memory skills, but the system only displays these few. It seems that not all spells will be included. After looking at the panel, Cole felt a lot more relieved. The spell proficiency could be increased through gold galongs, which was very convenient. He would go to Gringotts to withdraw money later. He also wanted to see how much wealth the Black family had left. You must know that after being tortured by Sirius, a prodigal son, the expenses of the Order of the Phoenix may not be borne by the Black family. Potions and the like, these are all gold galleons. Dumbledore, an old fox, is always good at deceiving people. At this moment, Cole suddenly remembered if there was another distant visitor just now. System, who is the distant visitor? Master, I am a prisoner for you. You don't have to worry. I am completely loyal to you. The calm voice thought in his mind. Cole was a little confused. This system would also capture prisoners for him. Is it a human being or a magical animal? Cole was a little curious. Take it out. Yes, master. A figure appeared out of thin air and hit Cole's bed. Fortunately, the mattress was thick, so the body bounced a few times. Cole stood up and took a closer look, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the creator is really amazing. The blonde woman was wearing a robe, and her exquisite figure made the temperature in the room rise. At this time, she was looking around with a blank expression. When she saw Cole, she quickly got out of the bed, stepped on the floor with her white feet, and fell to her knees. Mira Kurik Sudri and met the master. Cole looked at the woman lying on the ground and thought to himself, the system really kidnapped someone for him. Get up, just call me master, and introduce yourself. The blonde woman Mara stood up, placed her hands on her waist, and looked up at Cole slightly. Cole was almost charmed. Mila was extremely beautiful, and the most important thing was her eyes, which seemed to be able to talk. Master, Mara is affiliated with the Archmage Cook's Mage Tower. She is currently a third-level wizard apprentice. She mainly studies potions and materials. Feeling Mara's magic level, Cole realized that although the energy of the two worlds was different, they reached the same destination through different paths, and they were almost the same. It's just that Mira's magic seems to be more pure and active than him. Kriaker, come here. Cole shouted, and the elf Kriaker immediately appeared in the room. Master Cole, what are your orders? Arrange a room for this young lady. Mira, you go down and rest first. Kriaker did not refuse Cole's order, and at the same time he showed no concern for Mira's appearance. As a house elf of the Black family, he only needed to listen to his master's words. After the two left the room, Cole asked the system, why does Mira appear here? Does the system still have this function? The system reminds the host to carefully look at the exchange plane. Gold galleons can be exchanged for wizards. Junior wizards only need 1,000 gold galleons. In addition, host, a family is not a family of one person. Bloodline heirs are indispensable. Mira has been gifted as a mage since she was a child. She is also a noble lady with the bloodline of the Shadow Snake. Cole just looked back from the redemption panel and was still sighing in his heart that it was really cheap. A junior wizard was almost at the level of an ordinary adult wizard. It was quite a bargain. So what? Isn't it normal for wizards to have the blood of magical animals? The Gaunt family is still a Parseltongue. Host, you have to know that any wizard's bloodline is not necessarily revealed. The bloodline in Mira's body can be inherited. Also remind the host that the Shadow Snake is a level 3 dangerous creature. It can compete with the plain mage when it is mature. The system took this from an archmage. Well, Cole knows that the system is not a good thing. Isn't plundering what a mage should do? Fortunately, he's not a good guy, he's the same guy. This system only satisfies Cole's character. Okay, I get it. Don't you just want him to pass on the heirs and enrich the Black family? Why do you have to work so hard? Cole is not a monk. Cole stood up and left the room, attracting a lot of attention from the corridor. It seemed that these old black guys had already seen Mira. According to the tradition of the Black family, shouldn't they despise this kind of mixed-race wizard? Under the appreciative gazes of all the ancestors, Cole understood that Mira's bloodline was extraordinary. Based on her temperament, appearance, and aristocratic temperament, these old guys thought she was a pure-blood noble. Walking down the stairs, Mrs. Black's portrait was covered, and Cole was not interested in scolding her. Walk directly to the fireplace, grab a handful of flue powder, and arrive at Diagon Alley. A puff of soot rose from the fireplace in the leaky cauldron. Cole coughed and came out holding his nose. His exquisite wizard robe was also covered in dust. Cleaned up. Cole took out his wand and cleaned himself, ignoring the people in the bar. Voldemort had just fallen, but many people came out to drink and celebrate. Of course, it was basically just a few people sitting around talking quietly. After all, the Death Eater liquidation was going on. Along the way to Gringotts, Cole went in and looked at the goblin with sharp teeth. He felt a sense of disgust in his heart. The most important thing was the greed in his eyes. Cole was very unhappy. Cole didn't understand that even though the wizards had won the previous Goblin Rebellion, they handed over the economic lifeline bank to the elves. The wizards in the Harry Potter world are all mentally ill, right? They pay compensation if they win, and the British wizards are not as exploitable as muggles. Hello sir, do you have any business that I need to handle? The goblin's sharp voice sounded, and Cole said slowly, withdraw the money, it belongs to the Black family. After saying that, he took out the family medal. He got this from Kriaker, but he didn't know if Mrs. Black would go crazy if she knew about it. The goblin held it in his hand and examined it for a long time. Follow me. Cole followed the goblin all the way underground. The feeling of the minecart was really unpleasant, and a brown low-key door appeared. The goblin pressed the badge on his hand, and it instantly turned into a key. He took out another key from his backpack, and the two merged to open the warehouse. The moment it was opened, the golden light seemed to blind people's eyes. The goblin walked aside and lowered his head without saying anything. When Cole entered, he saw that most of the nearly 100-meter-long warehouse was filled with gold galleons. The rest are all kinds of magic potions, materials for magical creatures, elixirs, invisibility potions, Buffy's brain-refreshing potions. These things, which may not be available for thousands of galleons outside, are now lying in the Black family's treasury. However, there was still a lot of open space, and Cole guessed that it was Sirius, a prodigal son, who used his own gold to subsidize the Order of the Phoenix. Cole didn't talk nonsense, opened the wallet and put it in. Fortunately, the magic wallet had a lot of space. Cole took the opportunity to cover it with his money bag and exchange the gold galleons into the system space. After all, this was the main purpose of coming here. Seeing that it was almost done, Cole stopped. There were already 40,000 gold galleons in the system. The money bag is also full, so there is only one corner missing in the pile of gold galleons, which does not affect the splendor of the treasury at all. After walking out of the door, the goblin stood beside him and locked the vault door, handed the metal key to Cole, and the two went up in the mine cart. "Sir, it's done. Is there anything else?" Cole didn't know what was wrong with the goblins. This wasn't their galleons. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to withdraw money? Cole shook his head and walked out of Gringotts, looking back at the building, thinking that from now on the Black family must not put money in other people's pockets. Otherwise, withdrawing money will depend on your appearance. No, Cole decided that the Black family must have its own bank in the future and control the economic lifeline of the wizarding world. The Black family will have more foundation. Cole nodded, thinking that these goblins have had a few good years. Instead of going to the leaky cauldron, after leaving Diagon Alley, Cole phantomed back to his home. This was much more convenient. With the location coordinates, it was easy for Cole to phantom at level 7. After returning to the room, Cole began his journey of making money. Avada Kedavra? Buy it, get 5,000 gold galleons, and transform directly into Master Voldemort. Cruciatus Curse, okay. Soul-stealing curse? It's useless, but you can use it, but you can't do it without it. The flames were blazing, and Cole found that these spells stopped moving at level 8. Level 9 was not something that gold galleons could handle. It seems that the spell will definitely undergo a qualitative change by the 9th level, and Cole will no longer be entangled. We will talk about it when the time comes. Thunderbolt Explosion, Divine Edge Shadowless, Freezing Curse, Legilimency, Weather Curse, Misty Clouds. The golden galleons disappeared in an instant. Feeling the changes in his body, Cole could now successfully cast these spells even without a wand. The little 100,000 gold galleons spent in exchange for Cole's spell proficiency. Coupled with his magic power, Cole felt that he could fight with Loudang. How about going to Hogwarts now and occupying the position of headmaster of Old Denktu? Or bring down the coward Fudge? The title of British Minister of Magic suits me well. Calm down, Oldby is not a simple person. You must know that the idea of the first-generation Dark Lord was first proposed by Oldby, but Cole still found it boring. The system asked him to develop a family, and it was just him and one person. What could he do even if he became the principal? After becoming the Minister of Magic, no one in the Black family could help take care of it. Thinking of this, Cole suddenly remembered that he could exchange wizards and give them the Black surname, which would solve the problem of the scarcity of people. As for giving birth, it cannot be completed in a day or two. System, exchange for 30 junior wizards, 10 intermediate wizards, and 1 senior wizard. Roger, host. Cole felt distressed for a while, not for the gold galleons, which he had plenty of, but for the family honor. Honor points must be used to redeem senior wizards. The combat power of a senior wizard is equivalent to that of a Hogwarts professor. It's not a bad thing. Besides him, the Black family also needs to support the scene. 41 people appeared in Cole's room in an instant. Fortunately, his room was large, otherwise they wouldn't be able to stand. Master, I am right Sorich. The black-robed wizard at the head looked at Cole with firm eyes. Cole knew that this was the person he had exchanged for his honor points. From today on, your name is Right Black, and you will lead these people to become the family guard. From now on, you will call me Young Master. Right and his group knelt down directly. Right stretched out his right hand with his palm facing up. Thank you, Master, for giving me your surname. I will defend the honor of the Black family to the death. Cole also stretched out his hand and tapped lightly, asking Kriaker to come over and arrange for Right and others. Kriaker was indeed a house elf. He was shocked when he saw Right and others, but he still held back and did his duty. Kriaker just thought, should he tell his old master? These people were probably Master Cole's followers outside. Master Cole is really powerful. With so many followers, it seems that he has really changed a lot. Kriaker slapped himself and said, Kriaker deserves to die. How can you question the little master? Kriaker deserves to die. Kriaker deserves to die. Kriaker should do what he should do. Kriaker calmed down for a while and then looked upstairs and whispered, do you want Kriaker to tell Master Cole about that matter? Master Regulus won't let Kriaker do it. Just like that, after some nervous muttering, Kriaker left and walked to the closet to do something unknown. Cole came out of Mayra's room and got to know Mayra's life experience. A young lady from a noble family, her talent as a mage was discovered and she was sent to the Wizard's Tower, where she has been a wizard's apprentice ever since. Cole found that Mayra didn't have any rebellious mentality towards him. Mira would listen to what Cole said and respond seriously. Although he didn't know what the system said about the talent of the Shadow Snake, Cole decided that his future wife would be Mara. Mara Black, that sounds girly. The next morning, Kriaker looked at the young master coming out of Miss Mira's room and rubbed his hands. Master, do you need a meal? Cole, who was still thinking about last night, saw Kriaker reply, I'll go now and deliver a copy to Mira's room. Cole walked down the stairs and saw Walburga staring at him. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't pursue Kriaker's behavior of letting the old woman out for fun. Cowardly Black, how dare you bring a mudblood here, you bastard, and you have tainted Black's noble bloodline. Cole wanted to laugh after hearing this, but the old lady could only curse a few words over and over again. Yes, yes, noble Black, I am the only one left. If you are not convinced, you have the ability to jump out. Old Mrs. Wall didn't speak for a moment and stared at Cole. Are you still thinking about Sirius? I know that you just say you hate him. No matter how disobedient he is still your proud son. It's a pity that Azkaban is not easy to treat. Wall Black, who was cursing wildly yesterday, seemed unusually calm. Get him out, the Black family has half of you. Half? Cole just wanted to laugh, he could get everything if he didn't save Sirius. It seems that you also know about Regulus, otherwise you wouldn't beg me like this, but I will tell you today. Cole came to the portrait and said viciously, I won't save him. As long as he dares to leave Azkaban, you see if I can kill him. You damn bastard, he is your brother and you are blood brothers, how dare you? Cole conveniently closed the curtain, and it was time to relax. Cole was at the dining table, eating and thinking about what to do next. First, he had to announce his arrival to the wizarding world, and the power of the Black family was greatly reduced. In the past, Sirius could use Dumbledore's reputation, and no matter how bad it was, Bella's notoriety could deter the Death Eaters. Now that Voldemort has fallen, those Death Eaters are desperate but can do anything. The apparently anonymous Black family is just a piece of meat to chew on. While Cole was still thinking, Kriaker's figure instantly appeared in front of him. Master Cole, something happened at the Nocturn Alley store. Someone is breaking into it, and the magic warning went off. Kriaker looked at Cole anxiously, and only then did Cole remember that the Black family also had property in Nocturn Alley. One of the shops sells some prohibited items. I'll go take a look first, and you ask Wright and the others to arrive later. After Cole finished speaking, he waved his wand and the apparition disappeared from the room. Kriaker also trotted to find someone. Cole appears outside Diagon Alley. Nocturn Alley is adjacent to Diagon Alley, and walks into Nocturn Alley. Cole had already seen green smoke everywhere in the sky, and many werewolves were attacking the wizard. The wizard who can hang out in Nocturn Alley is not a good person, and he is not polite when he fights back. Avada Kedavra is thrown everywhere. Conveniently, a Ken de Gua was able to deal with an incoming werewolf. For ordinary wizards, werewolves were immune to magic and were extremely fast, making them difficult to deal with. But Cole's magic is not something they can resist. Following the memory, I came to Blake's store. There were more than a dozen black-robed wizards standing outside the door, besieging the store's magic barrier. A burst of flames burst out, and a ball of fire flew out, growing with the wind. A flame was instantly ignited more than 10 meters away, and the space burned by the blazing flames was a little distorted. More than a dozen streaks of green smoke rose into the sky, avoiding the fierce fire and hovering in the sky. They didn't land until they saw that there was only one person coming, and one of the tall wizards spoke. Sir, we have no intention of fighting with you. Are you sure you want to mind your own business? You are attacking my territory, so it has nothing to do with me. More than a dozen people looked at each other, and the tall wizard said, Are you from the Black family? Wasn't Sirius captured in Azkaban? As soon as these words came out, Cole knew that these Death Eaters were here to fight Chu Fang, and maybe they could escape from England by grabbing a sum of money. Cole didn't want to waste any time, so he waved his right hand and chanted the weather spell. In an instant, the entire Nocturn Alley was covered with dark clouds, and the sky was flashing with dazzling thunder. The wizards fighting in Nocturn Alley stopped for an instant, looked up at the scene, and were surprised. Is this Dumbledore coming? Many wizards noticed Cole in the middle and were hesitant to run away. Give you another chance. Who asked you to rob the Black family? It turned out to be a member of the Black family. Not all wizards knew that Cole of the Black family had returned, and they had no impression of this person in the Black family. The tall black-robed wizard's chest rose and fell. He didn't expect to encounter a wizard of this level in today's action. The few behind me wanted to run away. At this moment, Wright and others also came over, followed by Kriaker. Seeing how powerful Master Cole was, Kriaker covered his mouth and said secretly, the Black family can be saved. Without Cole speaking, Wright led dozens of wizards and began to cast a magic barrier to seal Nocturn Alley. Dozens of magic spells were cast into the sky. Cole didn't waste any more nonsense. Today he was going to declare to the British magical community that the Black family was not a soft-footed shrimp, nor was it something that everyone could rob. Cole's countless magic powers surged out, and the sky thundered with lightning. Dozens of bolts of lightning struck down, plowing towards the group of Death Eaters. Armor protection, phantom movement, and various life-saving spells were cast, but even a dozen Death Eaters could not resist it. In an instant, it was turned into ashes and wailed. Lord Black, please stop. The tall wizard managed to escape the first attack, half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily, his body shaking involuntarily. Even when facing Lord Voldemort, he had never been so scared. A green avatar flew out, and the tall wizard shouted, "Lestrange, you lied to me." Unable to dodge, the tall wizard's body instantly softened, and his soul dissipated into the air. Cole floated into the air, surrounded by lightning. "I, Katrell Black, hereby declare that anyone who dares to covet my Black family will be destroyed." As the sound of thunder resounded in the sky, the wizards on the ground looked up at the scene, fear rising in their hearts. Thunder flashed, and Cole's name announced the return of the Millennium Pureblood Black family, which no one dared to look down upon. Cole felt happy in his heart. No one could know this feeling of invincibility. Looking at the ants below, his magic power emerged. Wails and curses followed. "Master Black, I did not offend you." A flash of lightning vanished into ashes. "Damn it, Black, you are against the wizarding world. Zombie, how dare you kill people casually?" Cole ignored it. Today was all about killing, and Black's bloody reputation was established today. Huge dark clouds hang in the sky, and Cottrell Black's name will shine in England today. A group of aurors from the Ministry of Magic rushed over at this time. After all, there was such a big movement, and they thought Voldemort was back. Barty Crouch, the elder of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, led a group of people, including Mad-Eye Moody, who stared at Cole in midair with his magic eyes. Wright led the Black family to block them out. The two groups raised their wands to confront each other, and the aurors did not dare to act rashly. Old Barty looked nervous. The matter between Barty Jr. and the Death Eaters was enough to give them a headache, and now there was Black. Finally, when Fudge and Dumbledore appeared, the scene stopped and Cole flew down. With Dumbledore's support, Fudge was also unceremonious. "Cole Black, this is massacre. What do you want to do? It seems that you are also a Death Eater." Cole smiled. This old loach was ready to characterize himself as soon as he came up. How could he admit it? "Mr. Minister, you can't help but see that this group of Death Eaters attacked my Black family's store, and I just fought back. For cleaning up so many remnants of the Ministry of Magic, shouldn't the Minister award me the Order of Merlin?" Fudge was speechless for a moment. He had already understood today's scene. This group of Death Eaters were fighting in a corner. If Dumbledore hadn't been by his side, he would never have appeared here. "I, the Black family, volunteer to work for the Ministry of Magic." "You're welcome, Minister Fudge." Cole's handsome, smiling face looked so hateful to Fudge. "Cole, you have a powerful talent, but you must also be careful of magical prying eyes and don't go astray." Dumbledore's voice sounded, and Old B stared at Cole closely. Although he didn't know where Cole got such powerful power, the responsibility in his heart still made him stand up. "Principal, I always remember your teachings. The Black family is just protecting their property." Cole had no interest in learning from Voldemort and talking about pureblood supremacy. He was just using his reputation to eliminate dissidents. Voldemort pursues immortality, and the Death Eaters under him pursue their own interests. By causing such a big disturbance, those purebloods were just trying to ensure their own status and interests. Dumbledore looked at Cole in front of him with slightly cloudy eyes, wondering if he was another Dark Lord. The wizarding world could no longer be harmed. Dumbledore decided to pay attention and said with a smile, "Cole was really helpful, wasn't he, Secretary Fudge?" Fudge's fat face twitched and said, "These Death Eaters deserve to die, but Master Black is too harsh. Look at Nocturn Alley." Everyone followed Fudge's words and looked at the current Nocturn Alley. There were corpses everywhere, and the ruins revealed Cole's power. This is not something that the minister has to worry about. The Black family will compensate. Of course, if anyone is willing to sell the store, the Black family will accept it. The reason Cole cleaned up Nocturn Alley was because he wanted to occupy this piece of land. In the wizarding world, where there is white, there is also black. Countless dark wizards have dealt with the proceeds in Nocturn Alley, and Cole took a fancy to this gold bag. Without a family wizard, Cole would clean it up directly. As for those pure blood shops, Cole believed they would understand. Cole is the best at convincing people with virtue. "Do you have time to come and sit at my place? Just think of it as chatting with me, an old man." Dumbledore invited Cole to Hogwarts. He also wanted to further determine whether Cole's heart would be dissatisfied with the wizarding world. "Principal, the family matters have not been settled yet. I will visit you when everything is over." Cole refused verbally. He didn't want to argue with Old B. There was nothing to talk about. If he had this time, he might as well go home to Manor, have more sons, and revitalize the Black family. Dumbledore nodded, turned around and left. Fudge was also a little scared and left with the aurors. Cole looked at the backs of a group of aurors, but it was the one-eyed guy who seemed to be very malicious towards him. "Creaker, take Wright and the others to clean up Nocturn Alley. From now on, there can only be one voice in this place." Creaker said tremblingly and excitedly, "As you command, Master Cole." Cole disappeared in an instant, and Creaker watched with adoring eyes, then turned around and led his men to carry out Master Cole's order. Wiltshire, Malfoy Manor. Lucius had just finished listening to the report of his wizards and was sitting alone in the study, with steaming black tea on the table. Narcissa came in holding platinum blonde Draco and walked to Lucius's side. Just now, Cole killed Richie and the others in Nocturn Alley and almost destroyed Nocturn Alley. Narcissa looked in disbelief. How could he be so powerful? Yes, Lucius and Narcissa could never imagine that the thin boy back then was now so powerful and his methods were not weak. Dumbledore went too. Cole escaped unharmed. Narcissa knew the meaning of Lucius's words, and they all knew Dumbledore's character. If Cole couldn't be helped, Dumbledore would definitely take action. Just like Voldemort, Dumbledore is more powerful than Voldemort, but has never been able to defeat Voldemort, except because of guilt. Also, he was not sure that he could kill Voldemort. Voldemort had too many ways to save his life. Lucius couldn't believe it when he heard the news that Voldemort was killed by the Potters. Such a powerful Voldemort died at the hands of a child. Be careful when dealing with the Black family in the future. It's not what it used to be. I really don't know if he is good or bad. Lucius sighed, staring at little Draco with his eyes filled with love for his family. Narcissa coaxed the child and said, "It seems that those guys have messed with the wrong person." Yes, Lestrange's group of lunatics, Bella, and the others have all been caught, and they are still not willing to give in. Of course Lucius knew about today's action. As a member of the Death Eaters, he also had some status as a pure-blood noble. It depends on whether Cole will pursue it. Bella is also his cousin. Narcissa said dissatisfied, he doesn't even care about Sirius, how can he care about the Lestrange family? Lucius twitched the corners of his mouth. He had already seen that Cole could not save Sirius. He even suspected that Cole would kill Sirius if given the chance. Ignore them, I just want to ensure the safety of you and Draco. The two hugged each other in the study, Draco in Narcissa's arms still sucking her fingers back at Blake's old house. Mira was sitting in the living room, and the soft light shone on Mira's graceful figure. "Why are you sitting here? Cole, you're back." Last night, the two became very familiar with each other. Mira was brought here by the system, and he was the only one she could rely on. "Don't worry, it's all solved." Cole picked up Mira and let her sit on him. "Is there anything I can do for you? I am also a member of the Black family. It's time to contribute to the family," Mira said softly. Cole also thought at this time that Mira was not an ordinary person, and as a member of the Mage Tower, she was not useless either. According to the magical abilities of this world, Mira is now equivalent to the strength of an elite Auror, not to mention that Mira is proficient in potions. After 2 days, the forces in the family have been sorted out. "You can help develop the potion." Mira beamed when she heard Cole's promise. "In the world of mages, only by being valuable can you live a better life. After some time, I will hold a banquet, and you will attend as Mrs. Black. The Black family needs a wife." That's right, there is no custom in the wizarding world to hold weddings. Usually, familiar families are directly invited to witness the announcement. Cole, who was holding Mira in his arms, thought at this moment that it was indeed the letter sledge that the Death Eater shouted just now. It seems that today's attack was premeditated. The Right Sledge family, Cole knew that this was the pure-blood family that his cousin Bella married into. Like the Black family, the Right Sledge family is also the ultimate pure-blood. Basically all family members followed Voldemort and became Death Eaters, and the Right Sledge family were also very crazy. During Voldemort's cleanup campaign, the Ministry of Magic kept a close eye on him. Unexpectedly, he was still jumping at this time, trying to tear off a piece of meat from the Black family. In this case, let's see who is strong and who is weak. The winner takes all, right? The next day, a photo appeared in the Daily Prophet that shocked the wizarding world. Yesterday, Nocturn Alley was attacked by a mysterious man, and the dead and injured wizards could not be counted. Thanks to the help of Mr. Cottrell Black, he fought against more than a dozen Death Eaters. Minister Fudge said that Mr. Black was invited by him to help the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. In this battle, the heroic Aurors fought one after another to defend the stability of the magical world to the death. As soon as Cole read this newspaper, he knew that it was Fudge who was responsible for this. At this time, he did not forget to promote himself. He was really a politician. Looking at his figure in midair on the newspaper, Cole said that this reporter was a talent. He could photograph himself so oppressively that even if Voldemort came, he would be defeated. Cole said he was very satisfied with such a stunning photo. On the contrary, this naysayer seems a little abnormal. The Quibbler, informed sources revealed that Katrell Black was once expelled from the family, and now the Black family has no successor. Sirius is in prison, Regulus disappears, and Katrell dominates the Black family. The rise of a new generation of leaders of the pure-blood family. According to witnesses at the time, Katrell Black was unprecedentedly powerful. Dumbledore also said that Cole was the best student he had ever taught. Compared to the Daily Prophet, playing devil's advocate is a bit unseemly. What is the best student Dumbledore has ever taught? The old bee never taught him anything, and he even said that he could cover the sky with one hand, with Sirius and Regulus in front of him. Doesn't this lead people to speculate that what happened to these two people is related to him? Sirius did not save himself, but Regulus wanted to die on his own, and was dragged into the lake by the Inferi alone for a Horcrux. Speaking of this second brother, Cole had a vivid memory. He seemed to be a traditional Slytherin, but his courage was comparable to that of a Gryffindor. While reading the newspaper and sipping the black tea, Cole said, "What the hell is this? It tastes really bad." "Master Cole, everything is ready." Kriaker bowed his head respectfully, and Cole could see his thinning hair even from sitting down. "I know, it's time to meet them." After the Nocturn Alley incident, no one from the pure-blood family said a word. Cole decided to hold a banquet to see how much confidence these people had left. Arriving at the door of the old house, Cole saw Lucius and his house elf. Yes, it seemed to be a rebellious boy named Dobby. He looked much younger than Kriaker, and his little eyes were rolling. "Lucius, you're here, please." Cole took Lucius into the old house. As for the remaining people, let Wright and Creaker be responsible for welcoming them. The meticulous Lucius touched the scepter and followed Cole's footsteps. Cole, what happened in Nocturn Alley? I know. For the sake of your newborn son, I won't care about the Malfoy family. You just have to watch what I'm going to do today. Cole directly interrupted Lucius's next words. Lucius, who had some guesses in his heart, also swallowed what he wanted to say. Everyone is not a fool. There are no secrets between pure-blood families. He also knows what the Lestrade family wants to do. When a family declines, countless people want a piece of the pie, but the Malfoy family is suppressed by Lucius. After he met Cole, he knew that the Black family would be different in Cole's hands. What kind of trash is Sirius? He is obviously a pure-blood wizard, but he protects the interests of mudbloods. In the living room, Cole introduced Manor to Lucius. Although Lucius was shocked, thinking that Cole had come back from outside, it was not surprising that he had brought someone back. What shocked Lucius was that Manor's etiquette was entirely a style cultivated by aristocrats. As far as he knew, no family in the British wizarding world could cultivate it. Could it be that he is a pure-blood noble from another continent? Lucius secretly guessed that the etiquette on his face was not compromised. He would not let others say that the Malfoy family did not understand etiquette. Cole sat at the head of the long dining table, looking at the black tea served by the people below, feeling helpless. After a while, several people under Wright came over one after another with several wizards. With Lucius here, the introduction was stress-free, which is why Cole called Lucius over today. Lucius is a social butterfly. CLYM of the Abbott family, Little Avery, the Flint family, the Old Lady of the Longbottom family, the Shacklebolt family, the Parkinson family, and the Traverse family. The heads of these pure-blood families gathered together, and what surprised Cole the most was that Barty Crouch Sr. also came. This executive of the Ministry of Magic also happens to be the head of the Crouch family. The people sitting on the long dining table are all people who can make waves in the wizarding world of England. Cole didn't expect that no one from the Lestrade family came. Did he dare not come, or did he look down on him? The Black family is deeply honored by your presence today. Today is the first time I have seen you since I left the family. Cole said polite words casually. Of course he knew that these people could come today because he had caused a big disturbance in Nocturn Alley. If you don't know Cole's fighting ability, how can you still not know how powerful Dumbledore is? These guys know what this principal can do for the stability of the wizarding world. They both love and hate this principal, who is both reasonable and unethical. Love that with Dumbledore, England's position in the wizarding world is untouchable. What I hate is Dumbledore's love and tolerance for half-blood wizards. Speaking of which, the Dumbledore family is also a pure-blood family, but they are not on their side. I know that for the benefit of the family, you have followed Voldemort and done a lot of things. When Cole directly called out the Dark Lord's name, they were surprised but normal. Of course you don't need to be afraid of the Dark Lord if you have the strength, not to mention that now that the Dark Lord is gone, most of the loyal Death Eaters are like lost dogs. These purebloods are not die-hard loyalists of the Dark Lord. Basically, pureblood nobles follow him for profit. Only Bella and her husband Lettersledge, two insane people, would have no doubt about the Dark Lord's statement of pureblood supremacy. It is true that they are following the Dark Lord, but they are not out of their minds. They really think that they have the final say in England. You all know about Nocturn Alley, right? Someone is coveting my Black family. Does this matter have anything to do with you? Cole smiled and glanced at everyone. Old Mrs. Longbottom said, this matter has nothing to do with my Longbottom family. Cole had no doubt that Mrs. Longbottom's son and daughter-in-law were still lying in St. Mungo's Hospital of Magic, and she was in no mood to do this. The Longbottom family had been running their own potion industry honestly, and they had always scorned Voldemort's theories. Taking into account Cole's intimidation, several people said that it had nothing to do with their family, and even old Barty, a senior executive of the Ministry of Magic, began to express his position. After all, no one wants to mess with a cruel Black now. Of course I believe you all. It seems that the Lestrade family has done something good. No one came today. Isn't that because of a guilty conscience? Cole was just expressing his attitude in front of everyone today, proving that he wanted to attack the Lestrade family. It also indirectly shows that Lestrade provoked him first. I really wonder if my cousin Bella is out of her mind to be so loyal to Voldemort. Hearing Cole say that name, Mrs. Longbottom showed hatred. Her son and his wife were tortured crazy by Bella. Since the Wright Sledge family is sworn to follow the Dark Lord and is unwilling to show up, there is no need to show up in the future. Cole stood up and hit the dining table with his right fist. Starting today, the Black family officially declares war on the Wright Sledge family until death. Lucius and others did not expect Cole to be so decisive. They came today thinking that Cole was just asking for compensation from the Wright Sledge family. It is no joke for a family to declare war. Although there are only a few people in the main line of a pure-blood family, a huge family has many branches. Countless family members rely on the name of their main lineage to make a living, and they control a lot of resources. Speaking of which, besides Cole, there were many people in the Black family, but they were all cleared out by Sirius. In the past, many branches of the Black family ran shop estates, but Sirius actually donated his family's property to Hogwarts for the great cause of the Order of the Phoenix. What a prodigal! He could even give his own potions Manor to Hogwarts. Could it be that Dumbledore is too good at brainwashing? The pure-blood families looked at each other, but did not dare to speak. They could only look at Lucius. They are still relatives after all, and I hope they can talk to each other. Unexpectedly, Lucius also started to act stupid. At this time, he didn't want to find the evil wolf Cole. Slytherin's judgment of the situation was brought to full display by Lucius. After I finish speaking, do you have any comments? Cole looked around, but no one dared to speak, and then introduced Manor to them. From today on, there will be one more person in the circle of pure-blood aristocratic wives. After chatting for a while, these people also left one after another, rushing home to pass on the news. Warning family members not to provoke the Black family. This 1,000-year-old pure-blood family is finally going to start cannibalism. Lucius, if I come to your place as a guest another day, you won't be unwelcome. Cole, you are always welcome at Malfoy Manor. Snape will soon become Draco's godfather. Please come over when the time comes. Cole did know that the dragon's godfather was Snape, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Lucius is really shrewd. After sending Lucius away, Cole also started his own actions. Wright and the others were too few. Decisively spend gold galleons and honor points. Since the Nocturn Alley incident, the Black family's reputation has greatly increased, and they have given away a lot of honor points. 2 teams of wizards were exchanged, led by Richie and John respectively, and were given the surname Black. 3 professor-level wizards, leading the wizard team, took the lead in attacking the Lestrade family's store. The blood mist was rising again in England, which had just been calm. The Aurors were in a hurry, but they could not catch the wizards of the Black family. By the time they arrived, Wright, Rich, John and others were long gone, and the store's potions and gold galleons had all been emptied out. All that's left is for Kriaker to buy these ownerless shops in the name of the Black family. The other pure-blood nobles looked at Cole's actions, and none of them dared to stand up and compete. The Wright Sledge family, which had lost Bella and his wife, was completely defeated. The family had long been registered with the Ministry of Magic, and the Ministry of Magic was still worried about being unable to deal with them as Death Eaters. Of course, the actions of the Black family also caused panic among mixed wizards, who did not want to experience the Dark Lord's reign of terror again. Fudge visited Cole in person, only said a few words in the study, and then left in despair. Cole looked at Fudge's back and didn't take the Ministry of Magic's warning to heart at all. What he killed was a Death Eater, not an ordinary wizard, let alone someone from the Wright Sledge family who provoked him first. That's right, unlike other pure-blood families, everyone in the Lestrade family is a Death Eater and a die-hard loyalist to Voldemort. Fudge came here just to get a piece of the pie, but Cole doesn't have the habit of sharing his cake with others. Either he doesn't do it, or he must do it. 3 wizard teams plus himself, facing a group of rats from the Lestrade family. Cole just wanted to say, how could he lose? The advantage is mine. In a wild place in Leicester County, Cole led a team of Wright wizards and looked at the empty wilderness in front of them. Is it here? Cole stared ahead. In the past 10 days, the members of the Wright Sledge family were being chased by them and fled everywhere. There are now rumors in the wizarding world that if you mess with the Ministry of Magic, you might be able to escape, but if you mess with the Black family, you won't even have a chance to escape England. Yes, Master, the remaining people are hiding here, which is the Wright Sledge family manor. Cole didn't waste any time, and directly fired the demon's fire spell. Blue flames rose and grew with the wind, and a flame dragon dozens of meters high flew in the sky. As Cole waved his wand and flew into the distance, a barrier appeared, revealing Wright Sledge Castle. A dozen wizards inside waved their wands to protect the barrier. Cole increased his magic power, and the blue flame dragon covered the sky. The barrier shattered, and directly flooded the Black Castle. Flames ignited on the bodies of several wizards. Some of them used their armor to protect themselves, turned around, and green smoke rose into the sky, ready to escape. Cole has broken down the barrier of the Wright Sledge family, and the rest is left to the Wrights. This sky has long been cast under a spell, and they cannot escape. As Cole walked into the manor step by step, the wizards of the Wright Sledge family also became silent one by one. Entering the living room, Cole couldn't help but sigh. The old mansion of the Black family was too big, and it was still a pure-blood noble. The old house was dark and tasteless. Cole warned in his heart, raised his hand to add a shield to himself, and a green magic spell hit it and disappeared. Cole turned around and saw an old house elf looking at him fiercely. Cole was very curious to know that house elves were originally enslaved by wizards and basically did not have the courage to use magic spells on wizards. It seems that this elf of the Wright Sledge family wants to die. He is really loyal. Cole admired him very much and rewarded him with an avatar. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Cole enjoyed the curses of the ancestors of the Wright Sledge family in the portrait, many of whom were from the Black family. Who makes the wizarding world a huge circle? There is me among you, and you among me. We are all relatives. A flame blazed, and the curses in the fire also dissipated. Master, everything has been resolved, and those guys snooping outside have also left. Let them see it if they want to, and let them know that the Black family is in my hands and not everyone can offend me. Of course Cole knew that those rats were all from pure-blood families, and they were just there to see how he treated his relatives. Cole sneered. The wizarding world in England was all his relatives. If there were too many relatives, they would all be the same. Keep the useful ones and clean up the useless ones. Did you find the key to their family's treasury? It should be a medal or something. Cole wants to digest all the spoils, and there is no way that the Wright Sledge family's treasury will be spared. Found it in an old wizard. That's good. Cole is still worried that this thing is on Bella. You must know that his cousin-in-law is still a hen wife and a loser. Even Bella could pretend she didn't see her crazy obsession with Voldemort, and she was still extremely loyal. It was a pity that Cole had never seen what Voldemort looked like, otherwise he would have wanted to see how the famous Dark Lord used his beauty to capture Bella, a crazy woman. But Cole didn't hold out much hope. Maybe all those gold galleons were used by Voldemort. Sirius was not the only prodigal son. I'll leave the rest to you. I have to go to the Ministry of Magic to report the situation to our Minister Fudge. This greedy waste is in some trouble. Under Wright's attention, Cole phantomed outside the Ministry of Magic. Climbed the phone box and entered the Ministry of Magic. The people coming and going in the lobby all noticed Cole's arrival. There was silence for a moment. The Black family's declaration of war was in full swing, and the Ministry of Magic officials did not want to offend them. Only Fudge, that idiot, still thought about biting the flesh from the pure-blood nobles. In this way, Cole arrived at the Minister of Magic's office and opened the door directly. Who the hell doesn't know I'm busy? Fudge's curses sounded, and a blonde lady stood up from Fudge's lap. Fudge hurriedly arranged himself, and when he saw it was Cole, he was not embarrassed at all and said with a smile, "Isn't this Mr. Black? Welcome, why don't you go give Mr. Black a cup of black tea?" The blonde secretary walked past Cole seductively and gave him a wink before leaving. "Mr. Minister, you are so excited, can't you bear it in the office?" Cole reached the desk and looked at Fudge, who was smiling in front of him. Master Cole was joking, just having some fun in his busy work. The newly appointed minister must be able to withstand the test. The wizarding world does not want the newly appointed minister to be a greedy guy. Fudge's smile disappeared. Of course he heard Cole's warning. But I sneered in my heart, what can stand the test? Which minister can withstand such a test? Fudge was very proud of himself. Being the Minister of Magic was really comfortable. Not only did he have a high status, but he could also earn gold galleons. It's a pity that these pure-blood nobles are stubborn and everything has to go through them. Master Cole is here today for something, right? Of course, our Black family did a big thing today and cleared out a large number of Death Eaters for the Ministry of Magic. Cole continued with a smile, it's the Black family's duty to help the minister take care of us. The Ministry of Magic doesn't need to reward us, just give us the Order of Merlin. I won't pick the first and second level ones. Mr. Minister, just give them to you as you see fit. Fudge immediately realized that the Wright Sledge family was destroyed by Cole. Wiping the non-existent cold sweat on his head, Fudge said, although the Wright Sledge family does have many Death Eaters, there are also innocent people among them. Indeed, there are many members of the Let's Ledge family, and not all of the hundreds of family members are Death Eaters. But so what, if you go out to fool around, you will always have to pay back. If you are beaten, you have to stand at attention. If I say I will destroy your whole family, you think I am joking. Cole really had to thank Voldemort. Several children from the Wright Sledge family had dropped out of Hogwarts since Voldemort's rise. Otherwise, it would be really hard for Cole to break into Hogwarts and kill someone in front of Dumbledore. As for those squibs, or the muggles, letters ledge, the blood in them was destined that Cole would not let them go. To cut the weed, we need to remove the root. Fudge looked at the smiling Black in front of him and had to put away his greed, knowing that his backer Dumbledore might not be able to win over the person in front of him. When he saw that the time was almost up, Cole told him the reason for his visit today. Minister Fudge, I'm afraid we don't have enough manpower to rebuild the Ministry of Magic. Do we need help from the Black family? The Ministry of Magic was unable to supervise Nocturn Alley, a breeding ground for darkness. Instead, Cole found the opportunity to occupy it. There is white and black in the world, and no one from the Black family works in the Ministry of Magic. The Wizengamot, the highest court in the wizarding world, is composed of about 50 wizards, including the Minister of Magic and other senior officials, and Dumbledore is also one of them. Pure-blood families, regardless of ability, will all have a place in it. Cole inherited the Black family and would naturally become one of them in the future, but this was still not enough. Fudge was not shocked when he heard the news. Although he was promoted to the position by Dumbledore, he also knew that if the Ministry of Magic wanted to operate normally, it could not do without the support of pure-blood families. Is that what Master Cole thinks? I can't decide this matter alone. Fudge will not let go easily. Although the current Ministry of Magic is not his own, he still has certain privileges. The Black family is willing to donate 50,000 gold galleons to help the Ministry of Magic complete its reconstruction. They can also send a team of wizards to become Aurors to help the Ministry of Magic capture Death Eaters. After all, they are experienced, right? Cole smiled. The people under him were of course experienced. The people who had just solved the Wright Sledge family showed their combat execution ability for all to see. Fudge heard what Cole said, and of course he was willing to get benefits. Galleons were hard currency. As for Aurors, they suffered heavy casualties to begin with, had hard work that no one was willing to do, and the pay was low. Of course, I will pay the Auror salary of the Black family, and the Ministry of Magic will not have to worry about it. Cole added fuel to the fire. Fudge, this idiot, thought that since outsiders didn't know about this, he could take advantage of it again. Ha ha ha, thank you Mr. Cole for your efforts. The Ministry of Magic will always remember the Black family's help. Without waiting for the secretary to serve black tea, Cole settled the matter and walked out of the room under Fudge's eyes. Back home, Cole told John the matter. Wright was more reliable, but John was more suitable for this position. In this way, John and his pair of wizards from the Black family became working aurors in the Ministry of Magic. As for the reaction from the outside world, not everyone is as stupid as Fudge, but no one dares to say anything. For half a month, Cole focused on the reconstruction of Nocturn Alley, while Mayra, except going to the room with Cole at night, stayed in the basement during the day to study potions. After integrating the resources of the Black family, Cole realized how many businesses Sirius had lost. The family's dragon farm, 3 potion manors, and shops in Hogsmeade Town are all run by outsiders. This outsider is none other than Hogwarts, and the person handling it is none other than the famous white wizard Dumbledore. Cole was so angry that he really wanted to rush into Azkaban and kill Sirius. Outside Hogwarts, Cole stood outside wearing black wizard robes with gold trim. This wizarding school in England is standing next to the Black Lake. Looking at the school in his memory, Cole couldn't help but sigh. The 4 legendary wizards were really powerful to find such a place. Mr. Black, long time no see. It was Professor McGonagall who spoke. This stern professor was looking at him gently. Professor McGonagall, I haven't seen you for many years, but you are still the same as before. Earlier, Cole sent a letter to Dumbledore asking for a visit, but he was unexpectedly greeted by Professor McGonagall. Come with me, Dumbledore is waiting for you. Hogwarts is not on vacation yet, and students can be seen playing and quarreling along the way. This group of little wizards are experiencing their best time in the Ivory Tower. Passing the moving stairs, Cole looked at the portraits on the wall. Many ghosts were flying around, joking with the little wizard. Arriving at Dumbledore's office, Professor McGonagall tapped his wand on the statue at the door. Pile of cockroaches. Professor McGonagall glanced at Cole helplessly. It was obvious that Cole also knew the old bee's special preferences. Cole went in alone, and Professor McGonagall left directly. As soon as Cole entered, he saw Dumbledore sitting at his desk eating snacks. Oh Cole, come and taste the delicious food. This is my favorite snack, but I can't eat more now. As you know, the old man's teeth are not as good as before. Principal, you still like sweets so much. Cole came to the table and sat down, and glanced at Phoenix not far away. Fox was cleaning his feathers and didn't care about anything else. I still remember how you were in Slytherin. Time flies so fast, Cole. Cole smiled inwardly. Dumbledore remembered the timid and helpless Cole, not him. My time at Hogwarts was my happiest moment. Dumbledore stood there with a smile on his face. Of course he knew about Cole. He was just a principal, so he couldn't care about every student, right? His attention was entirely on Riddle. Cole, now that you're back, forget about the past and move on, right? You're right. Cole suppressed his gaze and refused to look at the group of cockroaches struggling on the plate. You have done a lot during this time, Cole. With you in the Black family, Sirius will feel relieved. Cole knew that Old B had been paying attention to matters in the wizarding world, and it was impossible for his actions to be hidden from the White Wizard. At the same time, he also knows that as long as he doesn't touch the principal's bottom line, he will never take action against you. The magical self-restraint may be that Dumbledore's heart has been restrained since the first generation of the Dark Lord. I just want to make the Black family stronger. As for anything else, I'm not interested. My senior is on the wrong path. Cole directly stated that he had no interest in learning Voldemort. The old senior had split his soul and his brain was ruined. What kind of terrorist attack? That's good. I'll have to rely on you young people from now on. I'm already old. I might go see Merlin that day. Cole didn't believe what Old B said. What does old mean? Dumbledore can live for at least several decades. There are many people in the wizarding world who can live for hundreds of years, and Dumbledore's ability can also do it. Don't underestimate any top wizard. Principal, I came today to trouble you with something. Oh, I know it. It's a pity that no young man is willing to listen to an old man like me talking about the past. Dumbledore's slightly cloudy eyes under his glasses stared at Cole, and an inexplicable pressure filled the room. Cole looked directly at the principal and said calmly, what my brother gave before will be regarded as donated to Hogwarts. From now on, I will make the final decision on the affairs of the Black family. Cole directly stated that he came today to take back those manors. In fact, the establishment of Hogwarts mainly relied on the accumulation of the 4 founders. The 4 wizards were never short of money. Salazar Slytherin, Godric Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Rowena Ravenclaw. The 4 were the top magicians of that era, the pinnacle of their personal abilities, and the wealth they left behind was unimaginable. Otherwise, a building as grand as Hogwarts would not have been built. As we all know, mixed-race little wizards will receive a certain amount of stipend galleons when they enter school. The wizarding world does not recognize the gold and gemstones of the Muggle world. After all, these things are worthless in the hands of wizards. When a young wizard purchases a wand for the first time, it only costs a small amount of gold galleons, and the rest is borne by the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. Hogwarts requires a lot of willingness to operate. Whether it is potions or other things, just by accumulating them, they will all be spent one day. Nowadays, in addition to the Ministry of Magic giving Hogwarts a sum of money every year, the rest is the assistance of pure-blood wizards. This is why Lucius and the pure-blood nobles were able to point fingers at Hogwarts, and even threaten to remove Dumbledore from his position as principal. During the period of fighting against Voldemort, Sirius paid most of the expenses for the Order of the Phoenix. Of course, James Boots' help is indispensable. The Potter family is also extremely wealthy in the wizarding world. The potion of shampoo and hairspray gives the Potter family a chicken that lays golden eggs. Of course, we also want to thank Sirius for everything he has done for us. Dumbledore's calmness obviously did not surprise Cole. Cole originally thought that it might take some effort to get these things back, but Dumbledore's attitude made him a little doubtful. The principal waved his hand, and the teapot on the table floated up automatically, and the teacup was filled with steaming black tea. Cole, I can see that you are a good kid, just like those kids at school. You should have seen that when you came here. As the principal, I must protect them. Hogwarts was suspended for a period of time before. I don't want them to be in fear anymore. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he motioned for Cole to taste it. Cole blew the hot air from the teacup, probably understanding what Dumbledore meant. At the same time, I also gained a new understanding of the complexity of this old bee. He obviously has powerful abilities, but he still wants to listen to the Ministry of Magic and give in at every turn. Could it be that Voldemort's incident made the principal love his students even more? Tom used to be a good and obedient boy. Maybe it was my fault that he lost himself in power. After hearing this, Cole remembered that Old Bee was indeed responsible for Voldemort's matter. Back in the orphanage, Tom was isolated by other children because of his special talent, and Tom went back in revenge. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore's way of handling it was to force Tom to apologize to those children. This also caused a seed to be planted in little Tom's heart. As long as he has the strength, he can make others bow their heads and obey. At the same time, little Tom learned to disguise. In the eyes of Teacher Slytherin, Tom has always been a good student who is polite, talented, and kind to others. Many people didn't even expect him to become the Dark Lord. Cole couldn't comment on whether Dumbledore's actions at the time were right or wrong, but for him, retribution was the principle. Cole, where does your magic come from? Dumbledore was very doubtful about Cole's talent. After all, Cole was also the most inconspicuous one in the academy. Even Tom couldn't achieve this power at this age. Yes, Dumbledore was confident, power like this had been rare since the end of Grindelwald's time. Tom is just difficult to kill because the Horcrux splits the soul. Even Dumbledore is not sure that he can kill Tom. After all, no one knows how many trump cards Tom has left. When the news of Tom's death came, the wizarding world thought that Voldemort was dead, but only Dumbledore knew that one day, he would come back. Cole showed no expression on his face, but he was wary in his heart. Of course his power came from other world, from the system. But Cole was also very confident that Dumbledore could not guess the truth of the matter. I am who I am, and of course my power belongs to me, Headmaster Dumbledore. He didn't get the answer he wanted, and legilimency also failed. All Dumbledore saw was Cole's memories of the adventure in the pyramid. Thought, it seems like I have to go to the pyramid when I have time. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous Cole, I have no intention of prying into your secrets. It's a real honor for the Black family to have you. The atmosphere suddenly relaxed, and even Fox next to him began to preen his feathers. Go and see Sirius when you have time. After all, you are blood brothers. You know, at my age, all I recall are scenes with my relatives. Will do. Cole did not refuse verbally. As for what he thought, only he knew. It's not that Dumbledore's brother is still alive in the town of Hogsmeade, it's just that Dumbledore has never dared to see his brother. Cole has no time to understand the love-hate relationship between Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Principal, it's almost time. It's time to say goodbye. By the way, I'm married. Maybe my son can go to Hogwarts and listen to the principal's teachings in the future. Dumbledore stood up and saw Cole off, feeling even more relaxed after hearing this. I hope your child won't be a troublemaker in the future. These little wizards are really a headache. Dumbledore's wise words made Cole smile slightly. Come back often in the future. Cole nodded and left, until Hogwarts was cleared, and then used apparition to return to the old house. Host, the family honor value will be rewarded 1,000, please keep up your efforts. The voice in his head sounded, and Cole was satisfied that it was not in vain to face Dumbledore alone. Summon right over and arrange for manpower to take over, and that's the end of the matter. The rest of the time is to develop the Black family and have a few sons for fun. Maybe he could even enroll in school with little Harry and Draco. Mira is already pregnant, and Cole can feel the power of the blood. It seems that he is quite powerful, and he hits the target with one shot. With children, the family can become stronger. In the wilderness of Hampshire, an uncharted valley, Cole suddenly appeared here with Creaker. Creaker moved his hand slightly, and an invisible door appeared. Master Cole, please. When Cole walked in the door, the scenery in front of him suddenly changed. There were dense woods and rugged rocks in the distance. There were roars one after another, and several Australian opal-eyed dragons were flying in the sky. The wizard was riding a broomstick to tame these dragons. This is the dragon farm of the Black family, and Cole is here today to see the dragons in this world. In fact, it cannot be said to be a giant dragon. According to Cole's observation, the largest of these dragons is only 20 or 30 meters long. But without the body that could easily reach hundreds of meters in the medieval world, it only looked ferocious and had no deterrent effect at all. For Cole, it only takes a little effort to deal with these dragons. Let the taming wizards continue to work. Introduced by Creaker, these people are all from the Black family. Cole had already returned Dumbledore's manpower, and the old bee had no objections. Master Cole, there are a total of 23 dragons in this dragon farm, most of which are Australian opal-eyed dragons. This kind of dragon is extremely valuable. Cole nodded. The protein dragon in front of him had a docile personality. Under the wizard's training, he was like a house pet. Of course, this does not mean that this protein dragon is not aggressive. Often when wizards face these dragons, they need the cooperation of more than a dozen wizards to defeat them. Master, these are the Hungarian tree peak dragons. These dragons are relatively ferocious, but the dragon's lair has special functions. The black Hungarian treetop dragon still had shackles on its mouth and became irritable when seeing strangers. The dragon farm wizard quickly cast a spell to calm them down. After looking around, Cole was quite satisfied with the situation of this dragon farm. The people of the Order of the Phoenix did not drain the value of these dragons too much. Dragon is a precious resource in the magic world. Cole knows that dragon skin can be used as various protective gears and dragon core can be used as the core of a wand. Dragon meat is also a precious potion material, and even dragon dung can be used as high-quality fertilizer. The wizard can be said to have studied the entire body of this group of lizards. It just so happens that the reconstruction work of Nocturn Alley is almost complete. When it opens, these will be gold galleons. In one day, Cole took Kriaker to turn around the Black family's property. Cole came out to reassure people, letting these people know that the Black family now has their own say, and they just need to work honestly. Back at the old house, Wright came over to report. Master, if there is a change in what you asked me to keep an eye on, the big man will send him there tonight. Okay, I get it. A few days ago, Cole asked Wright to keep an eye on Hagrid. Yes, since the Potters died, little Harry was given to Hagrid by Dumbledore to take care of. It seems that today is the day that old B decides to send little Harry to his aunt's house. There was drizzle outside the window, and Cole sat on the sofa and watched quietly. At number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, night fell, Muggles enjoyed the tranquility of the night, and the family sat together and enjoyed dinner. A man suddenly appeared on the street corner. It was Dumbledore the Whitebeard. Dumbledore waved his wand and the street lights dimmed instantly. I knew you were coming, Professor McGonagall. A black and white striped cat suddenly appeared in the dim street. It walked out of the darkness with elegant steps, and the moonlight shone on it. I saw the shadow slowly changing into a human form as it moved. Good evening, Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore and said slowly, what about the child? Hagrid will bring him. Professor McGonagall frowned and said worriedly, is it okay to leave such an important matter to Hagrid? You must know that there are still many Death Eaters out there. Believe me, McGonagall, I can trust him with my life. Dumbledore smiled. In his mind, although Hagrid was sometimes unreliable, he never made any mistakes in major matters. Just as the two of them finished speaking, there was a roar and a light lit up in the western sky. From far to near, it was Hagrid flying over on a motorcycle. Strangely, no one in the houses on both sides of the street noticed the loud noise. A nearly 3-meter-tall giant got off the motorcycle. Hello, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore stepped forward and looked into Hagrid's arms. Nothing happened, Hagrid. Hagrid knew what Principal Dumbledore was talking about. He was careful and cautious along the way, for fear of encountering Death Eaters. Have a safe trip. The little one fell asleep. Dumbledore held the child over and looked at the lightning mark on the child's forehead. Professor McGonagall said nervously, Dumbledore, do you really want to hand Harry over to this family? I've been watching them for a day. They are the worst muggles I have ever seen. I swear there is no one worse than them. Dumbledore didn't stop, and McGonagall continued, he should have been the hero of our world. But his only relative is here. Dumbledore's firm words left McGonagall at a loss for words. When he is ready, he will return to our world. Putting the child down, the three of them left, watching in the dark as the Dursleys carried Harry inside. Come out, Mr. Cole, how did you find this place? After Dumbledore finished speaking, he looked at the alleyway in the distance. Professor McGonagall and Hagrid instantly became nervous and took defensive postures. Only the three of them know what happened today. Don't be so nervous, Professor McGonagall. After all, the headmaster is here, what can I do? Cole said with a smile, came out of the darkness, spread his hands to show that he meant no harm. I just came to see how the famous savior was sent to such an unknown place by the principal. Dumbledore heard the teasing in Cole's words and said calmly, he has his only relative here. He can be better protected here, right? Cole agreed on the surface, but in fact he agreed. What does it mean to be your only relative? A group of muggles can protect you. Wasn't it the family magic that James and his wife cast on Harry, that is, this inconspicuous love magic, that caused the arrogant Dark Lord to overturn? Once James Potter died, the Potter family was not left empty-handed. With so many galleons coming in every year, there was no way they couldn't support a child. As for protection, is there anyone in the world who feels more secure than Dumbledore? Even while being raised at Hogwarts, no one could harm little Harry. Cole guessed that it was just Dumbledore who had his own plan, which was very high-sounding. How did you find this place, Cole? Dumbledore wasn't sure what Cole wanted to do, but he still cared about Harry's safety. Of course I followed this big man here, Principal. From now on, we should try to find people who don't attract attention when doing things. Cole's teasing words directly made Hagrid blush. God knows that in the dark, the bearded Hagrid could still have such rich expressions on his face. You damn Black, are you trying to do something to little Harry? Hagrid's huge body rushed directly towards Cole, with an angry look on his face. He was really a big guy. Quick confinement. Cole just waved his hand and restrained the big guy Hagrid in place. Many chains appeared on his body and he was twisting and binding. The more the big man struggled, the tighter the binding became. Hagrid was blushing and unable to break free, half kneeling on the ground. Professor Dumbledore, it is not good for your subordinates to be too impulsive. Dumbledore said helplessly. Cole, please let Hagrid go. He means no harm. Seeing that McGonagall was getting ready to move, Cole raised his hand to lift the spell. Of course, Professor, I don't mean any harm. Hagrid stood up and was about to rush towards Cole, but was stopped by Dumbledore. Okay, Hagrid, Cole is not a Death Eater. Hagrid faced Dumbledore unwillingly. Professor Dumbledore, that guy Sirius betrayed Harry's parents. The Black family is not worthy of trust. Hagrid also blamed Sirius for the death of the Potters. Of course, he had no good feelings towards Cole, the traitorous brother. Ha 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 ha, Principal, look, I almost forgot about this big man. Harry is the godson of my Black family. Cole laughed. In this world, besides biological parents, the identity of the godfather is actually very important. Sirius was Harry's godfather, and when James and Lily died, according to tradition, Sirius had second place in custody. In other words, Harry's identity is also listed in the Black family. Of course, this was one of the reasons why Cole didn't save Sirius. When Sirius came out, not only could he interfere in the Black family's affairs, but even Harry had to be raised by the Black family. Cole said this just to disgust Dumbledore. He had no interest in raising someone else's son. Cole, Harry will be safer if he stays with his family. Dumbledore gave a slight warning, but he was already on guard. His plan did not allow anyone to ruin it. Tom is destined to come back, and the curse on Harry is the key to victory. Professor, it seems that you have already made a plan. Cole made a pun, stared closely into Dumbledore's eyes, and made a judgment in his heart. It seems that Dumbledore, this old guy, has already started planning since he knew about the prophecy. In this way, the death of James and Lily, the disappearance of Voldemort, and even the return of Harry and the rebirth of Voldemort later. Dumbledore was not unaware of this series of events and everything behind it, and was even the driving force behind it. Cole had reason to suspect that when Snape begged him to hide Lily, Dumbledore ostensibly agreed, but was still found. At this time, Dumbledore was standing there, but giving Cole a feeling of non-existence, insubstantial. This old guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. But Cole really admired him. No chess player could put his own life and death on the chessboard. Headmaster, I'm just here out of curiosity. Don't worry, Sirius is no longer a member of the Black family, and Harry has nothing to do with me. I swear on the honor of the Black family that I will not tell anyone what happened today. Having made his attitude clear, Cole was too lazy to talk to a child. A savior? The savior of shit. They are just Dumbledore's pawns. In the magical world, power is the truth. See you another day, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall and, of course, the big man. The three of them remained silent as they watched Cole phantom shift and disappear in place. Professor McGonagall was wondering if Cole would tell the story about Harry being here, and then the Death Eater's revenge would follow. Hagrid was thinking about asking Dumbledore to take Harry back and raise him by himself. What Dumbledore was thinking was that even though he had sealed off the surrounding area, Cole could still use disapparition. It seems that the barrier cannot trap Cole, so Cole can enter Hogwarts at will. I know what you want to say, Professor McGonagall. Cole only cares about his family. He doesn't care that much about other things. Swear on the honor of the Black family, you can rest assured. Dumbledore looked at McGonagall's worried eyes and explained. At the same time, it also shattered Hagrid's inner thoughts. Hagrid had always obeyed Professor Dumbledore. The three of them looked at the bright lights of the Dursleys' house. From today on, Harry, the savior of the wizarding world, begins his miserable childhood. Cole returned to the old house, holding Mayra in his arms who came out of the basement. This woman was so obsessed with potions that she spent all her time in it. With the help of the Black family, no matter what kind of magic materials were available, Mayra began her own research. You are just pregnant, don't be too tired. Cole's gentle words were echoed by Mayra's deep kiss. If he hadn't been worried about his son, Cole would have had to continue with the next thing. Of course, the two of them only stayed together for a while. A letter has come from the Malfoy family, inviting you to attend little Malfoy's banquet. Cole hadn't freed his hands yet, but he knew Lucius's plan after just thinking about it. After what happened to Voldemort, not only the Malfoy family suffered a lot, but many pure-blood nobles also lost a lot of their voice in the Ministry of Magic. Of course these guys won't give in, but now that Fudge is using Dumbledore's power, it's hard for them to do anything. But you must know that if the Ministry of Magic wants to operate normally, their help is indispensable. Lucius was just using Malfoy's name to win over these pure-blood nobles and get them to stand on the same front. Okay, you come with me then, Mrs. Black. Cole looked at Mayra with a smile, and Mayra certainly felt comfortable with this title. Even in their world, the ladies of a family are enough to make those noble ladies proud. Leaning over to Cole's ear, Mayra whispered a few words, and Cole's eyes lit up. The two then returned to the room, and Wright, who was about to report to Cole, was also stopped by Creaker. Creaker was cleaning the house with a broom, muttering something about the Black family being prosperous. In Wiltshire, England, outside the Malfoy Manor, many horse-drawn carriages appeared on the road. The strange thing was the thigh-high house elf driving the horse-drawn carriage. A black carriage suddenly appeared not far away, and 2 English draft horses galloped over. Standing on the carriage, Kriaker's face was full of pride. He had not looked so handsome in a long time. Recalling the glory of the Black family, Kriaker couldn't help but tremble all over. For banquets like this, pure-blood families pay great attention to dignity, and they always arrive in carriages driven by house elves. If there are no house elves, then they are not worthy of participating in such a banquet. Which pure-blood family does not have a house elf? Kriaker is also proud that he can serve the Black family. In the circle of elves, I don't know how many elves envy him. The carriage stopped, and Kriaker jumped out of the carriage and knelt on the ground respectfully. Master Cole, here we are. Cole opened the curtain, looked at Lucius who was chatting with the wizard not far away, and prepared to get off the carriage. Unexpectedly, Kriaker quickly bent down and looked at him with excitement. Cole was a little confused as to what he wanted to do with this thing. It was inconvenient to get out of the carriage even if he was blocked here. Just when Cole was about to speak, he saw a wizard on a carriage not far away, stepping on a house elf to get out of the carriage. Cole could only sigh that these wizards knew how to enslave, but they still had this problem. Although Cole was not interested, when he saw Kriaker's earnest eyes, he understood that the brain circuits of these house elves could not be understood with normal thinking. After lifting up the wizard's robe, Cole stepped on Kriaker's shoulders and got out of the carriage, then turned back to give Mira a hand. Unexpectedly, Mira was not surprised to see Kriaker's behavior. It seemed that in her mage world, enslaving other races was normal. Suddenly, Cole became interested in the world of the mage. Even with Mira's description, he could imagine the power of the mage and the existence of the god of defeat. It seems that my own strength is nothing in that world. It seems that the construction of the Mage Tower has to be put on the agenda, and he can only rely on the Black family's continuous gold galleons and what he can exchange through his own system. In order to complete the construction of his own Mage Tower, Cole can't wait for the magic of the Mage Tower. Maybe it can change the world. While Cole was still thinking wildly, Lucius had already come over. Cole, you are here, and Miss Mira, you are so beautiful today. Mela accepted Lucius's praise without hesitation. The dress on Mira was custom-made by Cole from the Diagon Alley clothing shop. Coupled with Mira's aura, it was both noble and mysterious. Lucius, congratulations. Cole, I want to have a good drink today. The wine I treasure is brewed by Malfoy Manor itself. Looking at Lucius's smiling face, Cole could also understand this social butterfly of a pure-blood noble in the wizarding world. Not everyone in the pure-blood wizard family is rich. Just like the Weasley family, there are so many people that they are certainly not rich. There are many families that cannot even meet their daily expenses. It is already remarkable that Lucius can manage the Malfoy family to the point where it is today. Lucius stayed outside waiting for the guests, while Cole and Mira entered the hall under the guidance of the Malfoy family wizard. There were many people in the hall at this time, and as soon as I saw it, I saw Narcissa chatting with the guests. Cole could recognize that it was a member of the Shacklebolt family. After all, Shacklebolt, who was wearing a wizard's robe and a small hat on his head, was also famous in the wizarding world. Most members of the Shacklebolt family work in the Ministry of Magic. They are known for their rigor and take their work seriously. At the same time, members of the Shacklebolt family also joined the Order of the Phoenix and made great contributions in the fight against Voldemort. It seems that Lucius invited people from the Shacklebolt family just to put it on the table for today's banquet. Cole turned his head and looked not far away. The greasy man with long hair is the same Professor Snape who never buys shampoo. Even today, Snape had a cold face, sitting alone in a corner, paying no attention to anyone. Mira took Cole's arm and, under Cole's leadership, walked towards the wizard's Mr. Bat. Approaching Snape, Cole didn't ask about the odor. It seemed that Snape was very good at personal hygiene, but didn't wash his hair. Cole has begun to consider whether he should let Mira develop a new shampoo. Maybe Snape can support a store by himself. Snape wouldn't use Potter's shampoo anyway. Snape, long time no see. Cole, it's you. I heard you were back before, and I was wondering when I could see you. Snape's expressionless face became a little more excited, and Cole didn't expect that this top master of occlumency would have an expression on his face. It seemed that he and Snape had a good relationship at the beginning, but in Cole's memories, the two of them had always been the targets of bullying. Of course Snape would fight back, but Cole was in a terrible situation. He was at the bottom of the school bully list and didn't even have the ability to fight back. This is Mira, my wife. Cole introduced Snape, and Snape noticed the charming Mira next to him. There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Cole just wanted to laugh. It seemed that Snape, who had been single for 10,000 years, still refused to believe it. Hello Miss Mira. Mira just smiled, and Cole asked Mira to talk to Narcissa, but only opened her door. Mira was also obedient. She was comfortable with this kind of scene. As a noble lady, she would not show timidity at such a social banquet. Looking at Mira's back, Cole smiled and said, "What? Are you envious? Who made you fail to live up to expectations in the first place?" Cole knew Snape's temperament from his memory, so the friendship between the two didn't need to worry too much about other things. There was no need to worry that what Cole said about Lily would irritate Snape. After all, they were all in the same school. It's been a few months, and if Snape hasn't adjusted, he won't come out. Back at Hogwarts, Snape would hide in a tree hole alone when he was in a bad mood. Of course that's where I met Lily. What's next? What are you going to do? I agreed to be a professor at Hogwarts. Snape returned to his unconcerned demeanor. It must be Dumbledore's idea. He really refuses to let you go. Cole's sigh did not attract Snape's attention. In his heart, he might still believe Dumbledore. Cole didn't want to say anything, although his guess was similar and he understood Dumbledore's plan. But he didn't want to get involved in Snape's affairs, otherwise Dumbledore would have warned him. Even if Snape didn't go to Hogwarts, where could he be seeing Narcissa and Mayra walking in the circle of noble ladies in the distance? Cole felt much more relieved. It seems that Lucius has already said hello, otherwise his cousin would have a lot of objections to him. You must be very happy that Sirius has entered Azkaban. Cole turned his head and looked at Snape with a hateful expression. If Sirius appeared here at this time, Shen Feng Wu Ying would be on someone's body. Snape didn't say anything, but after a wave he said with a strange expression, "He is your biological brother, why are you so happy?" Taking a sip of the red wine in his hand, Cole answered slowly, "When did he treat me as his biological brother? It's not like you haven't tasted the feeling of hanging a golden bell upside down. Besides, if he doesn't go in, who has the final say in the Black family?" Cole has made no secret of his ambitions, and now there are rumors in the wizarding world, and even the Quibbler is reporting on it. He single-handedly promoted Sirius's imprisonment, which made Cole feel like a bad person. "You have really changed." Cole rolled his eyes, but he still had to ask the unlucky guy in the pyramid. "If you don't talk about this, how could you agree to Lucius being the godfather of his son? Shouldn't it be Lily's son?" When Cole is in this world and recalls what happened on campus, he can understand Snape's feelings for Lily. Obviously, Snape was stunned. After all, why didn't he want to raise Lily's son? Isn't it because the principal doesn't allow you to touch little Harry? Cole told the truth, and Snape's eyes dimmed a bit. "That guy's son will grow up to be just like his father, a disgusting guy," Snape said reluctantly. Cole smiled. James Potter left a deep impression on Snape when he was a student. It's sad, not only was the goddess snatched away, but she was also bullied by the foursome who relied on their strength in numbers. If it were him, Cole would be considered clean on his family tree if he didn't kill his whole family. Maybe it was because Harry was a man and would look a lot like James in the future, except for those eyes. If it were Harry, even Dumbledore would not be able to stop Snape's determination to raise her. Regardless of the Dark Lord's rebirth, even if Voldemort dared to hurt Harry in front of him, Snape would still have to put the blade into Voldemort's mouth. Honestly, can't you clean up your hair in this situation today? Cole felt disgusted. If it weren't for the tastelessness, he would really not want to stand next to Snape. "I've already cleaned it up." Snape was not embarrassed and said coldly. Cole looked at Snape's long black hair and found it very agreeable. "Can't you use shampoo? Is it true, as I guessed, that you don't use shampoo because it comes from the Potter family?" Cole's curious eyes were ignored by Snape. "You are a great potions master, just think you are worthy of it." Cole is not kidding, although the Potter shampoo on the market must have its own formula. But the title of Potions Master was not given by Snape himself, but by the Ministry of Magic. Snape had already shown talent in this area when he was a student, and had already passed the Ministry of Magic's assessment. If nothing else, the position of potions teacher was prepared for Snape. It's just a little trick. Add some dragon excrement. I don't bother to use Potter's stuff." Cole understood that Snape, in addition to hating James's things, was lazy to clean up and had a nerdy personality. "Okay, congratulations on the birth of a son. It seems that you and Lucius have had a good relationship over the years." Snape didn't say anything, but Cole also knew that if the relationship wasn't good, Snape's character would never agree. The banquet officially started, and a group of wizards gathered around. Lucius and his wife stood in the crowd holding little Draco, and Snape also passed by. In a series of ceremonies and witnesses, Severus Snape officially became Draco Malfoy's godfather. The rest of the banquet was for wizards to connect with their families. Of course, Cole also noticed the Shacklebolt family members, who were staring at him at this time. Lucius brought someone over, Levere Shacklebolt, one of the directors of the Auror Office of the Ministry of Magic, a scorpion Shacklebolt who always smiled. "This is the first time we met. I didn't expect Mr. Black to be so young." Lucius introduced Cole. "Levert serves in the Auror Office." Of course Cole knew that his wizard team had joined the Auror establishment. He had already inquired about this information clearly. After all, he had to work under someone else. "Mr. Shacklebolt, I didn't expect to meet you here for the first time. My family is busy with business, so I haven't visited you yet. I'm sorry." Levert smiled and said, "Have you not thanked the Black family for their support to the Ministry of Magic? John and the others are very capable. The Aurors under me all admire you Black family members." Although the famous Shacklebolt Scorpion was laughing, Cole understood the meaning of his words. Originally, Fudge came to power temporarily and didn't have many useful people under his command. There were quite a lot of people who usually worked in secret. Don't think that wizards are simple-minded. Wherever there are people, there will be fights. No, I have to thank Mr. Shacklebolt for taking care of me. It is only thanks to the protection of the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic that the wizarding world can be so stable and peaceful. The corners of Revere's mouth twitched inadvertently a few times. He was taking care of himself. During this period, he had left the task of hunting down the Death Eaters to the Black family. Unexpectedly, in the eyes of others, it was a thankless and life-threatening job, but John and the others were doing it successfully. The wizard team is nominally part of the Ministry of Magic, but its equipment is provided by the Black family. Magic props, wizard potions, dragon skin protective gear. Good guys, John and the others are eager to be armed to the toes. As long as traces of Death Eaters are found, it will be a lifeless pursuit, and the methods are extremely cruel. Except for the 3 unforgivable curses, other large spells are very easy to use. After the spanking, he had to be wiped by the Ministry of Magic. Since the arrival of John's team, Azkaban's business has become increasingly difficult. After all, their main purpose is to arrest people, and to put them on trial after they are captured. The Black family's purpose is to beat people to death. There are already many Aurors in the Ministry of Magic who have objections. 200 gold galleons a month, what are you doing with your life? If you are so powerful, don't you look like they are useless? Cole smiled and said nothing. Of course, he approved the actions of John and others. Everything in the wizard team belongs to him. Although he is an Auror in name, Fudge is a money-grubbing person. In fact, it is normal for Shacklebolt to have opinions. What no one knows is that most Death Eaters are pure blood. How many pure bloods are there in the wizarding world in England? It's not just those big families who came out, but they are all from pure blood families. Now that Voldemort has fallen, the Ministry of Magic is eyeing these people, hoping to take a bite out of them. This is why Shacklebolt has been obsessed with capturing these Death Eaters alive. As long as he is caught and put on trial, the pure blood family will have the leverage. There is no Death Eater in the Shacklebolt family, and he is not afraid of others using this to attack him. But with the appearance of John and others, not only was the power of the Auror office divided, but he was also unable to get any benefits. Shakur was at a huge loss. It is our duty, the Black family, to maintain the stability of the wizarding world. Before Levert could say anything, Cole's slogan was shouted out. Lucius was so embarrassed next to him that his toes were digging into the ground, and he had to maintain his aristocratic demeanor and try his best to hold back his laughter. Mr. Black is really a good man. Cole was also shameless and said directly, of course, in the entire English wizarding community, who doesn't know that I, Cole, am a kind person and like to worry about magic the most. I'm afraid Mr. Levert doesn't have enough Aurors. I still have a few people from the Black family who can be used. Mr. Levert, please don't be polite. It's your duty to do so. Elleville's smile froze on his face, and he sighed in his heart. These Black family members are really shameless, and they still want to rob someone at this time. Hey, who called me? Mr. Cole, I'm sorry, a colleague called me. Let's talk some other time. Elleville pretended that someone was calling him, quickly said goodbye to Cole, threw the wizard robe and ran away, walking in a hurry, for fear that Cole would leave him behind. Ha 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 ha, Cole didn't say anything, they are all human beings, how could anyone not know? Cole, you are really... Lucius sighed helplessly, the Black family really had a different air. It seems that serious entry into Gryffindor is no longer a priority in the Black family. After all, after thousands of years, a person from the Black family finally appeared who was playing tricks on his brain and being shameless. Lucius, you don't know what he wants to say, do you? He just wants my team of wizards to come back, and I won't agree to it. Cole rolled his eyes at Lucius. This guy likes to pretend to be confused while pretending to understand. How is that possible? Cole, we can rest assured when you do things, we just need to be careful not to let anyone get caught. Lucius put away his smile and whispered cautiously. Cole nodded. In fact, this matter was very simple. He accepted the commission from the Pureblood family and in exchange for part of the benefits, he promised to clean up the escaped Death Eaters for them. The Black family is responsible for cleaning up the Death Eaters from pureblood families, thus avoiding the possibility of them being blackmailed by Fudge and Ministry of Magic executives. They were even more afraid that people from the Ministry of Magic would learn some secrets from those people's legitimacy and from their family members. After all, the Ministry of Magic still has a greater appetite than the things handed over to the Black family. What's more, Cole couldn't understand that these purebloods were not afraid of fattening the Black family, but they were afraid of fattening the Ministry of Magic. But Cole is not interested in their things either. Wouldn't it be good to develop his own family in peace? Secrets? What pureblood family doesn't have secrets? I even heard that John and others had become Aurors, but they were the ones who took the initiative to contact Cole. How could Cole refuse if he could make money? Wouldn't it be great to earn extra money by wearing the garb of an Auror? Of course, what Cole said just now was not a joke, he was just testing the Aurors. Only when there are people in both the black and white circles can the Black family be more stable. By the way, how about that thing I told you before? Lucius straightened his crooked bow tie before he spoke. Don't worry, there is no problem anymore. The heir of the Black family would have taken a seat in the Wizengamot. It was just that Sirius was not interested before. Cole nodded, he was talking about becoming a member of the Wizengamot. The Wizengamot, the highest court, high court, and parliamentary organization in the wizarding world. Although it belongs to the legal department of the Ministry of Magic, it was established earlier than the Ministry of Magic, and its judicial power is higher than that of the legal department. It consists of about 50 members. During the trial, they will all wear purple wizard robes with a delicate W embroidered on the left chest. In the beginning, the members of the Wizengamot were all purebloods, or powerful and high-status wizards. Later, the Ministry of Magic was established. Many senior officials of the Ministry of Magic also joined, and mixed-race wizards began to appear among the members of the organization. However, the Ministry of Magic also agreed that the heirs of pureblood families would naturally have a place in the Wizengamot. As the Supreme Court, Cole would not miss this opportunity. Sirius, a prodigal son, even refused to join the Wizengamot when he came of age, giving up the Black family's position in the court. You must know that Dumbledore is the chief magician of the Wizengamot. Could it be that Sirius thought that with this backstage, he wouldn't have to go in by himself? How stupid. Outsiders are always unreliable. Only the power you have is your own. Cole nodded and said, "That's good. I've been really busy during this period, but I need to rest for a while. Mira is pregnant, and I have to take care of her." Cole still values his unborn child. What's going on in a big family with only one Black? How can the bloodline continue? Fortunately, Mira appeared, otherwise Cole would really not be able to find a suitable person to continue his bloodline. According to the Black family tradition, he was going to marry his cousin. Cole is so disgusted. Look at these idiots among the close relatives. Lyra is crazy, Sirius and Regulus are also paranoid. Fortunately, there is nothing serious wrong with me. Coming to the world of Harry Potter, Cole really couldn't find a wizard suitable for marriage. Of course, it was not that he was prejudiced against mixed-race wizards. But there are too few wizards in England. If the base is not enough, where will the beauties come from? Still the charming and enchanting Melas Yang. As for the future genius wizard Hermione, the eccentric Luna, the Veela-blooded Fleur, these are too young and inferior. Cole can only lament that he should leave them to his son. Yes, Cole thought that he had no chance, but his son still had a chance. For the Black family to flourish, his son must also contribute. Cole was still thinking happily about his daughter-in-law at this time, completely forgetting whether Mila was willing or not. Time passed, and at the Disley's house in the middle of Privet Drive, the unknown little Harry gradually grew up. Disley sat by the fireplace, reading the newspaper quietly. Oh, how can we live like this? Business is getting harder and harder. Petunia listened to Vernon's complaints without paying any attention, just staring at the two children in the crib. One is fat and the other is thin, the fat one is Dolly and the thin one is Harry. Dolly held his own bottle, and even reached out to grab Harry's. Little Harry held on to his bottle and refused to let go. Like my sister, it's really annoying. Although Petunia said so, she did not take out Harry's bottle. Vernon didn't care after hearing this. He didn't care about the child. It was a mercy on his part not to send Harry to an orphanage. In this way, the Disley family spent a quiet weekend. In a wilderness in Surrey County, several black shadows flew across the misty sky from time to time, and carriages appeared one after another on the ground. The Lucius family came in a carriage, and Narcissa looked at the scenery of Surrey, holding little Draco in her arms. No wonder Cole built the castle here. The scenery is really nice. Narcissa then looked at Lucius and said, "Have you been to his family's new castle? The Black family obviously has an old mansion. Why did Cole move out?" Lucius smiled and was always gentle in front of his family. The Black family's old house was where you grew up when you were a child. It's really a bit too small, isn't it? What's more, with the current size of the Black family, how difficult is it to build a new castle? Lucius thought of the development of the Black family in the past few months, which was unimaginable to him. Nocturn Alley had become the golden egg of the Black family. The horror team of the Ministry of Magic has also made countless achievements, and John Black's reputation has spread throughout the Ministry of Magic. I heard that Cole also opened a hair growth shampoo shop in Diagon Alley. Is he going to compete with the Potter family? Lucius had heard that Snape was a regular customer of that store, so he could ask about the situation and whether the Malfoy family might take a share. Although the Malfoy family is rich, they can't just sit back and live in vain, right? Narcissa, is there any precedent for multiple births in the Black family? Lucius looked at his wife with a strange expression. Yes, they were attending Cole's children's banquet today. Lucius nearly broke his wand when Cole told him he had 5 children. No one in the wizarding world has ever heard of the rumor that 5 children could be born at once. When I met Mira before, her belly was not that big. You must know that the heirs of pure-blood nobles have always been a problem. After all, in the entire wizarding world, the Weasley family has so many children. These are all born one by one, unlike Cole, who has 5 at once. Narcissa was speechless and said, "Lucius, the entire Black family has never had twins in the past 1,000 years, let alone quintuplets." Lucius lowered his head angrily. He had originally hoped that Narcissa would also have the ability to give Draco some younger brothers and sisters. In this way, the Malfoy family will flourish and there will no longer be a shortage of children. As for whether they can afford to raise them, just kidding, let alone a few, just dozens, the Malfoy family can still afford to raise them. "Master, here we are." The house elf's voice came in, and the carriage slowly stopped. The red castle suddenly appeared in front of Lucius. This was the first time he saw the new castle of the Black family. The castle, which is dozens of meters high, is intact. The red boulders seem to be naturally formed without any gaps. In the middle stands a huge tower that is 100 meters high. "Lucius, welcome, how are you? My new home is nice, isn't it?" Cole walked over with a smile. A few months later, his magnificent building was finally completed. These materials were a waste of his great efforts, and countless gold galleons were thrown into them. The tall tower in the middle exhausts the Black family's heritage. Yes, this is the Mage Tower. At the moment it was built, Cole could also feel the power emerging from his body. Although it was only a junior Mage Tower, Cole could already feel that he was invincible under the sky of the Black family. It's not easy for anyone to come. With the bonus of the Mage Tower, Dumbledore has to stay and plant flowers even when he comes. There are many more magical features of the Mage Tower, and Cole has not studied them thoroughly. Cole, congratulations, your castle is indeed magnificent. Ha 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 ha. Cole was also happy when he heard Lucius praise and led the two of them into the castle. That's right, it's two people, and Draco can be counted as half at most. Draco hid in Narcissa's arms, still looking at the outside world curiously, completely unaware that Uncle Black didn't treat him as a human being. The auditorium was already full of people, wizards were everywhere, and the one surrounded by people was none other than the prosperous Minister Fudge. There were also many pure-blood wizards who didn't care about this idiot at all, and stood aloof in the corner, looking at the fat peacock with its tail open. In fact, Cole didn't invite this guy Fudge at all. I don't know where he learned that Cole was going to hold a banquet for his children. This guy insisted on coming up and said he wanted to give Cole a gift. Of course Cole knew that Fudge just saw the Black family's booming business in Nocturn Alley and wanted a piece of the pie. What a greedy hyena that doesn't have much strength but still wants to bite people everywhere. If it weren't for Dumbledore's sake, many purebloods would have wanted to take this guy down. Cole didn't care. As long as Fudge didn't provoke him, with him as the Minister of Magic, England's Ministry of Magic would never be able to fully manage wizards. Wizards' laws are full of loopholes. For Cole, strength is the only evaluation value. Everyone, thank you for coming to the Black family's banquet. Today is the 100-day banquet for my son and daughters. It will also be announced that the Black family has become one of the shareholders of Hogwarts. Along with the warm applause, Fudge and other senior officials from the Ministry of Magic also applauded. Cole's move can be regarded as relieving the pressure on the Ministry of Magic. After all, the annual tuition subsidy for Hogwarts is a large amount of gold galleons. As for why Dumbledore didn't show up today, it's probably because the headmaster didn't like lively scenes. But he didn't reject Cole's proposal. After all, it was good for the students, and Dumbledore had no reason to disagree. Nowadays, whether it is Nocturn Alley, Diagon Alley, or the Ministry of Magic, the Black family is present. Although there are no people from the Black family in Hogwarts, this move can be considered to have had an impact. As for what Dumbledore would do, the old bee would not allow too much impurity in the school. Dumbledore always believed that the only thing a young wizard should do when he was a student was to study hard. After the applause, Mira held a baby in her arms, followed by several servants, and the 5 children of the Black family appeared. The wizards present all showed surprised expressions. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that the wizard could give birth to 5 children at once. What Mira was holding in her arms was Cole's eldest son, named Martin. The little boy had black hair and brown eyes, and looked around curiously with bright eyes. The wizards gathered around and looked at the children of the Black family. Unlike other babies, these little guys were very beautiful. The second son, Jerome, was sleeping in the arms of a servant, paying no attention to the loudest movements around him. The third son's class had a gloomy smile as if he was about to cry at any moment, and the servant had a bottle in his hand, ready to feed at any time. The eldest daughter Darlene neither cried nor fussed, and her younger sister Alice looked at everyone curiously. Cole, your children are quite beautiful. Lucius's praises rang out, especially when he looked at the 2 girls. His heart felt even more itchy, and he had the idea of giving Draco a sister. The Black family has a successor and is getting more and more prosperous. Yes, do you think the Black family is closely related to the Weasley family? Otherwise, how could they have so many children at once? You're not talking nonsense. Your cousin is from the Weasley family. Why didn't I see you give birth to a son? Isn't your cousin aunt? Neither are you? The 2 wizards below were in a frantic battle, and had a heated discussion about whether the Weasley family's bloodline could have more children. Cole didn't pay attention, but even if he heard it, he just smiled. After all, who in the wizarding world is not a relative with a relative, and even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. Cole brought his eldest son Martin over and looked at his children. After these sons were born, Cole used the system to observe them. Several children have pretty good magic talents. After all, they have Mira's bloodline and his talents. Not surprisingly, several children have inherited the blood of the shadow snake. Cole has learned from Mira that these children will awaken their innate magic in the future. In the wizarding world, there is little or no magic talent. Just think of Fleur's Vela talent, her inherent affinity and charm. Just when Cole was holding his eldest son to show off to Lucius and others, a sudden surge of magic appeared in the hall. The wizard who could come, the one who was not a leader in the wizarding world, immediately set his sights on Cole's arms. Little Martin stretched out his hand to touch the chandelier above his head, but saw that the chandelier moved automatically without any wind, and the sheet wrapping little Martin began to fall off. Cole also didn't expect that his son would stage a magic riot today. You should know that most young wizards only start riots when they are about 10 years old. The ones with better talent are only 7 or 8 years old, and they have never been able to have such magic power when they were still babies. Cole let go of little Martin, who was floating in the air. As Martin waved his little hand, countless wine glass tables rose up in the hall. Cole was confident that he could prevent the destruction during the riot, so he allowed his son to act. The remaining little ones looked at this magical scene and started to dance. It's a pity that magic power didn't emerge from his body like their elder brother. Merlin's beard, how is that possible? What the hell? All the wizards were amazed. As we all know, the magic power of the young wizard surges out because the magic power in the body reaches the threshold and cannot be controlled. It will be accompanied by large-scale destruction or uncontrollable magical phenomena. Martin Blake's magic riots can be controlled at will, which represents the innate control of magic. This kind of talent has never appeared in the wizarding world. With a wave of his hand, Cole returned the hall to its original owner, and stretched out his hand to hug little Martin back. The little guy wasn't having fun yet, and looked at his biological father impatiently. Cole's smile twitched at the corner of his mouth. This little guy might not have the traitorous gene. It seems that he will have a good education in the future. What to do if the child disobeys? Then he has to be served with a stick or a spanking. If he still disobeys, he will be spanked again. Cole didn't believe that he could still be manipulated by his son. Others didn't know that Cole had already figured out how to deal with his son, so they all gathered around to congratulate him. The Black family really has a little genius. Congratulations. With such magical power, he will definitely be a genius wizard in the future. My Shacklebolt family happens to have a girl. I wonder if the Black family is willing to bring the two families closer together. Cole listened to the compliments around him and said a few polite words, but something couldn't help but arise in his heart. My son Martin has the makings of an emperor? Fudge and other people from the Ministry of Magic did not dare to underestimate the Black family. Now that Cole has such an outstanding heir, the probability of the Black family's decline in the future is greatly reduced. They all came up to look at Martin and praised Merlin for his magic. In fact, it's not Merlin's magic, this old man counts as 6, but Mara's magic. The other children in the servants' arms were heartlessly excited. The second child, Jerome, didn't care at all and even found it noisy. The third class's little face showed unhappiness, the corners of his mouth turned down, his little fists clenched slightly, and a huge amount of magic power was about to rush out from his body, but he seemed to be restrained by something. As for Darlene and Alice, they were staring at Mara and couldn't bear to look away. The day's banquet was over, and the Black family's castle also ushered in tranquility. Cole was pleased but not surprised about Martin's talent. After all, Mela's talent was verified by the system. Unlike himself, Cole's strength came from Krypton Gold, and his original magic talent was not outstanding. The next day, the story about the Black family was published in the Quibbler newspaper. According to insiders, the eldest son of the Black family, Martin, is extremely talented. Just yesterday, there was a magic riot that almost blew up the Black family castle. Minister of Magic Fudge praised Martin Blake on the spot and called him the future of the wizarding world. What happened to the legendary wizard Dumbledore when he was little? Cole looked at the newspaper and was speechless for a while. He didn't expect that there are really many talents in the wizarding world. This kind of gossip has a beginning and an end. Cole was there when he blew up the castle. If his son could blow up the castle, Cole wouldn't have to mess around. Just kneel down to your son and chew him. Doesn't the Black family rely on him now? Depend on my son. Let's talk about it more than 10 years later. However, Cole saw the news in the newspaper that Dumbledore bombed Gorick Hollow when he was a child. I just don't know if it's true or not. Next time I meet the principal, I'll ask him, was he so fierce when he was a child? As time passed, the Black family slowly prospered in Cole's hands, and Nocturn Alley has almost become the back garden of the Black family. All kinds of Black transactions are carried out inside, and there is nothing you can't think of, and there is nothing you can't find in Nocturn Alley. Cole did not prohibit dark wizards from trading in Nocturn Alley, and even established rules. Incidents of gangsters in Nocturn Alley have not occurred for many years. There is even a wizard patrol of the Black family in Nocturn Alley, and any troublemakers will be wiped out. Dark wizards should not expect the legal protection of the Ministry of Magic and send you to Azkaban. The Black family will do it right in one step and send you to hell to meet Satan. Of course, Cole banned human trafficking in Nocturn Alley. You must know that some dark wizards like to buy some magical little wizards in order to conduct magic experiments. The little wizards who become experimental subjects naturally end up in, needless to say. Some of them have long since become humans and ghosts. Only then did Cole discover that Hogwarts admissions process was too rough. The parchment scrolls left behind by the 4 founders could automatically detect young wizards in England who had the right age and the right magic power. After that, Hogwarts sends out the admission notice. Before the start of school, the little wizard can decide with his parents whether he wants to go to school. Most young wizards will choose to go to school, but there are also some Muggle parents who don't want their children to go to a strange world. At this time, the Ministry of Magic will send people to delete the memories of these people. The young wizard does not have a wand and cannot do magic spells. After experiencing the magic riot, the magic power in the body has stabilized and will not have any impact in the future. Of course, the bodies of these little wizards will also be transformed by the magic power. But at best, they are healthier and smarter than Muggles, and they will achieve extraordinary achievements in the Muggle world, but they have no connection with the magical world. Students entering Hogwarts will be protected by the school and the Ministry of Magic, so they don't have to worry about being targeted by dark wizards. But those little wizards who are not protected still have magic power in their bodies, and they have become the best experiments for some dark wizards. Dark wizards often travel around and encounter Muggles who still have magical powers in their bodies. In the Muggle world, apart from large-scale weapons, there is really nothing else that can do anything but wizards. If you rob someone casually, the Muggle police can only report missing persons. Cole even discovered a loophole. People with different talents have different levels of magic power in their bodies. Most young wizards don't have enough magical power to be admitted to Hogwarts until they are 11 years old. But there are also people with extraordinary talents who can arrive a year or two early. But even if the magic level is reached, the parchment scroll at Hogwarts will wait until the age of 11 before issuing the notice. It was during this incident that some young wizards caught the attention of the Dark Wizard. Of course, those with good talents would usually be accepted as disciples by the Dark Wizard. After all, not all wizards in the wizarding world were born in Hogwarts, and Dark Wizards also have their own inheritance. Therefore, Cole felt that this parchment scroll was almost equivalent to a half-intelligence, and would only recruit students according to the original settings of the four founders. The wizarding world is surprisingly old-fashioned, which manifests itself in many aspects. Not only has no one innovated on magic spells for many years, but the textbooks have not changed for hundreds of years. It's not that wizards reject Muggle items, it's that they simply can't think of using Muggle ideas in their own world. The wizarding world is so closed that Cole even feels that wizards and Muggles are not the same species. Perhaps 100 years ago, a genius Muggle discovered electricity, and a series of changes that followed frightened the wizards at the time. Or maybe it's the Muggles who hunted down wizards in certain eras. Anyway, most wizards are very reluctant to come into contact with Muggles. Even some mixed-blood wizards are unwilling to return to the Muggle world after graduation. Feeling the power of wizards makes them not care about the material comforts of the Muggle world. However, as far as Cole knows, there are still many people in the Muggle world who cannot fill their stomachs. In the wizarding world, food is the most readily available thing. Magic potion cultivation can make crops grow quickly. Wizards don't need to worry about these, they can be planted directly by elves. No wonder Cole saw the Hogwarts cafeteria in his previous life, and every time he had a meal, the table was full of food. Hundreds of little wizards couldn't finish all the food, so the remaining house elves took it directly and brought new food the second time. Cole didn't understand this extremely wasteful behavior at first, but after understanding it, Cole knew that in the wizarding world, people would never starve to death. For the little mixed-race wizard, this alone is attractive enough. Not to mention the magic of magic in the wizarding world. Any half-blood wizard who has experienced power will develop a superior mentality towards Muggles. After all, no one cares about ants that can be easily killed. But Cole knew that the Muggle world now had weapons that could threaten the wizarding world. It's just that the area of life where wizards live is highly overlapped with that of Muggles. Even if Muggle executives know about the existence of wizards, they can't do anything about it. It's not like no wizard has controlled a Muggle Prime Minister. This kind of power makes Muggles fear and yearn for it. To put it simply, wizards are too flexible. Although large-scale weapons can harm wizards, wizards are not fools. You can run away by changing your shape at will, and you may be retaliated against in the future if you are so elusive. This is why Muggles can tolerate the existence of the wizarding world. Otherwise, people's hearts are greedy and they would rather destroy the power they cannot control. Unless a large number of wizards betray and defect to the Muggle side, only an insider can deal a blow to the wizarding world. For example, bombing Hogwarts, but with Dumbledore's presence, and Hogwarts being built by the four legendary wizards himself, there might be some protection means. So this is also impossible. The most that Muggles can give wizards is status and wealth, but for half-blood wizards, these statuses are useless. Gold and silver are useless. As long as any wizard puts some effort into it, he can live a better life than the nobles in the Muggle world. With the Imperius Curse, Muggles can easily acquire their property, and even their wives can donate it. So for now, the wizarding world is still very safe. The power that wizards control cannot be achieved by Muggle weapons. Unless you want to die together, the wizarding world will always exist. On the contrary, if a wizard wants to control the Muggle world, as long as the plan is in place, Muggle weapons will not be able to react at all. But so far, the wizarding world has never produced such a talent. No, it seems that there has been such a talent. Cole immediately remembered the title Dark Lord. But it was the first-generation Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald, a legendary wizard who threatened most of Europe. Old B. Dumbledore's good brother and old lover Gellert Grindelwald, the once famous wizard, is now imprisoned in Nurmengard. Grindelwald's declaration back then was to let wizards truly have their own status. The International Protection Act of the Wizarding World stipulates that wizards cannot cast spells in front of Muggles and must cover themselves as much as possible. Grindelwald believed that this law protected Muggles, not wizards. It is true that many wizards were persecuted at that time, but most of them were not caused by Muggles. After all, there was no large-scale war, and it was impossible for Muggles to defeat wizards on their own. Instead, many wizards used the international protection law to persecute their own kind and kill each other for profit. But Grindelwald always believed that wizards should not be afraid and hide like rats in the sewers, but should appear in front of the world and gain benefits and status through themselves. At the same time, during that period, Grindelwald and his followers came into contact with the Muggle government and committed numerous crimes. Its influence spreads across the United States and the European continent, leaving wizards who are unwilling to join to live in deep fear. Finally, Dumbledore was requested by many wizards to have a final duel with Grindelwald. After defeating Grindelwald, Grindelwald also promised not to leave Nurmengard for the rest of his life. The wizarding world has ushered in stability and peace, and the international protection law continues to stipulate that wizards cannot actively expose themselves to the Muggle world. In fact, according to Cole's understanding, Grindelwald's approach was a bit rough, but the concept was not wrong. In terms of the strength of wizards, few can bear to be restrained. On the contrary, they cannot gain their status in front of weak Muggles. Many people were beguiled by Grindelwald and believed that wizards should be superior to Muggles. But what Grindelwald wanted was to show wizards' abilities in front of Muggles and make them afraid, so that wizards could appear openly in front of the world. No need to hide yourself too much. But what Grindelwald failed to consider was human nature. Although Muggles did not have the power of wizards, they were still human beings. When Muggles are afraid of wizards, the first thing that comes to mind is not submission, but destruction. When Muggles learn about the power of wizards, they will become jealous and try to find ways to obtain this power. In the past, wizard hunting in the Middle Ages was because those in power wanted to obtain this power. But when it is found that it is impossible, Muggles will find ways to eradicate the roots and label wizards as heretics. With the technological strength of Muggles at that time, Grindelwald could definitely destroy the world. Don't underestimate the bad nature of humans. When they can't survive and may be enslaved by wizards, Muggles will definitely have the idea of dying together with wizards. What's more, in the wizarding world, Grindelwald does not have a unified idea. When the two forces are fighting, his own ass has not been wiped clean, and failure is inevitable. But the difference between Grindelwald and Voldemort is that Grindelwald is not bloodthirsty, and he still has certain restraints on himself. When a bad guy isn't bad enough, a good guy will be given a chance. Of course, the definition of good guys and bad guys is very complicated. So when Grindelwald imprisoned himself, his men were not hunted down by the Ministry of Magic of various countries. They just disappeared and some people were monitored. At this point, the events of the first generation of the Dark Lord came to an end. Dumbledore, who defeated the Dark Lord, also began to rise to fame, winning his own status and occupying a place in the world. Not talking about the love-hate relationship between the old B. Dumbledore and his lover Grindelwald, Cole felt that the wizard's mind seemed really different from that of ordinary people. In the 4th year after Voldemort disappeared, Cole held a birthday party for several children at Black Manor. The second son, Jerome, also rioted with magic and blew up his garden. The eldest daughter, Darlene, threw the house elf Kriaker into the sky in the 2nd year. The youngest daughter, Alice, destroyed half of Malfoy Castle when she attended Draco's birthday party there. Lucius's face dropped at that moment. Only Cole said that the Black family would bear all the losses, and the old boy was satisfied. However, the outside world made a fuss and analyzed several children of the Black family. It is said that the Black family will usher in prosperity. After all, the children are not squibs, and there is still a lot of noise about magic riots. Only Cole's third son, Ben, had a gloomy face all day long, and there was no magic riot for a long time. Until this year, when several children were 10 years old, there was still no movement in the class. The unscrupulous editors who played devil's advocate began to speculate that the Black family was about to produce a squib. Cole didn't pay much attention at first. He was busy with the Black family's business all day long, busy dealing with officials from the Ministry of Magic, and unscrupulously expanding the family's strength. But when he felt the magic within the class, Cole knew that things seemed a bit big. The magic power in the 10-year-old Ben's body was huge, and it increased exponentially over time. It was no longer the amount of magic power a little wizard could possess. After a surprise visit from Dumbledore, Cole learned that his son Ben might be an obscurus. In ancient times in the Middle Ages, wizards were hunted down. Many young wizards did not dare to reveal their magic power, so they chose to suppress it. In order to escape his bad luck, the little wizard suppressed his magical power, but due to lack of guidance, he could not control his magic. And in a high-pressure environment, the little wizard hated the power he had, and the derivative obscurus appeared. When they are physically or psychologically oppressed, they will have extremely painful emotions, which will greatly increase the dark power of obscurus. Until it becomes uncontrollable, the little wizard will lose control of his body and release all the dark energy in his body, causing great damage. But in this era, obscurus rarely appears. After all, even a mixed-blood little wizard does not have to suppress his own magic power. No one was chasing the little wizard. The wizarding world was well aware of the destructive power of obscurus. No one would want to possess this kind of uncontrollable magic. Even a dark wizard would not artificially create an obscurus, because when the obscurus breaks out, the first person to die is the creator. Even wizards are afraid of that kind of extreme hatred. So after Dumbledore left, Cole called Ben over for a closer inspection. He discovered that his son was not Mogoran, but was somewhat similar to Emoran. After all, Ben had lived in the Black family manor since he was a child, had no worries about food and clothing, and was accompanied by his brothers and sisters, so it was impossible for him to harbor hatred. Cole discovered that his son was just too talented. This kid had better talents than several other children. It's just that the body surface seems to be covered with a film, which suppresses the magic power in the body and refuses to be exposed at all. Cole lay on the sofa and looked at his son. Ben had been different from his brothers and sisters since he was a child. The eldest brother, Martin, is an optimistic person. He is the earliest in the magic riot, and his control over magic is far beyond ordinary people, and he is extremely talented. In these years, even when Cole was still young, the newspapers were touting Martin as the best successor to Black in history. Lucius was envious of Cole for having such a good boy. There are rumors in the wizarding world that having children should be done like Martin's words, which has inspired many pure-blood families to have children on a large scale. It can be said that Martin has also made a lot of contributions to the fertility rate in the wizarding world. The second child, Jerome, is really lazy. His talent in magic is not weak, and his talent in potions is inherited from Mela. He is better than his master. The eldest daughter Darlene, the eldest daughter of the Black family, has a proud personality and will not act like a spoiled child in front of Cole. As for Alice, she is the little marshmallow. She is beautiful and has a sweet mouth, and is deeply loved by Cole and Mara. Finally, there was Ben. The third child would never smile no matter what the occasion. Cole even suspected that this kid couldn't smile. I don't like to talk at ordinary times. I am willing to communicate only when I am with my family. The children of the Black family are relatively precocious and have passed the age of playing. Cole looked at Ben's thick long hair and said slowly, "Ben, what do you think about the magic power in your body?" Because Cole had no children in his previous life, he was very inexperienced as a father, but he also loved his children very much. Ben rubbed his little hands behind his back, his face expressionless, and he looked at his father before saying, "Father, will I really become Obscurus?" Ben is not a fool. Martin and others have long been able to cast spells with wands, but he is the only one who cannot. Children will always have some knots in their hearts. The calmness before was just the silence and pride of one person in the class. "Come over." Cole called Ben to him, pulled him over, and asked Ben to sit on his lap. The 10-year-old kid was still not light. "It's all because I don't care about you, Ben. You keep everything in your heart, so you have random thoughts." Ben was a little embarrassed. This was the first time Cole had seen the expression on his face. It seemed that the third child was not as indifferent as he usually showed. The servants or wizards of the Black family would not be so unruly. Even if Ben did not have a magic riot, no one would dare to neglect his son. It's just that the little guy is sensitive and thinks a lot. "Don't worry, I will help you solve it. No one can hurt you. You are my son. People in the Black family will not be mediocre." Cole's words made the 10-year-old little guy look excited for the first time. "Thank you, father. Brother, they also said that I am not a squib." Regarding Ben's matter, Martin and others were trying to figure out their own solutions. For the first time, Cole felt that he was a little careless. Protecting your family is what every Blake should do. If it were you, you would do the same, right? "Yes, father, I will protect my eldest brother and the others, as well as you and mother." After saying this, Ben lowered his head in embarrassment and left his mother alone. He knew how strong his father was. He rubbed Ben's head. Fortunately, the little guy was not as tidy as Snape. His hair is slippery and he is such an obedient child. "Okay, let's go play with them and leave the rest to me." Looking at Ben's brisk pace, Cole thought deeply about how to deal with the Obscurus. In the current wizarding world, there is no way to cure Obscurus, and it is usually directly destroyed. No one cares about how Obscurus was born. Wizards just know that this kind of power is not something they can covet. Looking through the mage's secret book in his mind, Cole bought this thing from the system 3 years ago for tens of thousands of gold galleons. It records the birth and use of magic power, and also contains a lot of research on mages. Cole's strength improvement over the years was mostly obtained by studying the mage's secret code. After all, the power acquisition in the wizarding world is a bit too Buddhist. Can you believe that there is no method of cultivation in the wizarding world? Most wizards wait for the magic power of their bodies to become stronger with age. There are some geniuses who think of using magic potions to enhance their own magic power. But this is also a one-time use, and it will be useless the second time you drink the medicine. After reading the mage's secret book, Cole discovered that Ben's situation was not hopeless. In the world of mages, this situation is not uncommon. Just by infusing magic power through the Mage Tower and opening up the connection between the body and the outside world, the magic power in the body can be used naturally. However, the required materials still require some effort, and the Mage Tower itself has them. Although Cole's Mage Tower has not been upgraded in recent years, it is sufficient. Just when Cole found the solution and felt relaxed, an owl suddenly bumped into the window. Cole stood up, opened the window, looked at the silly bird, and took down the letter. It turned out to be a letter from the Ministry of Magic, summoning Cole. Looking at the seal of the Ministry of Magic, Cole knew in his heart that it was probably the old guy Dumbledore who had done this. The emergence of a suspected Obscurus in the wizarding world is a big event. The destructive power of the Obscurus can destroy a city. John was in the Horror department with the Black family's wizard team. Now that no news has come back, Cole knew that Fudge was responsible. Cole has been feeding Fudge a lot over the years, and even when the Ministry of Magic summoned Fudge, there was no news. It seemed that after so many years of stability, some people had forgotten how the Black family got its reputation. Fudge also began to be dishonest, remembering that last time Fudge actually proposed that Nocturn Alley be included in the supervision of the Ministry of Magic. Cole knew that this guy was greedy. Nocturn Alley has been a place where dark wizards gather and trade for hundreds of years. The Ministry of Magic has neither the strength nor the willingness to manage it. Now that I see the Black family managing Nocturn Alley in an orderly manner, I just want to pick peaches. In this case, it depends on whether your teeth are strong or not. Walking to the living room, Mira was studying with several children. When she saw Cole coming out, several little ones stood up to greet him. Cole was very satisfied. Compared with what he had learned, Mira's education was more professional. In the world of mages, the training of young mages was standardized. Far better than the Hogwarts education model. Learn from your mother and don't mess around. I'm going out for a while. Don't worry. After finishing speaking, he watched Mira nod, the two kissed, and Cole came to the fireplace. As soon as the flue powder was thrown, green flames rose, and Cole disappeared into the living room. Martin and the other little guys watched Cole disappear, and then reinvested in Mira's teachings. In the lobby of the Ministry of Magic, Cole walked out and looked around. The wizards of the Ministry of Magic were working normally and nothing major happened. Cole did not go to Fudge's office, but went to the Horror department. John's status in the Horror department was not low now. In addition to the Black family, there were many Horrors attached to him. After all, relying on the Ministry of Magic's salary alone, many wizards are still strapped for cash and cannot support their families solely on wages. The treatment of John's team is well known to the Ministry of Magic. It is sponsored by the family and no one can find any reason to object. Knock on the door and go in. John is taking care of things. Master, you are here. Cole nodded in response and sat on the sofa in the office. Is anything big happening these days? The Ministry of Magic is operating as usual. There is nothing major. A lot of people came today. The people below said they all went to Fudge's place. John was standing beside him and being honest, Cole knew what happened to Ben. It must be Fudge who wanted to cause trouble. I understand. I'll go now. You can gather the people together and be ready at any time. John didn't question it and immediately obeyed and went to summon the wizard. In addition to his office, Cole took a leisurely stroll to Fudge. When he opened the door, he saw Fudge and Dumbledore sitting together drinking tea. The minister is in a good mood. The principal is also here. I wonder if you want to see me for something important. Cole was not polite and sat down opposite Fudge, staring at Fudge, the greedy fat pig. Dumbledore smiled and said nothing. Fudge glanced at Dumbledore and then said slowly, Cole, don't worry, let's try my black tea first. Dumbledore said it's good. Cole watched Fudge wave his hand and a cup of hot tea was placed on the table. But Cole didn't move, he just looked at Fudge and Dumbledore coldly, and the atmosphere instantly solidified. Fudge couldn't help but swallow, but didn't dare to say a word. Principal, did the Black family fail to entertain you that day when you came to visit? Cole's words directly made Dumbledore's smile freeze slightly. He also knew that Cole was afraid that Cole would already know something if he suddenly called him here today. Cole, I am deeply sorry for what happened to your child, but you have to know that the harm caused by the Obscurus in the wizarding world for hundreds of years is unacceptable. Dumbledore rubbed the ring on the man's hand and continued. It's been hard to settle down over the years, and you don't want to make trouble again, right? Cole smiled. The old bee was beating around the bush. Wasn't he just talking about Ben being Obscurus? Still want to kidnap me morally? Does the stability of the wizarding world have anything to do with my Black family? Mr. Dumbledore, I forgot to remind you that I will take care of the Black family's affairs myself and you don't need to worry about it. He turned to look at Fudge again. There's no need for the Ministry of Magic to worry about it. Cole refused forcefully. Dumbledore and Fudge had already been prepared. After these years of dating, they also knew what kind of person Cole was. Cole, you must know that past painful experiences tell us that danger must be contained in the bud, otherwise many people will be harmed. Dumbledore started giving lessons again. Then I would like to ask Principal Dumbledore, why didn't you kill Voldemort when he was a student, so that not so many people would die in the future? Cole simply lifted the fig leaf. Dumbledore always had a strange sense of mission, but was hesitant to deal with things. When the Dark Lord was mentioned, Fudge's face twitched and he did not dare to speak. Dumbledore's eyes gradually became sharper, and he looked at Cole coldly. Cole showed no signs of weakness and responded to the famous White Wizard. What is there to be afraid of? All disasters are caused by the incompetence of those in power. I am capable of handling it. What position does the principal stand in telling me that he wants to kill my son? A huge amount of magic flowed around Cole, and the teacup on the table was shaking with ripples. Calm down, Cole. I just asked you to come here to discuss and deal with this matter. Dumbledore made no other movements, but looked at Cole quietly and said comforting words. Cole was speechless for a moment. If the principal had a real duel with him, Cole wouldn't say anything. However, Dumbledore has considerable strength, but he always thinks of other ways to solve problems. This kind of underhand tactics made Cole very uncomfortable. Cole, you are also a member of the Wizengamot. You should know the criteria for opening a meeting. Let's go, someone is waiting. As the chief counselor of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore certainly has the right to call meetings. Cole did not expect that in this short period of time, Dumbledore would be able to convince those members. It seemed that the strength of the Black family had made some people afraid. Pay papa. Cole applauded. The principal is worthy of being a principal. He can think of recruiting people to put pressure on me in such a short period of time. It seems that the Black family's intransigence is not enough. Cole stood up directly and walked towards the tribunal. Cole had never participated in the Wizengamot conference in all these years. Unexpectedly, the first time I participated, I would be the one being judged. Cole didn't intend to let Ben show up. Ben was still just a child, and he, as a father, had the responsibility to protect him from the wind and rain. If he couldn't even protect his own son, he would really be in vain. A group of 3 people hurriedly arrived at the trial court. There were already people sitting and waiting in the room. Wizards from major pure-blood families, wearing red wizard robes, looked at Cole condescendingly. In the crowd, Cole saw Lucius's presence. At this time, Lucius looked at Cole with a complicated expression and anxiously stroked the scepter in his hand. Fudge also sat in his own position, and Dumbledore took the chief position. Clang with the sound of a hammer, the meeting officially started. Today's meeting was held to discuss the fact that Ben Black, as an Obscurus, seriously threatens the security of the wizarding world. Cole, do you want to defend Ben Muren's identity? Dumbledore's voice was carried through the speakers and echoed throughout the Inquisition. No disagreement. Cole knew that his son was not Obscurus, but in the eyes of wizards, the magic power in the body could not communicate with the outside world, and it doubled as he grew older. If not Obscurus, what else could it be? Hearing Cole admit Ben Morant's identity, everyone on the stage looked satisfied. Many malicious looks followed. Cole knew that the goal of these people was not only to eliminate the Obscurus, but also to tear a piece of flesh from the Black family. In this case, according to the wizard regulations, the way Obscurus is dealt with should be destroyed as soon as possible. Everything is to ensure the safety of wizards. Cole, do you have any objections? Dumbledore brought dozens of wizards to exert pressure and tried to decide a person's life or death in the Inquisition. Of course. Cole responded loudly. Cole below the court looked at Dumbledore above. Cole thought he was a kind old man with a kind appearance, but he never expected that he would attack a 10-year-old child. In fact, Cole was not shocked by today's scene. Anyone who had come into contact with Dumbledore would praise his personality. But Cole knows that Old B is neither a good person nor an evil person. He will always be at the intersection of good and evil. Dumbledore is also inexplicably paranoid about certain things. Perhaps after experiencing the Grindelwald incident, Dumbledore is committed to maintaining the stability of the wizarding world. But again, he once allowed Voldemort to grow up, knowing that things were irreversible before he wanted to stand up and clean up the mess. Although others couldn't see this kind of avoidance, Cole knew that Dumbledore was an extremely contradictory person. Of course I have objections. You just held a meeting and tried to decide the life or death of my child. As a father, I will never allow this to happen. Cole was not afraid of the pressure of the Wizengamot and stood in the courtroom and spoke loudly. Cole, I also know that it is too cruel for a child, but you have to know that no Obscurus can live past the age of 10. Once it breaks out, Ben will lose his sense of autonomy and become a demon. Dumbledore stood high, as if on the side of justice. Of course this kind of justice means nothing to Cole. Ben is not Obscurus. The Black family has a way to solve the magic in his body. Cole's words silenced the Inquisition for a moment. Some of them had met Ben, but it was Dumbledore who told them the rumors about Obscurus. The courtroom began to whisper. Cole Black, how can you guarantee that your child is not a child? What if the Obscurus breaks out and threatens the wizarding world? Cole looked for the person who was speaking. There was a wizard sitting on the right side. The evil intentions in his eyes had already poured out, but Cole didn't need to worry about it. It turns out to be little Avery. The Avery family is a member of the Holy 28 clan. The family is not very powerful, but it is still worthy of its reputation. Old Avery was Voldemort's friend, and he followed Voldemort's footsteps closely. No wonder little Avery targeted him. John's team killed his father with his own hands and didn't even give him a chance to be tried, let alone imprisoned in Azkaban. Is the Everly family going to declare war on the Black family? Little Avery's expression changed. He was just looking for trouble with Cole, not declaring war with the Black family. Little Avery could only turn his gaze to Dumbledore. When two families declare war, many lives and deaths are at stake. The Everly family does not have the strength. Cole stared at little Avery coldly, putting pressure on the Wizengamot Council. These wizards didn't expect Cole to declare war casually, and they were just dragged by Dumbledore to solve the Obscurus matter. Of course, there are also people who want to take a piece of meat from the Black family. After all, the Black family's wealth has become famous in the wizarding world. Cole, please don't say anything like declaring war. The wizarding world needs stability. We all hope that this matter can be resolved peacefully. I don't see any intention of you wanting to resolve the matter peacefully. The interests of pure-blood wizards come first. Seeing Cole's current attitude, they did not dare to say anything. After all, if the matter was not handled well, they would be attacked again. The counselors all turned their attention to Dumbledore. In their hearts, they could only rely on Dumbledore's strength to suppress Cole. The name of the White Wizard is still very useful. Dumbledore hasn't taken action for a long time, but no one can ignore the headmaster's spell. When Voldemort was at his peak, he did not dare to attack Hogwarts in front of the principal. From this, we can imagine Dumbledore's strength. It's not that Dumbledore didn't have a wizard duel with Cole in his mind, but he could feel the magic and confidence in Cole's body. He had never seen this kind of confidence even in Tom. There was always an inexplicable feeling among top wizards. Dumbledore could vaguely feel that Cole's strength was not inferior to his. For such uncertain matters, Dumbledore's usual approach is to delay until things become clear. Cole didn't care about a battle with Dumbledore, as the magic in his body seemed to be excited. During the stalemate between the two parties, a person from the Ministry of Magic came in, ran to Fudge and whispered a few words. Fudge said in disbelief, Cole, John, and the others are Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. How can you transfer them at will? As soon as these words came out, the members of the Wizengamot also began to panic. The reputation of John's team was gained by killing, and many wizards died at their hands. Does Cole really dare to pit the Black family against the entire Ministry of Magic? Mr. Minister, what you said is wrong. How can I dispatch the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic? John and the others are just going home, why should they be so nervous? Fudge's mouth twitched. Go home? Have you ever seen dozens of fully equipped Aurors go home together? Are you sure that's going home and not killing people? Fudge had begun to regret a little. He didn't expect the Black family to be so loyal. You must know that many years ago, he began to win over John and others. He felt that the Ministry of Magic was the best platform compared to the Black family. John's attitude towards him over the years once made Fudge think that he was still attractive. Completely forgetting that if it weren't for Dumbledore's support, the minister would never have gotten his turn. Unexpectedly, he was tricked by John and the others and all his gold galleons were wasted. Dumbledore also understood that it was impossible to make Cole bow his head today, and the Black family was fully preparing for war. Even if he can hold Cole back, what about the others? Dumbledore had also heard of the wizard team's combat effectiveness. It's impossible to win with those Aurors from the Ministry of Magic. As for these pure-blood nobles, not to mention, they will not take action if there is no benefit. At most, they will follow and wave the flag to see which side has the advantage. Cole, stop it. You can handle Ben's matter yourself. You said you could ensure that the wizarding world would not be destroyed. Cole knew that Dumbledore had compromised, and the old bee was being held hostage for the rest of his life. Whether it's Grindelwald or Tom, Dumbledore's feelings are always complicated. I will handle the affairs of the Black family myself, so you don't need to worry about it. From today on, any action against the Black family will be regarded as a declaration of war. I remember you, little Mr. Avery, and I hope we can coexist peacefully in the future. After Cole said that, he left directly, leaving everyone looking at each other. Little Avery looked as if he had eaten Merlin's shit. His face was extremely ugly. Fudge walked into the office angrily and swept the papers off the table. That's too presumptuous. He can command the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic however he wants. Are there any rules? Fudge didn't look back, and Revel Shacklebolt, who followed, saw this scene and just closed the office door. He looked at Fudge's incompetence and rage with disdain. Fudge's performance over the years had long disappointed the officials of the Ministry of Magic. Not only was he greedy for money, but he was also incompetent, so he could only rely on Dumbledore to make ends meet. Mr. Minister, why should you be angry? As the director of the Auror department, I didn't say anything. Fudge turned his head, stared at Levert, and said, as the director of the Auror department, the people under you do not obey the orders of the Ministry of Magic. This is a serious dereliction of duty. How can there be someone like you in the Shacklebolt family? Elivel had an indifferent expression at first, but when he heard Fudge talking about the Shacklebolt family, his expression instantly dropped. As a pure-blood wizard, family honor is above all else. This is something that every member of the Shacklebolt family must remember. Mr. Minister, their salaries are not paid by the Ministry of Magic. Do you think no one knows how many galleons you have embezzled over the years? Fudge frowned slightly. He and Cole were the only ones who knew about this matter. Unexpectedly, Elivel, the poisonous scorpion, discovered it. Seeing Fudge slowly sit down, Elivel also came to him. Mr. Minister, it was you who allowed the Black family to enter the Ministry of Magic. Now it has become a climate change. The responsibility should be on you. You are derelict in your duty. If news about the minister's corruption appears in the newspaper tomorrow, I wonder if you can still sleep. Levert's ghostly voice reached Fudge's ears like a devil. Fudge couldn't help but become afraid. There were many people who were dissatisfied with his position, and if it was published in the newspaper, his position would be gone, and Dumbledore would never come out to speak for him. Fudge also knew what kind of person Dumbledore was. He cherished feathers. In the past, he just pretended not to notice. What do you want to do? Do you want to deal with Cole? I can help you. He can't lose his position as Minister of Magic, but he can help the Shacklebolt family deal with Cole. In this case, both sides will lose, and it will be good for him. Elivel smiled contemptuously and said, Mr. Minister, do you think I am stupid? The Black family is in the ascendant. John and the others are so loyal to Cole. I have seen it today. Do you think it would be more beneficial for me to deal with the Black family, or to cooperate with the Black family? Levert stood in front of the table with his arms propped up, his eyes like those of a wild animal. As long as the minister can facilitate the Shacklebolt family on some matters, you are still the Minister of Magic. Fudge was a little scared, his fat body was trembling, and he said after a long time, Okay. Levert walked out of the minister's office with satisfaction. After a long time, the secretary entered. Fudge's anger and fear slowly subsided with the help of the secretary. Outside the fireplace in the hall, Cole was not surprised. Although what happened today was sudden, Dumbledore always did it after planning. Today was just to test his bottom line and really give Dumbledore a chance to come to Black Manor. Cole is absolutely confident that he can take down Dumbledore with the Mage Tower. By then the entire wizarding world will be afraid. 2 generations of Dark Lords didn't do anything to Dumbledore. If he was taken over by the Black family, there would definitely be a family that would pack their bags and run out of England overnight. Rule the wizarding world of England? It's a good idea, but there are still too few people in the Black family. If you can't beat them, you can run away. There are only a few wizards in the world. When the time comes, the Black family will be the only ones left in the wizarding world. What's the point of playing around with them? Just as Cole was about to walk into the fireplace, Lucius caught up with him. Cole, wait a minute. What's wrong? Cole turned back and looked at Lucius coldly. He didn't believe that Lucius had no time to inform him after receiving the news, but he could imagine that Lucius did everything for the benefit of the Malfoy family. Unlike the Black family, they have less contact with other pure blood families. The Malfoy family's business is intertwined with many families, and the interests involved are intricate. Cole, it happened so suddenly. I didn't know about the meeting until I got to the Ministry of Magic. Listening to Lucius' explanation, Cole showed no expression. It's okay, it's just a small thing, I can solve it. Listening to Cole's slightly distant words, Lucius couldn't help but regret it. With just a thought, the Malfoy family and the Black family were far away. Do you really have a solution for those bodies? Don't underestimate the dark power of Obscurus, it will really destroy the Black family. Lucius, you have met Ben many times over the years. Do you think he has a dark heart? It was not that Lucius didn't hear the meaning of Cole's words. He also knew that the birth of Obscurus usually occurs when young wizards are persecuted and have extreme hatred in their vests to produce dark power. Although Ben usually doesn't talk much, he has a good relationship with Draco. Several children of the Black family often go to Malfoy Manor to play with Draco. I understand, as long as you can solve it. Avery has to be careful about John killing his father and hating the Black family all these years. This time it was not without gain. Cole also knew about Avery's evil intentions today. The main business of the Avery family is Quidditch, and Cole certainly understands this wizarding sport. Although I don't understand why wizards like to chase balls on broomsticks, I respect them. Even the Quidditch competition has a lot of prize money and a lot of wizards watching it. There are many Quidditch fans in the wizarding world. Just like football in the Muggle world, other industries derived from the Quidditch game make many pure blood families jealous. Cole knew how much money the Everly family could make just from pre-game betting alone. Of course, this industry is not just owned by the Everly family, other families are also involved. Since they were the ones who provoked me first, they have to pay the price. I am not a good person. Cole has decided to intervene in the sport of Quidditch. The wizarding world's operating methods are too crude. The true capabilities of the sport are not being explored. In this case, Cole will not give up on adding a golden chicken that can lay eggs to the family. Well, good luck to you. Lucius looked at Cole's back faintly, but in his heart he was praying for little Avery, and felt sorry for the Avery family. There's nothing good to be gained from messing with Cole. In the Black Manor, several opal-eyed dragons were tied up with chains by the wizards of the Black family and were waiting in the open space. This is not the first time for Martin and other little guys to see creatures like dragons, but children are still very interested in magical creatures. Brother, look at how big this one is and how cute it is. Can I keep one? Alice's soft voice sounded, and one hand was still holding Martin's sleeve. Alice, who was wearing a pink skirt, did not feel that the Australian opal-eye dragon was dangerous at all. Martin looked at his sister dotingly and sighed inwardly at Alice's aesthetics. Is this cute? Alice, dragons are very dangerous creatures. Mother won't let you raise them. I can find you a beautiful owl to raise, okay? Alice's pretty little face wrinkled up. She didn't like owls, she liked bigger pets. Jerome, who was wearing a small black suit next to him, looked lazily at the dragon in front of him and said with a bit of helplessness, Alice, this is used to treat Ben's body. Without these Australian protein dragons, Ben's body will not recover. After hearing what her second brother said, Alice turned to look at Ben, feeling sad in her little heart. She had never seen the third brother showing such an expression, eager and excited. You must know that most of the time, the third brother is expressionless and doesn't care about anything. Only today did she realize that the third brother was not as cold as he appeared. She remembered that no matter what good things she had before, her brothers and sisters had given them to her. Alice took Ben's hand sensibly. Third brother, your illness will be cured soon. Ben also held his sister's little hand tightly and looked at the tall tower in the middle of the manor. His father said that after today, he would be able to use the magic power in his body. In the past, when I watched my brothers and sisters cast spells, I didn't care on the surface, but I was really longing for them on the inside. After noon, Cole led a few people to the inside of the Mage Tower. Countless inscriptions were engraved in the Mage Tower, and countless rare materials were placed on the high platform in the middle. Dumbledore is here, Master. Wright came to Cole and brought news about Dumbledore. Cole directly asked Dumbledore to be brought over. Cole invited Dumbledore to watch, just to reassure the old bee, otherwise he might prove to be thinking about his son in the future. Cole has never doubted Old Bee's calculation ability. Old Bee is a figure who can plan for 10 years. The children of the Black family will definitely go to Hogwarts in the future, if the class issue is not resolved. When they arrived at Hogwarts, it was Dumbledore's territory. Cole didn't want to have an accident, so he wanted to let Dumbledore see the magic of the Wizard's Tower. It also shows his strength. Cole is not afraid that Dumbledore will think that he is a threat to the wizarding world. After all, he is not like Voldemort and Grindelwald, who are alone. Cole, I didn't expect the Black family to have such a magical building. Dumbledore came from a distance. As a legendary wizard, he could feel the power surging in the Mage Tower. This kind of power is somewhat similar to the magic power in a wizard's body, but he can feel the purity in it. Dumbledore has never been a pureblood family. After all, the Dumbledore family is also one of the 28 sacred families. The family heritage is also one of the important factors that make Dumbledore what he is today. Principal, I said that the Black family has the ability to solve Ben's problems, not to mention that Ben is not obscurus. Dumbledore did not refute Cole's explanation. He did not care whether the magic power in Ben's body would be transformed into obscurus. He was only concerned about whether Ben would threaten the wizarding world. But seeing the Mage Tower today, Dumbledore's curiosity arose. From the day Cole returned to England, the first time he saw Cole, he didn't feel that Cole was different. But when Cole returned to the Black family, the power he displayed was beyond what a wizard of his age could possess. During the battle in Nocturn Alley, Dumbledore had already seen Cole's power, and he couldn't help but wonder what Cole had gotten outside to cause such a huge change. No time wasted. Ben, stand up. Ben clenched his fists and stepped onto the high platform as if he was dead. At Cole's command, the dragon's wail came from outside the Mage Tower, and flowing blood appeared in the magic grooves in the tower. The golden blood gradually filled the Mage Tower as it flowed. Cole took out the unicorn's horn from his arms, and the white horn flashed with holy light. Don't get me wrong, this is not because Cole killed the unicorn. Killing this holy magical creature with your own hands will usher in a curse. This thing is a treasure of the Black family. It has been passed down for many years, and it is finally put to use today. Countless precious materials flew up to the high platform, and were reduced to ashes under the influence of the Mage Tower, and turned into mana. Everyone in the tower felt the breeze blowing and their hair flying. There can't be a phoenix in the sealed tower, it's just flowing magical power that forms the substance. Dumbledore can naturally feel the magic power beating around him, and as a great wizard, he can even feel the power in Cole's body now. Even he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion in his heart. Cole picked up the wand and drew it in the air. As Cole carved, countless magic inscriptions appeared in the air and flew to Ben's side. Wow! The children, Martin and Jerome, opened their mouths wide when they saw such a magical scene. What few people in the tower didn't know was that the moment Cole activated his magic, there was an abnormal sound at the top of the tower. The sky became dark, and countless thunder and lightning struck down, gathering at the top of the tower. The appearance of the Mage Tower was surrounded by blue and white thunder and lightning. The wizards of the Black family looked at the Mage Tower and silently moved the body of the Australian Proteosaur out. On the high platform in the tower, Ben had already closed his eyes tightly, with a somewhat painful expression on his young face. The cold sweat left behind and evaporated directly. Cole didn't feel distressed and just repeated the operation just now. Until the magic power inside the Mage Tower reached its peak, a spell was uttered, and all the energy poured into Banzioxio's body. The barrier inside the squad was instantly broken, and after a roar, the Mage Tower fell into silence. Cole walked to the high platform. Ben had fainted at this time. After careful inspection, Cole knew that he had succeeded. Martin, Jerome, Darlene, and Alice also trotted up and looked at Ben with concern. Dumbledore shook his head, waking up from the magical shock just now. As a great wizard, he felt far more than just a few children. You succeeded, Cole. Magic is really amazing. It always surprises people. Cole smiled, sent Ben back to his room, and took Dumbledore to the study. In the study, Dumbledore smiled and looked at the house elf Kriaker who was serving black tea. There were thousands of house elves in the Hogwarts kitchens, and Dumbledore did not discriminate against these guys. Unlike most wizards in the wizarding world, Dumbledore was always tolerant in some aspects. The spell cast just now was nothing to Cole. His face was not red and he was out of breath. Cole, it seems that in some aspects, you have achieved quite a lot. Cole took a sip and spoke calmly. How can I compare with you, the principal? Who in the entire wizarding world doesn't know that the principal is the most famous wizard? Ha ha ha, it's just a fluke. There are still many people who are better than me. Dumbledore's words reminded Cole of the Dark Lord, not the noseless image of Tom in the future, but Cole had met Tom Riddle in school. Tom used to be majestic and friendly, and he would always smile and discuss the mysteries of magic with his classmates. It was only later that his temperament became darker and darker, until he embarked on the road of no return as a Horcrux. Why does Cole think of Tom when Dumbledore talks about someone not weaker than him? That's because Tom's talent is really good. Whether it's the defense against the dark arts class or the charms class, even in the potions class, Tom is the most conspicuous presence. No professor would refuse to teach a gifted little wizard. Not to mention Tom's very deceptive face. In Cole's memory, Tom was really handsome when he was a boy. Even Gryffindor girls have sent love letters to Tom. It's just that Senior Tom always refuses, and most people think that Tom is focused on magic. But Cole knew that the beautiful Senior Tom just didn't know how to love. Even most relationships are obstacles and restrictions for Tom. Maybe the adult Voldemort is not as strong as Dumbledore, which is why Hogwarts has always been safe. But in terms of talent, if Voldemort is given time, he will definitely reach Dumbledore's level. During that period, Senior Tom's rule was based on more than just a declaration that purebloods were above all else. It was the unparalleled black magic strength that made those pureblood nobles fearful. Thinking of this, Cole cleared away the distracting thoughts in his mind, looked at Dumbledore quietly and said, "Why use the Wizengamot tribunal to try ban? You know the matter has not reached that point yet." Cole questioned Dumbledore. To be honest, he was very dissatisfied. Suddenly one day Dumbledore came to his home. It's just that newspapers outside reported that the class was 10 years old and there was no magic riot yet, but in the wizarding world, not every child has magical talent. Even if Ben becomes a squib, it will only be a small episode in the Black family. For today's descendants of the Black family, a small squib will not affect the family's inheritance. However, Dumbledore came to the door and quickly determined Ben's identity as Obscurus before Cole could react. The Wizengamot meeting was held directly, and there were still so many people participating. You must know that in this era, whether it is the Muggle government or Ministry of Magic officials, there is a lot of delay in handling the incident. The efficiency of the Ministry of Magic is well known. The Wizengamot Council is the highest court in the wizarding world in England, and it is very troublesome for Dumbledore to convene it even as the chief wizard. But these people came so quickly. If Dumbledore didn't pay a certain price, he wouldn't have been able to come so quickly. After Cole finished speaking, Dumbledore looked slightly embarrassed. He was too anxious to handle this matter. Cole, have you seen the real Obscurus? Cole didn't respond. Of course he hadn't seen it. The atmosphere was slightly frozen. Dumbledore knew that if he couldn't give Cole an explanation today, he might not be able to leave Black Manor. He was not afraid of Cole alone, but after seeing the magic of the Wizard's Tower, Dumbledore was not sure how deep the Black family's water was. A wizard of his level should have more respect for unknown magic. Dumbledore spoke slowly. Many years ago, there was an Obscurus beside a great wizard. His name was Credence. Miraculously, he was the only Obscurial to survive to adulthood. Unfortunately, too, he was lost to the power. Dumbledore refused to name the great wizard, but Cole knew that man was Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord. Cole said nothing, and Dumbledore seemed to be lost in memories. During that catastrophe, he killed many people and used the power of Obscurus. I can't forget that power to this day. The overwhelming black fog seems to be staring at your soul. As the only adult Obscurus, I thought he could control the power within his body, but it was disappointing. In the end, he was swallowed by the dark power, Dumbledore said and looked into Cole's eyes. Cole, you should know about Ban's talent. The children in the Black family are some of the most talented children I have ever seen. If Ban is really the Obscurial, relying on the power of the Black family to survive to adulthood, the day when he cannot control the power in his body may be the day when the Black family and even the wizarding world suffer. You don't want your other children to get hurt either, do you? Dumbledore said that Cole understood here. It was because Old B had seen the destruction caused by Credence that he was so nervous, fearing that such a person would appear again in the wizarding world. But as far as Cole knows, Credence seems to be a member of the Dumbledore family. Is the Dumbledore family naturally prone to Obscurus? Albus Dumbledore's sister is also an Obscurial, but he died in Godric Valley due to an accident. This Credence seems to be the son of Aberforth Dumbledore. In that case, would he be Albus Dumbledore's nephew? The bloodline transmission in the wizarding world is sometimes really hard to describe, but in this case, Cole also knew that Dumbledore was not targeting the Black family. It was just his inner sense of justice that made the principal target the class. Now that Ben's body has been resolved, what Dumbledore feared will not happen. I understand, that's the end of the matter. As for the other principals, they are not interested in taking care of it, right? Dumbledore was a smart man, and of course he knew that Cole was talking about little Avery's speech in court. I am only responsible for teaching students, not an official of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore blinked after saying this. Needless to say, Cole understood the meaning. The two had a peaceful tea time, and Dumbledore returned to Hogwarts. In the sky outside Black Manor, Cole was riding a broomstick teaching Martin and several other children to fly. Cole, who had never touched a broomstick, was able to perform many actions in a short period of time. Needless to say, I thought wizards riding broomsticks were stupid before, but I didn't expect that it was really fun to play it myself. Especially when flying close to the grass, it is still very exciting. Martin, Ben, and his two daughters looked at their father with admiration. Jerome's eyes almost closed. Jerome, didn't you go to bed early yesterday? Why are you sleepy again? The eldest brother Martin looked at Jerome helplessly, wondering if Jerome was the reincarnation of a sleeping dragon. Brother, good sleep can ensure growth. Look at you, you are shorter than me because you don't sleep well. Jerome looked like someone who had come before him, which made Martin roll his eyes. Martin saw that Jerome was a head taller than him, and he also wondered whether sleeping more would really make him taller. Ben ignored the two stupid brothers and rode up to the sky on his broom. It has to be said that since that day, Ben's talent has begun to show. Whether it is more magic power than other brothers and sisters, or in terms of academic progress, Ben has always been the latecomer. As soon as Ben took action, Darlene and Alice tremblingly climbed into the sky. Under the protection of the Black family wizards, there was no need to worry about them falling from the sky. Martin no longer argued with Jerome, because Jerome's reasoning always sounded reasonable. Cole started parent-child activities with several children, and Cole couldn't help but feel relieved to see the children becoming more and more proficient. It seems that the Black family's flying talent is quite good, considering that Sirius seems to be a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Thinking of this, Cole even thought about having a few more children to form a team. Cole, come down for lunch soon. Martin, take your brothers and sisters to wash their hands. Mira's cry made several people come down from the sky. After giving birth to several children, Mira's figure was not out of shape, and her married life with Cole was even more harmonious. That is to say, Cole felt that Mara was too tired, otherwise the Black family would have had a new member of the family. Arriving at the restaurant, Martin and other children sat in their seats obediently. Mara's aristocratic education made the children obedient and polite. Cole, are you starting a Quidditch team? Mira curiously said that coming from Otherworld, it was difficult for her to understand why a wizard would ride a broom into the sky. It was both unsafe and unsightly. But Mira has always been supportive of Cole's decision. Over the years, the Black family's potion business has grown to its current scale only through Mira's personal supervision. Yes, I plan to form a team first and then build a large Quidditch stadium. That's right, the information Cole is investigating these days is not just for targeting little Avery. He discovered that the Quidditch business was quite profitable, and it was the most popular sport in the wizarding world. There are large-scale competitions every year, with a lot of people watching, and many wizards betting on the ball, all of which are worth gold galleons. The Quidditch League brings together wizard elites from all over the world. After Cole learned about it, he discovered that the wizarding world also had a Quidditch World Cup. In the past few years, Cole has devoted himself to developing his family and completely forgot to understand the outside world. This year's Quidditch League Cup champion is Puddlemere United. This team is not an easy one. It has won a total of 22 UEFA Cup championships and 2 major victories in the European Cup. It is the oldest team in the Quidditch League and the most famous team in the Quidditch League of England and Ireland. Now that he had decided to get into the Quidditch business, Cole knew that forming his own team was the first step. With empty stadiums, no team can gather fans. Cole doesn't want to be controlled by others for everything. There are 4 major broom companies in the wizarding world. Sideswipe Broom Company, a long-established broom manufacturer, specializes in flying broomsticks for competitions, focusing on the sweep series. From sweeping 1 star to the current 7 stars, each generation has become a star product in the market. Comet Trading Company, another company not inferior to Sweep, was founded by Falmouth Falcons players Cage and Horton. There are currently only 5 models, but the main feature of the Comet broom is that it is affordable and most wizards can afford it. It also became the broom of choice for the Quidditch team. Nimbus Game Broom Company. Compared to the previous 2 companies, the Nimbus series was born late, but once it was launched, its performance was loved by European Quidditch teams. The Nimbus 1001, 1500, and 2000 series launched were all the top broom sales in that year. They stood out among the others and should not be underestimated. Randolph Badmar Company, a company named after an individual, comes from the Bardmore family, a broom family. However, because it was established late and no new type of broom was invented, we could only pick up leftover orders. After learning about these 4 major broom manufacturers, Cole was considering setting up his own broom company. Only through one-stop manufacturing and sales can Cole obtain maximum benefits. When the time comes, let your team equip your own broomsticks and shine on the Quidditch field, and the order will come. Cole was still thinking about his business plan, and Martin put down the knife and fork in his hand and said, "Father, Cousin Draco wrote a letter saying that he is going to Hogwarts and invited us to visit his house." Cole came back to his senses, looked at the earnest eyes of Martin and the other little guys, and smiled inwardly. They were all still children. Draco has often visited Black Manor over the years, and Cole knows him well. The character of Draco, the little dragon, is not as domineering as imagined, perhaps because of the identities of Martin and others. The little guys had a good time. Let your mother take you to play, remember not to mess around and pay attention to safety. Cole was just giving a proper reminder and was not worried about the safety of Martin and others if something happened to the Black family at Malfoy Manor. Lucius was the first to be unwilling, as this was related to the friendly relationship between the 2 families. Lucius is a genius, not to mention Cole's alienation some time ago. This invitation may be Lucius's goodwill release. Cole suddenly thought that Draco would be going to school soon, and Harry, the so-called savior, would also appear in the wizarding world. If it hadn't been for a sudden thought, Cole would have forgotten Harry's existence. Dumbledore is really good at hiding. For so many years, there has been no news about Harry in the wizarding world. In this case, Hogwarts will become lively. The famous Dark in Malfoy Manor, Draco, who has platinum blonde hair, is showing a proud smile, bragging to his friends around him about his new toy, a flying broomstick, which he begged his father to buy for him for a long time. Although he had it, Narcissa forbade him from using it unsupervised. But that doesn't stop Draco from showing off to other little wizards. "One day I flew into the sky on a broomstick and even touched the wings of an eagle. Wow, Draco, you are so awesome." "Yes, Draco, you are too awesome." Surrounded by none other than Little Goyle and Little Crab, Goyle had black curly hair and a naive smile with a hint of shrewdness. Crab, on the other hand, was a little fat man, holding snacks in his hands and stuffing them into his mouth while talking. Draco was surrounded by a little girl with short black hair and a shrewd appearance. She was quite beautiful, especially her eyes, which were typical of a noble and arrogant girl. Pansy Parkinson was a member of the pure-blood aristocratic Parkinson family, but in front of Draco, this proud Miss Parkinson would also lower her head in praise. While Malfoy was still bragging, a voice came from behind. "Draco, you're bragging again." Draco turned around angrily and saw several children of the Black family, Martin, Jerome, Ben, Darlene, and Alice. "Who are you? How dare you say this about Draco? He is the pride of the Malfoy family. Apologize quickly." The little lion Pansy had never seen Martin and others, and thought it was some unknown wizard from a small family who came here to please the Malfoy family. Draco looked a little embarrassed when he heard Pansy's words. He didn't dare to show off in front of the Martin brothers and sisters. Pansy, you misunderstood. They are all my cousins. He is Martin, this is Jerome, and Ben, Darlene, and Alice are all my sisters. They are from the Black family. After hearing Draco's introduction, Pansy didn't dare to scream. As a pure-blood noble, she could remain proud of those mixed-blood wizards, but in front of the Black family, the name Parkinson was not loud enough. Martin didn't pay attention to Pansy's words at all. He just looked at Draco with a smile and said, Draco, you actually have a follower by your side. Goyle and Crabbe didn't speak. They just looked at Martin and the others and nodded with cautious and respectful expressions on their faces. Unlike Pansy, their father had long warned them not to mess with the Black family. Jerome greeted Draco lazily, and Ben just nodded and glanced at Pansy darkly. Ben, who has just gained strength, is different from Martin and others. He even wanted to teach Pansy a lesson just now. Darlene pulled Alice without even a glance. The two of them said hello and went to find Aunt Narcissa. Congratulations on going to Hogwarts. This is our gift to you. Martin took out a dragon tooth, which was taken from an Australian opali dragon. Martin knew that Draco loved everything about dragons. Wow, Dragon Fang, thank you. I want to raise a dragon, but my father won't agree to it. Draco excitedly took the dragon's tooth and looked at it carefully. He knew a lot about dragons, so of course he could recognize what he was holding. Goyle and Crabbe also gathered around curiously. It can be said that Martin's gift made several young wizards see the world. After a long time, Draco said with unfinished content, Father gave me a flying broomstick. I can lend it to you to play with, but you must be under the supervision of an adult before you can fly. Draco had only flown into the sky once so far, but the thrilling feeling was unforgettable. Jerome took the broom from Draco's hand and knew the model at a glance. It turns out it's a 5-star sweep. It's not bad. The stability and speed are both acceptable. Pansy couldn't help but taunt. You said it as if you were flying. Draco is a master, right, Draco? After Pansy finished speaking, she looked at Draco with admiration, but Draco showed a bit of embarrassing affection. He had no doubts about Jerome's words. After all, he had seen the talents of Martin and others many times since he was a child. Whether it's a new curse or something else, Martin and others will always be one step ahead of him. My father also often said that it would be great if he could be as smart as the children of the Black family. It can be said that Draco has lived in the shadow of Martin and others since he was a child. The proud Draco has long since succumbed to other people's children. Gee, what's so difficult about this? Some ignorant people still like to talk. It's really annoying. Jerome said nothing. Ben would not spoil anyone. After saying that, Ben grabbed the broom and flew directly into the sky regardless of Draco's shouts. He performed several difficult moves in a row, just like a Quidditch star. Draco's expression changed from worry to surprise, and he looked at Martin excitedly. Is Ben's health okay? I don't even know when his magic power exploded. Draco knew that although Ben was smart, his magic power had not yet rioted. It is simply a miracle that I can ride a broomstick to the sky today. The only thing that made Draco better than Ben was gone. Thinking of this, Draco felt very depressed, but fortunately, Martin and others were his cousins and they were all his own people. The class is so awesome, can you all know it? Who taught you? Martin's handsome face showed an aristocratic smile, and he said kindly, my father taught us. He is very powerful. He can do all kinds of moves. Draco looked envious. Lucius would not teach him how to play with a broomstick. Even in front of him, his father rarely smiled and was always very strict. Draco was very envious of his Uncle Cole's teachings to Martin and others. Martin, of course, saw Draco's eager little eyes, like a puppy. Martin smiled, not expecting Draco, who was 1 year older than them, to have such an expression. However, despite his past experience, Draco did not treat Martin and others as ordinary children at all. The relationship between them was much closer than that of Goyle and Crabbe. You come to our house another day and we teach you. We can even have a little Quidditch game. Martin's words made Draco want to fly to Black Manor. It was Jerome who calmed Draco down, but with his flying skills, Ben had already won Draco's respect. Just by looking at the arrogant look on Ben's face, which was not as cold as usual, he knew that Mr. Black was not what people thought. His wife and children all went to Malfoy Manor, and Cole sat leisurely in the attic, enjoying the peace and thinking about the broomstick. He ate his food one bite at a time. Cole had already understood and studied the products of the 4 major broom companies. Cole discovered that patents also existed in the wizarding world. Wizards still put a lot of effort into patent protection. At least the technology inside these brooms cannot be deciphered by Cole. Even if a master of curse breaking is hired, it is impossible to decipher the secrets. Also, wizards are not fools. For their own benefit, the broom company must prevent others from cracking its technology. In this case, there is no need for Cole to start from here. Calmly thinking, Cole browsed the system redemption page leisurely and discovered that there was no flying broomstick in the world of mages. Generally speaking, in addition to teleportation arrays, there are also magic airships, but the cost is a bit high. However, the technologies are also similar. Cole exchanged a copy of the core kinetic energy technology of the magic airship. After careful study, I discovered that the magic airship was much faster than a flying broomstick, and even had interdimensional technology, but Cole couldn't use it now. Don't dare to use it at will. If this world is discovered by a mage, it will be destroyed. From Mira's mouth, Cole can understand that the world of mages is ruthless plunder. Low-level creatures have no dignity. As long as they have no value, they can only serve as fertilizer in the potion field. However, through Cole's analysis, the kinetic energy technology can still be applied to flying broomsticks. After exchanging a set of materials, Cole began to make the core of the broomstick. Blue light flashed, and an exquisite broom appeared in Cole's hand. The blue handle and the magic gold thread were in it. It was simply a work of art. Riding on the broomstick he made by himself, Cole flew in the sky of Black Manor, performing various turning and upside-down movements. Cole's tests helped him understand the performance of the broom. Utilizing a new kinetic energy core, the broomstick's speed has reached 200 miles per hour. As far as Cole knows, no company has done this so far. The fastest light wheel series at present is only 120 miles per hour, and the steering function is far worse than my own. Isn't this a dimensionality reduction attack? Cole can already predict how much repercussions this broom will cause in the wizarding world. High speed is only one aspect. The most important thing is sensitivity. The existence of the magic circle allows the broomstick to control the steering as desired even at high speeds. This is the core competitiveness. Back in the room, Cole called right over and told him to build a broomstick factory. As long as there was core kinetic energy, broomsticks could be manufactured like an assembly line. However, Cole ordered that the speed of the broom be graded first. The speed of 200 miles cannot be released yet. To make money, you have to be able to grasp people's hearts. If you are the king of bombs as soon as you come out, wizards will not cherish them in the future. The castrated version is enough to drive these wizards crazy for a while. After finishing today's work and leaving the rest to the people below, Cole lay leisurely on the sofa, thinking about Draco. Now that it has started, I think Harry Potter has already been exposed to the wizarding world. As for Dursley, with Dumbledore here, Harry will go to school no matter what. Cole didn't want to get involved, but Old B was very cautious. Cole only remembered roughly what happened when Harry entered Hogwarts. Anyway, Senior Tom would cause trouble and would be resurrected in the end. However, Senior Tom's resurrection does not pose a threat to Cole. Cole should think carefully about how to use Senior Tom's return to benefit the Black family. I don't think the senior will be angry. After all, I am still a junior, and the senior should be able to understand me. If you don't understand, just send Senior Tom back. Why are you still fussing with someone who is gone? Cole was thinking wildly here, and suddenly there was a bang outside the window. Cole's eyes drifted past, and he saw a stupid owl shaking its head and struggling. Whose owl is so stupid? From the Lucius family? That's not right either. Lucius always sent house elves to Cole. As for other people, Cole never expected anyone to write to him. After standing up and opening the window, Cole noticed a thick letter tied at the owl's feet. He took it off and threw the owl out. The owl was circling, but Cole could see the dissatisfaction in his eyes. He took out his wand and pointed it at it, and the owl flew away in fright. Cole laughed. If the owl could talk, it would be a curse. Granddad, you didn't even give a word of mouth when delivering the letter. I want to tell the other brothers and sisters that this family is a poor family, not even comparable to the Weasley family. Of course Cole didn't know what the owl was thinking. He just thought it was funny. Opening the letter, Cole saw the Hogwarts school logo. A letter from Dumbledore? What can be said? Harry is Sirius's godson, not mine, not to mention that I have already removed Sirius. Doubtful, Cole opened the letter. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, First Class Sir Merlin. Dear Mr. Martin Black, we are pleased to inform you that you have been admitted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Attached is a list of required books and equipment. The school is scheduled to be at, and looking forward to your reply. Vice Principal, Minerva McGonagall. Cole opened the remaining 4 letters in confusion. They had the same content, but the names were different. Jerome, Ben, Darlene, Alice, plus Martin just now, all 5 of his children received notices from Hogwarts. How is this going? Is it wrong? Martin and the others are only 10 years old. Isn't the entry age for Hogwarts 11? The question in Cole's mind was not answered. What he didn't know was that in the Hogwarts principal's office, the Sorting Hat was talking. Old sheepy, those kids are not even in grade yet. Why did you send the notice? Dumbledore doesn't even know you did this. If he gets angry and burns you, that would be fun. Ha 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 ha. The sheepskin scroll next to it couldn't speak, it just spread itself out, and a few words appeared on it. Their magic power far exceeds that of their peers and has exceeded the limit set. The master has said that such gifted schools can admit them exceptionally. You old sheepskin, that disgusting guy Salazar is dead a long time ago, and you still call him master. Merlin's footskin, it's really disgusting. Godric is also disgusting. A few words appeared on the parchment scroll, which completely angered the Sorting Hat. A burst of curses sounded in the principal's office. Cole stared blankly at the 5 letters in his hand, a little confused. Logically speaking, something that would arrive only next year was suddenly caught off guard this year. In fact, Cole knew that after Harry Potter returned to the wizarding world, Hogwarts would definitely not be stable in the next few years. For the safety of his children, Cole was ready to send Martin and the others to Durmstrang. Although in England, Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has a bad reputation, as it is mostly a place where dark wizards come out. But Cole knew that whether to become a dark wizard or not depends on one's character, not to mention that power is neither good nor bad. No matter how kind a person is, he will bite when pressed. Durmstrang College is one of the 3 largest wizarding schools in Europe, the other 2 are Hogwarts and Beauxbatons. The school is located in the far north of the European continent and is willing to accept international students from as far away as Bulgaria. Durmstrang School does not admit Muggle-born students. If it weren't for the fact that most of the British pure-blood wizards came from Hogwarts, families like Malfoy would prefer to send their children there. The principal, Igor Karkaroff, is also a top master of black magic. When it comes to black magic attainments, this wizard is no less than Dumbledore. The world thinks that Dumbledore is the most famous white wizard in the contemporary era, but few people know that Dumbledore has also made great achievements in black magic. After all, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were friends when they were young, and the two studied dark magic together. However, due to an accident, the two parted ways, and Dumbledore gave up his research on dark magic. In fact, Durmstrang is a co-ed school like Hogwarts and Beauxbatons, and its founder is a witch. Darlene and Alice can also go to Durmstrang. With Martin and the others taking care of them, no one will dare to bully them. It was just the sudden acceptance letter that disrupted Cole's plan, and Cole couldn't help but wonder if this was Dumbledore's conspiracy. He wanted to use his black family members as a ladder to the savior. Don't doubt Dumbledore's scheming. Cole knew that Dumbledore was responsible for the future Gryffindor trio. The Gryffindor trio, the savior Harry Potter, the clever girl Hermione, and the crazy Ronald. This is the team Dumbledore prepared for Harry. In fact, Harry didn't show much talent when he first entered the wizarding world. He even made a lot of jokes in Gryffindor because of his low self-esteem. To know the name of the savior, the little wizards who are enrolling in this semester have heard about it since childhood. Naturally, they had high expectations for Harry like this, but with subsequent contact, many young wizards were disappointed with this savior. Not only was he not talented in magic, he was also a troublemaker. If Dumbledore hadn't been behind him, Harry's school life would definitely have been difficult. Hermione Granger was born in the Muggle world, but has outstanding learning ability. She is the brains of the trio, and can also be said to be Harry and Ronald's nanny. What these two idiots did before was really not very smart. Ronald Weasley, born in the pure-blood Weasley family, the Weasley family is a star in the wizarding world, not because of anything else, but because they have many children. 7 children are enough to beat other pure-blood nobles. The most important thing is that the children of the Weasley family are very talented and all of them are talents. In Cole's memory, Ronald was not bad at all. It was because his brothers were so good that he had some low self-esteem since he was a child, so he never showed his talent. The only drawback is that Ronald doesn't seem very smart and always misses the mark at critical moments. Thinking back to what would happen to Harry in his first year at Hogwarts, Cole couldn't remember some details because it had been too long. But there is no big danger. Senior Tom possessed Quirrell just to get the Philosopher's Stone. In addition, he released the trolls into Hogwarts and killed a few unicorns. Creatures like trolls are thick-skinned and extremely powerful. They are indeed a threat to little wizards. Even if there are too many, an adult wizard cannot take them down. If Martin and other children go to Hogwarts, he still has to be careful. Cole is not worried either. After all, the magic power of these little guys is far higher than that of their peers. Cole is not good at teaching, and his own strength comes from Krypton Gold. But Mela is an orthodox mage and has received systematic education since childhood. Although the system is different from that of this world, the principles are the same. Martin has shown good control ability since the Magic Riot, and Mira has been training Martin since he was sensible. Cole has no prejudice against black magic and can accept it as long as it is power. This also leads to Martin not only having extraordinary magic power, but also a lot of black magic. It's really easy to deal with a brainless troll. As for Jerome, Cole knew that his son had been lazy since he was a child, but he couldn't resist his high talent. With scattered studies, Cole didn't need to worry about his strength. Not to mention Van Ene, who has suppressed the magic power since he was a child and has a strong thirst for knowledge. His progress can be said to be rapid. The two daughters are Cole's little cotton-padded jackets. Not to mention other things, the magic props they carry are enough for them to protect themselves. Cole thought about it and suddenly realized that he didn't have to worry too much about the children getting hurt when they went to Hogwarts. In addition, Dumbledore was still at Hogwarts. Although Old B had selfish motives, he would not tolerate anything happening to his students in school. In addition, in the early stage, Senior Tom's attention will be on the savior Harry, so Cole doesn't have to worry. Thinking of this, Cole actually felt that it was okay for a few children to go to Hogwarts. Hogwarts was still close to home, and if anything happened, Cole could handle it in time. Cole lay on the sofa and relaxed. The only worry now is whether Dumbledore will involve the Black family. The current Black family is not from Sirius's time. At the time of Sirius, there were only a few members of the Black family. Sirius did not like to deal with family affairs and wasted the family business. And no wizard wants to follow. But now the Black family not only has Cole in charge, but also Wright as a butler to help, and his team of wizards are stationed at Black Manor and Nocturn Alley all year round. The Black family is also present in the Ministry of Magic, and John's team is also a mainstay in the horror department. In a few years, Cole will even be able to promote John to the position of director of the Horror Department. There are dozens of adult wizards in the Black family, all of whom have extraordinary fighting prowess. In the eyes of pure blood families, the current Black family is an existence that cannot be easily provoked. In the evening, Cole sat in his study, conceiving his business plan. First, register the company, which is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge is easy to deal with. Although this guy is greedy for money, as long as he accepts gold galleons, he will definitely do something for you. Father, we are back. Alice suddenly ran into the study without knocking on the door, and jumped directly on Cole. The little guy was quite heavy. My little cutie, did you have fun today? Alice looked at Cole with a smile, and then noticed that Martin and other little guys also came in. Unlike Alice, they were still a little afraid of Cole. I didn't dare to be so presumptuous in front of Cole. Father, we are back. Mother is preparing dinner downstairs. Martin said politely. A trace of envy flashed in his eyes, and of course Cole noticed it. I even saw that even the lazy Jerome had such a complicated expression. Cole thought that he usually didn't care much about the children, which made Martin and others more willing to get close to Mara. Come over here, let's talk about what fun things happened today. Darlene is a girl. She ran over as soon as she heard it, and Martin and Jerome followed. As for the last class, although his face was stubborn, it could be seen that he was very happy. Father, Draco also invited me to accompany him to Diagon Alley to buy books. He said that he needs to prepare a lot of things to go to Hogwarts. Martin adjusted his sleeves a little nervously. In front of Cole, Martin always seemed to be a police sergeant. Is it because he is afraid that he will not agree to go? Cole thought about it and he didn't seem to be that strict with Martin. Could it be that he was born to be repressed by his father's status? Father, when can we go to Hogwarts to study? Draco said there are many little wizards like us there. It would be fun to go to school together. The eldest daughter Darlene spoke now, with expectation in her eyes. It seemed that these children from home were really bored. How could they stay at home all day without contact with their peers? Maybe you can go to Hogwarts this year. What do you think this is? Cole picked up the letter on the table and waved it. Alice climbed directly on Cole's arm, snatched it off, and gave the letter to her eldest brother. Martin looked at the somewhat familiar seal. Where had he seen it today? Until he opened the letter, Martin couldn't believe it and shouted loudly, Father, this is the admission notice to Hogwarts. I saw it from Draco. This name belongs to class. Has class been admitted? When Ben heard his name appear on the Hogwarts admission notice, his calm little face became anxious. He grabbed the letter and smiled when he saw that it was indeed his name on it. Brother, where is mine? Where is mine? Alice anxiously asked Martin to look for her first. She moved around in Cole's arms, and Cole almost gave up. Alice, is your little brain full of energy? We were born on the same day and can go to class. We must be old enough. Jerome was not anxious at all, but it was interesting to watch the brothers and sisters fighting for it. After a while, under Martin's distribution, several children got their notices and read them word for word, all of them excited. Although they can be taught at home, it is obvious that these children cannot stay any longer. It is the age when they are curious and playful, and Hogwarts School has a huge attraction for them. As a result, the children discussed going to Diagon Alley together. Originally, Draco just invited Martin to go with him, but now the 5 of them know that they can also go to Hogwarts. I decided to go to Diagon Alley with Draco then. I wonder if Draco would be a little confused knowing that his purchasing team suddenly had so many people. That's right, when Cole decided to give the letters to the children, he had already decided to send them to Hogwarts. No matter what happens at Hogwarts in the future, fledglings always need experience, and Cole will not keep a few children tied to him. As a member of the Black family, you have to go through what you have to experience. In fact, Cole has not adapted to this kind of family elite education. After all, this is not how he grew up. But Mara was born into an orthodox noble family and was accepted as an apprentice by a mage. Everything she experienced was actually more in line with this wizarding world. As far as Cole knew, Martin, Jerome and Ben had received special training from Mela, and Mela always kept Cole from interfering in education. Mira thinks Cole is too kind, completely forgetting that Cole was also the one with blood on his hands in Nocturn Alley. In other words, Martin and the others have already seen life and death at the age of 10. For pure-blood nobles, killing 2 or 3 dark wizards is nothing, as long as the tails are clean. As Cole's wife and the mistress of the Black family, Mara can naturally command the wizards of the Black family. Anyway, whatever Mela directed Wright to do in private, Wright would eventually report it to Cole. When it was known that Mara took Martin and the other 3 to Nocturn Alley and selected 3 people from the underground cell, all of them died in the end with traces of Avada on their bodies. Cole knew that his 3 sons had lives on their hands. That's not what made Cole angry. The wizarding world was originally about the jungle. When you are weak, anyone is qualified to kill you. What made Cole angry was that Mara actually let the 3 of them use Avada Kedavra, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. You must have murderous intent in mind when using Avatar. The most frightening thing about black magic is that when you use it, you will be unconsciously affected by negative emotions, and you may eventually lose your mind. Martin, Jerome, and Ben are all still young. What if this murderous mood changes the temperament of several children? Unexpectedly, when Cole questioned Mara, Mara revealed the secret of the bloodline. Mara carried the blood of the shadow snake. Naturally, Martin's children also have alien bloodlines. In the wizarding world, there are many wizards with the bloodline of magical animals. The bloodline talents of Martin and others are brought by the shadow snake, which is their resistance to dark magic. In other words, Martin and others use black magic to block those negative emotions. On the contrary, because they are still children, Martin's murderous intention is very pure. He is also the most talented in dark magic among the 3 children. Listening to Mayra saying that Martin has a good talent for black magic, Cole always felt a chill on his back for some reason. This kid won't take the path of killing his father to become enlightened, right? What if the 3rd generation Dark Lord might be my son? If possible, Cole really wanted to ask the seniors in the Harry Potter world in the world travel group, what if his son becomes the Dark Lord? T was Mayra who finally convinced Cole. In fact, Cole also knew that children born in pure blood wizard families would not be as naive as mixed blood wizards. Before entering Hogwarts, you will be taught more or less charms. Even if you are exposed to them, you can learn a lot. Mira believed that Martin and other children who were born into the Black family should bear certain responsibilities and should have no less experience. After all, parents cannot be by their side at all times, they must at least be able to protect themselves. It is under this concept that Martin, who is well behaved and even a little nervous in front of Cole, is indeed the noble son of the Black family and the future heir of the Black family in the eyes of outsiders. Martin has been to Nocturn Alley many times, and has been exposed to a lot of business there. Whether it is dark wizards or others, Martin's mental age is far beyond that of his peers. Although Jerome is lazy, he is also a ruthless person. After Mara's story, Cole actually knew that in Jerome's eyes, nothing else mattered except his own family. Jerome was also the first to take action and the most decisive among the 3 brothers. Even Mara was surprised at the time that Jerome, who originally seemed the most harmless, would have such a side. After finishing dealing with one of his own, Jerome also asked Martin and Ben if they needed help. After finishing it, he went back to sleep. He was sleepy. As for Ben, after an avatar passed, he was actually curious about the body of the Dark Wizard and asked why the Mela people died. Life is so fragile, is it meaningless? Mayra, a loving mother, gave Ben a hard blow on the spot and said, "This is the meaning of life. You know it hurts, but your mother can't cure you, you brat." The classmate nodded his head again and again, no longer daring to ask what the meaning of life is. Putting aside the doubts in his heart for the future, he would not dare to mess with Mayra, as his own mother was really beating her up. In this way, the 3 Martins officially completed Mayra's first mission. Of course, when Cole found out, he was still a little angry. After all, the child was only 10 years old. He even thought about how the lovely Alice would cry if she went through this. Cole forcefully stopped Mayra from doing this to the 2 girls, Darlene and Alice, and waited at least 2 years until they grew up. Mayra happily agreed, turned around and took Darlene and Alice into Nocturn Alley. When he saw Alice's tearful eyes when they came out, Cole knew that this was the end of the matter. All she could do was coax Alice, but Mayra and Darlene looked like they were mentally retarded. They would not tell Alice how much fun they had just now, and later Alice begged them not to tell their father. After going through everything in his mind, Cole looked at the children with relief, regardless of whether this was Dumbledore's conspiracy or not. He has the ability to protect the Black family and Mira, as well as several children. If Senior Tom was smart, he wouldn't have targeted the Black family when he was at his weakest. Wouldn't it be a good idea to deal with Harry, the savior, and resurrect himself first? But if Tom learns to be stubborn, let's see who is more capable. Let's go down to eat and tell your mother the news. Cole came to the restaurant with a few little guys, and a large table of delicious food had been set up. It was said to be delicious food, but in fact it only had grilled chicken pancakes, some fruits, and desserts. Cole's ability to adapt is pretty good. He has gotten used to it over the years and has forgotten what hot pot tastes like. Cole was too lazy to think about what to eat. This may have followed Jerome, who was too lazy to think about things that he was not interested in. No, it was Jerome who followed him, and a son follows his father, right? Alice was the first to go to Mayra with her notice. Amidst the chatter, Mayra finally figured things out. Looking at Cole, he said, "Don't you have to be 11 to enter Hogwarts? They are not old enough. Is there something wrong?" When Mayra said this, the happiness of Martin and others was instantly cut off, and the smiles froze on their faces. Alice's eyes were even more wet, and she looked at Cole pitifully. "Merlin, who can resist this? Don't worry, since the notices have arrived, even if they were sent by mistake, your father I can still send you to Hogwarts. After all, our family is still the school director, right?" Cole smiled firmly at Alice, and finally gave Mayra a wink, telling her not to worry, everything would be on her own. Yeah, Alice's cheers sounded in the restaurant, and the Black family happily enjoyed their dinner. After the meal, Cole took several children in the study to write a reply, stating that he was willing to attend Hogwarts. One person chose an owl and sent the letter. In fact, you can definitely use one to deliver letters, but the children insist on sending their own, so Cole will let them do it. Anyway, the Black family is not short of such money. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore looked at the reply on his desk in confusion. He no longer had the appetite to drink the earthworm juice next to him. It had been a busy day and Dumbledore was preparing to deal with the students' replies. Suddenly, he discovered that the names in the 5 letters were all from the Black family. Dumbledore had also investigated this class and knew a lot of information. It was originally obscurus, but was cured by Cole using unknown magic. After seeing that scene, Dumbledore boldly guessed that Cole got it when he was wandering in India. Dumbledore was planning to go for a walk around the pyramids whenever he was not busy. Maybe you can even pick up treasures from ancient wizards. But now Dumbledore had a headache when he looked at the letter in front of him. None of Cole's children were old enough. What's more, the admission notice needs to be stamped by him personally. Why doesn't he remember Blake? Dumbledore turned to look at the shelf next to him. The candlelight shone through his glasses. In Dumbledore's eyes, the Sorting Hat was trembling. Merlin, I knew he could find it. Old Sheepskin, please come out and explain. This has nothing to do with me. The parchment scroll was motionless, as if dead, and only the hat was left shouting on the shelf. Dumbledore, not me, it was Sheepskin who did it. He said those kids were too talented and it was that guy Salazar who set them up. The hat shouted, but Dumbledore said nothing. He raised his hand and cast a curse. The Sorting Hat instantly shut up, and the principal's office finally fell silent. Dumbledore also knew who was behind this. As for Salazar's plan mentioned by the Sorting Hat, Dumbledore was a little more wary. As the founder of Hogwarts and one of the 4 legendary wizards, Dumbledore cannot be underestimated. Just thinking about what will happen in school this year, a few young Blakes should not disrupt their plans. Looking at the reply, Dumbledore could understand what Cole meant. He sighed and put the letter in the desk drawer in Diagon Alley. Mara and her family stood excitedly on the street. After all, she was a woman. As soon as Mara heard that she could go shopping, she suddenly became interested. It happened that Martin and the others still needed to buy things they needed for school, so Cole came with his family. The Lucius family was also there. After that day, Martin wrote a letter to Draco, saying that he and his younger siblings were also going to Hogwarts to study. Draco jumped up with joy. Now that he had a friend to accompany him to school, Draco was so happy. As for Goyle and Crabbe, they were just followers. Draco had never thought that these two people had the same status as himself since he was a child. Only Martin, the Black cousins, could be his friends. Martin, will you buy an owl? I want to buy a raven, but my father won't let me. Draco spoke softly, looking at Lucius who was talking to Cole from time to time. It was obvious that he was dissatisfied with Lucius's decision, but there was nothing he could do about it. Father said we can choose any pet. Anyway, if we want to deliver the letter, we have an owl at home. After Martin said this, Draco looked envious. Regarding Martin and others being able to freely choose their own pets, Draco asked why Uncle Cole was so nice. At this time, Mara and Narcissa were not in the mood to take care of the children for the time being, and went directly to Ms. Primburnell's beauty pharmacy. Mara's beauty naturally doesn't require these, but she can't resist this curiosity. She also wants to see the difference in beauty potions in this world. Cole didn't stop him and went directly to Ollivander's wand store with Lucius and the children. As soon as the doorbell rang, Cole walked in and saw Ollivander sticking his head out from among the pile of rubble. Oh, Mr. Black, walnut, dragon's heartstring, 10¼ inches. That's a good wand, not easy to bend. Cole looked at Ollivander emerging from countless wand boxes and smiled inwardly. In England, basically all wizards' wands come from here. Ollivander, the wand master, has a really good memory, but the wand he just mentioned was only used by the original Cole, and now Cole has changed the equipment. Mr. Malfoy, you are here too. Looking at Lucius who came in later, Ollivander did not tell the origin of Lucius's wand. No one would ignore the cane that Lucius would carry wherever he went. Is there something wrong with your wands? Mr. Ollivander, this time you are choosing wands for the children. They have all received notices from Hogwarts. Ollivander's slightly dim eyes looked at the children who followed him through his glasses, and he smiled after a long time. Time flies so fast. It seems like yesterday that you came here to choose a wand. Now it's time to choose a wand for your child. Who comes first? Little Black or Little Malfoy? The slovenly Ollivander obviously made Draco feel a little uncomfortable, and he even felt that the old man was nervous. I'll go first, Mr. Ollivander. My name is Martin Blake. Martin stood up in a small suit. Those who didn't know better thought he was the oldest among these children, except for the 11-year-old dragon Draco. Ollivander smiled, picked up the tape measure, and measured Martin, asking whether he was left-handed or right-handed. Not only did several children not understand why height and arm length were measured, Cole also didn't understand. Wizards generally don't change their wands. They are things that little wizards have used since childhood. What's the point of measuring these? Cole could only suspect that this was a ploy by the Ollivander family to show off their family's expertise and monopolize the wand business in the wizarding world. While measuring, Ollivander paid attention to several children of the Black family. Apart from the Weasley family, Ollivander had never seen any pureblood family have so many children. Well, the talent is extremely powerful. Then try this, you would, the nerve of the dragon, most suitable for powerful wizards. As Ollivander spoke, he put a wand into Martin's hand. As Martin waved it, the wand boxes in the room began to fly, and even the wands at the back began to vibrate. Unlike other little wizards who can't control the wand, Martin's talent has been known to everyone before. Seeing this scene, Draco was about to jump up with excitement, and Lucius looked dissatisfied. Mr. Ollivander, I think it suits me well, doesn't it? Martin felt the wand in his hand and chose it directly. The next one is Jerome. With the same operation, all the wands in Ollivander's store can find the right owner. The success of Ben, Darlene, and Alice simply gave Ollivander no sense of accomplishment at all. He liked picky little wizards the most, but the ones of several young wizards in the Black family were all suitable. Okay, but remember, it's the wand that picks the wizard, not the wizard that picks the wand. Ollivander's nonsense was directly ignored by Martin and others. It was not the first time for them to come into contact with the wand, and they were not that excited. Draco was next, standing up with an excited look on his face. After some manipulation, Draco got his own wand, made of hawthorn wood and unicorn hair, which was exactly 10 inches. Seeing Draco waving his wand, Cole couldn't help but sigh. Although Draco usually looked arrogant, he was still very kind at heart. You must know that none of Martin's palms are made of unicorn hair. Sometimes the material of the wand can reveal a person's heart. For example, Martin's yew tree is often associated with death by wizards. The yew tree is regarded as the tree of death, and the priests in certain places also regard the yew tree as a symbol of eternal life and immortality. Several children were discussing their wands here, and Cole didn't notice two people, one large and one small, standing outside the window. The 3-meter-tall Hagrid patted his moleskin coat, looked at Lucius through the glass with disgust and said, "There will always be annoying wizards. These evil wizards should go to Azkaban." When Harry entered Diagon Alley for the first time, he was still staring curiously at Ollivander's wand shop, and his face looked curious when he heard Hagrid's words. "Hagrid, do wizards have bad guys too?" "Of course, Harry. Some bad wizards are born to harm others. You must remember to stay away from them. Come on, let's go to Gringotts to get the money first. The smell of Malfoy is always unpleasant." Hagrid led Harry away with a look of disgust on his face. Harry followed Hagrid, smelling the natural scent on Hagrid's body and wondering in his mind, is there anyone with a stronger scent than you? Of course the kind-hearted Harry would not say it out loud, but Hagrid was the best person he had met in these years. Cole, who came out of Ollivander's, is really big-headed. Several children had a lot of fun today. One moment they ran to the window to look at the flying broomstick, and the other they went to the dessert shop to eat cones. Cole directly took out a handful of gold galleons from his arms, handed it to Martin, and asked him to take his younger brothers and sisters to buy it. Although Draco had no worries about food and clothing on weekdays, he felt envious when he saw Uncle Cole giving Martin such a large amount of money. Just like that, Draco looked at Lucius with earnest eyes. With a calm expression on his face, Lucius took out 3 gold galleons from his arms and handed them to Draco with a teasing expression on Cole's face. It's useless for a kid to get so much money. Draco doesn't usually need it. It's not Cole's fault. In fact, the Malfoy family is very rich. Lucius has always been a rich man in front of the pure-blood nobles in the past. In fact, few people know that Lucius has a bit of granddad potential. Lucius is not ambiguous at all when it comes to the necessary expenses for the family. Whether it's wizard robes or other magic props, Lucius has always spent money like water, but when it comes to small places where he spends money, Lucius can't bear to part with it. Looking at the backs of the children, Cole smiled and said, "I told Martin to let them go to Mira and the others after shopping, and we will go hide for a while." The two of them walked toward a remote part of the alley, and entered Nocturn Alley after twists and turns. In fact, Nocturn Alley and Diagon Alley are very close, and familiar wizards know the route to Nocturn Alley. It's just that Nocturn Alley has always been a gathering place for dark wizards. Despite the Black family's management and control over the years, there are still wizards who delay this place. Bloodshed often occurs in Nocturn Alley, and everything is for profit. However, the Ministry of Magic is too lazy to deal with these matters, and only the Black family's wizard team handles them. It can be regarded as a contribution to the Ministry of Magic. On Martin and Draco's side, several people were holding cones in their hands and standing on the street without looking for Mira and Narcissa. The children finally had no adult supervision. The rare freedom makes Martin and others very excited. After all, they are still children. "Martin, look at that idiot standing in front of the window of the Magical Beasts store. He still has eyes. He looks like a half-blood wizard. He doesn't even have the guts to go in and take a look." The fool in Draco's words at this time was Harry, who was separated from Hagrid. When he came out of Gringotts, Hagrid said that he had something to buy and asked Harry to wait for him. Harry had never seen so many magical animals before, and he stood in front of the display window and was stunned. Harry happened to hear someone talking about him, and when he looked back, he saw that it was the group of children who had been in Ollivander's. Draco looked at Harry, who dared to stare at him, and not wanting to embarrass himself in front of his cousin, he stepped forward directly. "Draco Malfoy, what's your name?" Draco raised his neck, his platinum hair sticking to his scalp, shining in the sun, which made Harry frown. In his impression, only Cousin Dudley could do this. "Hello, my name is Harry, and I'm not a fool. I'm just looking." Draco's eyes showed shock when he heard Harry's name. "Are you the Harry from the Potter family?" "Potter family? My name is Harry Potter. As for the family you are talking about, I don't know." When Harry heard the word family, he was still a little unfamiliar. No one told him that he had a family. Hagrid only told him the names of his father and mother. Draco stepped forward excitedly, lifted Harry's hair, and saw the lightning scar. He had known Harry Potter's name since he was a child. People around him said that he was the savior and defeated the Dark Lord. Draco had always felt that Harry should be powerful and worthy of being his friend. "Draco Malfoy, you deserve to be my friend." Draco proudly stretched out his hand, wanting to say hello to his long-standing friend. Although Harry disliked the attitude of the man in front of him, he was very happy to hear that Draco was willing to make friends with him after not having friends for a long time. Their little hands were clasped together. Martin looked at him in shock at the thought of someone making friends like this. Although Draco was kind-hearted, Martin also knew that few people could stand Draco's arrogance. Apart from Goyle and Crabbe, Martin couldn't think of anyone who could tolerate Draco's temper. Of course, Draco's arrogance will not appear in the Black family. In fact, Draco has always been a little inferior in front of Martin and others. Who makes the Black family not inferior to the Malfoy family? Martin's talents also make Draco a little desperate. They are my cousins. He is Martin, this is Jerome, and Ben, Darlene, and Alice. They are all from the Black family. Like us, they are all pure blood. Draco took Harry to introduce Martin and others. In his mind, Harry was a member of the Potter family and should be a pure-blooded member of them. Hello. Harry was a little shy, and he was a little uncomfortable with Draco's enthusiasm, but he was still very happy inside. You still, Harry, I heard your name, do you want to come with us? Seeing as you are also a person. As the eldest brother, Martin invited Harry to join the team. He had heard of Harry's name and knew from Cole's mouth that Harry was the godson of Sirius's uncle. He could be considered a member of their Black family, but that uncle was deleted from the family tree by his father, and Martin had never seen him. Harry happily agreed. He had no friends since he was a child, but he didn't expect that after entering the wizarding world, he would still be able to meet people who were willing to make friends with him. Draco took Harry walking down the street and saw a broom shop. Draco proudly said that his father also bought him one. Through Draco's introduction, Harry also learned that wizards could fly to the sky on a broomstick, and Harry's eyes also showed a trace of yearning. Martin followed behind and did not reveal his relationship with Harry. Adult matters should be handled by them. After walking around a lot, the relationship between Harry and Draco became much better. Harry understood Draco's character. Although Draco seemed arrogant on the surface, as a friend, Draco was very enthusiastic. Draco rolled his eyes in order to show off in front of his new friends. Martin, we've already seen Diagon Alley. Why don't we go to Nocturn Alley? My father took me with me last time. Martin nodded in agreement, although Nocturn Alley is notorious in the wizarding world and is a gathering place for dark wizards. But for Martin and the other children of the Black family, Nocturn Alley is their own back garden and there is no danger at all. Although dark wizards are indeed dangerous, Martin and the others have seen blood before and are not afraid at all, not to mention that there are wizards from the Black family in Nocturn Alley. A large number of people can be called over with just a greeting, and the magic items on his body are enough to protect them. With confidence in his heart, Martin led several young wizards into an unknown alley. Harry followed Draco, Martin, and others into Nocturn Alley for some unknown reason. When they entered Nocturn Alley, the sky became dark. Although there are only a few walls between them, Diagon Alley is a bustling scene, but Nocturn Alley looks dark. Several wizards on the road are wearing black robes, covering their faces. I walked in a hurry, walking along the street, looking around from time to time. This strange sight frightened Harry a little. Draco, what is this place? You didn't know this, right? This is Nocturn Alley, a place where British dark wizards often come. Draco was not afraid at all, but introduced it with great interest. What are dark wizards? Are wizards different too? Like bad guys and good guys? Harry had not been taught the difference between black wizards and white wizards, so he was just a blank slate at this point. Harry, wizards should never be distinguished purely on the basis of good or bad. Do you know the 3 unforgivable curses? The Ministry of Magic prohibits wizards from using these spells. Martin interrupted, and he suddenly realized that Harry was like a child who didn't understand anything. If he were a child in the wizarding world, he wouldn't ask such a question. Just like Malfoy and them, when they reach a certain age, their families will teach them some truths. Maybe it was because Harry had been staying in the Muggle world, and Martin could understand it. After all, there was no adult to guide Harry. Then why do we call them dark wizards? Harry asked, not understanding. That's because they use black magic to hurt others. In fact, most wizards know black magic. Even spells banned by the Ministry of Magic are used by many people in private. Just like Dumbledore, he is also a master of dark magic. The only difference is that Principal Dumbledore will not use dark magic to harm innocent people. Martin explained a few words, and then Draco took over. Draco told Harry that dark wizards had been kidnapping young wizards for experiments, and many young wizards had done something wrong. After Draco's description, Harry was a little scared. He didn't expect that the wizarding world could be so scary. Disley once told him that there would be traffickers who would steal children. I didn't expect that the wizarding world is the same as the Muggle world. Okay, don't be afraid. They don't dare to attack us. Besides, we can protect ourselves in the future if we learn the spell. Draco looked at Harry's scared expression and felt a sense of superiority in his heart. Several children suddenly appeared in Nocturn Alley, and they quickly attracted attention. Many wizards coming and going showed greedy eyes. Harry saw an old witch with white hair smiling at him, and Harry was so scared that he hid behind Martin. As for why he was hiding behind Martin, it wasn't because Draco always said he was awesome, but Harry always felt that Martin was more reliable. There were quite a few people who had ill intentions towards the children, but most of them avoided looking at Martin and left in a hurry. It was suspicious for several children to appear in Nocturn Alley, let alone someone who knew Martin. No one dared to mess with the young master of the Black family in Nocturn Alley. But there are always those who are short-sighted. At this time, an adult wizard in tattered robes staggered over. He had an unkempt beard and looked like a wizard who had been wandering for a long time. "Children, are you lost and can't find your mother?" The gloomy and hoarse voice startled Draco, and then Draco felt that he had lost face in front of his new friend, so he took out his wand and pointed it at him. "Stay away from us, you filthy thing." "Ha ha ha ha, that's interesting. Children, do you want to go to a nice place with me?" The adult wizard laughed, not thinking that the young wizard could pose any threat to him, and rubbed his hands together excitedly. He completely didn't notice the dead wizard's expression in the distance. At this time, he was still immersed in the idea of what to do with these children, and maybe they could sell a lot of gold galleons. Martin noticed the movement of wizards in the distance, and wrote a code word on his hand, telling the Black family wizards not to take action for the time being, and they could handle it themselves. Several children of the Black family communicated in their eyes. "Jerome brother, please deal with it quickly, it's really troublesome." "Ban brother, leave it to me. The spell I newly learned is very powerful." "Darlene boring, I should have gone shopping with my mother for a nice dress." "Alice big brother, can I have a new toy?" Martin shook his head helplessly. His younger brothers and sisters were not fuel efficient, but it made him, the eldest brother, worried. Especially Alice, when was such a lovely sister, now she has become like this. "Martin don't mess around, leave it to me." In the disappointed eyes of Ben and Alice, Martin turned his head forcefully to look at Draco's performance. "Be presumptuous, let me teach you an unforgettable lesson, Devil Flame." Draco shouted, waving his wand in his hand, and a black flame emerged from the tip of the wand, rising with the wind, and a black flame shot straight out. Armor protection. The adult wizard is not useless. He blocked Draco's attack with just one spell without even a ripple. "Ha ha ha ha, not bad, very talented, good material." Draco released his strongest spell so far. There was not much magic left in him. At first glance, it didn't cause any harm. He was a little flustered and embarrassed. Tangled with thorns. A large pile of thorns suddenly appeared on the ground and headed towards Draco. Adult wizards also knew how to deal with it quickly. If it attracted other people's attention, it would be troublesome. Seeing that Draco had nowhere to dodge, he still stood in front of Harry without flinching. The honor of the Malfoy family did not allow him to make such a cowardly move. "The flames are blazing." Martin's voice came, burning the thorns halfway, and the heat hit Draco and Harry's faces, and they looked on in shock. "Brother, leave it to me." The Scythe of Shadow. Ben jumped out directly, magic power poured into the wand, and a black crescent moon formed in front of him, flying directly forward. The wind driven by this crescent moon made the adult wizard a little scared. He couldn't imagine that a young wizard could release such a powerful spell. The adult wizard rolled to the side, and a black magic was emitted, but Jerome threw a badge to block it. This is Auror equipment, with its own armor protection charm, and is the standard equipment of John's team. Idiot class, Snake of Shadows. With an innocent smile on her face, Alice took out her wand. A black snake suddenly appeared next to the adult wizard, and its 2-meter-long body suddenly wrapped around her legs. Ban didn't say anything, and controlled the crescent moon that had not yet disappeared to turn with his hands, directly cutting off the head and rolling it to the ground. In just 10 seconds, the battle was over, leaving only Draco and Harry standing there blankly, looking at the scene in front of them. This small battle in Nocturn Alley did not arouse the minds of many wizards. Some wizards already knew the outcome when they saw Martin's face. In Nocturn Alley, if you dare to mess with the Black family, it will be more serious than risking your life. Most dark wizards know that if you cause trouble in Nocturn Alley, the Ministry of Magic will not care about you, but the Black family wizard team will chase you to the ends of the earth. Before Draco and Harry could take a closer look at the body, several wizards in black robes with gold threads suddenly appeared, and one of them directly picked up the shroud and covered the body. The remaining people used clean water spells to wash the floor, and the wizards used spells to remove traces to eliminate traces of magic in this place to avoid future troubles. The operation is smooth, and you will be a veteran at first glance. "Master, Miss, leave the rest to us." Martin knew the wizard in front of him. Richie was the captain of the Nocturn Alley wizard team and a senior wizard. He was as powerful as Light John, and his reputation in Nocturn Alley was as good as John's. "Please Uncle Rich, don't tell father." Martin didn't want Cole to know what happened today. In fact, what he didn't know was that no matter what happened, these wizards would report it in the end. Their loyalty was unquestionable, and there were some things Cole just turned a blind eye to. Martin walked up to Draco and Harry, looked at their grinning lips, and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you scared? How is that possible?" "Martin, don't look down on people. I will not be frightened by such a small scene. I am a member of the Malfoy family." Not to be outdone, Draco didn't want to be looked down upon in front of Martin, so he forced himself to forget the scene just now. As for Harry, Martin found that this child from the Muggle world actually behaved better than Draco, with no fear in his eyes. Well, Martin didn't want to leave a bad impression in front of his new friends. "Harry, there are bad people in the Muggle world. Just like some wizards, they always have bad intentions. You have to be careful in the future, but Hogwarts is still very safe." Harry nodded obediently. He already had his own ability to distinguish some things. Yes, Martin, but don't you need to call the police when something like this happens? Draco looked at Harry confused. What are the police? Aurors in the Muggle world. Draco, who thought he had guessed it, smiled disdainfully and said, this is not something that happened in front of the Aurors. These guys didn't bother to care, not to mention we didn't use those spells. Draco meant that in the wizarding world, as long as the unforgivable curse was not used in front of the Auror, the Ministry of Magic would not care what the wizard did. Of course Draco knows the power of the 3 unforgivable curses, but he is not yet exposed to such powerful curses at his age, he is still young. Little did he know that Martin and others next to him had used the unforgivable curse much more powerfully. Harry, you don't understand the wizarding world now, you will know it later. Martin didn't explain much, and then took Draco and Harry to Nocturn Alley. In fact, Nocturn Alley is not less prosperous than Diagon Alley, and there are even more people in Nocturn Alley than Diagon Alley, but these dark wizards come and go in a hurry. After a transaction is made in Nocturn Alley, the dark wizard will leave quickly to prevent anyone from targeting him. There are many shops in Nocturn Alley that are not suitable for Draco and Harry to enter, so Martin just stood outside and introduced them. Martin pointed to a shop in the middle of the street and deliberately teased Draco. Draco, what do you think that store sells? Draco has long been aware of Martin's bad side. Just now, Martin took him into a store and lied to him that it sold magical animals and could also accept orders for dragons. Draco was so excited that he rushed in. As soon as he entered, he saw an opal-eyed dragon's head hanging on the wall. Then the cabinet was full of dragon eyes, dragon hearts, dragon skins, good guys. Draco didn't know it and thought he had entered a slaughterhouse. Draco expected to see a live dragon, but stared at Martin with disappointed eyes. In the end, Martin bought dragon leather gloves to make amends. Of course, Harry also gave him a pair, and Harry was so grateful that he almost burst into tears. He said that no one had ever given him a gift. Draco curled his lips and said teasingly, Martin, who doesn't know that your store has the most stores in Nocturn Alley? This is your store again, and you still want to play tricks on me. Why are you kidding me? In fact, that store sells broomsticks. They have the latest products from major broom companies, including 7 stars. Speaking of this, Draco became interested, so he took Harry and walked directly in. The doorbell rang, and the wizard inside looked at the visitor fiercely. When I saw the 2 children, I was still confused until I saw Martin, Jerome, and several other members of the Black family behind them. He finally put away his fierce gaze and turned to a smile, although this smile was a bit scary. Bring out the newest brooms. With Martin's greeting, Draco's eyes were dazzled by the brooms from various major companies on the table, and he introduced them to Harry while looking at them. I don't know if it's genetics or something. The amazing thing is that Harry is also interested in this broom that can take wizards to heaven. The 2 of them were chattering like this. The 2 little girls, Darlene and Alice, were already impatient and left to play in their own little paradise. Finally, Martin reminded the time, and Draco was horrified to find that he had gotten the better of him. Looking at Draco's look, Martin couldn't stop laughing. Draco was like a mouse to a cat to Uncle Lucius. It was only after Martin promised to explain to Draco that Draco dared to go back. Unexpectedly, as soon as they went out, they saw Cole and Lucius standing on the street. Looking at Lucius's eyes, Draco wanted to wet his pants. Don't come here yet, Draco, you don't look like the Malfoy family at all. If Martin and the others weren't here today, do you know that you would have killed yourself? Draco walked tremblingly in front of Lucius and lowered his head. I'm sorry, father. Lucius ignored him, turned around, his face changed, and he looked at Martin with a smile on his face. Martin, you are indeed the pride of the Black family. You can be so powerful at a young age. Cole, you have given birth to a good son. Cole thought to himself, looking at you like this, someone who didn't know better would have thought he was your son. Okay, Lucius, it's just a small matter, don't blame Draco, he is also very good. After hearing Cole's praise, Draco raised his head and looked at Uncle Cole's face. Draco thought how great it would be if Uncle Cole was his father. At this time, Lucius looked at Martin, thinking how great it would be if Martin were his son. If Cole knew what Lucius was thinking, he would just say that you are thinking nonsense. In this way, Malfoy and his son were brought back to Diagon Alley by Cole. As for Harry, neither Cole nor Lucius said much. Because he was outside, Lucius didn't lose his temper, at least not in front of Cole. Mara and Narcissa had had enough shopping. Seeing the look in Cole's eyes, Mara knew that Martin might be in trouble, but even if Mara knew what happened just now, she wouldn't care. Mira can do anything as long as she can keep her children safe. Oh, who is this young gentleman? Mira saw Harry hiding behind with round eyes. Harry looked uneasy now, like a little mouse. Mother, this is Harry Potter, our new friend. Martin quickly explained. Hello, Ms. Black. Harry still greeted her politely. After all, this was the first time he saw such a dazzling lady and he didn't dare to be rude. Hello, Harry, it seems that you two are getting along very well. Come on, Alice, Mother has picked out a nice little dress for you. Mara turned her head and looked at her little baby Alice. Dressing up the little princess still took some effort. Alice was a little reluctant. Although she also wanted to remind her mother that skirts were not allowed in Hogwarts, she couldn't resist her mother's enthusiasm. Damn it, Malfoy, what are you doing? Let go of Harry. Thunderous shouts rang out, and Hagrid was seen striding over, staring at Lucius with an angry look on his face, and walked to Harry like a hen guarding her chicks. Lucius frowned, his ears almost deafened, and he looked at the big man in front of him speechlessly. He even wondered if the big man had a brain the size of a walnut. What could he do to the little wizard in broad daylight? With me here, you dirty and disgusting Malfoy can't even think of bullying Harry. No one spoke. Hagrid was chattering alone, looking at Lucius and Draco fiercely. Even Cole didn't even get a few good looks. Hagrid, wait a minute, Mr. Malfoy didn't do anything to me. Draco protected me just now. Harry quietly tugged at Hagrid's mole robe, trying to calm the big man down. Harry, you can't be so naive. There are not many good people in the Malfoy family. They were once Death Eaters. They might want to harm you. Hey, you sloppy big guy, you must have troll blood. No wonder you have no brains. Harry, you can't stay with such people. Unable to bear Hagrid's malice toward Lucius, Draco stood up and cursed Hagrid. Look, you are indeed a member of the Malfoy family. Harry, let's go. Dumbledore has told me to keep you away from these people. Hagrid pulled Harry away unsteadily, without any regard for Harry's wishes. But Harry was like a little chicken, unable to resist Hagrid, who had giant blood, and could only look at his new friends Draco and Martin reluctantly. Damn it, why did this big man take Harry away? He is a member of the Potter family and is a pure blood like us. He shouldn't stay with that kind of person. Draco complained, feeling extremely disgusted with Hagrid. After all, Harry was his new recognized friend. Okay, Draco, keep your manners and avoid interacting with them in the future. It really stains my eyes. Lucius adjusted his robes, not caring about the conflict just now. He was not a fool. Hagrid was Dumbledore's die-hard loyalist. Hagrid's behavior represents Dumbledore's wishes to a certain extent. Cole smiled and looked at each other. Both of them understood the situation somewhat. This is also the reason why the two of them pretended not to see Harry just now. Of course, Cole would not interfere too much with the friendship between children. As for Dumbledore's plans, Cole didn't care. If Dumbledore had any sense, he would know better than to involve the Black family. How dare he? Martin, tell me how dare he? Draco was unwilling to talk to Martin, but he didn't know that Martin had already seen the twists and turns. Even from Cole's few words, he could understand the Black family's attitude towards Harry. Okay, Draco, are you done? Draco didn't dare to speak for a moment, so he could only follow Martin into the clothing store. At some point, Cousin Martin's words could always calm Draco down. Maybe it was because he had been beaten too much, or maybe it was because in front of Martin, Draco had nothing to be proud of. At this time, Harry was pulled to the front of the pet store and rubbed his wrist. Although he was a little angry, he was Hagrid after all. Hagrid, why are you doing this to Draco and the others? They are all very powerful people. Thinking of the spell cast by Martin and others just now, Harry was not only not afraid, but even a little yearned for it. The power of the spell has already made Harry yearn for Hogwarts. When he goes to school, he can become as powerful as Martin and the others. At this time, Harry had not thought that Martin and the others, who were also freshmen and had not been to Hogwarts yet, would still have such powerful power. Harry remembered that Hagrid said that his parents were also wizards. If his parents were still alive, he would also be able to learn magic spells. Harry was a little disappointed, but he didn't expect Hagrid to directly pull Harry's shoulders over and look at Harry seriously. Harry, you have to know that the Malfoy family are all Death Eaters. James and Lily sacrificed themselves to fight against that person. You have to stay away from them. They will definitely harm you in the future. Looking at Hagrid's huge body, Harry couldn't express the question in his mind. He wanted to ask why would they harm me in the future? I can only nod and follow Hagrid's wishes. Hagrid smiled with satisfaction, feeling like he had pulled Harry back from the cliff. When you get to Hogwarts, we will help you. Professor McGonagall also cares about you. She is the head of Gryffindor. Gryffindor is definitely the best among the 4 colleges. Unlike Slytherin, which is a place dedicated to dark wizards. You can't go there because you will be bullied. Harry nodded. Although he still didn't know what Gryffindor meant, he could guess that Hogwarts might be divided into 4 houses. Just like a Muggle school, Cousin Dolly can go to Smelting Middle School, but he can only go to a public school. Even the school uniforms are changed from Dolly's old school uniforms. After Hagrid finished speaking, he took Harry into the pet store with satisfaction and let Harry choose the pet he liked. In the end, Harry chose the owl that was always white. The moment Harry saw her, he had already thought of a name. Hedwig, a lady's name, isn't it? On platform 9 3/4 of London Station, the Black family was ready, and of course Cole and his family entered the platform. Looking at the Hogwarts Express in front of him, Cole was thinking about what the train was powered by, and that although it didn't look big, he remembered that the space inside the train was quite large. Father, we're getting in the car. Martin's voice pulled Cole back. Looking at the 5 little guys in front of him, Cole couldn't help but sigh. Time flies so fast. It feels like sending a child to kindergarten. Well, go ahead and take care of your brothers and sisters when you get to school, and write if you need anything. Martin nodded obediently. Other than that, Jerome and Ben didn't have many different emotions. Only Alice's young face showed reluctance and looked like she was about to cry. But Cole knew that this little cotton-padded jacket could turn around and play happily. Martin and others got into the car. Cole saw Draco and Narcissa. Lucius did not show up today. He must be busy with something. Cole didn't go over to talk to Narcissa. He knew that Narcissa had been blaming him for not taking care of Sirius. But Cole didn't bother to explain that he didn't send anyone in to kill Sirius because of the Black bloodline. Sirius can coexist peacefully if he knows a little bit about each other, and everything about the Black family has nothing to do with him. If you don't know what's going on, Cole won't be merciful. After sending the child away, Cole had to go back and do his own business, such as registering the broom company, and greeting the Ministry of Magic. Fudge is a greedy guy. In the past, Cole gave some profits to the Ministry of Magic to avoid trouble, but now the Black family no longer needs it. What's more, the broom business is a formal and legal business. Unlike Nocturn Alley, it is something that can be put on the table. International Magical Federation Cole is not alone, and Fudge can no longer be an obstacle to the Black family. On the Hogwarts Express, Slytherin's box was far more luxurious than other houses. Not only was it large in space, but it also had many people waiting on it. All this is because the wizards in Slytherin are basically pure-blood nobles, and these nobles will not look down on themselves when they are away from home. Of course, it's not that there are no hybrid wizards in Slytherin, it's just that there are fewer of them. Of course, these hybrid wizards can enter Slytherin. All of them are talented in magic, and they are also somewhat ambitious. After all, the tradition of the Snake Academy is to be ambitious, shrewd, value honor, assess the situation, be wise and protective, and win first. Those half-blood wizards who hope to gain status or everything through learning magic will basically choose Slytherin. Although Slytherin is known as the back garden of pure-blood wizards, it's not that half-blood wizards can't make their mark in Slytherin, they're just rare. Pure-blood wizards are not as xenophobic as outsiders imagine. Pure-blood wizards only reject the addition of waste, and they only exclude capable mixed-blood wizards. Most wizard families will woo them, and many mixed-blood wizards will also choose to join pure-blood families and enter pure-blood families through marriage. A pure-blood family does not mean that everyone in the family is a wizard with pure blood. If that were the case, a family would die out in a few generations. Wizards are not fools. They will do things that are beneficial to their family. Pure-blood nobles only ensure that the bloodline of the main line is not tarnished. Other than that, a family cannot only have those few people. Just like Snape, he is also a half-blood wizard. Severus' mother is from the Perlin family and his father is a muggle who cannot do magic. But this does not affect Snape's excellence. In addition to his talent in magic, Snape is also an internationally renowned potions master. This title alone can ensure that Snape's status in the wizarding world is not low. What's more, many pure-blood families wanted to marry their daughters to Snape in order to turn the potions master into one of their own. But it is a pity that Snape has his own heart and does not accept the goodwill of any family, except the Malfoy family. Lucius was very smart and had a good relationship with Snape when they were students. After Draco was born, Snape became Draco's godfather. Because of this identity, Snape is naturally close to the Malfoy family. Martin took his younger siblings to the Black family's box. Yes, the Black family has an exclusive box on the Hogwarts Express. In fact, the Malfoy family also has it. In recent years, Cole has become a shareholder of Hogwarts, and countless gold galleons are sent to Dumbledore every year. Dumbledore would still give him this little bit of face, so who would ask a pure-blood noble to pay for it? The box was very large and had a space extension spell cast on it, so the box with 5 children didn't feel crowded at all. Alice jumped and threw her handbag on the sofa, raised her arm, and a white snake appeared on Alice's arm. Crystal clear, it looks like a gem under the light. Its red eyes are even more breathtaking, and the 2 fangs in its mouth are even more extraordinary. Alice, take care of your snake. Father said not to let it out in crowded places. If it bites someone, Father will definitely not let it go. Martin rubbed his head and worried. All the younger brothers and sisters were easy to deal with, but Alice was the most noisy and would pretend to cry in front of her mother. I know, brother, I won't let it bite anyone. Besides, Dad made an agreement with the school and allowed us to take him. Alice's words we show that Alice is not the only one with dangerous pets. Originally, Dumbledore stipulated that young wizards could only bring pets such as owls, toads, or mice. But when Cole wrote a letter to Dumbledore, he helped Hogwarts replace a batch of new equipment and ensured that the Black family would bear all consequences. This matter was solved easily. Cole knew that although his children were not very obedient, they were not evil people at heart. I won't offend others unless they offend me. If someone wants to harm Martin and the others are not children who have never seen blood. Seeing that he couldn't stop his sister, Martin simply let his snake out for fun. A 1-meter-long black venomous snake coiled around Martin's arm. Jerome's was a brown snake that had been coiled up and lying on top of Jerome's head, like a piece of shit that followed its owner to sleep. Darlene's was a red snake, its slender pupils stared into Darlene's eyes, and it crawled onto Darlene's body, its scales giving off a hint of coolness. The only special thing is Ban's. The 4 to 5 meter long grey body is scary to look at. The most helpless thing is that Ban thinks big is king. That's why he chose such a huge snake, which can also be said to be the existence of a python. For a moment, people and snakes were dancing together in the box. If a little wizard came in, he would be scared crazy. There was a knock on the door, and under the signal from Martin's eyes, Ben reluctantly opened the box door. Ben, you are all here. This is Goyle and Crabbe. Draco introduced his 2 followers and walked into the box. Draco was stunned when he saw the scene in the box. Goyle and Crabbe were tall, and of course they saw what Draco saw in his eyes. The 2 fat men were trembling with fear. Draco, you came quite early. Please sit down. Martin greeted warmly. Seeing that the three people did not dare to move, Martin put his snake back into the suitcase. Don't be afraid. They are pets given to us by our mother. They won't bite. Ben, Darlene, and Alice, take them back. Martin reminded a few people that as for Jerome's snake, there was no need to worry at all, as it was unwilling to move. Ben closed the box door, walked over to Draco and put his arm on his shoulder. Cousin, I didn't expect you to be so timid. Just now you said you wanted to raise a dragon. TCH, who is scared? I just didn't realize that Aunt Mara would agree to you keeping such a pet. Draco was not convinced and walked up to sit on the sofa. Goyle and Crabbe stood behind Draco, but there were no seats for them here. Martin smiled. Of course he knew Draco's courage, but he just kept silent to save face for his cousin. A lot of snacks appeared on the table, including BB multi-flavor beans, chocolate frogs, sour lollipops. Draco picked up a bean and threw it into his mouth, frowning slightly. It's peppery and tastes really bad. Goyle and Crabbe stared at the snacks on the table, but they did not dare to move without Martin's words. You are welcome. After Martin said this, the two of them immediately picked up the snacks on the table and stuffed them into their mouths, leaving Draco speechless for a while. Just these two followers, Draco didn't say anything. After sitting for a while, the train started to eat like crazy and the scenery outside the window began to change. The green mountains and green waters were pleasing to the eye. Draco kept saying that he would definitely go to Slytherin, and that if he didn't go to Slytherin, he would definitely be beaten by his father. Only Martin listened quietly to Draco, while Jerome and the others were all playing their own games. Do you remember the big guy that day? He was really a rude guy, and we didn't do anything. Then Draco thought of Harry Potter. Speaking of which, Draco had been listening to Harry's stories since he was a child. For them, Harry's identity was still very curious. Maybe he is not the same type of person as us. Unlike Draco, Martin knew Harry's identity. From the few words spoken by his father and mother, Martin could guess a little bit. Draco looked at Martin in confusion and said, the Potter family is also pure blood. Of course they are the same type of people as us. Why do you say that, Martin? Martin didn't explain. Anyway, he knew Draco might be disappointed. Martin and Draco already knew how Hogwarts was sorted, but of course this was not what Cole and Lucius told them. This can be regarded as a prank played by wizard parents on their children. The originally simple sorting ceremony was turned into a duel with a dragon or facing a troll. Countless first-grade wizards are too scared to go to school. Of course, after experiencing it, you know that this is just a prank, and they have a tacit understanding not to tell their younger siblings. After all, they still want others to experience the feeling of fear. As for how Martin and Draco knew, it was all because Draco was afraid and came to ask Martin. Martin didn't know, and didn't want to ask Cole. He walked around Nocturn Alley and got the answer. Just kidding, turn over the alleys and streets to find out who the father is. Martin's behavior confused the wizard who was attacked. He originally thought that he was going to die, but in the end he was still able to receive 10 gold galleons in compensation. As for the mental damages that Master Martin mentioned, the wizard who was attacked didn't understand what mental damages were. He only knew that he could get money for being beaten. This also led to a wizard appearing in Nocturn Alley, deliberately bumping into people while walking on the road. You must know that the dark wizards are not doing good things in Nocturn Alley. According to their temper, not sending Avada is enough to give them face. That is to say, the Black family's wizard patrol team is here. These wizards dare not take action, so they can only lose money and avoid disaster, and spend a few gold galleons to let the wizard go. The wizard who had tasted the sweetness seemed to have found his own way to make a fortune, and he worked even harder. He felt itchy all over without lying on the ground more than 10 times a day. Of course, dozens of wizard victims were not vegetarians. On a dark and windy night, several dark wizards held troll sticks and directly knocked the wizard unconscious and took him out of Nocturn Alley. From then on, there was no such person in the wizarding world, and the legendary figure of Nocturn Alley disappeared. At this time, Martin was sitting on the sofa, not knowing that he almost gave birth to a new profession in the wizarding world. Martin just watched Draco brag here, saying what he would do when he got to Hogwarts. Speaking of Slytherin prefects, there are no prefects for first-year wizards, but Slytherins are different. They naturally pursue power. There will also be shadow prefects in the first grade, and of course there will be competition. Draco expressed his firm support for Martin to become the prefect. He would not accept anyone except Martin. Even if Dumbledore became the prefect, he would not accept it. The main thing is his dissatisfaction. This is why Draco has suffered too much at the hands of Martin over the years. Martin looks friendly and harmless. Only those who know him well know that Martin is a typical aristocratic heir. When his own interests are touched, Martin will never show mercy. Not to mention the aristocratic carriage. In the ordinary carriage of the Hogwarts Express, Harry, who was wearing round glasses, also made new friends. A child with red hair and a dirty face, wearing old clothes, holding a sandwich wrapped in a paper bag, looked at Harry and the snacks on the table with a little embarrassment. You're welcome, can I try your sandwich? To avoid embarrassment, Harry tasted Ronald Weasley's sandwich in a friendly manner, and Ronald seemed to turn on a switch. He picked up the snacks on the table and started to eat them. In the past, he could not eat so many snacks. Mrs. Weasley was not going to waste her galleons on such useless things. During this journey, the relationship between the two little guys became better and better, and Harry also felt that it was right for him to come to the wizarding world. Everyone he met was kind to him, and it was so happy to think about his future life at Hogwarts without having to face Uncle Dursley's family. The train arrived at the station, and under the guidance of the big man Hagrid, 4 people were in a boat. Martin had no choice but to join Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Night shrouded the Black Lake. Under Hagrid's warning, few young wizards dared to play in the lake water, especially when there were a few ripples from time to time. The little wizard knew that there must be something in the lake. What ordinary people cannot see, the eyes of several children of the Black family are different. It is recorded in the history of Hogwarts that there are fishmen in the Black Lake. Alice saw a strange-looking thing, ugly yet cute. If the situation didn't allow it, Alice would like to catch one and play with it. In this way, the little wizards walked the same path that the 4 legendary wizards once walked, and arrived in front of the Hogwarts Great Hall. Professor McGonagall waited with a serious face. Hagrid went up to explain the situation. After speaking, he walked into the auditorium through the small door on the side. Although the little wizards came to a strange place, they still whispered excitedly. At this time, Harry also saw Martin, Draco, and others. They were acquainted with them from previous experiences, and Draco also saw Harry. "So you are here, Potter. No wonder I didn't see you. Come on, stand here with us." Draco invited Harry to join his team. Before Harry could say anything, a sneer sounded next to him. Draco immediately stared at Ronald. Seeing Ronald's red hair and old robes, Draco knew that the person laughing at him was a member of the Weasley family. No wonder he is so rude. It turns out to be Weasley. His red hair and ill-fitting robe have almost become Weasley's trademark. Harry looked at the two of them awkwardly. Although he also thought it was inexplicable for Ronald to laugh at Draco just now, he still said a few words for Ronald. "Draco, I'm sorry, he wasn't laughing at you, Ronald just thought of something funny." In front of Martin and Harry, Draco certainly had to show his magnanimity and did not continue to taunt them. But when Ronald saw Harry explaining for him, he didn't appreciate it. Instead, his face turned red, thinking that he had lost face in front of Malfoy. "Malfoy is not a good person, Harry. His family is full of dark wizards." Ronald's words attracted the attention of those around him. After all, in the young wizard's worldview, dark wizards are all bad people. Malfoy was also angry at this time. Obviously he was ready to let this lowly Weasley go. "Potter, you have to know that some wizards are always superior to others. Don't associate with these lowly wizards. Weasley can hardly afford to eat, so he still cares about other people's families." Malfoy's words not only stung Ronald, but also made Harry uncomfortable. After all, although he was from the Potter family, Harry had never lived a day like a young master. Malfoy's words made Harry feel a little hard to accept, thinking of everything he had experienced at the Dursleys. Coupled with what Ronald told him about the wizarding world on the express train, Harry also understood that his parents died at the hands of a mysterious man. Death Eaters are all dark wizards. A surge of anger rose in Harry's heart. "I think I know how to pick my friends." After Harry finished speaking, he looked at Draco blankly. Draco did not expect that Harry would reject him like this. Ronald heard Harry's words, as if he had won a victory, and looked at Malfoy with arrogant and provocative eyes. However, Ronald's expression looked really unwise to Hermione next to her. After all, Ronald had already embarrassed others when he performed the spell on the train just now. Just when Draco was about to step forward to teach Ronald a lesson, a hand was put on Draco's shoulder. "It's time for you to enter the auditorium." Professor McGonagall's voice sounded, stopping the fight. Draco adjusted his robes unwillingly. After all, the following ceremony was also very important. Ronald whispered in Harry's ear, looking at him, "He might also be a dark wizard in the future. Harry, you have to be careful, the Malfoy family is very bad." When Harry heard Ronald belittling Draco, he calmed down instantly and regretted what he just said. After all, Draco was very kind to him when he was in Diagon Alley and protected him. When he met Mr. Lucius, he felt that Mr. Lucius had no ill intentions toward him. Draco was just a little arrogant. The little wizards were adjusting their clothes, and Martin was thinking about what had just happened. According to his opinion, Draco did not provoke Ronald first. On the contrary, it was Ronald who laughed at Draco first. He could not accept this the most for a character like Draco. Things didn't seem to be simple. The Weasley who appeared next to Harry seemed to be specifically against Draco. Martin already felt that things were not going to be simple. Harry passed by Martin and did not dare to talk to Martin again. He just said, "Don't be blinded by anger," from the side. Harry turned around and saw Martin adjusting his clothes nonchalantly and ignoring him. The door of the auditorium opened, and 4 long tables came into view. The chess pieces of the 4 houses of Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff were floating above the long tables. At the front is the staff's long table, with a golden chair standing in the middle, and the white-bearded Principal Dumbledore is sitting on it. Under the leadership of Professor McGonagall, the little wizard walked into the auditorium under the gaze of countless senior students. The top of the auditorium showed the sky outside, with twinkling stars. Such a magical sight also amazed many little wizards who saw it for the first time. There is a chair on the table. On the chair is an old sheepskin hat with a mouth and eyes. You may think I'm not pretty, but never judge a book by its cover. You may belong to Gryffindor, where there is bravery buried deep in your heart. You may belong to Hufflepuff, where people are honest and loyal. Maybe go to the wise Ravenclaw, those learned and wise people. Maybe you will make sincere friends in Slytherin, but those cunning and insidious people will use any means. An unpleasant song was sung by the Sorting Hat, which made Martin a little irritable. But both professors and students are waiting seriously for the song to end. This is the tradition of Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall walked to the stage and took out the parchment scroll. With the blessing of magic, the sound was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Hannah Abbott, a little girl with brown hair, came up, placed the Sorting Hat on her head at Professor McGonagall's reminder, and sat quietly on the chair. Hufflepuff. There was applause at Little Badger's long table. Hannah nervously put her hat back, walked to Hufflepuff's long table, and sat down safely amidst the applause. The little wizards also knew that this was the sorting ceremony of Hogwarts, and many of them relaxed. As the little wizards came on stage one after another, the clever ones were assigned to Ravenclaw, and the ones full of courage and seemingly optimistic were assigned to Gryffindor. As for those who don't like to laugh, send them to Slytherin. Those who are not suitable for the remaining 3 academies will all be sent to Hufflepuff for retirement. The sorting ceremony went smoothly, and Dumbledore looked at the little wizard kindly, as if looking at the future of the wizarding world. Snape, who was sitting in the professor's seat, was chatting with Professor Freevey next to him, but his eyes were fixed on Harry in the crowd. To be precise, it was the eyes that looked at Harry. There were turbulent emotions hidden under the calm eyes. Of course Harry also felt this gaze. He was sure that the professor in the seat was staring at him and felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the professor exuded a gloomy aura. Harry Potter. The name read out by Professor McGonagall made the entire auditorium start to get excited. Many people had heard of the savior Harry's name, but this was indeed the first time they saw it. Even the little badgers who were indifferent to the world began to look forward to the fact that maybe Harry could be assigned to their academy. The little Slytherin snake looked at him with scrutiny, judging whether Harry was qualified to join their camp. The Gryffindor lions looked confident. They all believed that Harry was a born Gryffindor. After all, his parents came from this academy. Harry walked onto the stage and sat down in his seat under the eyes of everyone. It was the first time that so many people were watching him, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Well, with excellent magical talent and a bit of ambition, maybe Slytherin can help you realize your wish. The voice of the Sorting Hat appeared in Harry's mind. When he heard the word ambition, Harry was a little panicked. He didn't know that the Sorting Hat could see his heart clearly. But remembering what Ronald told him, Slytherins are all dark wizards, and Hagrid also said that his parents died at the hands of mysterious people. Harry didn't have a very good impression of Slytherin, not to mention that he just hoped to achieve something in the wizarding world, which wasn't really an ambition. Gryffindor, Gryffindor. Harry muttered Gryffindor's name silently, the sound of the Sorting Hat echoing in his ears. Are you sure? Maybe you'd be better suited as a Slytherin. Harry ignored the Sorting Hat and stubbornly believed that he must go to Gryffindor. The Sorting Hat has spent enough time to attract everyone's attention. The savior is indeed the savior and has spent more time than others. Of course, no one would doubt that had embarrassment would happen to Harry Potter. As you wish, I hope you won't regret it. Gryffindor. When the little lions heard this answer, they all stood up and clapped excitedly, shouting excitedly, "We have Harry, we have Harry." Seeing so many people welcoming him, Harry smiled and walked towards the Gryffindor table. Hermione and Ronald, who were already at the Gryffindor table, expressed their congratulations. After all, they had communicated on the train. Dumbledore smiled and nodded with satisfaction. After all, he was also a Gryffindor. On Snape's face alone, the expression on his face did not change, but he could feel the gloominess on his body getting darker. Malfoy, who was sitting at the long Slytherin table, made a sound and felt uncomfortable. Obviously Potter was from a pure-blood family, so he should belong to their Slytherin family. Now that he was staying with those pure-blood traitors, Potter would regret it one day. Martin Blake. Martin walked onto the stage with firm steps. Many people in the audience saw his appearance. Only the first-year mixed-race wizards did not know the name of the Black family. The remaining young wizards, no matter what grade they are in, have more or less heard of the Black family's name. After all, they will also be involved in the wizarding world in the future. The wizards in Slytherin were even more excited. Compared to Harry, a savior they had never seen before, Martin was a genius wizard they had seen since childhood. If Martin could get to Slytherin, it wouldn't matter whether Harry Potter came or not. The sincere smile on Martin's face made many professors feel good about him when they first saw him. Martin didn't do anything wrong. Even if the Sorting Hat was covered in dirt, he could accept it calmly. Wow, it's my first time to see a wizard with such extraordinary talent. His magic power is so outstanding at such a young age. You're just a little snake with a dark mind. Stop laughing. I can see the malice hidden deep in your heart. Slytherin. It didn't take long to determine Martin's whereabouts. Martin walked off the stage gracefully and took a deep look at the Sorting Hat. The smile on his face did not disappear. The little snakes applauded and watched Martin Blake off, and the people next to Draco quickly gave up their seats. Jerome Black Slytherin. Ben Black. Slytherin. Darlene Black. Slytherin. Alice Black. Slytherin. 5 Blacks entered Slytherin in a row, and the sorting ceremony reached its climax. Even the little snakes who had always maintained their grace began to make excited celebrations. The other first-year wizards still don't understand the significance of all 5 Black children entering Slytherin. They just lament that there are so many people in the Black family. The Slytherin snakes knew that they had a rare opportunity to contact the Black family. Chief Dumbledore received Snape's look, since he knew that Martin's children would also be attending school this year. He was thinking about whether to let them go to Gryffindor, but a letter from Cole made Dumbledore give up the idea. Only a few people knew about his plan, and even they didn't know everything. Only Cole could guess what he was thinking. Dumbledore was confused. Cole's strength was enough to scare him, but Cole was so smart that he was at a loss as to what to do. For the first time in so many years of living, Dumbledore felt like his panties were being seen through. The last time this feeling was caused by Grindelwald, although he did see his own underwear. It was because of this that Dumbledore decided not to interfere with the children of the Black family, not to mention Cole also expressed that he had no interest in Harry. Sirius was Harry's godfather, not Cole. Of course, there is no place for Sirius in the current Black family. Snape didn't receive any response from the principal's eyes and could only suppress the questions in his heart. Snape also understood several of Cole's children, and they were indeed far more talented than their peers. The sorting ceremony ended. After Dumbledore told a riddle, he waved his hand and food appeared on the long table. The little wizards were already hungry and enjoying the sumptuous dinner. Finally, during the Hogwarts school song, the prefects of each house brought the students back. In Black Manor, Cole used to hear the noise of several children when he woke up in the morning. Now it was suddenly quiet and Cole was still a little uncomfortable with it. Mira suddenly didn't have to take care of her children, so she began to indulge in her own research in her free time. During this time, a potion suddenly appeared in Nocturn Alley. The Wolfsbane potion is said to be taken a week before the full moon, so that a werewolf can remain sane even if he turns into a giant wolf on a full moon night. As soon as the potion appeared, it caused a sensation in Nocturn Alley. You must know that there are many werewolves in a filthy place like Nocturn Alley. Every year, the Ministry of Magic also suffers from headaches due to werewolf attacks on nights of full moon. Attacks occur one after another and remain unresolved. The sudden appearance of Wolfsbane potion can be said to be good news for werewolf wizards. They no longer have to let their families tie themselves up with chains on the night of the full moon. I don't know which dark wizard accidentally discovered it while preparing the potion. Cole was very interested in this potion. Wright was ordered to find the man, but he did not expect that this dark wizard was so cunning that the Black family's wizard team never succeeded in capturing him. But Wright did not find nothing, as more than a dozen tubes of Wolfsbane potion appeared in Mira's laboratory. Now, just waiting for Mira to develop the formula for the Wolfsbane potion, the Black family will have another formula to make money. But Cole's ultimate goal is not just to make money, but to use Wolfsbane potion to recruit werewolves. The werewolf wizard's combat effectiveness is not weak. You must know that one-on-one aurors may not be able to defeat the werewolf. The giant wolf's magic resistance is surprisingly high, coupled with its extremely fast speed. It is also very dangerous for adult wizards. Wolfsbane potion can keep the werewolf sane while transforming, which makes the werewolf even more powerful. As long as Wolfsbane potion can be produced in large quantities, Cole is not worried that the Black family will not be able to recruit werewolf wizards. Cole was sitting idle on the sofa in the study room when a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Enter. The door was pushed open. Wright came in and stood aside, facing Cole's questioning eyes and said, "Master, the land issue has been settled, but the price is a bit high. It has been reported to the Ministry of Magic, and the registration of the broom company has been completed. Okay, everything is going as planned. We will launch the first generation Dark Star broomstick and send samples to each Quidditch team. The shops in Diagon Alley will also be opened, allowing wizards to experience it for free for a week." Cole's plan is to build a brand name in the wizarding world first, and conduct a series of activities to let wizards feel the excellence of the product, and then seize the market. As for the land that Wright bought, it was used by Cole to build his own Quidditch pitch, and the location was chosen well. It happened to be right next to the Avery family stadium. Cole remembered clearly how little Avery had offended Cole before. If he dared to act as Dumbledore's vanguard against the Black family, he would have to pay the price. There is no reason to take action against the Everly family head-on, but with normal business methods, Cole does not believe that the Everly family can remain calm even if they lose their source of gold galleons. As for the price being a bit high, this is completely out of Cole's consideration. The previous investment is necessary, and the subsequent benefits are the top priority. Reporting to the Ministry of Magic is just a process. Land ownership in the wizarding world is very similar to that in the Muggle world. Private land is sacred and inviolable. Cole cannot plunder other people's land at will, only through normal transactions. The Ministry of Magic does not manage these private lands, but only records ownership of the land. The piece of land Cole bought was bought from a small wizard family. Without much thought, Cole sent someone to ask and they agreed directly. After all, not everyone can refuse the shining gold galleons, and of course the reputation of the Black family is not excluded. Is there anything else? When Cole saw that Wright was still there, he knew what must have happened when he went to the Ministry of Magic. "Master, that old guy Fudge asked the Black family if they need help. It can provide some convenience." Cole sneered. Fudge is a pig that pounces on money when he smells it. Our Lord Minister still can't see the situation clearly. Doesn't he know that if it weren't for Dumbledore's sake, he would keep him lying on the street the next day? What Cole said was true. Fudge himself was not outstanding in ability, and some people praised him for being the Minister of Magic. However, our minister is still very proud and feels that his achievements today are all due to himself. In these years, the pure blood family has always looked out for the principal's face and not caused trouble. Of course, it is also for the development of the family to win over him appropriately. Unexpectedly, Fudge's appetite increased. It's not just the beginning now. When I first came back, I didn't have the foundation to properly win over Fudge. Now it's not that easy to want to suck blood from my Black family. Cole is too lazy to pay attention now, otherwise he wouldn't send Right to handle the matter. Since our minister is so free, let's find something for him to do, understand Right. When Right saw his master Cole's smile, he already understood. It's master. Those guys in Nocturn Alley have been holding back for a long time. It's time to let them out and make a big fuss. Fudge will be in the newspapers soon. Cole nodded, very satisfied with Right's intelligence, and continued, it is the minister's responsibility to maintain the stability and harmony of the wizarding world. Of course, as a member of the wizarding world, our family must also contribute to the stability and harmony of the wizarding world. Of course, outsiders don't need to know this. Who told me to be indifferent to fame and fortune? Cole's tone made Right laugh. When it comes to being indifferent to fame and fortune, who can compare to the Black family? The next day, Diagon Alley was peaceful and harmonious. However, the wizard who came out of it was attacked in the wild. Many people were injured and their finances were robbed. There was even a male wizard who was stripped naked and hung from a tree. The newspaper reporter only let him down by the orders after the newspaper reporter went to see him. At the same time, werewolf attacks on camps also occurred in various places. St. Mungo's hospital was full of people and its turnover increased significantly. The Ministry of Magic also received numerous letters of complaint, and Minister Fudge spoke in front of reporters. Strictly crack down on criminal wizards. The stability and harmony of the wizarding world cannot be doubted. We call on wizards to believe that the Ministry of Magic can handle the attacks. Of course, the Minister of Magic's speech was also inspiring, and Fudge's firm eyes convinced many wizards. However, an official from the Ministry of Magic said that there have been constant sounds of smashing in the minister's office in the past 2 days. Officials from the Ministry of Magic agreed that Minister Fudge was under a lot of pressure, but also said that there was nothing they could do. They were only clerks, not aurors. The small turmoil outside the British wizarding world cannot affect Hogwarts. With Dumbledore's protection, everything is peaceful. The first-grade wizards are busy adapting to the intense study life, and their curiosity about magic drives them to never skip classes. Unlike second- and third-year wizards, who are already veterans, they have too many ways to skip classes that they don't like or that are not important. In the corridor, Martin and Draco were talking about Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. Even the strict Professor McGonagall couldn't fault Martin's transformation. Slytherin received credits from Professor McGonagall for the first time, which made the little snakes very excited, but the little lions became unhappy. I feel like my dean is partial. Martin, you have to teach me that move you just made when you get back later. It's so handsome. Look at the people in Gryffindor, they are so shameless. It's because no one in their academy has succeeded. Draco praised Martin for his successful attack on the Gryffindors, and felt that it was not in vain to give up the position of prefect to Martin. In fact, he didn't dare to go on stage to fight Martin. You must know that even if he comes from a wizard family, he can only do a few small evil spells, which are sometimes effective and ineffective. Martin is a blazing flame as soon as he comes up. Who dares to go up? Jerome and Ben do, but who makes Martin their eldest brother? Therefore, Martin successfully won the position of Slytherin's first-year prefect, and by the way, he showed up in front of other senior wizards. No one dares to underestimate the little wizard of the Black family anymore. Martin looked at Draco helplessly. Draco couldn't stop being excited since just now. He couldn't even understand why Draco was happy when the Gryffindors were depressed. Okay, what's the next class? Just as Draco was looking through the class schedule, a voice suddenly came from next to him. Humph, what's so great about it? How could Draco not hear the sinister words? He turned around angrily and saw Harry and the red-haired Ronald. Potter, what do you mean? Facing Draco's question, Harry was a little at a loss. He looked at Ronald helplessly. What he just said was not his. But Draco just asked him. Despicable Malfoy, stop bullying Harry and come at me if you dare. Ronald was not afraid at all and stood in front of Harry as if to protect him. Harry felt something was wrong. He obviously didn't do anything, so why did he need to be protected? Potter, are you jealous of Martin? He is obviously more talented than you. Before Harry could speak, Ronald couldn't wait to reply. Fuck Merlin, Harry defeated the mysterious man. His talent is the best. How can he be jealous of Martin? Martin, tell me, is Harry better than you? Ronald's words directly caused the surrounding young wizards to burst into laughter. Anyone with eyesight could not see that Harry was a loser and Martin was a prefect of Slytherin. Even the little lions of Gryffindor couldn't refute the ridicule from the little snakes around him. After all, Harry's performance was not outstanding these days. Boy, you'd better not provoke my big brother, otherwise I will really deal with you. When the time comes, don't cry and scream for pain. Of course Jerome and the others were around. Ben stood up and said this. He could hardly stand Weasley's arrogance anymore. Although he clearly has no strength, he always speaks rudely. Ronald, who was laughed at, blushed and lost his mind. What's wrong with the Black family? Are they very powerful? No matter how powerful they are, how can they be as powerful as the principal? Don't forget, your family has also produced dark wizards. The surroundings were silent for a moment. Even the reckless and impulsive lion knew not to talk about the dark wizard's affairs openly. Slytherin's little snake eyes are even worse. After all, who doesn't have a relative at home? Ben's cold eyes made Ronald calm down a bit. He also realized that he had said the wrong thing. Looking at Harry, who still didn't know anything next to him, Ronald said, "Harry, dark wizards are bad people. Don't believe what they say." Harry obviously didn't know the unspoken rules of the wizarding world at this moment, and he couldn't ignore his friends. "Martin, Ben, I apologize to you on Ronald's behalf. He didn't mean it." Draco looked angry, while Martin still smiled, as if he didn't care at all. Only Ben still stared at him, making people feel like he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. What? People in the Weasley family don't have big mouths? When they cause trouble, they just hide behind others. "Harry, we weren't the first to provoke you today. Don't blame me for not giving face." Regarding Ben's words, not only Draco stood behind him to express support, but all the children of the Black family stood behind him. The eldest brother Martin didn't say anything, he just smiled and watched his younger brother deal with it. Sometimes a smile does not mean kindness, it may be a warning. Harry did not feel kindness from Martin's smile. "Ronald." Ronald looked at him in disbelief at Harry's shout. "Why should I apologize? It's not my fault." This is what Ronald was thinking at this time. "Harry, they are obviously the ones provoking us." Ronald's words made Harry confused. How could he remember that it was Ronald who laughed at Draco first? Could it be that he remembered it wrong? "Red-haired kid, don't think I didn't hear it. You are mocking me when you laugh at my brother. I guess you haven't been beaten before." Ben is already very aware of Ronald's shamelessness. This person never makes a rough draft of his lies. "What do you want to do? Don't forget this is Hogwarts." How could the class not know what Ronald meant? Although the young wizards at Hogwarts can practice with wands at will, they are prohibited from using magic spells to attack classmates, and they can only duel under the guidance of the professor. "Ah, yes, why didn't you say when you provoked us just now that you knew this was Hogwarts, but you thought it was a nursery if you didn't know? Ha 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 ha." Ben's words directly mocked Ronald as a child who was still wearing diapers and would only look for his mother after being spanked. I will fight with you." Ronald was so angry that he took out his wand from his pocket and pointed it at Ben, chanting a spell. Unexpectedly, Ben didn't have the wand when he saw it. Instead, he quickly stepped forward and slapped Ronald's mouth. A sweeping kick followed by a bastard punch, and Ronald was beaten until he screamed. "Who gave you the courage to recite a spell at such a close distance? Didn't you know I know Kung Fu? Draco, come and fight. Why are you standing there dazed?" Draco couldn't bear it anymore. When he heard Ben calling him, he simply went up and started punching and kicking him. As for Harry, he was already tightly held in the arms of Draco's two hummingbirds, Goyle and Crab, and became a sandwich biscuit, feeling the loving care of the two fat men. Hermione was standing nearby at a loss, shouting loudly, "Don't hit me anymore, don't hit me anymore, it's against school rules." But at this time, neither Ronald who was being beaten, nor the two sisters Ben and Black who were beating, or Draco who was blushing and excited, didn't care much about the school rules. "Nice lady." Hermione obviously had not experienced such a scene, and turned to Martin to advise. "Just tell them to stop, the principal will kick you out of Hogwarts." Martin still smiled and replied, "I believe that the headmaster who was born in Gryffindor will also approve of such a courageous behavior, right?" The situation got out of control for a while, but even if the other Gryffindor students wanted to come to help, they could only watch as the Slytherin students surrounded them. When it comes to unity, it's Slytherin. Once the little snakes have a snake king, their unity will be unprecedentedly powerful. On the other hand, in the Hogwarts principal's office, a group of people were standing to greet Principal Dumbledore's eyes. Next to Professor McGonagall, there was Harry with a pair of panda eyes and Ronald, whose face was no longer visible. One was aggrieved and the other was unconvinced. Of course, Ronald was unconvinced. He felt that the Black family did not respect martial ethics, so could they fight in groups if there were many people? The Weasley family is not empty. Ronald has already planned to find Fred and George. If he doesn't take revenge, others will think that the Weasley family is empty. It's just that Ronald feels a little distressed. He doesn't know how much Fred and George have to blackmail him before they are willing to take action. Harry was still a little confused. It was Ronald who was obviously beaten, so why was he injured? Harry couldn't figure out why Goyle and Crab attacked him. He didn't provoke these two guys. They were as fat as his cousin Dudley. How could Harry take the initiative to provoke them? Feeling the pain in his eyes, Harry couldn't help but complain that he had been beaten even though he had done nothing. How come you only get beaten when you follow Ronald? Harry was still deeply confused. Professor McGonagall was like a lioness, unable to calm down at this moment. "Principal Dumbledore, look at how my students were beaten. You know, this is Hogwarts. Those who don't know may think it's Durmstrang." Professor McGonagall's shout brought Dumbledore back to his senses. To be honest, he didn't expect what Harry looked like just now. Although the little wizard doesn't know many spells, he doesn't know how to fight with his fists. Dumbledore recalled that when he was a child, he also used wands to duel according to the rules, although the spells were not very powerful. Have times changed? Dumbledore had no choice but to quickly comfort McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, calm down first. I probably understand what happened. Why don't you take little Harry and Ronald to Professor Sprout first? Dumbledore advised McGonagall to take someone to see a doctor first. After all, the look from Snape next to him also made him feel anxious. No, Headmaster, what happened today is too bad. Snape, your students violated school rules and beat students, and they should be punished. Snape's mouth twitched slightly. To be honest, among the professors at Hogwarts, he was the least willing to deal with Professor McGonagall. It was too difficult to deal with. If it weren't for his godson Draco and the children of the Black family who committed the crime today, he wouldn't even show his face. When they heard that they were going to be punished, Draco and Martin standing next to Snape did not panic. They were just fighting, and they were not going to drop out of school. What were they afraid of? In fact, Martin and Jerome didn't do anything at all. Ben and his two sisters did. This was one of the reasons why the Gryffindor students didn't help Ronald. After all, no one would be embarrassed to bully a little girl. The other reason was Martin and Jerome. Although the two did not take action, they took out their wands and separated them. Martin's reputation as a genius is well known to everyone, and Jerome's talent displayed in the classroom is enough to prove that the children of the Black family are not simple. What's more, their relationship with Harry is not that harmonious yet. Ever since they discovered that Harry's talent was mediocre, they have become somewhat indifferent to his savior aura. Snape heard what Professor McGonagall said, and he was also protective of Cavs. Professor McGonagall, as far as I know, it was your student who provoked you first. Yes, that's right, it was Weasley who mocked Martin first. The others had not yet said anything, but Draco took the lead. As if insulting Martin, his cousin, was an insult to him. Draco looked arrogant and gave Ben a look of praise. After all, they just got rid of the annoying Weasley together. Ben looked at him as if he were a fool, but in Ben's eyes, although Draco, this cousin, was stupid, he was pretty good. After Draco finished speaking, seeing Professor McGonagall's expression getting even worse, Martin quickly stood up and said, "Principal Dumbledore, it's my class who were too impulsive, and I didn't stop them in time. But we can bear the medical expenses. After all, Harry and Ronald's injuries are relatively serious." Dumbledore looked at Ben, Darlene, and Alice who were unharmed, and Draco who didn't even have a mess of hair. "I was really depressed, both sides were fighting, but one side was unscathed. Humph, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a few bad money. The Black family doesn't necessarily have where the money comes from." Ronald's voice was deafening, and even Professor McGonagall frowned. Harry rolled his eyes helplessly. To be honest, he really wanted to seal Ronald's mouth at this moment. Some people are jealous. They are jealous of what others have when they can't get it. Are all the Weasleys like this? Jerome spoke coldly. Although he was usually reluctant to speak, it did not mean that he could tolerate outsiders provoking the Black family. Martin's eyes grew colder, but he tried to remain elegant. "Mr. Weasley, can you take responsibility for what you said? We will take the slander against the Black family seriously. Yes, I will write to Uncle Cole when I get back. Weasley, you are done. You have a bad mouth." Draco Desser didn't mention writing a letter to Lucius to complain, but directly wrote a letter to Uncle Cole to complain. Because he found that his uncle seemed to speak better than his father. I didn't, I just. Ronald also realized that he had said the wrong thing. He just felt angry when he heard Martin say he wanted compensation. His father worked in the Ministry of Magic, and he also knew that the Black family's current status in the wizarding world was absolutely impossible for the Weasley family to compete with. If his father at the Ministry of Magic lost his job, Ronald could already imagine being torn apart by his mother. Seeing Ronald trembling with fear, Dumbledore couldn't just sit back and ignore him. After all, the Weasley family was his loyal friends. "Martin, wait, I don't think Ronald has any ill intentions, and he doesn't mean to slander the Black family. The matter is very simple, isn't it?" Dumbledore stroked his beard and continued, "I remember that when I was young, I often fought with the neighborhood kids. It was an unforgettable experience when I think about it now. I think you might become better friends after this, don't you, Martin?" "Of course, Principal, I like making friends the most." Martin's answer satisfied Dumbledore. Sometimes talking to smart people just doesn't waste time. It's getting late, and the old man's sleep comes as soon as he wants. Both Snape and Professor McGonagall took the students from their own colleges back, and neither of them mentioned the matter of punishment. This proves that punishment can only be done in one's own college, decided by the dean. Not to mention how Professor McGonagall would punish Harry and Harry, Snape could only imagine how he could not protect his godson and his friends' children. In the Slytherin common room, Draco cursed Weasley angrily, and then even Harry cursed, "Damn Potter, you don't know what's good, you should let Goyle and Crabbe teach him a lesson." "Okay, Draco, that's the end of the matter. I don't want my mother to write a letter to warn me." Martin advised his cousin Malfoy that as the eldest brother, he would be afraid if he allowed his younger siblings to fight in school. "Although I know my father won't care about this, my mother doesn't necessarily care." Draco sneered. Today really made him angry. He had long disliked that Weasley. "Ben, you are so awesome today, you are worthy of being my cousin." They had a fight together, and Draco felt that Ben wasn't that cold, but his cousin still hit him very hard. He didn't even recognize Weasley until he was beaten so hard. "You're welcome, it would be a mercy if you didn't use a wand." It was just a fight between children, not a duel between wizards, so Ben didn't feel like he was winning. Martin and others were able to come back successfully because of Snape's fault. As the Dean of Slytherin, Snape was strict but also very protective. Not to mention that the one being beaten was still a Gryffindor student, and the one being beaten was Harry, who looked so similar to his old enemy, which made him even more happy. Slytherin aside, Harry and Ronald were in dire straits. They went to the school infirmary and managed to get their injuries treated. But when they returned to the lounge, they were greeted with ridicule from around them. After all, the little lion was full of malice towards the little snake. Harry and Ronald were beaten up and humiliated. Harry and Ronald didn't want to say a word when they returned to the room. After all, who could be in a good mood after being beaten? Harry, Ronald, are you okay? Neville got out of the quilt and asked the two of them in a low voice. It's okay, you're not asleep yet, Neville. Neville's concern made Harry feel much better, at least he still had friends who cared about him. Turning his head to look at someone who was already covered with a quilt and pretending to be asleep, Harry felt tired, even though he had done nothing. Helping take the blame, but not getting a good look in the end. Go to bed early. We have classes tomorrow. Harry didn't say anything else, got into the quilt and fell asleep with random thoughts. The next day, Black Castle welcomed the Hogwarts Owls, and Cole received a letter from Snape. Looking at the letter in his hand, Cole learned about the fight between several children, but he didn't take it to heart. It was just a child's play. What's more, Martin and the others didn't suffer. What's more, no magic was used. As long as he didn't use black magic on his classmates, the punishment wouldn't be severe. Snape was the most protective person. Cole knew his senior, who was cold-faced and warm-hearted. Cole naturally had a source of information about the experiences of several children at Hogwarts, and also knew the ins and outs of this small conflict. What intrigued Cole the most was that it was not easy for Dumbledore to place people from the Weasley family around Harry. Ronald, this kid, stirs up trouble everywhere. Doesn't it make it more difficult for Harry to get along with his classmates at school? As far as he knew, the Weasley family were not troublemakers, and Ronald's brothers were all excellent. In Gryffindor, not only did he do well, he was also popular among the people. Why did we get to Ronald? This kid seemed to have no brains. Could it be that Ronald was adopted? Cole didn't want to think too much. He didn't need to take action on these small things. He had big plans these days, and he had people watching outside Gringotts. Looking at the master key redeemed from the system in his hand, Cole nodded with satisfaction. As expected of a system product, this key can open any door. The ring on his left hand suddenly became hot, and Cole knew that the opportunity had come. He stood up and walked to the fireplace, and a handful of flue powder disappeared into the room. Diagonally outside Gringotts, Richie Black walked over just as Cole arrived. Master, the person you asked me to keep an eye on has just entered. Cole nodded, and it was Quirrell who he asked Richie to stare at. You must know that at this time, the great senior Tom is making his home on the back of people's heads. The reason why Cole made people stare at Professor Quirrell was because he knew that Voldemort wanted the Philosopher's Stone, so he would definitely break into Gringotts. Don't get me wrong, Cole is not here to help senior Tom rob a bank. How could he do such a bad thing? He was just hanging around to eat and get some things useful to the Black family, such as gold galleons, magic potions, and so on. Magic stone? Who would be interested in garbage that you don't want to give to dogs? It can only survive and lose all body functions. Cole has many ways to live forever, but he is still very young and doesn't need this thing. As for turning the magic stone into gold, he was not a muggle, so what would he do with gold without magic? Build a toilet. Nodding to let Rich go back, when he came to a deserted place, Cole suddenly turned into an unfamiliar face. This is not a simple polyjuice potion or transformation. Cole directly asked someone to peel off the skin of a dark wizard. The one-time props made by using the system will be gone after use. When the time comes, the person will not be found, and the Ministry of Magic will not be able to find it. Don't say Cole is evil, it's all the fault of the system. Who allowed the system to do this? System, he is the best at blaming others. Yes, I am evil. He swaggered into Gringotts, told the goblin directly that he wanted to open a private vault, and took out a purse full of gold galleons. The goblins couldn't wait to be happy, they liked the wizard to save money. Riding the minecart all the way down, before reaching the destination, an explosion suddenly sounded, almost derailing the minecart. The goblin quickly stopped at a stone platform and said in a panic, I'm sorry, sir, there is some trouble now, please wait a moment. The goblin's green eyes stared into the darkness. It had been many years since anyone had dared to come to Gringotts to cause trouble. You must know that there was an adult red dragon deep in Gringotts. When he came to the edge of the stone platform, Cole looked down and saw that the bottom of the funnel-shaped vault turned into a large sea of fire, and there were a few green magic spells shining. Goblins continued to fly out from above, rushing into the battlefield below one by one. Cole couldn't help but sigh. The goblins were obviously close relatives of the house elves, but their personalities were different. But the only thing they have in common is that they are both blessed with magical talents. The fighting power of goblins is not low, and countless high-level magics are at their fingertips. However, the way they cast spells is not good-looking, and they all look like dwarfs. Seeing that the goblin next to him was also ready to help, Cole knew that his opportunity had come. Collapses to the ground. Cole thought silently in his mind that he didn't have the Chuyunibio disease of casting spells and shouting. Even though the goblin had some magic resistance, he fell into a hopeless sleep under Cole's spell. Rubbing his hands together, Cole muttered excitedly. The cleaning has begun. The underground vault of Gringotts extends in all directions, with only a few torches shining, but these cannot extinguish the fire of greed in Cole's heart. The levitating spell is very good, and the apparition is not useful here. When he came to the door of a vault and looked at the family logo on it, Cole knew he was in the right place. Little Avery, if you're unlucky, you'll be the first to go. There is no way that there is nothing in the 28 Holy Family. Cole knew that the wizard family in this world would definitely put a lot of good things in Gringotts, and he couldn't understand how the wizards could trust the goblins so much. He took out the master key and inserted it directly. The door of the vault opened directly, and a puff of dust rose up. Cole didn't waste any time and just used magic spells to clean it up. As he walked in, Cole was dazzled by the gold in his eyes. He was indeed a pureblood. He didn't expect that after Voldemort's looting, he would still have so many gold galleons. The shelves next to it are filled with potions and countless magical biological materials. The things here are worth at least hundreds of thousands of gold galleons, and now they are all cheaper for him. Cole slapped his belt, and a magical tornado swept through the vault, and countless gold galleons and materials flowed into the storage belt. The Avery family's treasury was so empty in an instant that it would make a mouse cry when it comes in. The vault instantly lit up with red light, and countless curses flew towards Cole, but Cole dodged them one by one. The magic energy of the armor's protection was almost solid, so of course it could be blocked. As for Avida's green light, Cole said, what can little Avida do to him? He had already expected this situation, and there must be traps in the vault for protection. Pure-blood families are not fools. However, he has a better move. As for the curses of some special items, just go back and let the system handle it directly. Turning around and looking at the row of vaults next to him, Cole became excited. Opening one door after another non-stop. Gold galleons? Receive. The crown of Merlin's age? Good stuff, keep it. Family crest? What a crappy thing, throw it away. Merlin's underpants? Is this thing a treasure? Cole also couldn't understand the thoughts of these wizards. Along the way, Cole also encountered several goblins with red eyes. Although they had green eyes, Cole could tell that they had red eyes. Avida was waiting, and Cole didn't use his magic spell. After all, a senior took the blame. As we all know, Senior Tom is the best at using Avida Kedavra. Rumor has it that Senior Tom is practicing the Avida Kedavra when he goes to the bathroom, and the Slytherin bathrooms are all green ambient lights. Although the Black family has made a lot of money over the years, after seeing the contents of these vaults, Cole understood what a pureblood noble meant. There are so many good things, but I wonder if the pureblood nobles will be furious after experiencing this incident. You should at least buy some cakes or something to pay homage to your ancestors. After all, the family business of several generations was taken away by Cole alone. Cole was tired after collecting gold galleons, and felt that this thing was no longer valuable. It wasn't until he came to the vault in front of him that the fire of greed in Cole's eyes subsided. There is a huge phoenix on the vault door. No need to guess, Cole also knew which family's treasury this was. The Dumbledore family is full of talents, and the family is either a master of magic or an obscurus. Of course, there are those who fish in troubled waters. Cole held the key and was thinking about whether he should open the principal's vault. The principal wouldn't come looking for him, right? Although he is not afraid of Dumbledore, once this kind of thing is exposed, his good reputation will be lost, and there will be a lot of trouble in the future. As the head of the Black family, Cole was very concerned about his good reputation. At least in the Ministry of Magic, he had quite a reputation for spending money like water. Cole just hesitated for a moment, then took the key and inserted it directly. He thought to himself, so many families have been opened, but your Dumbledore family has not been opened. Other families will feel unbalanced. Besides, what kind of people do you have in the Dumbledore family? In addition to the most famous white wizard in our time, recipient of the First Order of Merlin, Great Wizard, founder of the Order of the Phoenix, president of the International Federation of Magic, chief magician of the Wizengamot, pioneer in the fight against the first and second generation Dark Lord, Hogwarts headmaster Albus Dumbledore. What else does your Dumbledore family have? Cole made up his mind to insert the key directly and start stealing. After all, they are all real relatives. They have been a family for more than 10 generations. How can they make mistakes with their own things? Don't do it? After entering the vault, Cole couldn't help but be disappointed. Compared with the previous vaults, there didn't seem to be much good stuff. It seems that when Old B founded the Order of the Phoenix, he not only took the Black family's golden dragon, but also spent a lot of money himself. You tell me how to do this. How can anyone use their own money to do things in the wizarding world? But there are still good things. Phoenix feathers are rare. I heard that the patron saint of the Dumbledore family is a phoenix, and only members of the Dumbledore family can gain the allegiance of the phoenix. The Holy Grail of the Pharaohs. How did this thing get to England? You Old B, you are kind-hearted and you still do this kind of thing. Take it all. Cole searched for a while and finally found the invisibility cloak in the corner of the vault. Isn't this thing from the Potter family? Cole knew that Dumbledore would give this to Harry later, and Harry's several escapes would be indispensable without this. Forget it, I won't take this. Who makes him kind-hearted? In the end, he left several thousand galleons in the treasury to give to the old headmaster as pension money. After all, Cole didn't want to see Dumbledore have no money to spend in old age. Turn around and solve the magic trap and exit the door. Arriving at the next vault, Cole recognized it as the Weasley family's vault. The poverty of the Weasley family was already well known in the wizarding world, and Cole didn't expect anything good from it. You must know that the Weasley family does not have the habit of saving, otherwise Ronald would not be wearing his brother's old robe. But as the saying goes, it has come. After entering the vault, Cole discovered that the Weasley family had opened the door to a new world for him. Not a trace of gold, not a single galleon, not even a magic potion. There are a lot of bard miscellanies. Why didn't Cole know that the Weasley family also produced bards? It's true that mice tremble when they come in. In the middle, there is actually a typewriter from the Muggle world, a printing press that smells like ink. Even the Muggle world has steam engines. Arthur Weasley, if you really like Muggle items that much, you wouldn't put this in your vault as a treasure. Everything in the wizarding world is in tatters. Your ancestors of the Weasley family will be furious to see this. Others put gold galleons into their family coffers, but you put rubbish into it. Cole smiled, threw down a gold galleon and walked out the door. The thief would either take away everything, or else leave something behind. I, Cole Black, always play by the rules. Just do good deeds and accumulate virtue. The vault dragon keeps roaring. Judging from the sound, Senior Tom, who is possessed by Quirrell, is really powerful. Facing an adult dragon and a group of goblins, he didn't fall behind. Cole really admired Voldemort's strength during his lifetime. After all, Cole had seen his excellence in school. But I didn't expect that Senior Tom, who only had his soul left, would not decline in strength with Quirrell as a humanoid. It's definitely open. But there was no time to guess how much strength Voldemort had left. Cole took a few steps quickly, he had to hurry up. After all, once Voldemort discovers that there is no Philosopher's Stone in the vault, he will definitely run away as soon as possible. Escape is the old senior's specialty. Another vault was opened, and Cole ignored the sign of his cousin Malfoy on the door. Just kidding, so many vaults have been opened, even the principal's house. Malfoy's cousin is nothing. Lucius, don't blame me for not giving him face. I was so cruel that I even stole from my own treasury. Ha 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 ha. That's right, Cole planned to go to his own vault to get something after visiting the Malfoy family's vault. After all, everyone had been stolen, and only you, the Black family, were unscathed. It's unreasonable to say it out loud. Looking at the magnificent treasury in front of him, Cole had a question mark on his face. No, why does your Malfoy family have more than others? How can you decorate just a vault? Everyone else's houses are rough, but you are the only one who has given them fine decoration. Not too particular. When Cole saw Lucius before, the old boy complained to him about his poverty, saying that all his previous wealth had been given to the Ministry of Magic. He must buy a stake in the Black family's industry. But look at these hundreds of thousands of gold galleons. Are you so partial to your older cousin in love? Take it decisively. Even the floor tiles were pried open by Cole with magic, and countless gold galleons and rare treasures turned into golden light and flowed into the belt. Cole's inner unbearability could only turn into smoke, and at most he would let Lucius get involved in the Quidditch business in the future. Cole then went to his family's treasury. Cole did not deposit the money earned by the Black family over the years to Gringotts. There are still some left here that Sirius spent. The Black family already had their own treasury. When Cole came out of his vault, he was ready to run away. Unexpectedly, before he could leave, a voice floated from not far away, followed by a fire spell. There was a sound of goblin cursing behind him. Despicable thief, don't run away. Dirty and obscene things, do you think Gringotts is a place where you can come and leave as you please? Cole was sure that under the black robe was the old senior possessed by Quirrell, but in response to the abuse behind him, Cole said that Gringotts' defense was vulnerable. People are about to run out, and you are still talking here, and you will kill them. Cole didn't catch Quirrell's attention and just ran up the stairs. When a large group of goblins behind him saw Cole's back, they thought the two were in a group, and became even more furious. He cast spells desperately, but Cole dodged them one by one. Finally reaching the top, Cole could hear an explosion, black smoke billowing from Gringotts, and Quirrell's figure had long since disappeared. Cole didn't waste any time and just operated away, leaving Diagon Alley in a miserable state. Before leaving, Cole heard a goblin shouting, "Go to the Ministry of Magic and ask for an auror." Cole wanted to laugh when he heard this. You must know that the goblins of Gringotts had completely ignored the officials of the Ministry of Magic in the past. Now that the fire is burning to my butt, I think of the Ministry of Magic. But what can those losers from the Ministry of Magic do? Of course, Cole wasn't talking about his own auror team. As we all know, wizards from the British Ministry of Magic are the best at fishing. Before doing anything, you must have a cup of black tea to moisten your throat. First, he went to Nocturn Alley and dealt with the skin bag on his body. Under the flames, Cole ensured that the Ministry of Magic would never find this person again. After checking himself again in Nocturn Alley, Cole had to make sure there was no curse on him and put all the things he robbed in the Black family's vault in Nocturn Alley. Cole didn't dare take these things home directly. He understood the character of a pure-blood wizard. Some of these things would contain ancient curses, and it would be troublesome if they were contaminated. None of the pure-blood families that can exist in the wizarding world are fuel-efficient. Instructing Richie to keep an eye on Diagon Alley, Cole returned to Black Manor by the fireplace. Mira was sitting in front of the fireplace when she saw Cole getting up in a hurry. "You didn't do anything good." Cole smiled and said, "How is it possible? Everything I did was good, at least for the Black family. This was Cole's first time doing something like this, let alone, it was really exciting. It's not because of how much wealth you have gained, but because of this sense of accomplishment, the sense of accomplishment of letting the old senior take the blame and pick up the slack behind his own back. Cole believed that Senior Tom would be deeply suspicious and furious when he saw the newspaper tomorrow. After all, there are very few people in the entire magic world who dare to let him take the blame. After experiencing this incident, Cole believed that Gringotts' reputation would plummet. British wizards could not believe what it would be like if their private property was not protected. Cole's operation mainly targets Gringotts' big customers. You must know that pure-blood families earn a lot of gold galleons every year. Ordinary wizards wouldn't be able to save a small amount of money in Gringotts. The Black family's next cannibalization plan can also gradually begin. As mentioned before, Cole couldn't understand that a wizard who had experienced the Goblin Rebellion would put his money bag in the hands of the Goblins. What kind of operation is this? Even if the Goblin has the spirit of contract to bind itself, Cole does not think this is a right behavior. Anyway, people like Cole will never do this. It can only be said that maybe wizards are too lazy to use their brains. They are unwilling to spend time in this area, and would rather focus on studying spells and magic potions. Cole didn't want to see the Goblin's bad face every time he went to Gringotts. Taking money from your own coffers is like taking it from a Goblin's pocket. However, Cole has no prejudice against Goblins. He can only say that they block the way of the Black family. In this case, Cole will not be soft-hearted. It's time to change the wizarding world, starting with the Black family. Having stolen so many family inheritances today, Cole could already imagine the expressions on Lucius and Dumbledore's faces. Poor old cousin, poor little Draco, didn't know that his family's coffers were already empty. However, Cole said that young people have to struggle, otherwise the wizarding world will not develop in the shadow of their parents. Lucky descendants of the Black family, I am the contemporary guardian of the Black family. Cottrell Black has made thousands of achievements for you, enough to be recorded in your family history. There was a lot of movement in Diagon Alley. In just a few hours, a large number of wizards had gathered to watch the excitement. After more than 10 years of stable life, most wizards have lost their vigilance. Something as big as the robbery of Gringotts would have to be published in the Daily Prophet tomorrow. Of course, these wizards can't wait to read about it in the newspapers, so there is no excitement like eating melon on the spot. The gate of Gringotts was blown to pieces, and a dozen goblins raised their heads and scrambled to explain to the Ministry of Magic officials. They were robbed in broad daylight. Is there any law? The leading goblin no longer cared about the broken glasses, and stared at Levere Shacklebolt in front of him with his green eyes. Mr. Shacklebolt, as the head of the Auror office, why are you here so slowly? Do you know that the robbery by the robbers is an injury to Gringotts and a contempt for the Ministry of Magic? Who is Levert? How could you not hear the meaning of the goblins' words? Yep, goblins are indeed a cunning race, and now they want to blame them on the Auror office. Levert didn't want to take the blame. He didn't care how many galleons Gringotts lost, and the Shacklebolt family's treasury was not here. Elivel thought to himself, things are really in trouble now. As far as he knows, most of the treasuries stolen this time belong to pure-blood families. That must be accumulated over many generations. The pure-blood nobles will definitely not let these goblins go. Even the Ministry of Magic will be responsible. Who made them fail to guarantee the wizard's property? Turning his eyes, Levert showed a warm smile and said, Mr. Governor, I don't know the details of this matter. I brought the Aurors to help as soon as I received the news from Gringotts. Wait a moment, Minister Fudge is on his way here. He will respond to your question. I have to go and take the Aurors to clean up the surrounding risks. See you later. After speaking, Elivel turned away and left the scene with a righteous look on his face, as if he was going to use Avada's stance on the thief. The president of Gringotts had no choice but to walk back and forth in front of the door, worry evident on his wrinkled face. By the time Minister Fudge arrived with small steps, the atmosphere at the scene had already begun to feel uncomfortable. Not only did reporters from the Daily Prophet arrive at the scene, they began to interview passers-by whether they had seen the true face of the thief. The woman who gave Fudge a bad premonition was extremely excited in the crowd, and the quill in her hand was about to smoke. Rita Skeeter, a reporter from the Daily Prophet, has curly blonde hair spread out in all directions, and those pupils under her tortoiseshell glasses can make anyone look a little chilly. She is best at digging out the dark side of things. Even the boring news can attract people's attention with her quills. Although the truth of things is often not what people expect, Rita's writing style is obviously more in line with the reader's taste. People who are targeted by Rita must be aware that even a small gesture may be overinterpreted. Fudge looked at this bitch's actions and knew that the next thing would not be easy to solve. Although the Daily Prophet is an official department of the Ministry of Magic, some policies and major events are published on it. But Rita is obviously not a compiler of the Daily Prophet. This woman relies on her sensitive sense of smell and control over the news. She is an independent individual and only cooperates with the Daily Prophet. What's more, he doesn't dominate the Ministry of Magic. Rita was an annoying buzzbug that gave Fudge a headache. Fudge's appearance attracted attention soon after. Before Fudge could go to understand the situation with Levert, he was already surrounded by the goblins of Gringotts and the surrounding reporters. Wizards from afar also came over, wanting to see how the Ministry of Magic handled this matter. Mr. Minister, what do you think of this Gringotts attack? Does it indicate that the wizarding world is no longer peaceful? The attack occurred in Diagon Alley. You must know that this is Diagon Alley. Is the support from the Ministry of Magic Aurors fast? Can we doubt whether the Aurors can ensure the safety of wizards? Before Fudge could say anything, Rita asked a pointed question. Fudge wanted to block this woman's mouth and use a curse to prevent her from speaking for the rest of her life. Everyone, please rest assured. Please trust that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic can protect the safety of the wizarding world. As for the Gringotts incident, I have not yet learned about it. Please do not hinder the Ministry of Magic's investigation. As Fudge spoke, he wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead with a handkerchief. After saying that, the bullhead took the goblin into Gringotts. The Auror stopped Rita, who wanted to continue questioning but refused to give up, and set up a cordon around Gringotts. Fudge also realized the seriousness of the matter. He looked at the goblin who was several heads shorter than him and asked seriously, "What happened? How many vaults were stolen? Are Gringotts' defenses vulnerable?" The goblin president rubbed his hands nervously. "Minister Fudge, the person who came here is very powerful. The dragon deep in the cave was unable to leave any thieves behind. Almost all the pure blood family treasuries were looted. The amount of gold galleons lost is countless, not to mention the amount of treasures lost. Only the owner of the vault knows the amount lost. What should I do? I will definitely be questioned by the headquarters." Hearing the goblin's words, Fudge really thought that he was dreaming at this moment, and he lifted up the collar of the goblin in front of him. "You are still worried about being accused? I really want to send you to Azkaban so that you can feel the cordial greetings of the Dementors." The goblin kicked his legs weakly, and did not dare to use the magic in the past. He just held Fudge's wrist with both hands. "Minister Fudge, don't be impulsive. It's not all our fault, right? Your Ministry of Magic is also responsible." After hearing this, Fudge became furious and threw the goblin out. "Merlin's underpants, millions of galleons are lost. Have you remembered the Ministry of Magic? Didn't you goblins swear to guarantee the wizard's property? Where was that arrogant attitude before? I knew I shouldn't trust you cunning people." Goblin. Although Fudge is not very smart, most wizards say that he became Minister of Magic because of Dumbledore. But he is not a fool. The Ministry of Magic generally doesn't care about Gringotts matters, but as long as there is a problem, he, the minister, will be in trouble. The treasuries that were stolen this time all belonged to pure-blood nobles. It was terrifying just thinking about it. Fudge actually broke out in a cold sweat. The handkerchief was soaked. Don't think that purebloods have declined after experiencing the era of the Dark Lord. Their power is still spread throughout the corners of the wizarding world. Fudge could already predict that those nobles would tear him apart. Of course, there are also these hateful, disgusting dead goblins in front of me. Fudge looked fiercely at the goblin who was slowly being helped up. In Gringotts, Fudge took steps and thought, thinking about how to deal with it next. No matter how confused he usually is, he can still understand that if this matter doesn't go well, he will step down, and his usual reputation will be bad, which also takes a big blame. Before Fudge could think of a way to deal with it, wizards in black robes had already broken into Gringotts. Lucius of the Malfoy family was followed by a large number of people, and the leader of the Avery family, Little Avery, was also there. The old man of the Abo family followed closely behind. The old man of the Bach family also rushed over from Confronting Alley. Not to mention Old Crouch, who originally worked in the Ministry of Magic and was well informed. The old lady of the Longbottom family did not show up, but sent a family leader over. Ollivander was no longer in the mood to guard his wand-making shop. His home had been stolen. How could he be in the mood? His pension money was gone. Among the only 28 pure-blood nobles left, there are the Caro family, the Foley family, the Flint family, the Parkinson family, the Greengrass family, the Knott family. Either the person in charge of the family or the patriarch of the family is coming. A group of people immediately surrounded Gringotts and looked at the goblins around them fiercely. Even Fudge was too scared to speak. The aristocratic man who usually put away his fangs, now had an aura that made Fudge understand what it means to be a nobleman. These people alone cannot be taken down by the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic. Just as the atmosphere at the scene was gradually condensing, Cole also came in from outside. Lucius and others made way for Cole to walk in from outside the crowd. "Minister Fudge, what is going on? Is the wizarding world so unrest already? Even in the era of the Dark Lord, Gringotts was never attacked." Cole didn't wait for Fudge to answer and turned to stare at the goblin. "President, Gringotts promised to protect wizards' private property. Is this how it is protected?" The goblin president quickly explained, "Master Wizard, we didn't expect such a thing to happen. Gringotts' defense is definitely the best in the wizarding world." "Humph, it's the best? I don't think so, otherwise how could our vault be so easily broken into?" After Cole finished speaking, he said to Lucius and others behind him, "Stop talking nonsense now, let's go and see what is left in our treasury." The heads of each family directly pushed the goblin away and went down into the cave with gloomy expressions. Cole looked at the backs of these people and thought, what else is left? What's left is garbage, ha 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 ha. It was clear that he was the mastermind behind the crime and had done bad things, but instead he came to seek justice with the victims. Cole felt like a demon who ate people without spitting out their bones. Looking at Fudge out of the corner of his eye, the old boy looked panicked. "Humph, if I don't peel off your skin, you are lucky, Principal Dumbledore can't protect you." The show was not over yet. Cole pretended to frown and anxiously headed to the Black family vault. The door to the vault is open at this moment. When Cole enters, he can see the scene of his crime. There is not a single gold galleon left. Don't tell me, if it is true that he did not do this, Cole has the intention to kill people, and he will shed tears when the mouse comes. Fuck, damn Merlin. Merlin, your sister is like a rat, a damn thief. I curse you to give birth to sons who are muggles, and all the prostitutes in Nocturn Alley are nobler than you. Angry curses were heard from everywhere in the cave, and it was obvious that the scene in the vault directly caused the wizards to break through. Cole felt that his ears were very hot and touched them with his hands. Fortunately, these curses did not work on him. But since when have there been prostitutes in Nocturn Alley? Our own business does not deal with this. As the king of Nocturn Alley, why have I never experienced it before? Damn it, these goblins have been wanting to get into golden gallons all day long, but they can't even take a look at Gringotts. Cole quickly cursed and joined the curse army. In order to avoid being out of place, Cole could only scold himself, but of course he would not say anything too vicious. Cole acted for a while, but the scolding outside hadn't stopped yet, and his ears were getting calloused. The vocabulary of this group of wizards was too small. It was those two curses that came over and over again. When Cole walked out of the vault, he saw Lucius with a dead face. The noble platinum gentleman can no longer guarantee his grace at this time. Cole, how are the Black family's losses? Lucius, what are you saying? The treasury has been emptied, hundreds of thousands of gold galleons, not to mention those magic materials. If I catch that damn thief, I'll throw him into Nocturn Alley, beat his bones, peel off his skin, and feed the bones to the Hungarian bee dragon to turn them into dragon excrement. Please give me flowers, 0. Of course, these vicious words were said by Cole. Looking at Lucius's expression, he felt a little guilty in his heart, although this guilt was nothing compared to the joy of the harvest in his heart. But facing your old cousin, you don't have to have the right attitude. Lucius looked at Cole and agreed with Cole's curse. When he heard about the loss of the Black family, Lucius was not happy at all, because the loss of the Malfoy family was even greater. The hard work of the Malfoy family for generations has turned into ashes. Cole, you must not let this thief go. The Black family is well informed. Let your Auror team search everywhere. Even if this thief goes to the Antarctic, he must be caught. 0. Don't worry, the Black family's money is not that easy to get. Even if we can't find it, aren't there other families? From the looks of it, other families are in the same situation. Lucius nodded. It was not like he didn't hear the yelling in the cave. Cole looked at Lucius's expression and changed the topic. I really don't know what Fudge does for a living. He didn't set up a patrol near Gringotts. Could he be so trusting about goblins? This group of greedy goblins cannot be trusted at all. They should have been exterminated in the war 1,000 years ago. Gringotts is simply too unsafe. Cole's complaint hit Lucius right in the heart. The loss of the Malfoy family has made him unable to trust the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts. You are right. The Ministry of Magic should be responsible for this. Such a big theft happened in the wizarding world, and it was still in Gringotts. Fudge and the goblins should give us an explanation. In a few words, Cole brought the conflict to Fudge and the goblin. On the way back, Lucius asked about the situation of other noble wizards. Indu was the same as the Black family and the Malfoy family. What shocked Lucius the most was that the Dumbledore family's treasury was stolen. This is the headmaster's family, even though there are only 2 members of the Dumbledore family. But it does not hinder its status in the wizarding world. Lucius couldn't believe who was so bold. Little did he know that a thief was speaking angrily next to him. His cousin was a director who could eat people without spitting out their bones. Cole and a group of noble wizards came to the lobby of Gringotts. Before Cole could guide them, Marin from the Flint family rushed forward. He grabbed the goblin by the collar and wanted to bite the goblin in front of him to death. What did you damn greedy goblins do? Where is the Flint family's galleons? Oh, Mr. Flint, let go, don't be impulsive, this is all the fault of some thief. The goblin's explanation was obviously not very satisfactory. If it weren't for the public gaze, Malin Flint could have taken out his wand and stuffed it into the goblin's mouth. Cole didn't have a deep impression of Marin, but he also knew that he had a son. His name seemed to be Marcus, and he was still the Quidditch captain of Slytherin. However, the appearance of the Flint family is not very good, just the buck teeth are enough to scare people. Cole looked at Marin and wondered, could this be the result of incest marriage? This character is also very irritable. Following the Flint family's revolt, other nobles also began to loudly reprimand Ghouling 18 Pavilion for its dereliction of duty. Cole and Lucius were left standing outside. Lucius had a younger brother to help him speak. And Cole is because his main goal is not just the Gringotts goblins. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, under the continuous abuse, the goblins' eyes became red, and the nobles began to take out their wands astutely. When Fudge saw it, he was really going to start a fight if he didn't stand up. As long as goblins and noble wizards are killed or injured in front of him, he, the minister, does not need to do it. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Stop quickly. Everything can be discussed. Fudge stood outside and shouted with magic. He didn't dare to enter the crowd. If he really needed a curse, his death would be in vain. Cole looked at the cowardly Fudge trying to break up the fight, and was really helpless. No wonder someone can become a minister, with such a sense of life-saving. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. Fudge's words were like farts, but Cole's voice made the nobles stop. Mr. Goblin, our property was stolen in Gringotts. This is your dereliction of duty. No matter what, you must compensate us for the loss. Cole took the lead and lost his tone. Apparently his words were also popular, and the noble wizards nodded. As for the goblins, the embarrassment could be seen on their wrinkled faces, but they did not say a word. This matter was related to Gringotts' credibility in the wizarding world. It is also related to the peace between wizards and goblins. Once it is not handled well, it will be another war between races. Thousands of years ago, goblins lost to wizards. They can survive in the wizarding world not only because of the peace agreement between the two parties, but also because of the greedy but conservative character of goblins. The wizards at that time actually chose to hand over the economic lifeline of the wizarding world to these goblins. Regarding this matter, Cole couldn't figure it out. You must know that goblins have malicious intentions towards wizards. To this day, some goblins believe that the Sword of Gryffindor was stolen from the Goblin King by wizards. But in fact, the Sword of Gryffindor was commissioned by Godric Gryffindor, one of the 4 giants of Hogwarts, from the Goblin King to build it for him. Because it is hand-forged by goblins and its materials are special, the Gryffindor sword was born with the material properties of repelling dust and absorbing materials to strengthen the sword itself. It is precisely because of this that the Goblin King was greedy and wanted to take the sword as his own. Let the subordinates go and ask for it from Godric. But who is Godric? One of the 4 legendary wizards. He is nicknamed Gryffindor Sword Master and Duel Champion. The Goblin King was unable to snatch the sword, so he asked the goblins to release the news that the Sword of Gryffindor was his and that Godric had snatched it. Of course, wizards will not believe this statement. They all know the greed and selfishness of goblins. But the goblins believed it, and to this day, there are still goblins who believe that the Sword of Gryffindor belongs to them. Wizards are robbers. No matter what this history says, Cole doesn't like goblins anyway. They happen to be blocking the development of the Black family. Goblins do not exist in Cole's future plans. Minister Fudge, the Ministry of Magic is also responsible for this matter. After all, it happened in Diagon Alley. Have the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic been comfortable for too long? As far as I know, except for Wright and the other Aurors sit in the office and drink every day. Black tea. Fudge originally thought that Cole stood up to speak for him, but he didn't expect that the conflict would instantly turn on the Ministry of Magic. With deep resentment, Fudge said in his heart, yes, you Black have driven all the Death Eaters to death. If there are criminal wizards, you can't wait to chase them to the other side of the sea. What else can the others do besides drinking tea? Cole, this matter is not the responsibility of the Ministry of Magic. Gringotts is the responsibility of the goblins. According to the signed treaty, the goblins have full control over Gringotts. As for the security issue of Gringotts, it naturally has nothing to do with the Ministry of Magic. As a veteran, Fudge has been a minister for many years, so he still has some excuses. Oh, really? Isn't Gringotts a part of the British wizarding world? Shouldn't it be the duty of the Ministry of Magic to protect the stability of the wizarding world? If Gringotts is not under the control of the Ministry of Magic, then why would we trust the goblins to keep our property? Is it necessary for a department that cannot guarantee the safety of our property to exist in wizarding thought? If I had known that something like this would happen, I might as well have put the gold galleons in my family's treasury, or my Black family would be qualified to build Gringotts. It's better than leaving it to an untrustworthy goblin. It's been stolen and there's no way to explain it. Even the Ministry of Magic doesn't recognize Gringotts' management. After Cole finished speaking, each of the noble wizards felt that Cole was their spokesperson. Yes, if Gringotts had never had any problems and had the endorsement of the International Ministry of Magic, who would be able to safely place their ancestral property in the hands of goblins. The Black family members were right. It was better to keep it for ourselves than to leave it in the hands of greedy and irresponsible goblins. Cole Black seemed to have just said that he would establish the Black family's Gringotts. Yes, we noble wizards should have our own wizard bank instead of leaving it in the hands of goblins. This is in the interests of the noble wizards. After all, the Black family is also a Millennium pure-blood noble, one of the 28 sacred nobles, and has this qualification. What's more, the Black family is getting stronger and stronger now, and no one dares to underestimate the Black family. Cole's words did not make the pure-blood wizards present lose their minds, but they also planted a seed. Things seemed to be heading towards an unknown path. Fudge was also confused. Cole asked whether the Ministry of Magic recognized the International Ministry of Magic's decree on Gringotts. It comes to whether the British Ministry of Magic should be responsible for this incident. There's even talk of whether wizards should trust goblins in the future. This is related to the economic lifeline of the wizarding world. No matter how fat-headed Fudge was, he still understood the seriousness of the matter. The goblins have lost their credibility. Where should the Ministry of Magic go in the future? No matter how insensitive the wizards are to the economy, they all know that they cannot put the gold galleons in their hands into the hands of the goblins. If it is not handled well, it will affect tens of thousands of wizards. Even the wizards who have finally settled down will also be affected, and they may embark on the road of crime. You must know that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic do not have that much energy to manage adult wizards. Mr. Black, please don't make the matter so serious. I will send a letter to the International Ministry of Magic. I believe the matter will be resolved fairly. Fudge, who looked mediocre on the outside, seemed extremely smart at the moment and pushed the matter to the International Ministry of Magic. But this is originally a matter for their British wizarding community. Mr. Minister, it's not your property that has had your feelings stolen, that's why you said such a thing. The British magical world is composed of aristocratic wizards and mixed-race wizards. Over the years, mixed-race wizards have gradually moved to the top of the Ministry of Magic. After all, during the Hogwarts admissions every year, a large number of young wizards come from the Muggle world. But the moment these mixed-blood wizards graduated from school and saw the magic of the wizarding world, they no longer wanted to return to the Muggle world. Perhaps from the moment they entered school, the gears of fate did not allow them to return to the Muggle world and live an ordinary life. If you want to stay in the magical world, entering the Ministry of Magic has become the primary goal for mixed-race wizards. All jobs in the Ministry of Magic are a mess. The appointment of mixed-blood wizards will naturally squeeze the living space of noble wizards. The noble wizards have not said anything in these years. After all, hundreds of years of foundation cannot be overturned in a short period of time. The big cake in the wizarding world is still divided among the noble wizards. And just today, the achievements of the noble wizards were stolen. No matter how pure-blood wizards usually scheming with each other, they cannot bear such a loss. Yes, the Ministry of Magic and the Goblins must give us an explanation. Such behavior will not be tolerated. Lucius looked gloomy. At the critical moment, the Malfoy family was not a lamb to be slaughtered. No matter how turbulent the wizarding world is, at critical moments, the Malfoy family will always stand on the side that is beneficial to their family. The Flint family does not accept this outcome. The Welfare family also wants an explanation from Gringotts. Fairies, if you don't compensate us for our losses, then we will start a war. The noble wizards began to put pressure on the Goblins and Fudge, and even talked about starting a war. The atmosphere at the scene began to condense, and many wizards already had their wands in their hands, always on guard for the Goblins to escape. Fudge's face began to tremble with fear, and the Goblins began to be wary of wizards. Adult Goblins were also unique in spells. There are many Goblins in Gringotts who are masters of cursing, and to be able to break curses, you need to have a deep understanding of curses. The Goblin is not helpless. Seeing this scene, Cole complained about the wizard who was handling the Goblin rebellion at that time. He was obviously capable of solving it, but he just liked to delay it. In the magical world, the population of wizards is not large, but the population of Goblins is even smaller. Cole thought to himself, it's okay to start a fight now, and the Goblins will be dealt with in a legitimate manner. As for the guilt of provoking the war, didn't the Goblins of Gringotts pay first? Just when the two sides were about to take action, footsteps came from outside. The white-bearded wizard Principal Dumbledore appeared in front of everyone. Headmaster Dumbledore, you are finally here. Fudge hurried to Dumbledore's side, faced Dumbledore, and walked in front of both parties, hiding behind Dumbledore himself. Only by the side of this legendary wizard could Fudge dispel the shadow of death just now. It seems that I came at the wrong time. What's going on? It's not good to be so nervous. The magic spell is not used casually. Please stay calm. Dumbledore's calm voice sounded. No one dared to underestimate this principle. Maintaining due respect for the strong is the law of survival for pure-blood wizards. Headmaster Dumbledore, as you should know, our property has been stolen in Gringotts. Lucius stood up and properly acted as the spokesman for the pure-blood nobles. Lucius, of course I heard about it. Things are very bad, but since it happened, we have to find a way to solve it, right? Even on such an occasion, Dumbledore was very calm, as if he had everything under control. Cole thought to himself, what a confident principal, I admire him the most. Cole looked past Lucius and said, Headmaster Dumbledore, as you have heard, almost all the family's treasury has been robbed. The abominable thief actually stole from your family, the principal. He is so courageous. Cole's angry words made Dumbledore's mouth tremble slightly, his beard trembled a few times, and his eyes became restless. Cole was very happy to see it. Ha 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 ha, he heard that his home was stolen. Principal, you are really not that calm. Cole naturally couldn't read Old B's inner thoughts, but he could tell it from his expression. The principal's current mentality is like that of an enemy who has a tacit understanding, and both parties do not play their cards according to the routine. The principal also didn't expect that the old senior Tom didn't talk about martial arts, but they obviously had a tacit understanding with each other, and they were all planning for the Sorcerer's Stone. This is the situation now. Dumbledore was indeed not as calm as Cole thought. He borrowed the Philosopher's Stone, which was a trick to lure Voldemort out. Originally, everything was under control and Hagrid appeared in the leaky cauldron. He naturally knew Hagrid's character and would definitely reveal something. Let's break the news that the real Philosopher's Stone card is in Hogwarts. Harry is at Hogwarts, he put the Sorcerer's Stone in Hogwarts, and the stage is set up. Now you're telling me that the first play was a disaster? Dumbledore felt that the development of things was out of his control. I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Tom, isn't your first goal to be resurrected? What kind of gold galleons did you steal? Tom, you are no longer a good student at Hogwarts. Newt is much more obedient than you. A few seconds passed, and many things came to Dumbledore's mind. But at the same time, he also discovered that something was wrong. The current Voldemort did not have the time or ability to steal the vault. Who is behind this? They plotted against him. Dumbledore's slightly dim eyes glanced at the people present, but found nothing wrong. He thought to himself, things are really getting interesting. Merlin's beard is really troublesome. Dumbledore's eyes scanned the scene, and the grey eyes under the frame seemed to see through people's hearts. What happened today was not what Dumbledore expected. Dumbledore also wanted to find out who was involved in this game. Faced with the old principal's eyes, Cole certainly wouldn't reveal his flaws. Just like the noble wizards around him, his eyes were full of indignation, as if he was also a victim. In addition to Cole's confidence in his acting skills, he also has full-level occlumency. His footsteps have not stopped over the years. Of course, in such an occasion, Dumbledore would not be able to use the divine order to pry into everyone's hearts. Cole knew that the old headmaster would always restrain himself. Without this belief, he would not have stood up to duel with his old lover at the request of the International Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore is of course the top legilimency master. But which of the wizards present are simple? Not all pure-blood nobles are freeloaders. Dumbledore said slowly, everyone, now that something has happened, we have to find a way to solve it. As the chief magician of the Wizengamot, I will apply to the International Ministry of Magic tomorrow to ask Gringotts headquarters to compensate you for your losses. After Dumbledore finished speaking, the heads of the various families present raised no objections. They all looked at each other and then fell into silence. The tense atmosphere between the wizard and the goblin just now gradually disappeared. Cole thought to himself, as expected of Dumbledore, could it be that the old headmaster had taken advantage of his reputation? A single sentence could temporarily shelve the conflict between pure-blood nobles and goblins. Of course, if the goblins of Gringotts could agree to compensate the wizards for their losses, half of the matter would be solved. But even so, the goblins have also completely lost the trust of wizards. No wizard family will safely deposit galleons in the stolen Gringotts. If the family's treasury is not safe, it will lose the meaning of the treasury. But what shocked Cole was that the goblin didn't have any refutation of Dumbledore's words. You must know how difficult it is to get galleons out of the hands of these greedy fairies. This is simply worse than killing a goblin. The gold galleons lost by various families are still in Cole's hands. Of course he knows how huge the amount is, but Cole will never take out this money for the time being. He didn't want to be exposed and put the Black family into crisis. In this case, the goblins will have to take gold galleons from their own hands as compensation. But Cole also knows that for hundreds of years, goblins have controlled the economic lifeline of the wizarding world. Even if there is no such thing as a loan in the wizarding world, goblins will not use money to make money. They simply preserve the wizard's property. However, a certain storage fee will be charged every year, so the goblin is not without property. Thinking about it in an instant, Cole said, since the principal has said this, we can rest assured. Principal Dumbledore, you'd better go to the vault and take a look. The thieves are so rampant that they emptied all the families. Not even a single gold galleon was left. What a Merlin rat, I have never seen a thief dressed like this. Why? After Cole finished speaking, Dumbledore nodded in response and followed the goblin down the cave. Dumbledore was curious. Logically speaking, Voldemort couldn't do it with his remaining power. Could someone help him? Yes, he had known about Voldemort's behavior of possessing Quirrell, otherwise he would not have invited Quirrell to be this year's defense against the dark arts teacher. Although Quirrell is not a student of Gryffindor, Dumbledore understands him. Students from Ravenclaw have excellent grades in school and are humble and friendly people. When he came back this time, he suddenly looked like a man without a ghost. Quirrell told the outside world that he was cursed while exploring the ruins. Not only did his temperament become timid, but he also stuttered when speaking. No one else was suspicious, but Dumbledore knew what was going on. However, Dumbledore did not intend to take action himself. Knowing Tom's character, Dumbledore knew that even if he took action now, it would only temporarily delay his resurrection. As early as more than 10 years ago, Dumbledore had made a thorough plan. Except for him, no one would be sure that the Dark Lord would be resurrected and sweep the Division world again. Although the Black family has emerged and developed rapidly in recent years, in other directions, everything has been in accordance with Dumbledore's expectations. Dumbledore looked towards Cole, their eyes met in the air, and there was no fierce confrontation between their eyes. For Dumbledore, Voldemort is now the unsettling factor. Dumbledore turned. Looking at the back of old Principal Dumbledore, Cole thought to himself, Principal, don't blame him for being too arrogant. After Dumbledore left, Fudge stood obediently in the corner. He didn't dare to say anything now, lest he be pulled out by the noble wizard. Lucius and others came to discuss with Cole what to do next. Hear what Lucius and others did. Cole could only lament that the noble wizard had indeed a wide network of contacts. Even in the International Ministry of Magic, they are all related, and the inextricable relationship between pure-blood nobles is also the cause of headaches for Fudge and others at the Ministry of Magic. After hearing Lucius and the others' method, Cole could only say, none of these divisions are fools. When there is a community of interests, the unity between pure-blood nobles is incredible. Cole originally had a series of operations behind him, but after hearing Lucius and the others' methods, Cole already felt that he didn't need to do anything more. It's enough to give Fudge a headache, and the Ministry of Magic may be in chaos. Things will naturally develop in a direction that is beneficial to the Black family. After experiencing the more brutal development before, the current Black family needs to stabilize step by step. Of course, Cole had already envisioned the consequences of such a big movement. Cole's shot was very clean and no one would pay attention to him. But Principal B, who is a chess player himself, will definitely notice that something is wrong. Suddenly there is an influence from an outside force on the chessboard. Principal Dumbledore is cunning and will not allow things to go beyond his control. Cole must also be very careful. As for what happens next, Cole no longer has to worry. Not long after, Dumbledore came up from below the cave. What made Cole sigh was that he didn't see a trace of anger or anything else on Dumbledore's face. It was as if the family treasury had been stolen, which was just a small thing to Dumbledore. Also, as one of the top wizards in the British wizarding world, if Dumbledore wanted wealth, it would be easy. Dumbledore's apparent calm also made Cole more cautious. Even if things didn't go as planned, it didn't affect Dumbledore's mentality. Cole thought to himself, he is indeed the famous White Wizard. Not only does he scheme against others, but he himself is also part of the plan. Everyone, that's it for today. The wizarding world needs stability, and all families are asked to stay calm. I would like to remind you that a new darkness is gradually awakening. The meaning of the deep sea was hidden in Dumbledore's words, and those present were not ordinary people. There were many more sources of information among pure-blood wizards than ordinary wizards imagined. Over the years, news has been circulating in the British wizarding community that the Dark Lord will be resurrected again. Even though many wizards saw it as a joke. But these wizards from pure-blood families naturally understand. The death of the Dark Lord many years ago was too sudden. The famous Dark Lord fell into the hands of a child. The Death Eaters that swept the British wizarding world collapsed instantly precisely because they lost Voldemort's leadership. After all, pure-blood nobles followed Voldemort only because of the threat of death and the interests of purebloods. Lucius in the crowd suddenly changed his expression and held the crutch in his hand tightly. How could he not know if others didn't know? Back then, Lucius was considered a rare talent among the Death Eaters and the Dark Lord's most loyal servant. Although Lucius used his family connections to escape trial on the pretext of being under the Imperius Curse, the mark of the Dark Lord on his arm always reminded Lucius that the matter was not over yet. Lucius was panicking in his heart. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the family treasury. The darkness in Dumbledore's mouth seemed to envelope Lucius. A lot of noble wizards behind them started to look bad, but on this occasion, no one dared to express their doubts. After Dumbledore finished speaking, he walked towards the door of Gringotts, Fudge following closely behind. A lot of noble wizards looked at each other and followed Dumbledore out. Outside the gate of Gringotts, there was a large group of wizards watching the excitement. And of course Rita from the Daily Prophet. Seeing Fudge and Dumbledore, a group of people swooped on them like flies seeing meat. Principal Dumbledore, does what happened in Gringotts mean that the British wizarding world will no longer be peaceful? Are the Ministry of Magic's Aurors really incapable of protecting wizards' property? Mr. Black, Mr. Malfoy, what will you do next? The wizards present all looked sideways when they heard Rita's question. Some ordinary wizards were full of respect. In their eyes, Rita was the most daring woman in the wizarding world to tell the truth. But for the interviewee, it is deeply malicious. Not only Fudge was angry, but even some noble wizards didn't like this woman who thought she could control everything with a quill. With people like Rita, the entire wizarding world would know they were a joke the next day. This is a matter of face for the pureblood family. Ms. Skeeter, please don't doubt the ability of the Ministry of Magic. Over the years, the Ministry of Magic has been protecting wizards in the wizarding world. This time it was just an accident. Please believe that we can solve all problems. Fudge was able to talk about this kind of situation with ease. With Dumbledore present, Fudge was not afraid. Do you really think he had been minister for nothing for so many years? At the same time, a smile appeared on Fudge's fat face, but his eyes were deeply warning Rita in front of him. Maybe it was because of Dumbledore, or maybe the people present today were all pure-blood nobles. Rita dared to offend one or two, but half of the wizarding world was here. If she was really offended, there would be no need for Rita Skeeter to stay in the UK. Okay, Mr. Minister, we all believe that the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic will definitely arrest the culprit. Rita responded shrewdly, her face full of trust in the Ministry of Magic. Cole looked at this woman curiously. She looked delicate, but the ambition in her eyes was not hidden at all. Cole found that he seemed to have overlooked a lot of things on weekdays. The wizarding world was really full of talents. Rita said this today, but Cole could imagine that tomorrow's Daily Prophet will be very exciting, and this woman will not let go of any opportunity to make herself famous. Cole didn't intend to touch this woman and let her play her role. Anyway, his original intention was to cause trouble for the Ministry of Magic. Cole was the first to leave. Listening to Fudge's clichés here, it would be better to go home and sleep with Gin Gallon in his arms. Cole's departure directly drove the remaining noble wizards, and they walked out of the crowd easily. Dumbledore was left to support Fudge. After all, Fudge was still the principal. Although he was stupid, he was obedient. What happened in Gringotts hit British wizards like a tsunami and gradually fermented. And here, Cole, who returned to Black Castle, was also ready to start the next plan. That's right, the reason Cole followed Voldemort's footsteps and broke into Gringotts was after several children entered Hogwarts. Originally, Cole had no intention of getting involved in the matter between Dumbledore and Voldemort. These two are not a love-hate relationship between Dumbledore and the great demon Lord Grindelwald. Senior Tom really wanted to kill Dumbledore, and Dumbledore really wanted to kill Voldemort. Because what Voldemort did was absolutely intolerable in Dumbledore's eyes. In Cole's memory, he actually saw Riddle when he was a student. At that time, Tom Riddle was a popular figure in the school. He was extremely talented and very approachable, and he was always surrounded by a large number of people. Tom, who was about to graduate, wanted to stay at Hogwarts and become a defense against the dark arts teacher. Perhaps seeing the darkness in Tom's heart, Dumbledore refused to leave Tom in school. Little did they know that at that time, Tom had already made many Horcruxes, experienced several schizophrenias, and his personality had already become extreme. Browsing through the memories, it was like watching a movie. Even Cole could tell that something was wrong with the old senior. Dumbledore's strong refusal caused Tom to leave school and disappear from the wizarding world. Until he appeared again, Tom had abandoned his name and became Voldemort. In Cole's view, Voldemort is an extremely dangerous person. In addition to his birth from the love potion, his childhood experiences also shaped Voldemort's character. Others didn't know, but Cole knew that Voldemort, who was in the orphanage, had been bullied since he was a child because he was different from others, but little Tom also responded in kind. From Cole's perspective, little Tom did nothing wrong. But the appearance of Dumbledore obviously changed little Tom's life. For the first time, he knew that there was a little Tom in the world who had the same special abilities as himself. When I saw Dumbledore for the first time, I was very excited, the excitement of finding someone of the same kind. But later, Dumbledore asked little Tom to apologize to those who had bullied him. Just because little Tom's methods were too cruel in Dumbledore's opinion, those little guys would either have their arms broken or go to jail. Even when little Tom was unwilling, he apologized. This also planted a seed in his young heart. As long as you are strong enough and right, you can force others to do things they don't want to do. At that time, Dumbledore may not have thought so much, thinking that the play between children was too much and was not good. Little did he know that little Tom was far more serious than his peers. Similarly, after entering Hogwarts, little Tom worked hard to study magic and achieved excellent results in all subjects. Let Dumbledore think that he really admitted his mistake and took the right path. Dumbledore stopped paying attention. He would not have thought that Tom was hiding his heart and absorbing knowledge like a sponge. I just want to become stronger. Cole can know Voldemort's heart because he is an outsider and knows many things well. Understand that Voldemort has no emotions in his heart. The wrong time, wrong birth, and wrong experiences created a monster. In the name of pure blood, Voldemort arbitrarily slaughtered half-blood wizards and used fear to rule people's hearts. In fact, many purebloods died at the hands of Voldemort. If the noble wizard had other ideas, he would not follow Voldemort. If you can't beat him, why don't you ask Dumbledore for help? Cole knows what these selfish guys are thinking. If you want to ask why, of course it's because he is also a selfish guy. Cole, who had no intention of participating in the Dumbledore game, changed his mind when several of his children entered Hogwarts. Things are inevitable, so we have to find ways to have more trump cards. The things in each family's treasury are good, but the Black family is not short of money, let alone in the wizarding world where the currency circulation rate is extremely low. Gold galleons are not important, but controlling their circulation is important. This was also the reason why Cole attacked Lord Gring. The treasury was stolen. Regardless of whether the goblin admitted his negligence or not, he had already lost trust in the British wizarding community. That's right, Cole is planning to take this opportunity to establish Black Bank, the first private bank in the wizarding world. The location is located at the junction of Diagon Alley and Nocturn Alley, with 2 doors open. Whether it is a dark wizard or an ordinary wizard, everyone is welcome in Lake Bank. Black Bank is not like Gringotts, except for depositing money and withdrawing money. There are so many ways to play here, and Cole doesn't even have to worry about it. He can gather the wealth of the British wizarding world by just relying on Muggle methods. The Black family became the first giant in the wizarding world, starting with Cole's theft of Gringotts. The Leaky Cauldron is a place where people come and go every day. It looks like a shabby place, but it is the most well-informed place. What happened in Gringotts yesterday made the wizards in the Leaky Cauldron very excited. They all ordered cups of butterbeer and discussed it vigorously. On each table, wizards held newspapers in their hands, and Fudge's face appeared on the big page of the Daily Prophet. Ha ha ha, stupid Fudge, look at his face, it's almost like a turkey's ass. Silly Fudge, what did you think he could say? Isn't the most important thing now to catch the thief? He is not worthy of being the Minister of Magic at all, and stepping down would be his greatest contribution to the wizarding world. Praising this brave man should turn all those misers into paupers. Oh, praise Merlin. The bar instantly became lively. After all, wizards like them don't care what happens when the Ministry of Magic issues 183. They are even happier watching Fudge make a fool of himself. Regarding the current Minister of Magic Fudge, many wizards think that he is a fool. If there were no people in the Ministry of Magic, this fool would not be allowed to come to power. In the Leaky Cauldron, speech is free. They preferred Dumbledore in the photo to Fudge. After all, it was the headmaster who made them feel safe. Not only the Leaky Cauldron, but also the release of the Daily Prophet made the entire British wizarding world question Fudge's ability. They knew that Fudge was a fool before, but now that something like this happened, the wizards felt that the Ministry of Magic should be replaced. In the office of the Minister of Magic, Fudge looked at the Daily Prophet, his hands trembling constantly. Sitting across from him was Levert, his eyes looking more like he was watching a joke. Hearing Peng's sound, Fudge held his right hand in pain. Damn it, these stupid wizards, what do they know? How many things have I done for the wizarding world over the years, and it wasn't my leadership that made the Ministry of Magic stronger. You want me to step down? I was the one who led the officials of the Ministry of Magic to fight against the mysterious man. I contributed to that war, I saved their blood, and I was admitted to St. Mungo's hospital. They can't do this to me. Merlin, look at this world, it's simply too cruel. Evil was dumbfounded when he heard Fudge's impassioned words. Even a shameless and selfish person like him couldn't say such words. Have you ever contributed to the wizarding world? All your efforts have gone to the blonde secretary. You, Fudge, work for the Ministry of Magic? You haven't done anything at all these years, okay? Not to mention that you led the officials of the Ministry of Magic to resist the mysterious man. That was what Barty Crouch did, and he was the director of the legal department at the beginning. If it weren't for your son's work, it would really not be your turn to be the minister. Others don't know it, but Levert came from that era. Fudge had blood in his mouth and entered St. Mungo's. It was simply a shame to the Ministry of Magic. It was during a mission that he was attacked by a mysterious man. During the retreat, Fudge didn't hit anyone with any of his magic spells. He accidentally fell down a mountain col and broke his arm. Went to St. Mungo's and was cured in less than 10 minutes. Just like that, Fudge was still in there and refused to leave the hospital, claiming that he was under a curse and had a headache. Elivel just wanted to throw his inner complaints at Fudge's face. He was already dozens of years old, so shameless. Level has never seen such a shameless person. He is simply lower than a goblin. Mr. Minister, why are you so angry? Although what the Daily Prophet said is a bit excessive, it is also recognition of you. Everyone wants the wizarding world to be more stable. Levert said this deliberately, but Fudge didn't even hear the irony in it. Instead, he shouted loudly, Rita, this bitch, dares to provoke me. I am the minister. Let the propaganda department teach this woman a lesson and let her know the price of offending me. Elivel listened to Fudge's shameless words and reminded him, Minister, please don't forget that this woman is not the trouble now, not to mention that there is no one behind her. Then there's nothing I can do against her? Levert, who is the Minister of Magic. Fudge glared at Levert with a stern look, which did not scare the old guy in front of him at all. Elivel felt contempt in his heart and said slowly, Mr. Minister, the opinions of ordinary wizards have no impact on your status at all. Even if they don't like you, so what? But please don't forget, sir, that the pure-blood nobles suffered heavy losses this time. They are the important beings who can decide whether you can continue to serve as the Minister of Magic. Fudge sat down with a livid face. He was not stupid enough to understand what Elivel said. That's right, no matter how ordinary wizards think he is unqualified, it will not affect his status. Pure-blood nobles are an important part of the wizarding world. Even if Fudge doesn't want to admit it, most resources are inextricably linked to pure-blood nobles. Even if Fudge recruited many mixed-blood wizards, it was still not enough to resist the nobles. If what happened this time really made these nobles become cruel and propose changing minister candidates, then he would be in trouble. Most of the members of the Wizengamot Council were noble wizards. Thinking of this, Fudge broke into a cold sweat. He knew what he had done over the years. He just said that he had done a lot for the Ministry of Magic. Indeed, there are many corruption cases involved. After losing his position as minister and offending a pure-blood noble, his bad deeds will definitely be exposed. Not even Dumbledore would say a word for him then. No, they won't do this. They also get benefits, don't they? They can't do this. Fudge shouted loudly to cover up his inner panic. Of course Elivel knew what benefits Fudge was talking about. This was already a tacit understanding among the top officials of the Ministry of Magic. Yes, I also have the support of Principal Dumbledore. The principal will definitely support me. He is the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, so he will definitely be able to help me. Fudge muttered in a daze, and as he spoke, he stood up and saw that he was going to find Dumbledore. When Elivel passed by Fudge, he directly held Fudge down and pulled his arm to the sofa. Mr. Minister, don't be too impulsive, otherwise you will lose your mind. If you go to see Headmaster Dumbledore like this, he won't see you. 0.3. Fudge couldn't understand what kind of person Dumbledore was, but Level knew a lot about him. Level believed that such Fudge was of no value to Principal Dumbledore, and worthless things would be discarded. Although he didn't want to admit that Fudge was unqualified as the Minister of Magic, Fudge was not useless from Levert's position. He didn't want to step on Fudge to get the position at all. The minister's position was not that easy to sit on. The Shacklebolt family cannot be a thorn in the side of other noble wizards. Pour a cup of black tea to help Fudge calm down. Fudge may seem stupid to outsiders, but in Levert's heart, Fudge has really never made any big mistakes. Although I don't have the ability, I don't use my talents randomly. For Britain, after being devastated by the Dark Lord, stability is the most important thing. At the Hogwarts cafeteria table, Ronald was holding a chicken drumstick and stuffing it into his mouth. Harry was already used to it. What was reported in the Daily Prophet did not attract much attention in the school. Under the protection of Dumbledore, the school is the safest place in the wizarding world. The little wizard in the ivory tower worries about the homework assigned by the professor every day, or have fun with classmates. Only Harry, looking at the newspaper in his hand, suddenly remembered the day Hagrid went to Gringotts, saying he was helping Professor Dumbledore store something. Judging from Hagrid's tone, it must be something very important. Harry, why don't you eat? There are flying lessons in the afternoon. How can you not eat enough? Ronald's heartless words woke Harry up. Harry nodded and could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Ronald, are you aware that Gringotts has been stolen? I know, there's Malfoy among them. Ha ha ha, it's such a happy thing. I can even imagine Malfoy's expression. Ronald put down the chicken legs in his hands, and he felt happy when he talked about this. Harry looked at Ronald speechless, held his forehead and said, but your home was also stolen. What Harry didn't expect was that Llewellyn was not worried at all. You don't know, our family's treasury doesn't have any gold galleons at all. Dad's salary is used up every month, so it doesn't matter. Ah, Harry, I forgot about your family. The newspaper said that the Potter family's treasury was also stolen. What a disgusting guy. Can't you just steal Malfoy? Ronald also realized that Harry also lost gold galleons, and he felt heartbroken when he thought of this. It doesn't matter. I won't use much anyway. I'll still have some in the future. Although Harry didn't have much pocket money since he was a child, he didn't care much about money. When he first saw the gold galleons in the vault, Hagrid said they were all his. Harry was only slightly excited, not to mention that Hagrid also said that the Potter family had income every year, so he didn't have to worry about his future life. Harry's plainness made Ronald feel a little jealous. After all, he had never seen so much money since he was a child. Why, if Harry is as old as him, he won't have to worry about money in the future. After lunch, the two people walked out of the cafeteria, and Martin, Malfoy, and others just walked over from the opposite side. When Harry saw the people opposite him, he didn't intend to say anything. After all, there had been a fight not long ago. Harry felt a little guilty inside. After all, Malfoy and Martin were quite friendly to him in Nocturn Alley. Unexpectedly, Harry tried not to provoke him, but Ronald snorted. Hey, isn't this Master Malfoy? I heard that your family encountered a thief, and you are still in the mood to eat. Ronald was still worried about his previous injury, and always felt that if Malfoy hadn't relied on more people, he would not have lost. You damn redhead, you haven't experienced the pain yet. Didn't you learn the lesson last time enough? Even if what happened at Gringotts happened, the Malfoy family would not be like Weasley, unable to even raise children and still wearing old robes. Draco was not to be outdone. He was already upset when he got the news, but when the annoying Weasley appeared in front of him, Draco was even more angry. Draco's words made Ronald break through his defense instantly. Originally, he was the one who provoked and should have the upper hand. However, Draco's words made Ronald's face turn red with anger. Who are you talking about wearing an old robe? You should let thieves steal your home, so that you can only go to the streets to beg for crowns. He could even say something like begging on the street, which directly made Martin, Jerome, and Ben next to him laugh. They felt that the Weasley children were really childish and were wizards, and would never end up begging on the streets. Draco, who often followed Martin and others, was obviously less impulsive and used his brain when doing things. Weasley, who can't even afford candy, should stop caring about our pure blood affairs. Harry, you traitor. Harry stood aside and said hello. He obviously didn't say anything, even though Draco could talk about him. Harry, don't stop me, I have to teach Malfoy a lesson. Ronald said, but his hand reached Harry's robe. Harry thought to himself, I didn't stop you, why are you arresting me? Come on, let me see what you can do to me. This time I will let you sleep with the centaurs in the Forbidden Forest. Draco is not stupid, he will not take action. What happened some time ago has not passed yet. If he takes action again, Hogwarts school rules are not a joke. So Draco only provoked verbally and did not take a step forward. Ronald pulled Harry reluctantly and was about to pounce on him. On Draco's side, Jerome and Ben behind him looked at the clown-like Ronald with disdain in their eyes. He obviously didn't dare to take action, but he still said it was powerful. Martin looked at the farce and could only stand up and said, Harry, take your friend back, we are not in the mood to deal with it. With the steps provided by Martin, Harry also reacted, raised his hand and pulled Ronald to the side. The two of them half stopped and gradually disappeared into the corridor. Ronald's unwilling shouts could still be heard. Damn Malfoy, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Come on, come on. Martin looked at the disappearing figure with many doubts in his heart. Draco, have you met Weasley before? Or is there a conflict between your family and the Weasley family? Draco looked at Martin with a disdainful expression. Martin, why do you say that? How could our Malfoy family be related to Weasley, who is close to Muggles? I feel sick talking to them. Martin nodded, and the question in his heart seemed to have a clue. It's nothing. Then there's something wrong with Ronald targeting you like this. Jerome and Ben also lowered their heads and thought, some things are often impossible, but that is the answer. Martin, what are you talking about? Isn't that Ronald just relying on Potee for support? Damn Potee. Draco didn't realize anything yet. He just thought that Pot refused to be friends with him because of a Weasley. Draco has never been so angry since he was a child. Martin smiled helplessly. Nothing, let's go eat. In Martin's heart, Draco has indeed not grown up yet. Although they are about the same age, Draco is obviously very well protected. Just like just now, after he finished speaking, Jerome and Ben thought of something. Even the two seemingly stupid guys behind Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe, showed thinking expressions. That was obviously something that came to mind. Martin was sure that Goyle and Crabbe's parents must have said something to make them look like this. In a pure blood family, who is really a fool? Martin sighed as several people walked into the canteen. The nights at Hogwarts always seemed so peaceful, and the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the Forbidden Forest in the distance. Inside the castle, Argus Filch held an oil lamp and listened to the sounds in the corridor from time to time. A cat came out of the corner, and Filch knelt down to pet it. Mrs. Loris, did you find anything? The cat just enjoyed Filch's smooth fur and purred. Disobedient little wizards should be punished. Hogwarts is a place for learning, but hunger can make them naughty. The hoarse voice echoed in the corridor. It was obvious that Filch was enjoying his nightly patrols. The torture chamber in his room had not been used for a long time. Although Principal Dumbledore forbids him from using it on young wizards, it can still be used to scare people. Filch was very excited when he thought of this. In the defense against the dark arts classroom in the castle, the black curtains looked depressing, and the room at the back is where Quirrell, the defense teacher, lives. In the room, Quirrell was kneeling in front of the desk, with no one in front of him. The scarf on his head also disappeared at this time, and an extremely ugly face was attached to the back of Quirrell's head. A hoarse snake-like roar sounded. Damn Dumbledore, with no trace of the grace of a great wizard, actually framed the great Dark Lord for stealing gold galleons. Such insults are unacceptable to me. I will fight Dumbledore. The Daily Prophet is a liar. I didn't get anything from Gringotts at all. Cunning old wizard, it's a trap. Yes, Quirrell, it's a trap. Using my desire for the Philosopher's Stone, you actually framed me. This is slander. How can the Dark Lord be a thief? Quirrell was on the ground, not daring to raise his head, trying his best to cover up his presence, like an ostrich. The face on the back of the head scolded the servant for a long time but did not see a response. He said in a conspiratorial manner, Quirrell, this operation failed. Whose fault do you think it is? Quirrell's thin body suddenly trembled. Voldemort's words made Quirrell react in fear. My master, a great being in the wizarding world, it was my subordinate's mistake that allowed Dumbledore to find the opportunity to slander you. It was obvious that Quirrell's IQ was on the line now. How could he, who was born in Ravenclaw, not understand Voldemort's current mood? That's right, it's all your fault. It's your damn weakness that makes me unable to show my full strength. After Voldemort finished speaking, he recited the curse with a twisted face, and Quirrell covered his head and rolled on the ground. Ah, my master, I don't dare anymore. Merciful Lord Dark Lord, please spare me. Quirrell's miserable howl echoed through the bedroom. Looking at the tortured Quirrell, Voldemort felt a sense of relief in his heart. He was not worried that Quirrell's movements would attract attention in Hogwarts. He issued a spell to seal the bedroom, ensuring that no sound could escape. Quirrell's painful screams made Voldemort feel as if his time had returned, and he was still the terrifying Dark Lord. A few minutes passed, and Voldemort also broke the spell. After all, he only had Quirrell by his side at the moment, and he would still be needed to do things in the future. Otherwise, according to his temper as the Dark Lord, he would have become an avatar long ago. Quirrell lay on the ground like a dead fish, gasping for air, dripping with cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from the water. After calming down, Voldemort ignored Quirrell and analyzed what happened. With Quirrell's body, he broke into Gringotts and went all the way down. When Hagrid took Harry into Diagon Alley that day, he possessed Quirrell. Following him, he already knew the specific location where Hagrid stored the Philosopher's Stone in Gringotts. Take action only when you are ready. For this action, Voldemort endured it and did not make a sound when he saw Harry with his own aura on his body. Unexpectedly, the plan failed. The old guy is really cunning. Since the Philosopher's Stone is not in Gringotts, where is the safest place in the wizarding world? Quirrell, stop pretending to be dead. Hearing Voldemort's voice, Quirrell quickly climbed up from the ground and replied tremblingly, Master, the safest place in the wizarding world besides Gringotts is Hogwarts. Yeah, that's right, it's Hogwarts. Quirrell, you are finally smart for once. You are worthy of being a servant of the Dark Lord. Of course, Lord Dark Lord, your most loyal servant also graduated from Ravenclaw. Shut up, damn thing, who asked you this? Voldemort was possessing Quirrell's brain, and Quirrell's thoughts were completely invisible to him. Just now, his servant actually felt a sense of pride. Damn it, Ravenclaw has nothing to be proud of, they are all a bunch of damn, arrogant, selfish guys. Slytherin students are the best at Hogwarts. However, Voldemort was still very satisfied with Quirrell. Not everyone had the ability to find his Horcrux under ancient ruins. It is precisely because of this that he can see the light of day again. Quirrell, follow me, you will witness the day when the wizarding world changes. Now there is a task for you. If you do it well, your reputation in the wizarding world will definitely exceed that of Dumbledore in the future, and it will be written into the history of magic. The presence. Voldemort bewitched Quirrell, and he certainly knew what Quirrell's heart longed for. Quirrell, who was born in Ravenclaw, longed for fame. He vowed to become a famous wizard in the wizarding world and gain international fame. Exploring ancient ruins was Quirrell's idea, otherwise he wouldn't have met him. Sure enough, after hearing the future described by Voldemort, Quirrell's eyes were filled with magical longing, and his pale face turned rosy. Master, please be sure to leave the task to your loyal servant. Okay, since you have made a sincere request, of course I will satisfy you, great lord. Voldemort lowered his voice and spoke his plan, completely forgetting that he had cast a spell before and the sound in the bedroom could not be heard. You are going to visit the castle at night today. You must find out what is wrong with Hogwarts. Don't jump into the trap and alert the enemy. This devil has other plans. Quirrell nodded quickly, the face on the back of his head rising and falling. Okay, you dumb idiot, I'm going to be knocked unconscious by you, why don't you go quickly? After saying this, Voldemort closed his eyes. His previous actions had consumed a lot of his magic power, and he had to find a way to make up for it. He didn't have the energy to keep an eye on Quirrell, so he could only arrange things. Quirrell felt the Dark Lord's deep sleep, picked up the scarf from the desk, and carefully wrapped his entire head. Pushing open the bedroom door, he took out his wand and cast the disembodiment spell, covering up the smell on his body, and disappeared into the classroom. In today's Ministry of Magic, the fireplace has never stopped, and the staff of the Ministry of Magic have always maintained the stability of the flue network. Wizards came out of the fireplace one after another, using cleaning spells to clean away the non-existent dust on their bodies. A decent wizard would always ensure that his robes were clean. When I see someone I know, I walk over to talk to them. There are small groups standing in the hall. That's right, the Wizengamot conference will be held today, and anyone with status and fame in the magical world can attend. Although most wizards do not have decision-making power, it does not hinder their understanding of the Gringotts incident. A green light flashed from the fireplace, and Cole, wearing a purple robe with a delicate silver W embroidered on his chest, appeared in the Ministry of Magic blockbuster. He raised his hand and cast a silent cleaning spell. Cole stood aside and waited for a while. Lucius followed closely, complaining about the crowding of the flue network. Can't it be renovated? All the Ministry of Magic's funds are going to Fudge's ass. Cole, who is also a taxpayer, is also dissatisfied with the work efficiency of the Ministry of Magic. The flue network has not changed for many years. No one ever pays attention to these. Stop complaining about this, the focus of today is not this. Lucius, are you sure the International Association of Wizards sent wizards here? Lucius replied while adjusting his sleeves, of course, the person here this time is the Secretary of Justice of the International Ministry of Magic, and Gringotts headquarters also sent 340 goblins. They are the kind who can take responsibility. Cole nodded and turned to ask Lucius. Lucius, what do you think of the proposal I told you the day before yesterday? Black Bank can definitely guarantee the safety of the Malfoy family's property. Lucius looked at Cole with a strange look on his face. Lucius didn't know how to evaluate Cole's sudden idea. After all, Gringotts exists in the entire wizarding world, and no one wants to open their own bank. In the eyes of most wizards, how could anyone do such a thankless job? Cole, you're not planning something, are you? Lucius knows Cole's character well, and he also understands what position the Black family has reached now in Cole's hands. What is heartbreaking is that in the 10 years that Cole has been the master of the family has developed much faster than the Malfoy family that he led. Over the years, Lucius has been traveling between pure-blood nobles and the International Ministry of Magic, just to eliminate Voldemort's influence. After all, he escaped from trial by relying on the excuse of being under the Imperius Curse. But anyone with a discerning eye knows the people he used to work for the Dark Lord. Pity him. Lucius, a dignified pure-blood noble and the leader of the Malfoy family, went out to work and left behind a criminal record. On the other hand, Cole suddenly appeared to turn the tide and save the Black family when the Black family was falling apart. Lucius had heard about the reputation of the Black family from many places, and even knew that Cole led a powerful wizard team. What's more, the Black family is also present in the Auror office today. Thinking of Sirius, who was still in Azkaban, Lucius believed that Cole was indeed more suitable to be the leader of the family than him. Sirius is too impulsive and doesn't care about the interests of the family at all. I guess no one in the Black family cares about Sirius' life or death now. Lucius stared into Cole's eyes and said, Cole, you know, pure-blood nobles don't care about things that have nothing to do with family interests. Whether you open a bank or replace Gringotts, almost all of them do. Neither support nor oppose. Forgot, there is a possibility that little Avery will oppose you. There is something wrong with this guy's brain. I don't know why he would target you. When Cole heard Free's name, his eyes looked serious. He had always remembered this guy. The Black family Quidditch pitch was prepared for him. Cole smiled and said, Lucius, aren't you a good friend of him? This is not what good friends would say. Lucius raised his head proudly, the disdain in his eyes revealed. I have too many friends in the wizarding world. Little Avery is well known for his stupidity. Cole, we are also friends, aren't we? We are also relatives. Kiak. Lucius, who was always serious, seemed extremely relaxed and even joking in front of Cole. Cole smiled on his face and thought to himself, Lucius, if you knew it was me who stole your family's treasury, you wouldn't say such things. You are my cousin-in-law. Backstabbing you makes me happy. Cole saw that it was almost time and headed to the Wizengamot conference hall with Lucius. On the way, Cole put his arm around Lucius' shoulders, completely ignoring Lucius's awkward look. Lucius, when the time comes, you can deposit the gold galleons in Black Bank. I guarantee that not even Principal Dumbledore can take away the Malfoy family's property. Lucius turned his head with a surprised look on his face and asked, Although I don't like Principal Dumbledore, I also know his character. How could he come to rob the Malfoy family's property? Ha ha ha, it's just a metaphor. Lucius, you really don't understand humor. The expression on Lucius's face was frozen, with a black line on his face, and he thought to himself, you are so funny, that's you. Others don't dare to make jokes about Principal Dumbledore. As soon as Cole reached his arm, he said sincerely, Lucius, if you keep the gold galleons with me, I can give you interest, and the money is still yours. Interest? Just give me the money and I will give you a little bit every year. Cole explained a lot before Lucius, a wizard, understood the rules of interest. After all, wizards are still a bit far away from the Muggle world. Muggles have smart minds and rapid economic development, and the gameplay is shocking enough. Lucius, who was born in the wizarding world, would not even think about understanding the development history of Muggles. Cole, why do I feel like you're lying to me? I'll give you the gold galleons, and you give me a little every year, so why don't you still give me my gold galleons? Lucius, we are relatives, how could I lie to you? I am using your gold galleons to give birth to little gold galleons. Cole said as he stopped and looked at Lucius and continued, Lucius, look at my sincere eyes. If I were a liar, there would be no good people in the wizarding world. You are my dearest relative and friend. Lucius swayed uncomfortably, unable to hold on under Cole's eyes. Okay, I believe you, I'll think about it. Okay, this is family, dear Mr. Malfoy. After Cole said this, Lucius quickly took 2 steps. He didn't want to be misunderstood by Cole holding his arms in front of everyone. You must know that this is Britain, and it has always had traditions. Narcissa is true love, Lucius has no other ideas. Lucius walked towards the conference room, Cole smiled and followed him in. The Wizengamot court, the highest court in the wizarding world, has about 50 wizards, all of whom are famous beings. Chief Wizard Dumbledore, the principal of Hogwarts, is currently the most famous person in the wizarding world. Sitting on the highest seat in the courtroom, Dumbledore was now wearing a purple robe, unlike the plain white robes of the past, which looked very majestic. Fudge followed Neville, surrounding Dumbledore, his mouth moving so much that Cole couldn't hear what he was saying. But thinking about what happened today, he might be begging Dumbledore to help him. Cole withdrew his gaze and looked at the seats on the surrounding steps. Lucius, who came in first, was now like a social butterfly, chatting around with a smile. If Lucius outside is like a cold Lucius here is simply a butterfly. No wonder he can protect himself. With his communication skills, I am afraid that in the Dark Lord's team, Lucius is also an important contact point among the Death Eaters. Cole recovered his mind, walked up the steps, all the way to his seat, and sat down slowly with his back on the bench. Dumbledore saw Cole from a few seats away, and the two nodded and smiled. Mr. Black, long time no see. When Cole heard the voice, he turned around and saw old Mrs. Longbottom. Today, Mrs. Longbottom was not wearing her favorite green robe. Wearing a purple robe, a fox scarf around his neck, a tall hat with a stuffed eagle on the top, and a large red handbag. Cole's kind smile almost made him forget that she was a tough old lady. Good day, Mrs. Longbottom, I didn't expect to see you today. Longbottom usually didn't show up because of his son and daughter-in-law's affairs. He could often see Yao at St. Anne's Hospital. As I get older, I don't have so much energy anymore, but I have to attend today. How could it be? The Longbottom family is becoming stronger and stronger in your hands. A smile appeared on Mrs. Longbottom's old face. Cole was right. The Longbottom family was in the potion business and had close ties with St. Mungo's Hospital. Regardless of whether Mrs. Longbottom was doing it for her son or something else, she had a strong say in St. Mungo's Hospital. I heard that the children of the Black family are also at Hogwarts? They happen to be classmates. I hope they can get along well. Cole thought. It was well known that Martin and the others were in Slytherin, and he also knew that Neville Longbottom was in Gryffindor. The lion and the snake are incompatible and dislike each other. Cole also knew that Neville was worried about entering Slytherin during the entrance test. After all, he was also from a pure-blood family. But growing up, Neville heard countless curses on Slytherin from his grandmother. How dare he go to Slytherin? What's more, Neville's parents were both killed by Death Eaters, and Mrs. Longbottom hated Voldemort and the Death Eaters. Cole heard Mrs. Longbottom's words, but he also understood that this shrewd old lady had never been prejudiced against Slytherin. Even though Neville entered Slytherin, she still loved her grandson. Cole ended his momentary thinking for a few seconds and said with a smile, of course, Martin and the others don't have many friends, and Neville is also a good boy. Cole would not refuse Mrs. Longbottom's kindness, not to mention that there was no conflict between the two families. The two smiled and exchanged a few words, and talked about how difficult it is to manage a family. In fact, Cole only talks about people when he sees them, and what he says when seeing wizards may not be true. Is it tiring to manage a family? Wouldn't it be better to leave everything to the subordinates? Cole is very leisurely. At this time, a figure suddenly walked in at the door. He was short and fat, wearing a purple robe, with short curly blonde hair styled with a medicine, and a pink hat on his head. Seeing the fake smile on the man's face, Cole knew that this man was also a troublemaker. Is it possible that Mr. Black is meeting Umbridge for the first time? This deputy minister is not an ordinary person. It can be seen that her ambition is greater than the current minister. Cole saw that Umbridge's pomp was even better than that of Fudge. The stupid Fudge was still hanging around Dumbledore. Cole's mind flashed with information about the fat woman. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Deputy Minister of Magic, made a high-profile appearance when Harry was in 5th grade and was recommended by the Ministry of Magic to be the defense against the dark arts teacher. He is cruel, with a dark heart hidden under his pink appearance. He tortures Harry with little spells and forces Harry to admit his mistakes. It can be seen from Umbridge's behavior that this woman does not care about justice at all, she only cares about whether the result is beneficial to herself. Umbridge also later served as the interim headmaster of Hogwarts, High Inquisitor. Even if Dumbledore didn't care about her at that time, maybe he had other plans that made her go further. But it can also be seen that Umbridge himself is quite capable. In the end, Umbridge was kidnapped by the men in the Forbidden Forest, but it was Dumbledore who rescued her. But who knows what kind of night Umbridge spent in the Centaur tribe. She was not Harry and could gain the friendship of centaurs. In the end, he was dismissed from his post and ended his career as a Ministry of Magic official in disgrace. 0. It's almost time, and almost all the wizards of the Wizengamot have arrived, sitting in their seats and looking down from above. Gilda Marchbane and Tiberius Ogden, both senior members of the court, instantly silenced the audience. Dumbledore glanced at the scene, and the chief magician's aura enveloped everyone's hearts. Boom. The hammer on behalf of the trial fell, and Dumbledore announced that the Wizengamot conference had officially begun. Today, thank you all for coming. I announce that the 234th trial meeting has officially begun. Today, the trial is about the Gringotts theft incident. Next, the head of the British branch of Gringotts Goblin Bank, the Goblin Harper Yale XXIII, will speak. Dumbledore motioned to the Goblin in charge from Gringotts International not far away. After agreeing, the Goblin Harper walked out of the corner and stood in the center of the rotunda. Fairy Harper looked up at the wizards all around who seemed to be sitting in the sky, and felt unprecedented pressure in his heart. On that day, I was doing my job, and I originally planned to have a cup of fairy black tea. 11. Boom. Mr. Yale XXIII, please be brief and tell the key points of the matter. Dumbledore wasn't angry, just reminded Hubble that no one wanted to hear what it did so early in the morning. Haber's thin elf body trembled, and he clasped his hands and rubbed them. After organizing his words, he told what happened. The trial meeting, Fairy Huber explained clearly what happened. Dang said that the thieves who broke into Gringotts not only knew the location of the underground vault, but were also powerful. The faces of the wizards present became solemn, and they had to admit that although the goblins rebelled before, the goblins were severely punished by the wizards. But the magical strength of adult goblins is obvious to all. Even in the wizarding world, there is no unknown wizard. He can repel dozens of adult goblins and escape safely from the siege. What's more, there is a fire dragon deep in the cave. Someone with such magical power cannot be an unknown person in the wizarding world. Okay, everyone, Harper has clearly told what happened. The Ministry of Magic will send orders to hunt down the thieves. Gringotts only has an approximate figure for the amount of money stolen from the vault, and the specific amount lost by each family is also only an approximate amount. The victims of the theft who suffered heavy losses this time strongly demand compensation from the ancient 850 linga. What does Mr. Gotha have to say? The Gotha in Dumbledore's mouth was the goblin sent by Gringotts headquarters. He stood up and walked slowly down with his waist bent. This goblin, who is almost 200 years old and about to be buried, has white wrinkled skin, but he is an elder among the goblins. Walking to the center, saluting the wizard present, an old voice sounded. Dear wizards, on behalf of the goblins, I deeply apologize for this incident. It was our dereliction of duty. Gringotts is also responsible for compensating your families for their losses. Gotha's words made the nobles present look relieved. They did not expect that things would go so smoothly. As a result, Elder Gotha's sudden words made the nobles present angry. However, Chief Mr. Dumbledore, please allow me to question whether the amount of losses reported by the nobles is too large. It is suspected that they are using this to rob Gringotts. Even when Cole heard this, if he hadn't done what he did, he would have gone down to beat someone. Are fairies so brave? Do you know who put down the Goblin Rebellion? Who surrendered to the wizard after losing? Who can still control the economic lifeline of wizards after surrendering? Oh, Goblin, that's okay. However, Cole did know that Gringotts only made rough statistics on the gold galleons in the vault, and would never open the vault privately, let alone understand how many good things were stuffed in the nobles' vaults. After all, the wizard's private property is sacred and inviolable. In fact, even noble wizards don't know how many gold galleons they have in their treasury. Hundreds of years of accumulation have almost turned into a small mountain. Wizards can only make statistics on precious potions, magic items, and the like. So, if you want to ask each family how much is in their treasury, instead of asking the head of their family, you might as well ask Cole, who knows. But he will not stand up and surrender. The scene got out of control under the provocation of the goblin, and there were curses everywhere. Damn goblin, who do you think I am? The welfare family treats us wizards as beggars. I want to duel with you. The solace of Merlin's feet, how could there be such a despicable creature in the wizarding world? Mad, the trolls are nobler than you. You think we are too poor to afford food, and you are here to blackmail you, a group of goblins who deserve to go to hell. You think I, Macmillan, have no money? I will kill you with gold galleons. I saw many wizards impulsively taking out a handful of gold galleons and throwing it into the center, hitting the goblin in the face. Gotha, the elder goblin, hurriedly hid behind Haber, letting the sound of golden galleons ring out from his body. Harper shielded his face in grievance. He had been working for many years and had seen a lot of Gringotts' wealth, but this was the first time his face was smashed by gold galleons. Under the leadership of the Macmillan family, golden rain began to fall in the Wizengamot court, and the spectacular scene made many watching wizards open their mouths. How much gold galleons do they earn in a month, and they may have to risk their lives to do so. Look at these rich nobles throwing money at people for fun. Oh, no, it's not a human, it's a goblin, so that's okay. Rita's eyes in the corner were shining golden, not for the gold galleons, but for the next issue of the Daily Prophet. Rita held the parchment in her hand and wrote quickly with a quill. Black ink fell on it, composing the grandeur of the scene. At the Wizengamot meeting, the goblins caused public outrage. The wizards present were furious and attacked the goblin elders with gold galleons. What's more, they jumped into the arena and initiated a duel. A murder was about to happen. Rita quickly signaled to the photographer behind her to take pictures, and a white light flashed, and each vivid image was recorded. Gentlemen, please stop. Dumbledore's voice was like a bell, and a breeze blew across the faces of the teachers present. The scene was contained, and Cole felt Dumbledore's spell. Although he didn't know it was the spell above, he could feel the magic contained in it. As expected of a principal who has lived for such a long time, he has dabbled in all kinds of ancient spells. With the help of Heber, the goblin elder pulled his lower body out of the pile of gold galleons. Hubble was frightened, with wounds still on his face. On the other hand, the elder shook the goblin's head as steadily as a rock, and sighed at Hubble's youth. How rude. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore. Gotha thanked Dumbledore and looked at the noble wizard coldly. You're welcome, Elder Gotha. The Wizengamot is a place of justice. If you have questions, of course you can raise them. Everyone, if you have any objections, you can speak up now. The wizards present looked at Dumbledore, who represented justice, and refused to say a word. Although many noble wizards were ready to make a move, they did not stand up. They all turned their attention to Cole and Lucius. Lucius gave Cole his eyes, and Cole knew that these people wanted him to stand up and speak. As the oldest Black family in the British wizarding world, they are certainly qualified to speak on behalf of the nobles. Cole smiled to himself. He had to do it by himself. After all, he was the one who caused the matter. Elder Gotha, I am Katrell Black, the head of the Black family. In this incident, the Black family's property was also violated. As for the question you just raised, let's not talk about whether it is reasonable or not. Everyone knows that Gringotts has existed for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years ago, wizards kindly handed over Gringotts to you. After all, we wizards were not the losers in that war. You have to thank the wizard for his kindness at that time, otherwise it would not be your turn today, and you are standing here to ridicule us. The goblin elder's face changed slightly, and he listened quietly to Cole's next words. Wizards entrust their wealth to goblins for safekeeping. Whether it is out of trust in you or a compromise to International Ministry of Magic regulations, goblins have an obligation to protect wizards' property, right? In the final analysis, this loss is due to Gringotts' negligence and the irresponsibility of you goblins. Now you are saying that we are suspected of robbery, which is simply a joke. Even if the amount reported by some families is a little higher, it is still necessary compensation for you goblins to us. Is it possible that 0.9 does not mean that the goblins have no responsibility at all for their dereliction of duty? Is there any justice left in the wizarding world? Chief Dumbledore, I'm done. Thank you. Cole's impassioned speech made the nobles applaud. They were all so excited that they lost their minds because of the goblin. After hearing Cole's words, they knew what a complaint was. Everyone praised in their hearts, he is indeed Blake, he is knowledgeable and different from those who have traveled abroad. Did you hear that? You goblins should compensate us. Before, we wanted our property back as a kindness to you. Now we still want to compensate you. Yes, if there is no compensation, we will not agree to destroy Gringotts. That's right, Cole, you are really our benchmark. The goblin elder broke into a cold sweat at Cole's words, and his shrewd little head turned rapidly. Why are things different from what he imagined? Under the pressure of the wizard's eyes, Elder Gotha was thinking in his mind. He didn't even notice that the young Heber next to him was almost unsteady on his feet. Mr. Black, please don't get excited. We didn't say we wouldn't compensate, but the responsibility for this incident doesn't entirely lie with Gringotts. As far as I know, the order support from the Ministry of Magic is not timely, otherwise the thieves who break in will definitely be left behind. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, the goblin couldn't shirk away and was ready to assign some responsibilities to the Ministry of Magic. The far-fetched words directly aroused the dissatisfaction of the officials of the Ministry of Magic. Fudge spoke anxiously. He could not bear the consequences, otherwise his position as minister would be unstable. Elder Gotha, as far as I know, the head Auror of the Auror office was the first to provide support after receiving the news. Levert can testify that he was also the first to arrive at Gringotts. Levert, who received Fudge's signal, stood up and testified. Yes, when we arrived, the people had already disappeared. Not only that, many wizards saw the intruder entering Gringotts. The time at that time was quite different from the time when we received the news. Evil stood up and spoke, proving that the Ministry of Magic's support was timely. It is enough to show that it was Gringotts' failure to deliver the news in time, rather than the Auror's negligence. Finally pushing away the responsibility, Fudge looked at the goblin elder proudly. Elder Gotha looked at the goblin beside him fiercely, feeling extremely angry. In fact, the wizards present can also understand that goblins never like to deal with wizards. Even if you go to Gringotts, you will not get the smiling faces of goblins. When attacked for the first time, the goblin's reaction was not to ask for help, but to believe that he could solve it. Later, I realized something was wrong, so I asked the goblin to send a signal. Cole looked at the goblin's whining and was very bored. Originally, his plan was just to give Black Bank a reason to establish Even now, the Goblins and the Ministry of Magic are still shirking their responsibilities. The matter has been made clear. Can't you just solve it directly? I have to enlarge my move. Cole had no patience anymore and said in his heart, poor goblin, don't blame me for being cruel if you don't take the path you chose. Cole lifted his robe, stood up and said, everyone present, whether they are Wizengamot members, Ministry of Magic officials, or wizards watching the trial meeting, everyone can see that the matter is very simple, and we all understand the ins and outs. But the goblins just refuse to take responsibility and are still trying to shirk responsibility from the officials of the Ministry of Magic. They even accuse us victims of extortion in public. This kind of behavior and attitude is simply outrageous. Cole suddenly stood up and made an impassioned speech, which directly made Lucius open his mouth. Brother, our plans don't have anything like yours. Even Dumbledore couldn't hold back, and the corners of his mouth twitched with a white beard, as if things were about to get out of control. Cole grasped the rhythm and continued, whether it is us nobles or ordinary wizards, we trust Gringotts, or even trust the goblins, so we put our property in the Gringotts vault. But what now? Before the white fog in London's sky cleared, people were being robbed in broad daylight. Goblins cannot guarantee the safety of wizards' property and even slander us. This is simply intolerable. Do you think we can still trust Gringotts, trust goblins, and hand over our master's wealth to goblins in the future? I'm not angry about the loss of the Black family's property. Gold Gallon is an external possession and is like dirt in my eyes. What makes me angry is Gringotts' attitude. This attitude is simply insulting to me, to the Black family, and even to all wizards in the UK. The Black family doesn't even need to pay compensation. I don't even care about the loss of the treasury. I, Cole, had the honor of the pure-blood nobles at that time and it was my duty to do so. From today on, the Black family will no longer cooperate with Gringotts, abandon the Gringotts treasury, and the Black family will establish its own wizard bank. Cole, who spoke, simply radiated holy light in the pure-blood eyes, and many nobles seemed to see Black protecting their family's rights and interests more than 10 years ago. Black, who had been silent for many years, finally became tough again. At this moment, the pure-blood nobles became excited. Yes, they should not care about losses. What is more important is the dignity and glory of purebloods. Many nobles in the audience are also here today. Geoffrey Goyle and Marlowe Crabbe are the fathers of Draco's two little followers and have always been attached to the Malfoy family. But today, Lucius is not as dazzling as Cole. Geoffrey, why do I feel that what Mr. Black said makes sense? He is worthy of being a member of the Black family. The 1,000-year-old pureblood is extraordinary. You are right, Marlowe. Mr. Black stood up for our nobles. He is really great. I don't know why, but I really want to follow him. Marlowe Crabbe agreed very much and did not refute, completely forgetting about Lucius. Lucius, who had been forgotten by the two, looked at Cole blankly at this time. He was not surprised at first by what Cole said just now, but it sounded so familiar. Gradually, in Lucius' mind, Cole's figure seemed to merge with a mysterious person. Thinking of this, Lucius was a little nervous. Cole was afraid that he would not take an evil path. But thinking about Martin's children, Lucius felt relieved again. No matter what, they were still relatives. Dumbledore glanced at Cole with his eyes hidden under his glasses, and Cole proposed that he would no longer use the Gringotts vault and establish Black Bank. Although this surprised Dumbledore, Cole's words seemed to sound more and more wrong. With Dumbledore's experienced eyes, it seemed that Cole's purple-red robe was getting darker and darker. No, Dumbledore refused in his heart. There is still one problem that has not been solved. Will there be another one? When will a peaceful retirement life come? As a person who has experienced 2 wars, Dumbledore's keen sense of smell not only made him feel that there was something complicated behind Cole's establishment of the Wizarding Bank. It became clearer that Cole seemed to have provoked a conflict between the nobles and the goblins. It makes wizards suspicious of goblins. Once they lose their trust, they will become disgusted with the existence of goblins. In the wizarding world in the future, there will definitely be another goblin rebellion. Perhaps blood will flow like a river, and the goblins will disappear from this world. No matter what Cole's purpose was, Dumbledore would never allow such a thing to happen before Voldemort's matter was resolved. Dumbledore secretly made a decision in his heart. At such an important moment, he had to stand up. Member Black, please don't be impulsive. Not only the property of your family, but the property of all wizards should be protected. As for the Black family's decision, the Ministry of Magic will handle related matters. Dumbledore smiled and asked Cole to sit down first. Dumbledore knew that Voldemort would not be interested in these gold galleons without being resurrected and still in a soul state. Dumbledore had been wondering for the past 2 days who had interfered with his plan. Until Cole appeared today, Dumbledore was certain that the Black family was not behind the theft, and it must be related to Cole. Dumbledore's heart sank, and he hesitated for a moment. Seeing the other Wizengamot members looking at him, he slowly spoke. In that case, let's vote with a show of hands. Please raise your hands if you agree that Gringotts will compensate the victimized family and make certain compensation. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Elder Gotha's expression changed instantly. In fact, before the court convened, the goblin had already approached Principal Dumbledore. After all, as an international wizard and the principal of Hogwarts, he still plays an important role in the British wizarding world. The goblin immediately understood Dumbledore's attitude. Elder Gotha has been around for a long time. He has experienced the subversion of the first generation of Dark Lords and has also seen the methods of the second generation of Dark Lords. As a White Wizard, Dumbledore's relationship with 2 generations of Dark Lords is well known, and Dumbledore's style of conduct was also fully demonstrated in these 2 wars. In the eyes of the Goblins, although Dumbledore is powerful, he has his own bottom line and will not use his powerful magical power to infringe the rights of others wantonly. This is also what reassures the Goblins. As long as Dumbledore has no ill intentions towards them, Gringotts can still exist in the British wizarding world. But when the Goblin heard that Dumbledore directly asked the members of the House of Representatives to vote by a show of hands in court, Gotha realized that Dumbledore's kindness was based on the stability of the wizarding world. Dumbledore watched Elder Gotha speak first and said first, "Elder Gotha, we already understand the ins and outs of the matter. The vote by show of hands now is for the fairness of the court. As for Gringotts, if he is not satisfied with the result of the Wizengamot tribunal, he can raise an objection to the International Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore stood up and asked the counselors to surround him. The members of the meeting looked at each other one after another. Cole looked at it and raised his hand first. He had achieved his goal today. As for the rest, of course, he would talk about it later. Cole's words just now made the noble wizards present excited. Principal Dumbledore made the final decision. Of course they agreed, followed by Cole raising his right hand. Seeing this, half of the members of the Wizengamot raised their hands, and some of the hesitant wizards thought of Cole's words. As wizards, they must of course stand on the standpoint of the group. After all, who can say that they will not encounter such a thing in the future? Most of the people present understood the result and looked at Dumbledore. As the chief magician of the Wizengamot, Dumbledore has a veto power. The veto power represents not only the fairness of the court, but also the strength of Principal Dumbledore. Until now, the Goblins in the audience still had a glimmer of hope, although they knew that since Dumbledore could propose a vote, he would not side with the Goblins. But how can they be willing to do so before the result has happened? Dong the hammer fell. The meeting voted, and 42 members passed it, while 2 members, Tien, abstained. The chief of the Wizengamot, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, hereby announces that Gringotts will compensate the victims for their losses and make certain compensation. The Ministry of Magic will send people to investigate the specific situations of both parties and record them. End of the meeting. Elder Gotha and Haber lowered their heads in disappointment and accepted the result. However, no one among the wizards present cared about the Goblins' loss. The nobles knew that their gold galleons were coming back, and that was enough. Other ordinary wizards left the scene one after another. What happened today was an eye-opener for them. The tit-for-tat confrontation between purebloods and fairies was all first-hand news before the Daily Prophet came out. Don't think that wizards don't gossip. It is the nature of all living things to watch the excitement. It won't take long for the leaky cauldron to be filled with people, shouting about what they saw today. Lucius crossed the crowd and walked to Cole's side. "Cole, you are really yours. How dare you say such things? Aren't you afraid that the Goblins will sue you to the International Ministry of Magic for discriminating against them?" It was Lucius' reminder that Cole realized that there was still discrimination in the wizarding world. Damn it, the Goblins are really good at fixing things. They really figured it out. The majority obeys the minority, right? If you can't beat it, just talk about things that you can't beat. Everything can lead to discrimination. Wizards also discriminate against trolls and giants. Why don't they stand up and say wizards discriminate against them? The brains of giants and trolls are not good to begin with, so why are they still using discrimination? Cole said indifferently, "What are you afraid of? If it says it discriminates against me, I will discriminate against you." This time it was originally their fault. God, look at this world. It's so absurd that the victorious party has to suffer the grievances of the defeated party. If you don't obey, beat them. I'm not afraid of them. If they piss me off, I'll break their bones and spread ashes. Lucius quickly signaled Cole to keep his voice down. This was a public place, and goblins were an intelligent race after all. "Cole, be careful. I have decided on Black Bank. I support you, but the Ministry of Magic is not easy to talk to. Fudge is a greedy guy. It's okay. It's easy to solve it with Fudge. He can see it clearly. We welcome the cooperation of the Malfoy family. Lucius, don't worry, I will definitely protect the property of the Malfoy family with my life." Cole smiled and was in a good mood. Winner. Although he was a little aggressive today, things went smoothly. Lucius's attitude can also represent the attitude of some pure-blood nobles, and the rest will be easy. "Come on, Lucius, to celebrate, I have prepared a bottle of fine wine." Cole and Lucius had just walked out when they saw Dumbledore standing alone outside the door, saying goodbye to other wizards. "Cole, what you said today is really surprising. You are the future of the wizarding world. This is the first time I heard praise from the principal. It's a pity that it's not at Hogwarts. The professor was wrong. The young wizards at Hogwarts are the future." Dumbledore smiled and nodded, without leaving Lucius beside him. He said to Cole, "Do you have time to drink a cup of black tea with me, an old man?" "Certainly." With a noble smile, Lucius quietly exited, leaving Cole to deal with Dumbledore. Outside Hogwarts, a whirlpool rolled up in space and Dumbledore and Cole appeared on the grass, bringing with them grass shavings. The two phantoms moved over, which was much faster than the fireplace for them. Of course, it is also because the fireplace in Hogwarts is not connected to the Flu network, and phantom movement is prohibited on campus. Except for Headmaster Dumbledore, no one can use displacement spells. This is to protect the safety of little wizards. Of course, the fireplace in the town of Hogsmeade, not far from Hogwarts, can be used, but there is a brother there who Dumbledore cannot see at the moment. Aberforth Dumbledore, owner of the Hogshead pub. The two brothers have not seen each other since their sister Ariana's accident. Perhaps it is also because of guilt. Who can say clearly what happened to the two old people? Cole obviously knew about this, so when Dumbledore used the spell, he didn't ask any questions, but followed closely. Entering Hogwarts, perhaps because classes were in progress, I didn't see many young wizards, only a few people walking in a hurry. It looked like he was late. These students were very embarrassed when they saw Dumbledore. They called the professor a few times and ran away. Being late is part of studying, isn't it? Dumbledore was not angry. He had always been very tolerant towards underage wizards and looked at the young wizards back kindly. Cole felt a bit nostalgic, whether it was in other worlds or now. His student days are very memorable. This is also the time when they are happiest. They will have a lot of troubles when they grow up, Professor Dumbledore. Familiar scenes and familiar stairs followed Dumbledore all the way to the principal's office. As soon as you enter, you will see a wall full of books, warm candlelight illuminates the room, and portraits of past principals are hung on the dome under the steps and on the surrounding walls. When I heard someone coming to the office, figures appeared in the otherwise empty picture frame, some of them still wearing pajamas, which was very interesting. The old man in one of the portraits was wearing formal clothes, adjusting his brooch, looking expectantly to see if Cole could recognize him. The other portraits seemed to be watching the fun, and some were still mocking. The annoying Black actually has an excellent air. Of course Cole could react. It turned out that the person in the portrait was Black's only Hogwarts principal. Good day, great-great-grandfather, Cottrell Black, Kiej, says hello to you. Sirius Black, the former headmaster of Hogwarts, is a feudal, stubborn, and cunning old man who hates self-righteous young people. He is also considered the most unpopular headmaster of Hogwarts. When he heard Cole greeting him, a proud smile appeared on the old face. Look, he is indeed a descendant of the Black family. What a polite young man he is. Cole smiled and said nothing. The people in the other portraits could not say that Phineas was so proud. Yeah, Sirius doesn't have any manners, don't you think? Phineas. One word made Phineas break his guard. He didn't care about maintaining the dignity of his ancestors in front of Cole, and turned around to curse at the side. You damn guy, you talk so viciously, you're filthier than a troll's ass. As he said that he was about to chase after his portrait, Cole was just watching the fun. To be honest, the magic of the wizarding world always made Cole's eyes light up. People who are clearly dead can leave a piece of their soul behind, living in the portrait and carrying the memories of their lifetime, as if they had never disappeared. Okay, you have to maintain your grace in front of young people, you are all the principal of Hogwarts. Dumbledore stopped the noise and took Cole to the desk. Phineas also stopped. Although he sometimes loses his mind, it cannot be denied that the old guy has the wisdom of the old guy. I mentioned Sirius just now. Phineas was the most optimistic about Sirius before. As the heir of the Black family, Sirius has already entered Azkaban. Cole has the final say in the Black family now. Do you really think that he, Phineas, is an old fool? From the first time he saw Cole, Phineas could understand what kind of person Cole was. So I decided not to talk about Sirius in front of Cole. However, someone didn't open his eyes, so he could only pretend to be rude and refused to direct the topic to Sirius. This is the wisdom of pure-blood nobles. According to Phineas, Cole is qualified as the master of the Black family. Not only will you have heirs, it will also make your family stronger. Martin's children, Phineas, also have their own ways of understanding them. Who said he can only be trapped in the office portrait and know nothing about the outside world? It's not like Dumbledore stays in the office every day and stares at them. As for Sirius, Phineas had no choice but to give up. Unexpectedly, when Cole did not appear, Phineas kept begging Dumbledore to help Sirius. But Cole showed up, and Phineas stopped mentioning it. For the sake of the family, it was best for Sirius to stay in Azkaban. Seeing the Black family today, Phineas knew that he had made the right choice. Cole, who had been inconspicuous since childhood, had grown to a point that Dumbledore could not ignore. The fact that the Black family can continue to pass on this legacy makes him very satisfied. Cole, on his side, watched Dumbledore wave his hand casually, causing the teapot and teacup to fly out from the corner, and quietly watched Dumbledore's performance. To be honest, this precise and meticulous spell made Cole sigh that the principal's strength should not be underestimated. Silent flying spell, silent transformation spell, and many other small spells are used in combination. Have a cup of hot tea, Cole. I haven't had tea for a long time. My favorite is honey juice. Looking at the snacks that Dumbledore conjured up, Cole didn't expect that Principal Dumbledore's afternoon tea desserts were so special, and they were really suitable for sharing a table with children. Professor, eating too much sweets will cause tooth decay. Ha ha ha, wizards don't have this trouble. After watching Dumbledore pick up the teacup and take a sip, Cole began to taste the black tea in the principal's office. A warmth rose from his stomach, and the taste echoing in his mouth made Cole frown slightly. In one word, it doesn't taste good. It seems that Principal Dumbledore's skills are indeed not good. Drinking this is worse than drinking water, but British wizards don't seem to like drinking water. Is it beer, juice, or honey water? Putting down the teacup, looking at Cole's face full of rejection, a joking smile appeared on Dumbledore's face. It can be regarded as one of Dumbledore's bad tastes. He likes to study some strange things. The headmaster's office fell into silence. Dumbledore looked at Cole, and Cole looked at the shelf near the window, where there should have been a phoenix. Cole was very curious about this magical creature and the ability of the phoenix. He heard that it had the magic of rebirth from the ashes. It is said that Kylan has the ability to distinguish between good and evil, and will only surrender to those who are pure and kind, representing justice. The first generation of the Dark Lord used the Kirin to deceive the wizards, and was finally exposed by Dumbledore. Fawkes happened to be away today. He doesn't usually like to stay in the house. Magical creatures always have their own tempers. I heard that the tears of the phoenix can heal wounds, Professor. Dumbledore touched the ring on his finger and smiled. It's probably okay, but I don't want anyone to use it. Dumbledore looked at Cole, who already had a child. 10 years passed too quickly for him. The longer the wizard lived, the more emotions he would lose. Little Martin and the others are doing well in school and have great talents. Your children are all very much like you, Cole. The professor praised me, but I know they had a fight with someone some time ago, which made the professor worry. I heard that the injured child is from the Weasley family. Dumbledore frowned slightly. Cole's words sounded too threatening. The Weasley family were all good people. I don't think you care about the play between children, do you? Cole looked at Dumbledore strangely, wondering why Dumbledore was so sensitive. He just said it casually. Of course, Professor, I generally don't care about things between children. Mara has always taught children to be strong and should experience more things. The child's fight wasn't serious and Cole wouldn't stand up. Even if he did, it would be against Weasley. Cole remembered that Arthur Weasley worked in the Ministry of Magic. The eldest son, Bill Weasley, works as a curse catcher in Egypt. Charlie Weasley studied dragons in Rome and stayed away from home all year round. As for the remaining sons, they are all at Hogwarts. Thinking of this, Cole suddenly realized that there were so many children in the Weasley family. He was cheating, but Arthur was really powerful. Having said this, I have to admire Molly Weasley. She is such a great mother, and Cole also knows that Molly's magical power is not low. In fact, Cole didn't want to have anything to do with the Weasley family. After all, as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, an important member, and Dumbledore's die-hard loyalist, Cole could not help but think that the Weasleys were part of Dumbledore's plan. Didn't you see that when Harry entered the wizarding world, the first friend he made was Ronald from the Weasley family? You must know Harry's character. After staying at the Dursleys' house for a long time, Harry would never take the initiative to make friends. Cole even knew that Harry, Draco, and Martin had experienced the Nocturn Alley incident, and both parties had a good impression. But as soon as Ronald appeared, Harry inexplicably became at odds with Draco, and even hated the Slytherin in his heart. Just because of what Ronald said, all Slytherin wizards are bad wizards. You must know that the Sorting Hat recommended that Harry go to Slytherin. Even in adolescence, Harry can see the characteristics of Slytherin. Thinking of this, Cole sighed. Professor Dumbledore really played a big game and arranged Harry's journey from birth to Hogwarts. What a miserable life, looking all the way into the future. Cole, what do you think is the difference between wizards and muggles? Dumbledore asked suddenly, changing the subject in an instant and catching Cole off guard. He didn't care that Cole also knew the purpose of Dumbledore's search for him today. It wasn't the actions of the Black family that made Dumbledore feel that things were out of his control, and he was afraid of affecting Voldemort's affairs. Professor, there is actually no difference in intelligence between wizards and muggles, they just have different abilities. I think you also know the development of muggles today. Are you afraid of the power controlled by muggles? Cole is of course talking about the weapons controlled by muggles that can destroy the world. Such power is unbelievable even in the eyes of wizards. No matter how powerful the wizard is, it is impossible for a city with a population of 1 million to disappear in an instant, but muggles can do it. Even the severe fire curse requires material burning, and the wizard can also use the 10,000 curses to stop it. Muggle weapons, on the other hand, cannot be taken back once fired, and the damage caused cannot be dissipated for hundreds of years. As a great wizard, Dumbledore is not like some old stubborns who cannot accept new things. He also understands the Muggle world. Please give me flowers. It's not that I'm afraid, but it's really dangerous for that kind of power to be controlled by muggles, but we have to follow the development of things. Everything is determined by fate. Cole also understood that Dumbledore was also unwilling to change the current stability of the wizarding world. To be honest, Cole had a hard time understanding Dumbledore's changes. In today's wizarding world, few people know about Dumbledore's past. They just know that Dumbledore is the most powerful wizard in modern times and carries countless auras. But Cole knew something unknown. That year, as the most outstanding graduate of Hogwarts, Dumbledore could have unleashed his talents in the wizarding world. But due to the unfortunate death of his mother, Dumbledore could only return home to take care of his sister, who was obscurus. Point 0. At this moment, Grindelwald, who was expelled by Durmstrang due to conduct issues, came to the UK to find the secret agent of the Deathly Hallows. This is how the two teenagers met. Grindelwald is like a mirror to Dumbledore. He is talented and at the same time ignores rules, violates school rules and ignores the law. This kind of free life attracts Dumbledore. And similarly, in Grindelwald's eyes, Dumbledore, who is also the same type of person as him, is very good and should not be trapped in the small Godric Valley. It was here that the two teenagers experienced the most unforgettable period of their lives. In just 2 months, the natives talked about it for a century. Cole could not understand the emotions between the two people, but he respected their choices. Cole also knew, for the greater good. This sentence was put forward by Dumbledore. Dumbledore, who had such great ambitions as a boy, now has shackles on himself. The magic that restrains the great wizard. Perhaps because of his sister's accidental death, Dumbledore always felt guilty and did not dare to face Aberforth. All results are traceable. What happened back then made Dumbledore what he is today. Whether he was defeating Grindelwald or Voldemort, from Cole's perspective, Dumbledore seemed to be pushed forward by everyone. The boy who longed for freedom has now become an old man with a white beard, and Dumbledore 5 is bound by invisible shackles. Dumbledore didn't know that Cole in front of him had thought so much and knew so much about him. His purpose today was just to test Cole's thoughts. Cole, do you know anything about prophecies and divination? That's not true. You know, Professor, I don't have any talent in divination. Cole's words did not make Dumbledore suspicious. After all, there were too few wizards with divination talents, not to mention that some divination masters were considered to have mental problems by wizards. For example, Professor Sybil Trelawney of Hogwarts is considered crazy in the eyes of students, and he always teaches students to talk to the mirror in class. He also said some words that the students could not understand. In fact, what no one knows is that Professor Trelawney made many real prophecies, and it was she who told Dumbledore the prophecies about Voldemort and Harry. As a result, just as Trelawney said, Voldemort tasted failure in Harry. Perhaps because of his kind personality or his inability to deal with the predicted disaster, Professor Trelawney always looks fragile and is often in a state of fright. This is one of the reasons why students don't like her very much. After all, compared to other professors, Professor Trelawney looks too weak. Professor, are you trying to tell me about the prophecy that Voldemort will be resurrected? Cole was not afraid of Voldemort, even though he knew that many wizards used mysterious people to replace Voldemort's name because they were afraid of being cursed. But here in Cole, it is obvious that the Dark Lord does not have that much face. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows, obviously not expecting Cole to be so smart and talk to smart people easily. Cole, you are really smart. Do you think that prediction is true or false? Cole thought for a while before replying, Professor, whether it is true or false, isn't this about you? Even if the Dark Lord is resurrected again, I believe you will defeat him again. Ha ha ha, Cole, I didn't expect you to have such confidence in an old man like me. Cole thought, yes, Mr. Principal, if I don't have confidence in anyone, I can't have confidence in you. If Voldemort hadn't been gifted and made the Horcruxes, even Dumbledore wouldn't have known the location and number of the Horcruxes. Otherwise, with Old Man Dang, he can take care of a lot of Dark Lord's people by himself. Don't doubt Dumbledore's strength, just like you don't doubt that you are still alive. Professor, you are the most famous person in the wizarding world and the most powerful wizard in the wizarding world. Cole's compliment made Dumbledore laugh while stroking his beard. The simple humor also made the topic less serious. Cole, how can I hear the feeling of lying in your words? The most powerful one? I'm not even sure myself. Dumbledore looked at Cole with sharp eyes. In Dumbledore's mental induction, Cole seemed to be surrounded by mist, and there seemed to be a terrifying energy emperor in the mist. Cole, actually from the time you reappeared in the UK, or even now, I can't see through you. I even think you seem to be a different person. It must be very hard outside, but life is very good now, isn't it? You have a family and lovely children. I think you must cherish them very much. Of course Cole knows that he is different, and he is the only one who knows this secret, but now he is Katrell Black, and he has been deeply integrated into the wizarding world. He took the fate of the Black family on his back. Professor Dumbledore, I just want to pass on the Black family. As for other things, I don't care. Whether the Dark Lord is resurrected or not, it will not affect the Black family. I am not interested in that pure blood theory. I think you already have your own plan. Please don't doubt how I know it. I just want to say that the Black family will not hinder you. Cole played a word game. He said that he would not hinder Professor Dumbledore's plan, but he did not say that he would not interfere with it. In fact, what interested Cole was not Voldemort, but the benefits of following Voldemort to the Black family, or what he might gain by following Dumbledore's plan. It's a typical pure-blood aristocrat's thinking, isn't it? Cole would not admit that he was the same as the nobles in the wizarding world. At most, he was a little selfish. Dumbledore rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of something. Cole, I was going to tell you everything. Are you interested in joining the great plan? Isn't life just one adventure after another? Dumbledore was like a pyramid scheme leader at this time. Cole didn't want to admit it. Professor Dumbledore could always make simple words very tempting. Is this the charm of the top white wizard? It seems that Grindelwald's failure is not unreasonable. The difference between the Black Wizard and the White Wizard is only the result. My dear Principal, I am not in the mood to bully a poor man with a disability and a strong mind. It's a pity that if I had come back earlier, I would have joined the Order of the Phoenix and fought for you. The current Voldemort is a semi-finished product, not even half of it, only 3/7 of his peak strength. With such a disability, will it be Cole's turn to play? That's really a pity. Both Sirius and Regulus are talented wizards. Yes, my headmaster, Sirius is still in Azkaban, and there is no news about Regulus. Cole didn't mean anything else, he was just joking. It wasn't that he was cold-blooded, but that these two people were not of much help to the current Black family. At the same time, he also knew that Regulus was dead long ago, and the cunning and insidious Slytherin would also do good things, wouldn't he? Dumbledore obviously heard Cole's teasing, but on the surface he didn't have any trouble at all. Dumbledore obviously has his own determination and choice. Today's wizards think that Dumbledore is a kind person. But sometimes kindness does not mean innocence. As long as he can achieve his goal, Dumbledore doesn't care what others think of him. Cole, your words are really sharp, making even an old man like me feel ashamed. Ha 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 ha. 2.4 The two people laughed at the same time. It was obvious that the talented wizards were more like the same kind. Cole, your wizard bank, don't forget to cooperate with Hogwarts in the future. After all, some young wizards still need loans, but they don't have the ability to make money. Obviously Cole's words made Dumbledore temporarily give up his thoughts. No matter what changes happened later, at least for now, Dumbledore believed that Cole would not do anything irrational. Of course, Principal, young wizards are the future of the magical world. Would you like to stay for the dinner later? I don't think you want to eat Hogwarts food either. Dumbledore invited Cole to the dinner, and Cole didn't refuse. It happened that he hadn't seen Martin and the others for a long time, as well as his little cotton-padded jacket Alice. Of course, thank you Professor for the invitation. In the Hogwarts school cafeteria, the 4 long tables were filled with students from all grades. Cole sat next to Dumbledore, and to his right was Snape, who had a sullen expression. It was not yet afternoon, and Cole went to visit some children in class. He accidentally saw Snape making things difficult for Harry. He teased him a few times, and Snape became so embarrassed. Snape, why haven't you changed your petty nature? Did I say something wrong just now? You are so deep in emotion that you can't extricate yourself. Are all people from Slytherin like this? It seems that I am also a dedicated person. Snape glanced coldly and said coldly, Cole, you are an emotionless person. Wow, Snape, you're really good at reading people. Cole had a lot of fun seeing Snape's appearance. Teasing the serious old bat always made people feel happy. Cole was about to say something when he saw Harry leading Ronald into the cafeteria and sitting at the long Gryffindor table. He wanted to continue teasing Snape, but when he saw Snape's murderous expression, Cole believed that Snape must want to use Shen Ying Wu Fang to deal with him at this time. In order to prevent Martin and others from being grabbed by Snape to answer questions in class, Cole sealed his mouth with gestures with his hands. Turning his gaze to Slytherin, Martin had indeed seen him. After Cole nodded, he sat down to eat. The two brats Jerome and Ben were not excited at all when they saw him. They are heartless brats who are better off wearing big windbreakers and small cotton-padded jackets. Alice was about to run over before she saw it, but Darlene held her back. Cole gave the two sisters a calming look. Snape, look, how polite and cute my child is. Have you really never thought about having a child of your own? Cole, if the chicken drumsticks in the cafeteria can't stop your mouth, we can go for a walk outside. Slightly shrugging his shoulders, Cole sighed that he was really a big lover. To be honest, Cole really didn't know how good Harry's mother was. Maybe the white moonlight that he couldn't get was the best. Focusing on food, Cole found that the food at Hogwarts was pretty good. Although British wizards didn't care much about food, at least these little wizards ate well. House elves are indeed very useful and solve the problem of wizards not wanting to do housework. I heard that Hogwarts has hundreds of house elves, and behind the food on the table are the elves who are so busy in the kitchen that they are smoking. There really is exploitation everywhere. Hundreds of people are dining in a grand and orderly manner. The empty plates on the long table will disappear in the next second, and appear again and be full again. The professors sat on it to dine and look at the lively little wizards below. Suddenly, the door to the Hogwarts cafeteria was knocked open. A panicked Quirrell walked to the center in a few steps, and the surrounding area fell silent instantly. The mountain monster is in the basement, I thought you knew it. After saying that, Professor Quirrell fell to the ground. A few seconds later, the little wizards shouted in fear, and some of them were already running out, panicking. The little wizard's shrill voice almost deafened Cole's ears. Cole also understood that the troll incident happened today. You call it a coincidence or not. However, Cole can still understand the performance of the little wizards. The juniors are almost crawling under the long table, while the seniors are calmer. After all, they have mastered some magic spells. Today's first-year students are already very powerful if they can learn the levitating spell. Of course, Cole also paid attention to Martin and the others, but he didn't expect Draco to be so timid, opening his mouth wide enough to stuff a suckling pig. It was Martin who slapped him in the face to make Draco stop his stupid actions. Draco felt embarrassed because he found that even Sister Alice did not show a fearful expression. Quiet, the prefects of each grade will take the students back. Professor Lee, please follow me. Loud like a bell, Dumbledore's words silenced everyone present, and prefects from each college also came out one by one to arrange things. The only difference is that other colleges do not have prefects in the first grade, but are arranged by the senior class. Only Slytherin first years have shadow prefects, and Cole certainly knows this rule. But what he didn't expect was that the person who stood up turned out to be Martin. Little Martin was obviously very prestigious in the first grade and led people out of the cafeteria. Before leaving, Alice still looked at him reluctantly, but Cole understood that there would be no safety issues with the children. What can a little mountain monster do? As for Quirrell, who is still lying on the ground, Cole saw the performance just now with his own eyes, and can only say that the performance is zero. The expression is too exaggerated, failure. The look in his eyes is too cowardly and a failure. He fainted on the spot, a failure within a failure. You are a professor of defense against the dark arts. How can a little mountain monster do this to you? Could it be that the mountain monster inserted its rod into your butt? If this is the case, Quirrell can still be considered a genius if he can still run to the cafeteria. Cole didn't know whether this was Voldemort's guidance or Quirrell's own performance. Anyway, from today on, Professor Quirrell is a joke at Hogwarts. The dignified defense against the dark arts professor was frightened by a mountain monster and fainted. Watching Dumbledore leading Professor McGonagall and Snape into the basement in a hurry, while other professors arranged for the students of the college, Cole followed. Along the way, you can see the residue of mucus on the mountain monster's body, as well as the rocks broken by swinging the stick. As he was approaching the women's bathroom, Cole heard a heavy sound of falling to the ground. The first thing he saw when he entered was Harry sitting next to the troll, with his wand deeply inserted into the monster's vagina. Ronald next to him had not yet put down his wand, and Hermione looked on in surprise. "Why are you here?" Harry, Ronald, and Miss Hermione. When Professor McGonagall saw that he was a student from 380 of his own college, he immediately questioned him sternly. He felt relieved when he saw that the troll had lost its fighting ability. Cole couldn't see Snape's emotional expression. Big Bat just stood and watched coldly. But Cole knew that his heart was not as peaceful as his appearance. Dumbledore looked at Harry with interest as he stood up from beside the troll. "It's because of me. I saw how to subdue the mountain monster in a book, so I dragged Harry and the others here." Hermione immediately stood up and explained, after all, Harry and Ronald had just saved her. "How dare you? This is a very dangerous thing, Miss Hermione. You have violated school rules and will be deducted 5 points. Hermione, who had her points deducted for the first time, didn't feel so uncomfortable, but felt very happy. Professor McGonagall turned to Harry and Ronald and said, "As for you, the reward is 10 points. No matter what, you can't do such dangerous things in the future." It was also the first time for the Harry duo to score extra points, showing happy smiles. Dumbledore did not stop Professor McGonagall when he spoke. After all, McGonagall was the head of Gryffindor. "Okay, little wizards, go back and rest quickly." Before leaving, Harry suddenly noticed Snape unconsciously removing his cloak, and secretly paid attention to it. When Cole saw this scene, he didn't understand that this was to gain experience for the Harry trio. Isn't the guardian of the first level a mountain monster? The matter has been resolved and several people left the bathroom. The next day, Cole had left and Harry, Ronald, and Hermione were sitting in the cafeteria eating. After what happened yesterday, the friendship between the three of them had been established. Snape suddenly came over and said to Harry, "Good luck to you, Harry, since you can subdue the troll, then today's Quidditch match will not be a problem for you, even if the opponent is Slytherin." After Snape finished speaking, he walked away without limping slowly. Cole would have laughed to death if he had been present. The words were clearly congratulatory, but when they came out of Snape's mouth, there was a strange sense of ridicule. Harry stared at Snape's back and finally confirmed his suspicion. "My guess is right, it must be him." "What?" Hermione asked. "Do you remember the three-headed dog that night?" Snape's wound must have been bitten by the three-headed dog. Yesterday he let the mountain monster in and went around, just to get the things guarded by the three-headed dog, things that Professor Dumbledore kept in Gringotts. Ronald thought about it with his little head for a long time, but he really couldn't figure it out. "But wasn't Gringotts stolen? Are you saying he didn't get that thing?" Harry seemed to be possessed by a detective at this moment, and he was confident. He must have used the mountain monster to attract other people's attention yesterday. Also, Martin's father came unexpectedly yesterday and even stayed for dinner. What's more, aren't Martin's father and Snape good friends? One of them stalks Professor Dumbledore, and the other sends out monster noises to attack the east and west. At this time, Harry was not only suspicious of Snape, but also Cole, who happened to be here. Martin Blake's father? Is he also a Slytherin? Ronald could answer Hermione's questions instantly. He took them seriously. Of course, all Slytherins come out are bad people. Harry wasn't in the mood to eat either, so he folded his arms with a determined look on his face. The two of them must be working together to steal Professor Dumbledore's things. Hermione remained skeptical. She had always respected the professor. Even though Snape was the head of Slytherin, she did not think Snape was a bad person. Ronald became excited and believed Harry's words. "Harry, is there a possibility that Draco and Martin are also involved in the plan? After all, they are the Malfoy family and the Black family, and they have produced many dark wizards." Harry nodded. "This is very possible. They are working as inside agents in the school. We must keep an eye on them, help Professor Dumbledore and protect his things." Hermione looked at the two extremely serious people, raised her right hand and said weakly, "Why don't you go to Professor Dumbledore and clarify?" "Hermione, even if you don't believe Harry's words, do you think Professor Dumbledore will?" Ronald was finally smart for once, and his logic was indeed correct. Harry no longer cared about Quidditch in the afternoon and took Ronald to discuss it. If Cole knew that these two little brats were cricketing him like this behind his back, he would be absolutely speechless. What does it mean to cooperate with Snape inside and outside? What does it mean to enter Hogwarts with conspiracy? He was personally invited by Dumbledore. If Cole knew that he just came to Hogwarts for a meal and happened to encounter the mountain monster incident, he would be identified as Voldemort's accomplice by the clever Harry and Ronald. You will definitely sigh, these two little guys can really imagine it. At this time, Harry still believed that Snape was the one with bad intentions, and did not know about the existence of the destined Dark Lord. Cole, who didn't know he was carrying a big pot on his back, was currently staring at the netminder to open up the court. On a piece of land connecting Diagon Alley and Nocturn Alley, Cole looked at the busy wizards and the buildings that were rising from the ground, and his inner accomplishment was indescribable. It was announced yesterday that the Black family would no longer use the Gringotts vault, and today Cole and others were busy. Many wizards watched the Black family's actions and saw the daily profit and knew what Black was going to do. Both the wizards in Nocturn Alley and the wizards in Diagon Alley were watching the excitement from outside. After all, this matter is very new to them. The family wizard Wright came over, bowed his head to Cole and said, "Master, the Ministry of Magic already knows about it and has not sent anyone to inquire." Cole nodded. In fact, this matter had little to do with the Ministry of Magic. He was just being careful and going through the process at most. The quarrel between the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts has not ended yet, so how could they be in the mood to take care of him? What's more, this piece of land belongs entirely to the Black family, and he has absolute rights to use it. Although the management of Diagon Alley belongs to the Ministry of Magic, this is normal business behavior, not to mention that Cole is now working for the benefit of wizards. Stupid people can't understand it and think it doesn't matter, but people who are thoughtful will definitely know that there is definitely a problem with Gringotts being managed by goblins. Buildings on the surface can be completed in a short time, and the wizard's magic is extremely convenient for infrastructure construction. It can be said that wizards are natural geniuses in infrastructure construction. They can move boulders and dig tunnels. Everyone is a shield machine. These people were specially found by Cole. As for the defense of the cave underground, magic inscriptions and magic circles need to be carved, as well as some warning spells. Special chemicals are used to reinforce and solidify the surroundings of the vault. It is so hard that even magic spells cannot break it in a short time. With this protective ability, even Muggles' special weapons may not be able to be bumped to pieces. The magic of the wizarding world is definitely beyond the imagination of Muggles. Just like Dumbledore wasn't worried about the rise of Muggles, Cole wasn't actually worried either. Those kinds of large-scale weapons were not to be used casually. Due to the flexibility and dispersion of wizards, a big city like London doesn't have to worry about suffering a devastating blow. What's more, the top Muggles maintain close ties with the International Ministry of Magic. Although the top Muggles understand that the existence of wizards is a threat. But there is no way, unless Muggles have the idea of dying with wizards. High-level Muggles are also protected by the International Ministry of Magic, and there is a cooperative relationship between the two. Cole guessed that in addition to war factors, wizards were also one of the reasons for the rapid development of Muggle weapons. I just don't know whether the two worlds can coexist peacefully in the future, but now, it is impossible for them to cause a fatal blow to each other. No one from the wizards stood up, not even the second-generation Dark Lord. This kind of tacit peace can still be guaranteed. Cole shook his head, feeling that he was thinking too much, and who could say for sure what would happen in the future. However, Cole believes that under his leadership, the Black family will become stronger and stronger, and maybe one day it will change the world. Let the Muggle world become a part of the wizarding world. The early morning sun covered Black Castle, and Cole stood in the attic, quietly enjoying the sunshine. Time passed by, and it had been more than a month since he returned from Hogwarts. Cole was very busy during this period. Not only did he have to keep an eye on Diagon Alley, but the trouble with the Avery family gradually began. Cole was not in the mood to pay attention to things at Hogwarts, no matter whether Voldemort was killing unicorns in the Forbidden Forest or walking into Dumbledore's trap step by step. Cole didn't care. Before Voldemort was resurrected, Cole had no intention of doing anything. Although he was curious about unicorns, he also knew that killing unicorns would be cursed, let alone using unicorn blood to extend life. Those are all solutions that treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. However, Cole recently heard that Nico Melli announced in the wizarding world that he would give up using the magic stone to extend his life and face death. It's not like the impact of this incident went unnoticed in the eyes of the students at Hogwarts. You must know that Nico Melli is very famous in the entire wizarding world. Born in the 14th century, the famous alchemist is still considered by today's wizards to be the ancestor of European alchemy. Nico is not only highly accomplished in alchemy, he is also a gifted master of potions, proficient in dueling and divination. Even after Dumbledore appeared, he was considered the most powerful being in the wizarding world. As a living fossil that has lived from the 14th century to the present, countless teachers believe that this is the secret of Nico's longevity. However, Nico and his wife have been coming and going erratically, and their residence has been cast under a spell, and no one can find it. What's more, if you find him, you can't do anything to Nico. He's just old, but not without strength. As a top alchemy master, Nico's various alchemy items are not easy to solve. Cole suspected that the residence of Nico and his wife was made by alchemy, and that it might even exist in a different space, leaving only the key in this world. Only those who accept the invitation can enter. Or maybe he changes his position from time to time and is erratic, otherwise how could there be rumors all over the world that he has seen Master Nico? In Egypt, Europe, and Africa, wizards often declare that they have seen Nico Melli. There is another reason why Cole said this is the most important thing happening in the wizarding world today. That is when Master Nico Melli announced that he had left the secret of alchemy in his will, and that those who were destined to get it would get it in the future. This is a big deal. Not only wizards in the UK, but wizards all over the world are coveting this will. Of course, I am talking about ordinary wizards like them, and I am not interested in those wizards who have already found their own way. Smart people also know that learning alchemy requires talent, and the secrets of alchemy are more difficult than magic spells. Just like Cole's men now put inscriptions on the treasury, this is not something ordinary wizards can do. Not everyone is a genius, and those who covet this power without thinking will meet death. What's more, Nico also has Dumbledore by his side. The two have known each other since the 20th century and established a profound friendship when Grindelwald started the war. Dumbledore would not allow anyone with ill intentions to get close to Nico Melli. If you ask Cole if he is interested in Nico's alchemy, he really has no interest at all. He is not a very smart person. If he wants to spend his time on alchemy books, he might as well learn Horcruxes from Voldemort. Yes, Cole suddenly thought, Voldemort was able to successfully make Horcruxes when he was a student, and his talent in alchemy was definitely outstanding. It's a pity that Lord Voldemort has no intention of doing this. But now Voldemort is also interested in the Philosopher's Stone, and he has the method to make it. In fact, even if Nico's magic stone was taken away by Voldemort, Nico could still make another one. However, the current Dumbledore would not recommend Voldemort to study with Nico, otherwise the next master of alchemy would be the Dark Lord. Cole was standing in the attic, thinking wildly, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Wright hurried in and told Cole that the ground under construction on the Quidditch pitch had been damaged. Anger arose in his heart. Cole didn't expect that just after he finished his work, things happened one after another. Who was so bold, to attack the Black family's territory? Light, call someone. A magic firework was emitted from Wright's hand, and he got out of the window. He transformed and came outside to receive the letter. The team of wizards were all dressed in black robes and were waiting in formation. Cole didn't waste any time and disappeared into the manor with his men. A valley on the outskirts of Brighton County is sparsely populated, but the scenery is attractive enough. Cole appeared in the valley with his people. Seeing that the confusing spell outside had not disappeared, he walked directly into the barrier. What came into view was a mess. On the flat ground in the center of the valley, there used to be a Quidditch pitch, with stands surrounding it towering into the clouds. The green grass in the middle of the stadium was now burned to the ground, and the stands were in dilapidated condition. A group of Blackguard wizards were still dealing with the Hungarian bee dragon, which made Cole's teeth itch. Without waiting for Cole's instructions, Wright and his team stepped forward directly and joined the battle. The Hungarian bee dragon has a violent and cruel personality. Its huge wings allow its body of more than 10 meters to flexibly turn in the air. From time to time, flames are sprayed from the mouth, and the wizards have to be careful about the bite of the bee dragon. Cole looked at the bee dragon's eyes and knew that the dragon had been drugged with magic medicine. Otherwise, no matter how ferocious the bee dragon was, it would not be able to resist running away despite a dozen wizards. There were various torn wounds on the bee dragon's body, and the dragon's blood spilled from the air like a stream. Cole did not step forward. He was just an irrational bee dragon. It didn't take long for his wings to be chopped off by the wizards. Before the dragon corpse hit the ground, it was already torn apart. "Master, I have already asked clearly. In addition to this dragon, there are 3 wizards who ran away without seeing their faces." "Well, I understand. You go down and clean up first, and restore everything as soon as possible. Since someone is causing trouble, we must speed up the pace." Cole had actually guessed whose handiwork it was. Ever since the Black family's broomstick entered various teams in the wizarding world, it had already attracted attention. The first-generation broomsticks were sent to major Quidditch teams, and testing has been well received by players. Even the latest Nimbus 2000 on the market can surpass the first-generation broom, not only in terms of speed but also stability. As the most trustworthy sweep 7-star, it is not as good as it in terms of stable performance. Cole named the first-generation broom Meteor 1. After a lot of market research, the Black family's broom company was about to be established. At this critical point, something like this happened. It was obvious that the person who attacked this time was either someone from the broom company or the Avery family who ran the Quidditch pitch. The newly emerged Meteor broom will definitely impact the existing broom market. You must know that the cake is so big. If Cole wants to profit from it, he will inevitably offend people. This incident is a warning. Cole sneered. He is not afraid of challenges, whether it is the wizarding world or the muggle world. If you want to gain benefits, you have to bleed. The next step is to deal with this crisis. Cole didn't bother to look for the 3 masked wizards who disappeared. When such a case occurs, Cole certainly does not intend to seek help from the Ministry of Magic. As the official organization of the wizarding world, the Ministry of Magic naturally has the power to handle these matters. But it's not Cole's character to call the police. The other party can play tricks, and so can Cole. Little Avery's suspicion is greater. After all, the Meteor number 1 has not yet been released, and the broom company will not engage in such petty quarrels. As for Little Avery, he can definitely do such a thing. Does this brainless person really think that this will hit him? I don't know that Cole doesn't care about a stadium at all. For something like this, Cole can build as many as he wants. There is no shortage of money at all. The gold content of the nouveau riche, do you understand? The day after returning to the castle, the commercial department of the Ministry of Magic submitted the procedures to officially register the Meteor Broomstick Company. A few days later, a broom shop suddenly appeared in Diagon Alley, with bright windows filled with meteor brooms. On a promotional poster outside the store, the famous Quidditch star rides the Meteor One. The popular one has an exquisite appearance, cool special effects and a blue streamer during flight. It catches the eye instantly. Many children were clinging to the window to watch. Today's Daily Prophet's homepage also published the announcement of Meteor One. Famous reporter Rita Skeeter said, "Through the grapevine, all major Quidditch teams are interested in ordering Meteor One, and the broom market will change in the future." At the same time, the Daily Prophet includes interviews with major broom companies. Looking at the Daily Prophet, Cole almost died laughing. He spent some gold and galleons to let Rita interview the leaders of Sideswipe and Nimbus. Originally they thought Rita was there specifically to promote the company and was dressed up to attend, but after the interview her face turned livid. Angrily, he directly said that Meteor Broom Company was garbage and it was impossible to replace them. This statement was directly published in the newspaper by Rita. As long as it was beneficial, Rita would not care about these two companies. Creating gimmicks is Rita's famous operation. The battle between Meteor Company and the Old Broom Company will definitely occupy the newspaper cover in the coming weeks. When he saw that the time was almost up, Cole also stood up. Today was the day when Cole invited reporters from the wizarding world to hold a press conference. He was going to announce the Black family's broomstick in front of everyone. When we arrived at the door of the shop in Diagon Alley, there were already a large number of wizards watching the excitement. Diagon Alley had not been so lively for a long time. At the front, Rita was ready with her photographer, and there were many other reporters beside her. The crowd made away and Cole stepped forward quickly. "Everyone, today is the day the Meteor Broom Company was established. After years of research by the Black family, they have finally developed a better flying broom. Please take a look." Cole raised his hand and cast a spell, and a water blue curtain appeared in the sky, with silhouettes flashing across it. "It's Appleby Arrows, my god, my favorite team. The Bailikas Bats are the champions. Fuck Merlin, didn't you see the Bulgarian national Quidditch team?" The water curtain in the sky played scenes of teams using Meteor No. 1 broomsticks, and each Quidditch action in the hands of the stars was a feast for the eyes. Various reversal movements flow smoothly. Oh my god, even Nimbus 2000 can't do this Armstrong maneuver so fast. How does Meteor 1 do it? It is fast while maintaining stability. Even its turning speed is not weak. It simply surpasses all broomsticks on the market. Waves of exclamations brought a smile to Cole's face. He had been preparing for so long just to dazzle the wizards. Although there are better models behind the Meteor broom, that's not how business is done, so there's no way to make big moves right from the start. What's more, the performance of Meteor 1 is already very good. Even if Nimbus Company and Sideswipe Company release new products, Cole will have models to cope with it. 10 minutes later, the scene ended, and Cole clapped his hands to let everyone focus on him. "Everyone, I believe that everyone has seen the performance of Meteor 1. All the major Quidditch teams are interested in cooperating with Meteor Company, which is enough to illustrate the problem. Starting today, Meteor 1 is officially on sale." Cole announced the arrival of Meteor 1, but he had something else to say today. "Today, I will announce the price of Meteor 1. In order to repay the wizard, in the first month, I decided to sell Meteor 1 at a discount. Are you curious how much a broomstick with such excellent performance costs in galleons?" Cole paused for a moment, looked at the curious and eager eyes of many people, and then shouted loudly. "The Black family's centuries of hard work, special engine braking, and exquisite appearance don't cost 3,000 gold galleons today, nor 2,000 gold galleons. Not to mention 1,000 gold galleons, only 998 gold galleons. Please give me flowers. 998, you can't lose money or be cheated, take home the most powerful broomstick on the market. Number 998, the first choice for wizards for daily commuting, and a Christmas and New Year gift for children." Every time Cole read out a number, the wizards present were shocked. Finally, they heard that they could buy Meteor 1 for less than 1,000 gold galleons. The Quidditch enthusiasts present cheered, and even wizards who didn't like broomsticks felt the desire to buy them. Oh my god, Nimbus 2000 costs more than 3,000 galleons, while Meteor 1 only costs 998. This is simply unbelievable. When Cole heard the following words, he knew for sure that this was certainly not his request. How could the dignified Black use such a small trick? As long as no one knows about it, it wasn't him who did it. Everyone, Meteor Company is offering a tearful bonus. Don't miss it. If you are willing to buy it now, please hurry up. Meteor Company guarantees that it will be replaced if it breaks within 3 years. Cole stepped aside and opened the door to the store. Many enthusiasts rushed in impatiently, holding money bags in their hands for fear that they would not be able to grab it. The store clerk's shouts were also drowned out by shouts. "There's plenty of stock, don't worry." Rita in the distance nodded to Cole, turned and left. She immediately published the news in the Daily Prophet. Cole looked at the store that was about to be overcrowded and showed a satisfied smile. Yes, Cole is going to start a price war. Although this move is despicable and shameless, it will even hurt both sides. But who is Cole? Losing money will not make things easier for the big four broom companies. Black, who had robbed a wave of treasury, had money, and confidence. Cole just wanted to see who would be the first to fail. The price of 998 on the broomstick market would make you lose even your underwear. But Cole doesn't care. Seizing the market is his strategy, simple and effective. To put it bluntly, they were burning galleons and squeezing the broom market. This was a set of unethical operations that caused Sideswipe and Nimbus to suffer huge losses. If they can't hold on any longer, Cole will be the dominant player in the future market. In addition to the British wizarding world, Cole's actions were also underway in other parts of Europe at the same time. In the future, whether the other party engages in a price war with him and sells at a reduced price, or launches a new broom model, Cole will have corresponding means. If it still doesn't work, just lift the table. If it's difficult to handle, then don't do it. Anyway, Blake is determined to eat this cake. In the suburbs of Brighton County, if muggles go out for an outing, they can see weird people in black robes gathering in the wild. However, any building or gathering place in the wizarding world will have a muggle confusion spell, causing muggles to subconsciously ignore some unusual things. If a large-scale exposure event occurs, the Ministry of Magic will take action to erase the memory, and the muggle government will also cooperate to clean up traces of wizards. Today, so many wizards can gather together, of course, because an exciting Quidditch match will begin at the stadium just outside Brightshire. A contest between Puddlemere United and Potter's Madmen was held at the Black Quidditch pitch. In order to apply for the right to host this game, Cole did not know how many gold galleons he spent on connections. Who on earth said that Europeans are not sociable? Cole just wanted to throw rum in his face. These greedy 560 wizards, one day Cole will stuff the troll's stick into their eloquent mouths. You know, Puddlemere United and the Madmen were both on the verge of losing their minds last season. On the field, Puddlemere's batsman directly fractured the Madmen's goalkeeper. If it weren't for the referee's intervention, I believe a fight would have started on the field. However, the grievances between the two teams also bought the seeds for the excitement of today's game. Countless fans wanted to see who was more skilled. Never question the hooliganism of the British Wizards. Some fans even went to the players' lounge and threatened to kill them if they lost. In the stands of the stadium, there were already a sea of people sitting in the stands before the players entered the stadium. Fans of the two teams were distributed in the east and west stands, shouting and cheering for the team. Team flags were flying in the sky. Puddlemere United's flag was painted with 2 crossed golden water candles, and the Madmen's team was a golden 5-star. Cole saw such a grand occasion in the stands and became interested in the sport of Quidditch. It was inevitable to be excited in such an atmosphere. No matter how outrageous the rules of Quidditch are, at least now, Cole can vent himself freely. There was actually a band in the east stands, and this was not invited by Cole. The Weird Girl Wizards are a very famous band. The lead guitarist Curly is the son of Katrina McMahon, the most famous chaser of the Madmen. Come spontaneously to cheer for the Madmen. Katrina's daughter Mijian is also the team's goalkeeper. It is also very common in the wizarding world for mother and daughter to play for the same team. Little did they know that the members of the Wigtown Wanderers were all descendants of the Parkin family. In order to pay tribute to their ancestors, Parkin could often be seen on the bench of the Wanderers with a butcher's knife in his hand. This naked act of intimidation was even approved by the Quidditch League. Amid the referee's shouts, the players from both sides officially appeared, the Puddlemere players wearing navy blue uniforms, and the Madmen players wearing dark purple uniforms. They were all greeted by the cheers of thousands of fans in the stands. Crush the navy bitch on the other side. The butcher's knife of the Madmen will tear open your wounds. Foolish butcher, kneel before the Puddlemere fleet. Cole also expressed his inner emotions along with the shouts. Fight, it's better to fight. The Malfoys, who were invited by Cole, looked at this scene with doubts on their faces. They never imagined that Cole had such a heart. Cole, you really don't think it's a big deal just because you're watching the fun. Lucius, you don't understand. The more lively this game is, the more people will pay attention to the stadium. Cole clapped his hands in welcome, looked at the court, but kept talking. Draco, that little guy, doesn't like Quidditch the most? He can come and play with Martin and the others during his vacation. It's a pity that they won't be able to see today's game. Hearing that Cole, his uncle, cared about Draco, even Narcissa, who didn't often give Cole a smile, felt a little relieved. At first, Narcissa felt that Cole was too cold-blooded, even though the feelings between nobles were not deep in the first place. But Narcissa and Lucius are not. They take their family very seriously. Narcissa wanted to help Sirius, but after Lucius' analysis, it was unlikely that Narcissa would lose her owner. I understand even more clearly that at that time, Lucius had done his best to keep the Malfoy family. What's more, there is no place for Sirius in the Black family now, and Narcissa gradually loses that idea. After all, it is impossible to get Draco and her husband into it for Sirius. In fact, in the final analysis, Cole did not want to cause trouble, but Barty Crouch replaced his son from Azkaban. It is still hidden at home, under the watchful eye of the House Elves. Of course Cole can do it, he just needs to find a scapegoat. But Cole knew that Sirius was not a peaceful master, and he would definitely find Harry after he was rescued. If he showed up, there would be disaster. What's more, Cole originally had a grudge against Sirius, so it was even more impossible for him to do such a thing. Anyway, Cole knew that Sirius would escape from prison in 2 years and Voldemort would be resurrected, so maybe Cole could benefit from it. Turning our attention to the field, players from both sides played very aggressively from the beginning, not allowing a single fly ball. The batsmen fought in the air, even knocking the opponent's players down to prevent them from getting close to the goal. The fierce competition also ignited the passion of the audience, and the cheers were loud. If it hadn't been sealed by a curse, the sound would have reached Brighton. Seekers from both teams flew at the highest point, their sharp eyes intently looking for the golden snitch. According to the rules of Quidditch, as long as you get the golden snitch, the game is over. No matter how exaggerated the score is at the time, if you get the golden snitch, you have a chance to turn defeat into victory. I saw Katrina McMahon, the pursuer of the madman, seeing that her goalkeeper daughter was almost shot in the head by the opponent. She couldn't help but ride up on her broom and knock down the opponent's player. At an altitude of tens of meters, Puddlemara's players were free-falling, and their own players quickly flew down to catch them, thus avoiding falling onto the grass. The excitement of the game made the audience scream and curse. Cole wasn't worried about causing anyone's life. In fact, the entire grassfield was cursed by Cole. If a player fell, he would at most suffer fractures. This minor 3.2 injury didn't even require a trip to St. Mungo's Hospital. Of course, if your head hits the ground, the Black family stadium is also equipped with a wizard medical team, and they will definitely not let you die here. As for whether you can survive going to St. Mungo's Hospital, that depends on the person's skills. Katrina's actions made the game more violent. The purpose of various spin operations was not to hit the ball, but to hit people. If it hadn't been for the referee's intervention later, it would have turned into a wizard's duel. The excitement of the game made the audience think that today's half-discount tickets were not in vain. That's right, Cole sold tickets at a discount for today's publicity. As for the split between the Quidditch League and the two teams, Black made up for it. Do you want to say it's a loss? It's really not a loss. Cole didn't know that the Quidditch game was so profitable. Is there too little entertainment for wizards? The game was exciting, but Lucius's attention was not on it at the time. He had many questions. Cole's series of actions were too fast. Even Lucius didn't understand what Cole wanted to do. Cole, you are officially declaring war with the Avery family this time. Little Avery is very angry. Just him? How can I care about a character who can't stand on the stage? Lucius nodded. Indeed, the current Avery family is no longer enough for Black. When the Right Sledge family provoked Cole, Cole directly declared war and eliminated the Right Sledge family from the wizarding world. But we can't do this now. After all, it has been more than 10 years since the mysterious man died. The reason Cole was able to do that in the first place was not only that the Right Sledge family were all Death Eaters, but also that the Ministry of Magic's power had been severely damaged. Without any intention or ability, Cole used the name of Auror to drive the Right Sledge family into the abyss. The Ministry of Magic can only pretend not to see it. After all, Black is also doing good things for the wizarding world, isn't he? But now, the Ministry of Magic cannot control the private battles, and the stability on the surface must be maintained. 29. Only within limited rules can we seek greater benefits. The existence of the Ministry of Magic proves that no matter how chaotic order is, it is better than no order at all. Cole, how else are you going to take revenge on little Avery? Wow, Lucius, he is your friend. Why don't you wish him well? Just teach him a lesson. I am a good person. Cole boasted, no joke, that compared to Lord Voldemort, he was extremely pure. Lucius sneered, we are all a family, what? Who doesn't know that Cole's revenge will either lead to death or the destruction of the family? I don't believe you. Lucius, little Avery slaps me and I punch him. Is this a fun game? It should be that if he slaps me, I will find an opportunity to kill him. This is a pure-blood noble. Now is not the time. Changes are coming soon. Lucius, don't be too afraid then. Of course Cole can't do anything to little Avery now, but soon, the Dark Lord will be resurrected. Little Avery, who was originally a Death Eater, would definitely not be able to bear it. When the time comes, it will be justifiable, and Cole can still get some benefits. Whatever he said, little Avery, who was still in the mouth of the two just now, led people up the stairs, followed by several wizards, menacingly. Of course Cole was not surprised. He also ordered everyone who came today to buy a ticket to come in. For something like little Avery, full price is charged. Turning around, Cole saw little Avery walking in front of him, and the distance between them was less than 50 centimeters. The only pity is that Cole has to lower his head. Who makes little Avery taller? Little Avery, with a ferocious look on his face, suppressed his anger and congratulated Cole. Mr. Black, business is good. Thank you for your trouble. Of course, thanks to some clowns who only know how to play tricks, I worked day and night to get where I am today. Cole smiled and provoked. Not only was little Avery very courageous, but he also had a great temper. He was worthy of being a Death Eater, but he had a good reputation. Look at the 3 melons and 2 dates behind him. It's not enough for Cole to take care of alone. Is Mr. Avery here to congratulate me? You don't even bring a gift. The corners of little Avery's mouth twitched in anger, and it was extremely difficult to hear Cole say this. He stole the Avery family's business and still dared to show off. Yes, today's game was originally going to be played at the Avery family stadium. In order to welcome the team and fans, Avery Jr. made a lot of preparations. He didn't expect to be directly intercepted by Cole. He really couldn't understand how Cole did it. Logically speaking, the Everly family had been cooperating with the Quidditch League for many years and could not betray easily. Cole saw little Avery's doubts and smiled. You don't understand. Your little head, which is not much bigger than a goblin, should be thrown into the sewer. You, damn it, don't be too arrogant. Cole chuckled and spread his hands. If these words sounded so familiar, he wouldn't be polite. I'm so arrogant. What can you do to me? You still don't know how I got the consent of the Quidditch League. Look at you look like a little baby. In Lucius's eyes, Cole's demeanor suddenly changed, like a British wizard rogue. In terms of connections, you are not as good as me. In terms of financial resources, you Avery don't have as much money as I do Black. What's more, in terms of strength, who are you? Don't think that you can do whatever you want after being a Death Eater for 2 days. The werewolf will either go to Azkaban or die in the hands of an Auror. For a guy like you who can only survive, stop pretending to be fierce in front of me. After Cole finished speaking, he turned to comfort Lucius, who looked embarrassed. Lucius, I didn't mention you, we are relatives. Looking back, little Avery's face turned red with anger, and his hand unconsciously reached for the wand on his waist. The members of the little Avery family also took action when they saw it. Cole instantly took out the wand from the wand bag tied to his arm and held it in his hand, with the magic power all over his body ready to move. Cole's strength is considered a mystery in the entire wizarding world. The only time he took action was in Diagon Alley 10 years ago. At that time, thunder was shining over Nocturn Alley, and countless Death Eaters were wiped out. Only a few people knew that the Ministry of Magic had blocked the news. Little Avery is one of the insiders, so even if he is very angry now, he does not dare to act rashly. Do it, Mr. Avery, I'm waiting. If you don't quit the Death Eater organization, you won't be able to use the avatar. Avada? Little Avery's eyes were shaking. If he were here today and used the unforgivable curse in public, he would be completely finished. Little Avery, who had regained his senses, remained silent and refused to lose face in front of Cole, so he could only remain silent. The wizards of the Avery family behind them did not dare to act rashly. They were certainly not afraid of Cole. As die-hard members of the family, they could not take action without the signal from the family leader. Ha ha ha, look, no wonder you weren't famous among the Death Eaters back then. You weren't famous then, and you're still not famous now. Go away, I'm not in the mood to entertain you. Holding back Blake's contemptuous look, little Avery said a word. We'll see. He took the wizard with him and left the stand. What happened in the stands did not attract much attention. Only the Malfoys were in the stands and witnessed everything. Lucius even admired Cole a little. Cole, you are really direct and not afraid of his impulsiveness. Cole took back his wand, looked back at the arena, and then said, just do it. If he strikes first, I will have a reason to fight back. Even if little Avery dies here, I can have an answer to the Ministry of Magic. Sensing Cole's insidiousness, no wonder Cole had been provoking little Avery just now, with this intention. Lucius thought to himself, this kid is really insidious. He never follows plans or routines. You have to be careful in the future and don't let Cole plot him. Relatives are sometimes unreliable. The Hogwarts cafeteria is holding a ceremony to mark the end of the school year. Time flies so fast that the little wizards have been playing around in Hogwarts for a year. For most little wizards, life at Hogwarts is always happy and interesting. What's more, at the end of the school year, a big thing happened. Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher, turned out to be a bad guy, trying to steal Master Nico Meller's Philosopher's Stone in the dungeon. Fortunately, Harry, Ronald and Hermione used their ingenuity to stop Quirrell. Of course, this is the official version, which comes from the mouth of Ronald, the big talker. Ronald said that he helped Harry pass the most difficult level of wizard chess. If it hadn't been for him, Harry might not have made it to the end. Although it was a bit unbelievable, the Gryffindor students all praised Ronald's courage. But none of them knew why Professor Quirrell wanted to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and they thought it was for immortality. In the eyes of these children, immortality is still something that they cannot understand. Their lives have just begun, and their youth cannot yet allow them to imagine the charm of immortality. I don't know the relationship between Quirrell and the mysterious man Voldemort, and I haven't even heard of the mysterious man's name. The little wizards thought it was just an ordinary theft. After hearing about the adventures of several people from Ronald, the Gryffindor students vowed to explore Hogwarts Castle in the next school year, and maybe they could also experience 10 great adventures. The students of each college sat on the long table of their own college. On the long table above the steps sat several professors, and of course the great headmaster Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore stood up, the whole place was quiet, and there were no happy expressions on the faces of the Gryffindor students. Everyone knows that their scores this year are at the bottom. The Slytherin students looked proud, and even Draco was determined to win, looking at Harry provocatively. Another year has passed and it's time for us to award the College Champions Cup. The scores of each college are as follows. 4th place, Gryffindor, 312 points. Scattered applause broke out. 3rd place, Hufflepuff, 52 points. Hufflepuff's little wizard applauded calmly. The little Badger's character determined that they didn't care about this at all. Even if they were at the bottom, they thought it was nothing. But don't think that the ordinary-looking little Badgers are bad. As the college with the largest number of students, their academic performance is not at the bottom. On the other hand, Gryffindor is where the bad students come from. Some people can't even complete the professor's class assignments. But whenever it comes to this, Gryffindor students are not ashamed, but proud of it. They have the courage to be ignorant, don't they? Dumbledore paused before continuing his announcement. Second place, Ravenclaw, 426 points. The smart little eagles also applauded. They were very satisfied with this result. The sober little wizard Ravenclaw was more willing to focus on studying. Even the first-year wizard, under the guidance of his seniors, understood the path he would take in the future in the first year and began to make up his mind for the 7th grade graduation exam. The Wizards of Slytherin are already smiling. Counting this year's championship, Slytherin has won the Academy Champions Cup for 7 consecutive years. For them, defeating Gryffindor was certainly an honor. First place, Slytherin, scored 472 points. The first-year Slytherin wizard stood up and cheered, Draco also stood up, Goyle and Crabbe shouted loudly. Hermione and Ronald on the Gryffindor table had depressed expressions, but Harry didn't feel anything at all. The Slytherin flag flew from the top of the cafeteria, and green decorations filled the surrounding area. This is the reward for the Academy champion. Martin, Ben, we have won 8 consecutive championships, and Slytherin is the strongest. Draco danced happily. After all, he still had a share of the Academy Cup. Martin was also happy, and Ben also had a sense of belonging to Slytherin, so Draco shouted and celebrated with the two of them. Instead of looking for Jerome, who has no expression at all. This year, Jerome did not only go to class but also slept, and even skipped classes to sleep. Surprisingly, Jerome's grades are all excellent, even except for Martin and Ben, he has the highest test score. Draco couldn't understand why the gap between people was so big. He was obviously studying when he returned to the dormitory. But comparing Goyle and Crabbe, Draco began to become superior again. At least he was not an idiot. Crabbe can't even finish his classwork. As for Darlene and Alice, Team Draco will not compete with girls. Slytherin's little wizard was celebrating, but unexpectedly Dumbledore suddenly said, "Well done, Slytherin, but recent events must also be taken into consideration, and a few points will be added in the end." The Slytherin wizards stopped cheering, and Draco had a bad feeling. Miss Hermione Granger, when others are in crisis, use your wisdom calmly and get 50 points. Second, Mr. Ronald Weasley, the best chess player at Hogwarts, plus 50 points. Then Mr. Harry Potter, with his extraordinary courage, adds 60 points to Gryffindor House. At this time, Gryffindor Academy's score is the same as that of Slytherin. Finally, extra points for Mr. Neville Longbottom, who stepped forward. The Gryffindor table erupted in astonishing applause. Dumbledore announced with a proud face, "If my calculations are correct, the decoration here should be changed. Gryffindor wins the House Cup." Dumbledore exchanged his Slytherin aura for a Gryffindor's with a wave of his hand. The whole sky is filled with red lion cubs. Draco looked at Harry and others celebrating, and he hit his wizard hat angrily. Even Martin, who has always been good-tempered, became aggrieved and felt that Dumbledore was unfair and favored Gryffindor. Ban's little face turned red with anger and he said, "I don't even have any shame. The Academy Cup belongs to us, and Gryffindor is the thief." Draco obviously felt the same way. "Yes, Ben, that coward Neville can get extra points. Why? He didn't do anything." Ben stood up and faced the Slytherins around him and said, "In this case, what's the use of our hard work to win points? Just award them to Gryffindor. Give them next year's too. We don't want them anymore." Obviously, at this time, Ben also realized that their efforts were useless. From this incident, the principal's favoritism can be seen. When Martin saw the professor turning his attention, he quickly pulled the unconvinced Ben down and killed him. "Ben, it's okay. Brother, this is so annoying." Why? Although Martin is more mature, he can't explain Ben's problem and can only offer some words of comfort. "Ben, maybe you will get the answer to this matter from your father." When Cole was mentioned, Ben calmed down and vented his anger on the food in frustration. No matter what the Slytherins think, the little Gryffindor wizard's brain will only think that they have defeated the Slytherins. The first year of Hogwarts ended in frustration. London Railway Station, platform 9 3/4, Cole and Mara were waiting for the arrival of the Hogwarts Express. Cole was wearing a black suit today, and Mara was wearing an exquisite ladylike skirt, which made them stand out on the platform without making anyone feel weird. Unlike the Weasley couple in the distance, they were still wearing robes in public for fear that others would not know that they were wizards. Molly Weasley looked like a housewife at first glance, and her strong body looked in no way inferior to Arthur next to her. Maybe this is one of the reasons why Arthur is afraid of Molly. Cole and Weasley didn't have much of a relationship. Even though their pure-blood noble ancestors had blood connections, Cole didn't treat Weasley the same way Malfoy did. After all, it's too far apart. The Weasley family is Dumbledore's die-hard loyalists. They have always scorned the nobility and prefer to be close to Muggle wizards. So Cole didn't go over to say hello, they were far away, and Lucius didn't come today. If Cole took Draco back by the way, Lucius would be busy. Cole waited patiently, and suddenly a few people came out from the platform, Harry's trio, followed by Draco and the 5 Black brothers and sisters. I saw several people arguing in the distance. Ronald taunted Draco and the others, but Harry couldn't stop him even as he pulled him beside him. "Gryffindor is this year's champion. You must be very unwilling to lose at my hands, Draco." Ronald, who received Dumbledore's performance, suddenly became swollen. He was 907 dissatisfied with everyone he met and gained confidence to face Draco and Martin. "Gryffindor is the thief. If it weren't for giving you extra points for cheating, you think you can beat the excellent Slytherin. Dream on. You and I are just Potter's followers. Don't be too proud." Draco retorted that now he was not only targeting Harry, because he found Weasley even more annoying. The self-righteous Ronald heard Draco say that he was Harry's follower, and immediately shook off Harry's hand, pushed Hermione away and walked in front of Draco. Who do you think is the little follower? Draco would not be afraid unless he was left behind, and looked directly at Ronald. I said you are just Potter's little follower, and you have no right to say you can beat Slytherin. Ronald's eyes turned red, he lost his mind, and pointed his wand at Draco. Say it again if you can. Draco smiled disdainfully, he had to say it. I said, you, Weasley, are Potter's little follower. Draco's hesitant words were full of sarcasm. Torrent Legra. The spell of Torrent Legra came from Ronald's mouth. It was a curse. It doesn't do much harm, it just makes the person under the spell do a funny dance. CJBF, but obviously, Ronald, who was ignorant and unskilled, did not perform it, but a black smoke came out of the tip of the wand. Black snake is out. Ben recited the spell directly, and a huge python appeared, hovering in front of Ronald. The hissing sound of the snake sounded, the forked tongue was probing, and the sharp fangs were exposed in the air. Just waiting for Ben to give the order, he can pounce and capture Ronald. The appearance of the giant python scared Ronald so much that he dared not move. Even Harry felt the murderous intent. As a little girl, Hermione was even more frightened. Oh my god, why did a python appear at the station? Police. The station didn't only have coins. When the Muggles saw the giant python, they thought it had escaped from the zoo. Let's record it. Chaos was caused around them, and many Ministry of Magic wizards suddenly appeared, calming down the surrounding Muggles, casting forgetting spells, and raising magic barriers. Cole came over with Mayra, and the Weasleys not far away shouted and rushed over. You damn guy, how dare you hurt my child? The giant python was only a few dozen centimeters away from Ronald. Molly Weasley took out the magic spell as she ran and was about to attack Ben's giant python. Unfortunately, Cole stopped him. Oh, Mrs. Weasley, please don't be impulsive. It's not that bad. Cole asked Ben to take the giant python back first. He saw what happened just now from a distance. It was Ronald who recited the magic spell first. Molly ran up and hugged Ronald in her arms, glaring at Cole like a lioness. Cole also protected the children behind him and waited quietly. Mr. Black, little wizards are not allowed to use magic after leaving Hogwarts. Little Black has violated school rules. As an official of the Ministry of Magic, Arthur was well aware of these regulations. The angry Arthur was not as impulsive as his wife. Cole chuckled. Obviously Weasley's words didn't scare him. Even though Hogwarts stipulates that little wizards cannot use magic outside the school, this rule restricts Muggle wizards. For pure-blood nobles, there is no binding force at all. There are many ways for nobles to train their children in spells. Mr. Weasley, is it possible that you are blind? Didn't you see that it was Ronald who took out the wand first? He was the one who dared to use a curse on his classmates and violate the school rules. My son only released the python in self-defense. Even if the lawsuit goes to the Ministry of Magic, Cole has reason to protect his son. At least Ben did it to protect his friends. On the other hand, Ronald used a curse on his classmates just because of a few quarrels. This is extremely bad behavior. If Cole sues him to the Ministry of Magic, Ronald will definitely be expelled. Arthur obviously also thought of the seriousness of the matter. His face was ashen and he hesitated and did not dare to speak. Molly stood up from behind Arthur and cursed angrily. You blood-sucking guys, if you do all the bad things, Dumbledore will definitely punish you? Cole expressed helplessness at Molly's failure to see the situation clearly. How could Dumbledore ask him about such a trivial matter? I wonder if he has someone in the Ministry of Magic? And Arthur is just the head of the department for the prohibition of the misuse of Muggle items at the Ministry of Magic. There were only 2 people in the whole office, himself and the old wizard Perkins. How much ability can a mere commander have? Mr. Weasley, it is obvious that your wife is still unwilling to give up. Otherwise, we will let the Ministry of Magic investigate and find out whose fault it is. No matter what the result is, just don't regret it. Mrs. Weasley, you are really irrational at all. You don't want your husband to lose his job in the Ministry of Magic, do you? Strange words came out of Cole's mouth. He was certainly not interested in Mrs. Weasley. How can that dim waist be compared to the slender Ms. Mayra next to her who gave birth to a child? Cole turned his head and blinked at Mayra who was covering her mouth and laughing, indicating that he definitely had no such idea. Molly was also afraid that her husband would lose his job because of this incident, and the family would have to go to the Northwest to drink. The poor Weasley was already living in poverty. Arthur remained silent, grabbed his wife and son, and left with Harry. Hermione also saw her parents and ran into her mother's arms. The departure of Weasley and others made the atmosphere relaxed. Looking at Draco who was still panting, Cole comforted him softly. Draco, it's just a small matter. I won't tell your father. Come with us and go to Black Castle as a guest first. Cole stepped forward and pinched Ben's serious face and said with a smile, well done, my dear son. Of course Martin, Jerome, my little cuties Darlene and Alice. The rain and dew were all wet, and Cole praised all his children without being partial. He hugged and encouraged the children one by one. Then watching the children fall into Mayra's arms, Cole felt extremely happy. Cole, who returned to the manor, sat in front of the fireplace and listened to the children telling them what happened at Hogwarts. Although he knew that Voldemort was behind the scenes, Cole didn't know the specific details. As Draco danced and narrated, Martin and Ben added that 8 out of 10 of Draco's sentences could relate to Potter. Cole believed in fate. The two men were natural enemies. Everyone in Martin's name is Harry, but he is the only one called Potter. Isn't this a preference? If Draco were a girl like Darlene and Alice, Cole would start hitting on them. Uncle Cole, you don't know that this year's Academy Cup was supposed to belong to us Slytherins, but Professor Dumbledore's extra points allowed Gryffindor to surpass us. It's really annoying. When Draco mentioned it, Martin and Ben's expressions changed. Cole knows that children at this age cannot yet understand that their judgment of things is that right is right and wrong is wrong. There is no doubt about Slytherin's strength for 7 consecutive championships, and there is no doubt about the desire of the little snakes for honor. But what can you do if they are partial to you? Father, we lost to the Gryffindors. Ben was dejected. After all, he was still just a child. Cole also understood that among the siblings, Ben was the last to gain magic power and was the most competitive. Look at Jerome, this kid is spread out on the sofa with a nonchalant look on his face. He doesn't care who Slytherin loses to. Cole comforted softly, Ben, you didn't lose, it's just that the outcome of the matter was a bit unexpected. You are all my children and you have excellent grades. I am proud of you. To be honest, Cole had already guessed what Dumbledore would do, and Harry was the most important part of Dumbledore's plan. Harry, who had just entered the wizarding world, had low self-esteem and was sensitive. Compared with the young wizards who also came from the wizarding world, Harry was not only inferior in ability, but also inferior in character. By doing this, Dumbledore helped Harry gain confidence step by step, so that he could walk step by step towards the path Dumbledore had prepared for Harry. Fight the Dark Lord. Is Voldemort's resurrection difficult to deal with? In Cole's opinion, it is not difficult. Dumbledore is strong enough to kill Voldemort one at a time. Even as long as Dumbledore was around, Voldemort would not be able to make waves in the British wizarding world. But Voldemort, who has 7 lives in hand, is not a fool. He can hide and consume Dumbledore. Obviously Dumbledore wanted to catch all Voldemort in one fell swoop and disappear from the wizarding world. For this plan, Dumbledore was willing to risk his life. The reason why Harry was used was because Harry himself was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, plus the ancient magic cast by Harry's mother on Harry. This spell of love caused the Dark Lord to suffer a great loss, and it was precisely because of this spell that the fates of Harry and Voldemort were closely linked. It was precisely because of this that Dumbledore spent so much time on Harry. Dumbledore is not a good person, and he is certainly not a bad person. In Cole's case, Professor Dumbledore can even be called a saint. Voldemort also knew about the prophecy about the Dark Lord, and Dumbledore also knew about it. But when Voldemort was about to harm James' family, Snape asked Sublime to hide Lily's family. Snape was such a proud person that he actually asked Dumbledore to protect James and Harry for Lily's safety, because he knew that Lily would not abandon her husband and children for her own safety. Dumbledore agreed to let Snape become a spy, but he did nothing. Only the 4 Gryffindors who swore an oath to know the location of James's family were eventually hunted down by Voldemort because of Peter Pettigrew's betrayal. Cole even suspected that Dumbledore did it deliberately just to know how Voldemort lost to a child in the prophecy. Don't blame Cole for thinking so about an old man, but there is something wrong with Dumbledore's approach. Just like Dumbledore gave Harry to the Dursley family after the death of Harry's parents, saying that he was with his family and the magic spell on Harry could protect Harry. But Professor McGonagall at the time said that Harry could be adopted at Hogwarts. Cole didn't believe that Voldemort, who was dead at that time, could be resurrected. With Dumbledore and several professors at Hogwarts, could he still not be able to protect Harry? Even though Snape didn't like Harry, he wouldn't watch others hurt Lily's child. These professors are not stupid. Harry, who grew up in the Muggle world and was raised by the Dursley family, has now become such a character. Although he carries the title of savior, Harry is really not good in Gryffindor. Cole could imagine how dazzling Harry would be if he grew up at Hogwarts and under the care of Professor McGonagall. His own talent is very good, and of course because of the magical blessing of Voldemort's fragment, Harry may not be what he is now anyway. Later, Harry also changed step by step with the help of Dumbledore and became an excellent wizard. Cole cleared his mind, looked at the children, and suddenly realized that this incident had a huge impact on Ben. Even Martin wasn't happy. Dumbledore's behavior was really shameless. How could he give someone such extra points for the championship? Please give me flowers. Ben, what do you think of this matter? Cole is most worried about this son. Ben's experience and personality since he was a child have made him a bit extreme. Father, is Professor Dumbledore the headmaster? He is very powerful, so he can give Gryffindor points and do whatever he wants. Cole must have known that something was wrong. Damn old man dang, he always dealt with things like this. This was how Tom Riddle was before. It's the same now. Doesn't Dumbledore know that this is unfair to Slytherin students? Slytherin wizards are not born as dark wizards, let alone which wizard dares to say that he does not know dark magic? Slytherin is also a member of Hogwarts, but Ronald told Harry that Slytherin was born a dark wizard. 0. In this case, if adults don't teach them, how can children know what is good and what is bad? Cole is afraid of planting the seeds in the young minds of the class that as long as they are strong, they can do whatever they want. Although this is the truth, children cannot think like this. If they are not careful, they will go astray. In the adult world, unspoken rules can exist, but they cannot be stated openly, otherwise others will see you as an alien and fear you and may harm you. Cole waved Ben over and asked Ben to sit on his lap. My dear son, I have to tell you that power is essential for a wizard, but you cannot be addicted to it and lose yourself. I can tell you that for us, what Headmaster Dumbledore did was demeaning and wrong. Headmaster Dumbledore is indeed powerful, but that's not why he did this. I guarantee that this won't happen in next year's Academy Cup. The little wizard still has to rely on his grades to speak for himself, right? Several children smiled, but they didn't expect Cole to be willing to do this. Cole smiled and joked. He worked so hard, spent so many gold galleons, and raised so many people. Why? Hogwarts is not just the hall of Principal Dumbledore. Ben, no matter what happens in the future, your family will always be your backing. You can study hard next year. There are some things you will naturally understand when you grow up. Yeah, thank you, Father. Ben got up from Cole's arms and ran to Martin's side. Several children made an appointment to ride a broomstick outside. Under Mayra's warning, they could only play for an hour before eating. Cole also returned to the study to redeem what he had promised, focusing on first-hand contacts with the National People's Congress. Cole stood in the lobby of the British Ministry of Magic. During this period, the Ministry of Magic has become his home, the Diagon Alley Bank also needs to be taken care of, and the broom shop also needs to report to the Department of Commerce. Cole complained very much about the efficiency of the Ministry of Magic. Ministry of Magic officials did nothing all day long and just liked to push things around. If it weren't for Cole's help, this procedure wouldn't have been completed. But Cole didn't come here today for those things, but for Ben's use of magic at the London station. According to the Ministry of Magic's manual for the regulation of underage wizards, the use of charms is not allowed outside of Hogwarts. Cole also brought Ben's wand over, and the Ministry of Magic wanted to trace the trace to ensure that the spell was used. In fact, this is just taking off your pants and farting. Children from pureblood aristocratic families who have not practiced wand use their own wands in school classes. There is no way to detect powerful spells practiced in private. Going all the way up to the underage wizard management office, Cole heard the noise outside. Pushing open the door and going in, sure enough, Arthur and Molly shouted at Parkinson. Ronald stood in the corner at a loss. Obviously he also knew that he had caused big 063 trouble. Judd Parkinson, the director of the Underage Wizarding Management Office, a member of the Parkinson family, and a pureblood nobleman, certainly couldn't stand Weasley, which was one of the reasons for the quarrel. Cole, you're here. Please sit down, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Please don't yell in the office. When Yoder saw Cole, he quickly came over, pulled Cole and sat on the sofa, served him a cup of black tea, and ignored the Weasleys. Look, what are connections? Cole sat down with peace of mind and looked at Arthur's blushing face. Arthur, who was not good at words, didn't know what to do. Mr. Weasley, don't be anxious. Look, I'm here too. Sit down first and things will be solved. Cole comforted Arthur lightly. In fact, this matter was nothing to Cole. Even if it was not Cole, it would not be a big deal for any pureblood wizard family. Obviously the Weasley family is also a pureblood family, but they are mixed up like this, and Arthur has no status in the Ministry of Magic. According to Cole's understanding, Arthur Weasley usually has no ambition. In addition to going to work on time, he goes home after get off work and hangs out with friends. The monthly salary is also received on time, and Arthur is not that enthusiastic about gold galleons. The family can spend as much as they have. That is to say, when both sons grow up, they both have jobs. Otherwise, Arthur, a half-grown boy, would still be poor. Cole turned to Parkinson and said, Yod, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Yes, Cole, I know you are very busy. Thank you very much for your help last time so that we could find the missing goods. Cole smiled and said, You're welcome. More than a month ago, the Parkinson family's caravan was ransacked, and the Auror searched for it for a long time but failed to find the perpetrator. It was Cole who was well informed and found out about the goods on the Nocturn Alley news network, which allowed the Parkinson family to get the goods back. No matter what the Parkinson family thinks about this kindness, they have to recognize it on the face of it, which is why Yod is so polite to Cole. Watching the two people chatting, Molly and Arthur were very anxious. They had just agreed that Ronald had violated the management regulations and would be severely punished and might be expelled from school. Little Ronald trembled when he heard it, fearing that he would regret it. Yes, seeing as Mr. Weasley is so anxious, we'd better deal with the matter. Cole glanced at him, and Parkinson knew in his heart that he did it on purpose just now, and Weasley didn't understand any rules at all. After all, he is also the director of the office. This is using the director as an official of the Ministry of Magic. Cole, everyone in the Ministry of Magic knows what happened at the station. Little Mr. Black just released the giant python to protect himself. As expected of Black, his magical talent is so outstanding that he can cast such a spell in the first grade. You'd not only shied away all the responsibilities from Ben, but also praised Kybin's talent. If it weren't for the fact that the Ministry of Magic was full of talents, Cole's mood would immediately improve. Next to him, Arthur looked at Parkinson in surprise and thought, that's not what you did to us just now. People who love people release giant pythons just to protect themselves. Ronald's dumb curse turned out to be the reason for the attack. Director Yod, that's not what happened. What's more, Ronald's spell was not in effect at that time. Is this punishment too serious? Arthur fights for opportunities for his son. No matter what, he cannot let his son be expelled from Hogwarts. The appointment was made in an official tone and there was no rush at all. Arthur, does it count if the spell doesn't work? Every time the Aurors go out on a mission, do they have to bet that the Dark Wizard's spell won't work? You are also an official of the Ministry of Magic. How can you say such a thing? The words of appointment also made Arthur realize that he had said the wrong thing and looked at Molly nervously. Cole looked at the joke but did not speak. He would not speak for Weasley. He was just here to go through the process. Kerr knew the punishment wouldn't fall on Black. The appointment made it clear today that Arthur would not be given face. Parkinson was proud and said that even if Dumbledore came today, he would not be given face. The scene became deserted, and Ronald felt extremely uncomfortable when he saw his father begging for help for his own affairs. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Please come in. His face froze with pride when he saw the person coming to make an appointment. The person who came in was none other than Principal Dumbledore, whom he had been thinking about just now. Parkinson immediately changed his expression and put on a fake smile to greet him. Headmaster Dumbledore, what would bring you to the office? Cole looked at Yu's bad behavior and knew that Parkinson was unreliable, so he rolled his eyes. Dumbledore's kind smile almost made Cole nervous, it was so jarring. Mr. Parkinson, Ronald is a student at Hogwarts. As the principal, of course I have to come and deal with it. With Dumbledore's intervention, Arthur and Molly's faces showed hope. Professor Dumbledore, it was Mr. Ronald who violated the regulations after all, wasn't he? Parkinson was still explaining. In fact, from the moment Dumbledore appeared, he knew that the matter would be settled, but he also wanted to lose face. He couldn't let Dumbledore make him give in with just one word. Actually, the matter is not that serious, is it? As the best school in the UK, Hogwarts will not deny a little wizard just because he made a mistake. I can vouch for little Weasley, he will never make such a mistake again. Dumbledore's guarantee moved the Weasleys so much that even Ronald looked at the principal with admiration. When Parkinson faced Dumbledore, he could only agree. At the same time, because of Arthur's presence, he did not stop him and stubbornly punished Arthur with a month's salary. Dumbledore apparently gave in as well. But for the Arthurs, this is a bolt from the blue, and life in the next month will be even more difficult. It is also conceivable that Ronald will have a hard time on vacation. Cole looked at the expressions of the Weasleys and knew that Dumbledore's win-over had succeeded again. Old B is really good at deceiving people. Cole believes that if Old B hadn't restrained him, he would be no different from Grindelwald. After the matter was resolved, the Weasleys grabbed Ronald and took the first step. Cole left as soon as the matter was resolved. Seeing Dumbledore's back, Cole chased after him. Professor Dumbledore, wait a moment. Dumbledore turned around, thinking that Cole was not satisfied with the handling of this matter. Cole, is there anything else? Professor Dumbledore, the children told me something when they came back. I have a different opinion. Dumbledore expressed doubts, thinking that what happened this year had nothing to do with Black, and he deliberately did not involve Martin and others. Headmaster Dumbledore, please don't think too much about the House Champion Cup I mentioned. This year's champion should have been Slytherin, but because of the headmaster's extra points, Gryffindor's points inexplicably increased. It turns out that this is the case. Dumbledore Encyclopedia 4.7 You explain. Harry and the others deserve points for their bravery. Hogwarts also encourages students to be brave, doesn't it? Obviously, Dumbledore didn't realize there was anything wrong with his approach. Speaking of this, Cole couldn't believe it. Dumbledore had already made a mistake. But this is unfair to students from other colleges, isn't it? Whether Harry's extra points are due to your favoritism or the school's rules, only you know. But the principal should not ignore students from other colleges. Since the College Cup is a tradition, let the competition be fair. Otherwise, the College Cup will be a joke and there is no need to exist. Cole's words made Dumbledore look heavy, and Cole obviously began to warn him. Black is also the school director of Hogwarts and is qualified to join other school directors to question the management of Hogwarts. After Cole finished speaking, he ignored Dumbledore's expression and left directly, leaving Dumbledore to think about it. Cole has no intention of letting it go lightly. If Dumbledore is still like this next year, there is really no need for the Academy Champions Cup to exist. There were stars in the sky, and a figure appeared on the edge of the Forbidden Forest outside Hogwarts. Cole looked at the hut not far away. The lights in the house were still on, and Hagrid, who was conscientiously guarding the Forbidden Forest. The reason Cole appeared here was because someone brought him a letter through the Dark Wizard in Nocturn Alley. The Dark Wizard was tortured but did not tell who asked him to deliver the message. The Dark Wizard who died in Nocturn Alley had a strong smell of the Imperius Curse. He was hit by so many Imperius Curses that he became stupid. Cole's face was filled with anger, not because of anything else, but because of the words on the letterhead. Every line contained the daily life of Martin's children at Hogwarts. Although there is no signature, who else does Cole know who can do such a thing? Of course it is the famous Dark Lord Tom Riddle. According to the address left in the letter, Cole came to the Forbidden Forest without disturbing anyone, and there was nowhere to vent the anger in his heart. He can make plans, but when it comes to children, he will end it today. Cole did not get carried away by his anger. He carefully cast a disillusionment spell on himself, took out a few bottles of magic potion from his arms, opened it and poured it into his mouth. Without hesitation, he broke into the Forbidden Forest with the night breeze. There were not many magical animals on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. Cole passed by the giant spider's territory and saw groups of giant spiders hunting. Without revealing his figure, Cole passed quickly, leaving behind 29 bloody-eating spiders. Gradually entering the Forbidden Forest, the sky was covered by dense branches, and a trace of dangerous atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, Cole saw a man and horse in front of him, holding a spear and staring at the sky. Cole didn't intend to disturb the troops. He didn't want anyone to know what happened today. However, things didn't go as planned. Just as Cole passed by, the statue-like man and horse suddenly moved. The arm muscles of the centaur and horse swelled, and the spear was quickly fired. Who is it? Iron armor protection. Shadow piercing? Cole's figure appeared on the tree trunk, and the disillusionment spell failed. Before the centaur could react, 2 spells were issued directly from the wand. The spear did not hit Cole. The protective spell was just his cautious subconscious reaction. The next spell was the trump card. Before the man and horse could see the face of the incoming man clearly, the shadow on the ground rose up, coming straight towards the man and horse, sucking into his body, and the huge man and horse fell directly to the ground. No blood flowed out, and no movement was made. The death energy on the bodies of the men and horses meant the end of the battle. After a brief glance, Cole walked away. In fact, Cole didn't want to kill, but he understood the character of Centaur, hated wizards very much, and was stubborn and impulsive. Cole didn't want to spend time explaining why he appeared deep in the Forbidden Forest, nor did he want to attract a lot of people. He had other things to do. All the way to a cave, looking at the eerie darkness, Cole was not afraid and cast a tentative detection spell. The white light became fainter with distance, and Cole entered the cave. The cave was extremely narrow at first, with the road only as high as a person. After walking for more than 10 meters, it suddenly became wider. Along the way, Cole held his wand in front of him and observed the cave by the light. The magic traps along the way were all violently destroyed by Cole, announcing the arrival of the intruder. Looking around the cave that was more than 10 meters wide, I suddenly heard the gnawing sound of rodents not far away, and the sunlight flashing curse illuminated the cave. Damn Blake. Cole followed the sound and saw the body of a unicorn on a platform, covered with a torn black robe. Unable to escape under the effect of the flashing spell, Voldemort stopped angrily and his black wizard robe floated up. A black energy spread out from the wizard's robe, and Voldemort's face condensed on it. Cole didn't expect that Voldemort would be like this and be in the mood to tease Black. He was so bold. Cole Black, a pure blood of Slytherin and the heir of the Black family, was so rude when we first met. It really disappoints me. Cole, who was more than 10 meters away, looked at such a strange atmosphere and sighed that Voldemort had taken a different path to immortality. Although all roads lead to Rome, is it worth it to make yourself look like a human or a ghost? Even Dementors wouldn't accept such an ugly member of their own race. Should I call you Voldemort or Mr. Tom Riddle? Voldemort was angry. He didn't expect Cole to be so disrespectful, and the black energy surged around his body. In his expectation, Cole should kneel down and worship him, the Dark Lord, and become his servant like other pure ones. You are so bold. How dare you call the Dark Lord by his name, and how do you know? Voldemort was obviously surprised that Cole knew his real name. In the entire wizarding world, except for a few people such as Dumbledore, other wizards were obviously more afraid of the name Voldemort. Cole smiled contemptuously, and secretly a shadow moved from the shadow under his feet. Lord Dark Lord, you really surprised me by paying a sudden visit to my Black family. Tell me, if you have something to ask me to come here, this is your hiding place. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Principal Dumbledore? The black robe possessed by Voldemort was floating in the air. For his own resurrection plan, he could only ignore Cole's disrespect for him. Join the great Dark Lord's camp, Black. I can see your ambition at a glance. You are still young and you are not willing to be at the feet of Dumbledore. Join us and make pure blood greater. Wizards are the masters of this world. Follow me and you will gain endless wealth and power. Follow me, and the entire wizarding world will be trampled under our feet. Voldemort gave a passionate speech, but Cole didn't have the slightest impulse. A tattered black robe told you that he could rule the world in the future. No matter how you look at it, it's a joke. If it were the handsome face of Voldemort before, he might be more convincing than he is now. Cut. A scoff interrupted the self-orgasmic Dark Lord, and laughter echoed in the cave. Ha 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 ha, dear Lord Dark Lord, you still can't see the situation clearly. I think you have tasted failure again with little Harry. Looking at you, you are worthy of being called the Dark Lord. Grindelwald is handsome even when he is old, but you look like a loser. Just as Cole guessed, Voldemort once again felt the spell of love on Harry and had no choice but to abandon Quirrell's body. At the same time, it also absorbed Quirrell's remaining vitality, allowing him to escape to the Forbidden Forest and survive using the blood of unicorns and the vitality of other magical animals. Voldemort's expression was unclear due to the black mist, but he could still feel his sluggishness. You don't want to make black great again? I can help you. Unwilling to give up, Voldemort asked again and was laughed at again. Is it possible to be great just by listening to your words? Stop being ridiculous, Riddle. You are just a wretch, hiding in this bottomless cave. Do you think wizards will follow you out of fear again? Don't forget, you have already failed once. You are on the wrong path. The Black family does not need to follow a brainless Dark Lord. Cole mocked wantonly and loudly attacked 1/7 of Voldemort. Also, you shouldn't threaten me with my child. This is your burial place today, and Merlin can't save you, I said so. Avada. Cole hated someone threatening him the most, so he chanted a spell directly, and green magic spells shot out. Voldemort was not unprepared. A second-hand wand he had obtained from somewhere flew out of his black robe. 2 green lights clashed in the cave, and magic power surged as you came and went. Cole's excited face gradually became ferocious, as he hadn't vented wantonly for a long time. Voldemort is indeed a senior Avatar master, and he did not fall behind in the initial fight with Cole. But Cole hasn't used his full strength yet, and has just started to get excited. If you have an avatar, I can also do the unforgivable curse. Why not ask you if that avatar is mine? Rubbles flew in the cave, and various spells flew out from Cole's wand. The black robe possessed by Voldemort could only dodge or use Avada to catch it. I don't know if it was because of Voldemort's incomplete soul, but apart from the Death Curse and the Cruciatus Curse, no other spells were used. Unlike Cole, one moment the flames are blazing, the next moment the thunder and lightning are flashing, and he looks cool all over. The undead appear. The Death Knight riding a huge skeletal horse was summoned from the world of the dead. His red eyes stared at Voldemort, and the sound of Death's horse hooves announced his arrival. The Death Knight charged onto the platform with his giant sword, but Voldemort dodged and flew into the air. Blake, stop, this devil has no ill intentions. Cole kept his hands on, forcing Voldemort to dodge, and the entire cave was shrouded in the shadow of death. Laughing wildly, Lord Dark Lord, you can't do it either. You are a remnant of the era. There is no place for you in the wizarding world now. Go to hell. Voldemort was directly hit by the lightning curse and was unable to escape from the Death Knight's pursuit. The damage caused by the curse caused great harm to Voldemort in his soul state. Voldemort screamed and fell to the ground. The rich black energy also weakened, and he lay quietly on the ground. Cole didn't get close. Everyone knew that Voldemort had many ways to escape. What's more, he didn't want to become the next Quirrell, who was tricked by Voldemort. I don't know where you got the confidence to dare to provoke the Black family in this state. It's a pity that your resurrection plan will be shelved. I knew that you, like that damn Sirius, had abandoned the honor and dignity of pure blood, and I would not let you go. After saying that, Voldemort took off his wizard robe and ran towards a path deep in the cave. Unfortunately, Cole had guessed it a long time ago. The way out from the front was blocked by Cole. The moment Voldemort was about to escape into the alley, the shadows on the ground changed and rushed into Voldemort's body. Damn it, how dare you? I won't give in. I will come back. Wails echoed in the cave, leaving only the shadow assassin summoned by Cole, standing there blankly. 1/7 of the Dark Lord just disappeared into the magical world without a complete body. No, Voldemort had no body for a long time. You will come back, and the one who comes back will not be you. Cole knew that Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes were from different periods, and in fact they were no longer the same person. Each Horcrux has an independent mind, and devouring other Horcruxes is also one of the ways to restore itself. Looking at the shadow in the sky, Cole thought that his efforts over the years have been in vain. This thing is so convenient for shady people. But it's just not easy to cast it outside, otherwise the master will think that he is a bad person with such a strong black magic spell. After calling it a day, Cole carefully searched the cave to ensure that Voldemort had left no other means. Looking at the unicorn's body, Cole did not move. The rubble gradually fell off the cave wall. The movement just now was too great. Although Cole did not use a more powerful spell, the cave was already broken and was about to collapse. Cole withdrew the magic spell and broke out of the cave. When his front feet came out, his back feet had collapsed. Taking a deep breath, defeating the incomplete Dark Lord did not make him feel much accomplished. It was just an accident. It did help Dumbledore a lot. Just when Cole wanted to leave, suddenly several bows and arrows shot out of the jungle and hit Cole's protective spell. The arrowhead made of bones shattered and clanged to the ground. Cole saw dozens of men and horses standing out from the jungle surrounding him. Intruder, Yunlin is not a place for you to come. What a big statement. The Forbidden Forest is not the territory of humans and horses, it is just a habitat provided by wizards for these magical creatures. Cole comes when he wants and leaves when he wants. Get out of the way, I don't want to do anything to you. But obviously, the conservative and stubborn character of the centaur played a role and did not get out of the way. The leading man, wearing leather armor, questioned Cole. Did you kill Gazir? Who? I don't know, I'm just hanging out. Of course Cole knew that they were talking about the centaur he killed on the way here, but he would not admit it. Cole laughed. These people were no threat to him. Wandering around? Look at the cave behind you. What's in it? What have you done? Bad wizard. It has to be said that the centaurs seem to regard the Forbidden Forest as their own private territory, and they are very responsible. Cole had no patience anymore. I said, if you are not satisfied, you can complain to the Ministry of Magic. This is not your place, so wizards can't come. Don't blame me for being rude if you block the road again. Unexpectedly, Cole's warning was of no use to the men and horses, and a sharp arrow shot at Cole's head. The stubborn aliens couldn't reason with each other, and Cole was not polite. He dodged the sharp arrows and waved his wand. The transformation spell changed the terrain, and the hard land turned into a muddy swamp, limiting the speed of the people and horses. Instead of using the unforgivable curse, the splinter curse was used. Since the matter is irreversible, as long as you keep your hands and feet clean, no one will notice, right? As for the trial by the Ministry of Magic, just kidding. Who in the entire wizarding world is qualified to judge him? Torn apart, blazing flames, boulders impacting, vines overgrown. Cole was like a magic machine gun. His magic power was not exhausted at all, and the quiet forbidden forest became a bloody slaughterhouse. Even Voldemort had never committed such a murderous act. It was simply too bloody and violent. After all, in the eyes of most wizards, intelligent humanoid life forms like centaurs and horses are similar to wizards. Unfortunately, in Cole's mind, centaurs are just aliens, no different from goblins, and they kill without mercy. The killing did not make Cole lose his mind, nor did he use black magic to kill people, as other wizards thought, and black magic would erode his heart. On the contrary, the more Cole killed, the more he felt that his thoughts were clear and his mind was clear and calm. In a short period of time, dozens of corpses of men and horses lay scattered across the field, and the smell of blood filled the air. Cole didn't even have a trace of blood on his body. He waved his hand and cast a magic spell, and the anti-application and retrospection spell covered the scene. Cole is very thoughtful. If something like this happens, the Ministry of Magic will be shocked and will definitely ask the Trace Master to trace back. Cole does not want to leave evidence. After cleaning up the scene, Cole directly buried the bodies of the men and horses, cleaned them up and disappeared into the Forbidden Forest. If there was no smell of blood, it would be like nothing happened in the Forbidden Forest. Back at Black Castle, Cole cleaned up outside before going home. He didn't tell Mayra and the children about this. They didn't even know about the letter, and no one knew about Cole's actions, except for a few family wizards. But their loyalty can be guaranteed. Lying on the sofa in the attic, Cole calmed his heart, thinking about all the possibilities, and planning for the future. Cole reflected on himself and wondered whether his previous actions were wrong. He clearly did not want to get involved in the matter between Voldemort and Dumbledore. Instead, they were threatened. The Black family had been too easily noticed. Today, it has become an existence that cannot be ignored. Voldemort also wants to use the Black family to regain power. If this is the case, Cole might as well take action himself and clean out Voldemort one by one. Cole has always believed in the truth, to do things cleanly, with the remaining soul power of one Voldemort and 7 Voldemorts. The person Cole killed today should have been the one who escaped after Voldemort's death. Under the backlash of Lily Potter's curse, Voldemort not only made the right decision to escape, but also made Harry one of the Horcruxes. There are only 7 Horcruxes left: Tom Riddle's diary, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's golden cup, and Nagini and Ravenclaw's crown. Finally there is Harry. Cole needs to plan his search carefully and solve some of the Black family's obstacles in an instant. Thinking of this, Cole wondered if Principal Dumbledore was also an obstacle to the Black family. The Daily Prophet reported that the people in the Forbidden Forest were attacked, causing heavy casualties. Unknown fear is coming. Are they the remnants of the mysterious man? The Ministry of Magic announced that it would launch an investigation in conjunction with Hogwarts, and the Forbidden Forest was temporarily closed and managed, and no wizards were allowed to enter or leave without authorization. Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, an internationally renowned figure and author, a 3rd-level medalist of the Order of Merlin, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts Alliance, and a 5-time winner of the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, will publish a new book, Wandering with Werewolves. Cole threw down the newspaper and complained to the person next to him. The news in the newspapers is getting more and more ridiculous. There are even deaths in the Forbidden Forest. Also, look at this well-known author Lockhart. His new book is Wandering with Werewolves. Only ghosts believe him. Cole was not surprised that the Centaur tribe found the corpse, and he was not afraid of the Ministry of Magic's investigation. All traces were cleaned up by him. If it weren't for the fear of too much noise at that time, the Forbidden Forest was too close to Hogwarts, and the sound of the battle alerted the professors. Cole can make the men and horses unable to find the body, but what he has done is about the same. He still has this confidence. Mira smiled softly and said, if the werewolf took the Wolfsbane potion, then this Lockhart may have experienced an adventure. Wolfsbane potion, taken a week before the full moon, can keep the werewolf sane on the night of the full moon. But don't forget that this is a very difficult potion to prepare. Mayra spent a lot of time researching before the Black family mastered the method of producing 500 Wolfsbane potions. But even so, Wolfsbane potion is not circulated on the market and is rarely seen. Cole is not ready to sell the Wolfsbane potion on a large scale. The Wolfsbane potion is of great significance for him to control the werewolves. Cole didn't believe that by chance, the werewolf wandering with Lockhart could get the potion. What's more, Cole seems to still remember that Lockhart is a liar, and all adventures are about stealing other people's memories. Then this matter is very interesting. At least this great writer is not only a wizard with a very deceptive appearance, but also has deep knowledge in the memory erasure technique. In some ways, he is a talent. Cole, what do you think of this holiday study plan? This is what Mayra was busy with just now. In order to prevent the children from wasting their vacation, Mayra especially made a study plan. Looking at the schedule, Cole complained a few times. My dear, can't you let Martin and the others have a good holiday? That's not possible. Knowledge is the source of a wizard's power. Mira took the parchment away from Cole's hand with a wave of her hand and went to find the children happily. As a father, Cole can only pray that his children's childhood will not be too miserable. Cole was lying on the sofa intending to enjoy some quiet time, but Wright suddenly walked in and told him that Professor Dumbledore was visiting. Just say I'm not here. Wait, I'd better go down and you can entertain me first. Cole, who originally planned to avoid seeing him, suddenly changed his mind. In this case, he still needed to see what Old B's purpose was. After tidying up his clothes, Cole arrived belatedly, walked down the stairs, and saw Professor Dumbledore in the living room. Professor Dumbledore, welcome. I had something happen just now and I asked you to wait for a while. Dumbledore smiled in response. Cole, I came in too hastily. I should have sent a letter of visit. Ha ha ha, please sit down, please sit down. We are all old acquaintances. Professor, you are very polite. The two of them drank black tea, but Cole did not take the initiative to ask about the Forbidden Forest. I wonder if Dumbledore came here for this matter. With the holidays, professors can relax a little and don't have to look after the children. Although it's a holiday, there are still a lot of things going on. You should have read the newspapers. It's really a headache for something like this to happen in the Forbidden Forest. Cole remained calm and asked with concern, Professor Dumbledore, how could something like this suddenly happen in the Forbidden Forest? Centaurs have always been unwilling to communicate with wizards, so how come it has something to do with the Ministry of Magic this time? Centaurs not only hate wizards, but also hate the Ministry of Magic. Except for the professors at Hogwarts and Dumbledore, other wizards cannot hope to get a response from centaurs. For general matters, just contact Dumbledore and he will take care of it. But this time, it was obviously a big deal. Thinking of this, Dumbledore had a headache and said, many tribesmen died this time, and the horses were unwilling. They suspected that the Dark Wizard was hunting them. Cole nodded and said regretfully, it's a pity, they are all living lives. I hope the murderer can be caught. Cole's lament did nothing to make him regret his impulse that night. The centaur placed their suspicion on the Dark Wizard, but there was really no other way. Even the prophecy that the centaur was best at could not infer the identity of the murderer. Having learned about the history of centaurs and wizards, Cole knew that there had been some wizards, CJ, who had a wide range of hobbies and had done some indescribable things in capturing centaurs. I just wanted to see what kind of species a centaur and a wizard could give birth to. Cole felt a chill when he thought of this. He was worthy of being a British wizard. You can never guess the thoughts of a pure copper wizard. How could those seniors do this? Even female centaurs are 2 or 3 times larger than wizards. How on earth did a centaur with 4 hooves do it? Cole was also curious about whether the pregnancy of a centaur or a horse occurs in the horse's belly or in the upper body. This is really a question worth pondering. Dumbledore didn't know that Cole's mind had gone to hell, but he really didn't come here today because he doubted Cole. Cole has no relationship with centaur, not even communication. He came today just for something important. Cole. Dumbledore interrupted Cole's whims and asked sincerely, Cole, are you interested in the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts? What? Cole looked horrified. You old bee, you actually want to harm me? Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, what kind of position is that? It's like working for Satan. Rather than doing this, I might as well just go to hell and work in a job. Seeing Dumbledore's sincere face, Cole thought to himself, look at you, an old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, you have a very evil heart. Seeing that I am still young, you want to take me away early. Professor Dumbledore, how come you have such an idea? I know that the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts is not easy to sit in. It also has the Dark Lord's curse on it. Cole didn't want to be plagued by misfortune. Who knew Voldemort had used the ancient curse on it? Cole, with your strength, you shouldn't be afraid of this curse. Cole is not afraid, but this thing is disturbing. No, it doesn't work. Professor, you'd better find someone else, or Professor, you can also serve as the defense against Dark Arts Professor. I believe in the Professor's ability. Why don't you, old by dang, go? You still want to drag him into the water. Cole was curious about Dumbledore's sudden idea. How did the old guy come up with it? Dumbledore was also a little nervous. When he heard that Cole asked him to take on the role, his first reaction was to refuse. Dumbledore looked embarrassed. The Quirrell incident has made students very resistant to defense against the Dark Arts. Hogwarts needs a capable defense professor. Dumbledore still recognized Cole's ability. After all, he still didn't know Cole's strength until now. No wonder, based on what Cole learned from the children, there was also the behavior of Quirrell in the last troll incident. It's hard for Cole not to suspect that Voldemort possessed him and directly ate Quirrell's clever Ravenclaw brain. Turn an excellent graduate into an idiot. Professor Dumbledore, the Black family still needs me, and I have no plans to be a professor at the moment. You'd better find someone else. Regardless, Cole declined Dumbledore's invitation. Professor Dumbledore sighed, in this case, I can only find a famous person. Don't bother me, Cole, there are still many things waiting for me. Dumbledore left shortly after his visit, and the purpose of inviting Cole was not achieved. Thinking about what Dumbledore said just now, Cole knew who he was talking about and also knew that the next defense against the Dark Arts teacher would be the great writer Gilderoy Lockhart. If he is famous, then it must be him. Thinking of this, Cole suddenly thought of something interesting. In Hunts County, which street is one of the safest neighborhoods in the surrounding area. Late at night, a neglected residence at the end of the street is still lit. After a busy day, Gilderoy Lockhart changed into his nightgown, combed his blonde hair back, and admired himself in the mirror. Oh, the gift of Merlin, look who this is, the most famous writer in the wizarding world, the heartthrob in the hearts of witches, the greatest adventurer in the world, Gilderoy Lockhart, it's me? Look at this handsome face. If I were a woman, I would be obsessed with myself. Lockhart admired it for a long time, then took out the perfume and lightly sprayed it a few times, smelling the fragrance in the air and feeling the beauty of life. Today at the Diagon Alley bookstore, Lockhart has already negotiated a new book cooperation. I believe that this adventure story with the werewolf will definitely make him appear in the wizarding newspaper again. Lockhart smiled softly and looked at himself in the mirror, thinking of his achievements over the years. Those wizards who he cast the forgetting spell have long been forgotten by the wizards, and they don't even know that he stole their stories. Lockhart is very confident in his talent in the Oblivion Curse, but he was still a little scared from the first time he did it. By now he was already comfortable with it. If he hadn't been sure that he was not hypnotized, he would have thought that these adventures were his own experiences. Thinking about the wizard he met not long ago, Lockhart secretly cursed him as a fool. Under the influence of his few words, he could say everything. It all depends on his overwhelming affinity. Squeak. There was a sudden movement outside the door. Lockhart quickly took out his wand and walked carefully towards the door. Before Lockhart could reach the door, he suddenly felt a breeze. He looked towards the window and saw that the closed window had already been opened. Who is it? Lockhart saw a black figure. Before he could take the next step, his vision went dark and he lost all feeling. In Nocturn Alley, Cole walked all the way to the underground of Nocturn Alley. He didn't know how long he walked before he came to a dark basement. Owner. Everyone I saw along the way were members of the Black family, and the underground lair in Nocturn Alley had been transformed into something impregnable. In addition to his official role as a sentry, Cole also recruited many werewolf wizards. Because of their own special characteristics, werewolf wizards are discriminated against by other wizards and cannot find serious jobs. Wandering is their daily life. Ever since Cole had the Wolfsbane potion in his hands, he began to slowly recruit werewolves, who would always use it in the future. Standing at the door of the basement, Cole could hear the wailing inside. Ah, please, don't hit me anymore. The sound of the whip surprised Cole. He asked Lockhart to be summoned, but he didn't ask them to torture him. What's more, the wizard didn't use the Cruciatus curse but actually used Muggle torture tools. Gently opening the door, Cole stood in the shadows and saw a blonde man tied to a stake. There were many things that could only be seen in the Middle Ages hanging on the walls. Cole was very interested in these instruments of torture. Lockhart's lips turned white and he tremblingly looked at the scarred wizard on the opposite face. He swore that he had never seen this wizard before and had never offended him. The whip made of cowhide had already beaten the naked Lockhart, leaving scars all over his body. Lockhart, who had never been injured before, had tears and nose running down from the pain. Please, let me go. I have gold galleons and I can give them all to you. The scar-faced wizard's ferocious face nearly frightened him to death. Tell me, what's your name? Lockhart has a question mark on his face. Are you serious? It was you who tied me here, don't you know? I am Gilderoy Lockhart, my lord, you must have the wrong person. Just as Lockhart finished speaking, the scar-faced wizard whipped him again, causing Lockhart's legs to tremble and he shouted. Tell me, what's your name? My real name is Gilderoy Lockhart. What do you want? Lockhart is about to collapse. He suspects that a dark wizard kidnapped him for evil black magic experiments and tortured him like this. Obviously his beautiful life has just begun, and the golden galleons and fame are coming soon. Lockhart was already in a trance, and the weak candlelight became dazzling in his eyes. Tell me, what's your name? Gilderoy Lockhart, my father named me. Why didn't you say your name was Merlin? What? Merlin? Lockhart tried his best to raise his head, trying to see clearly the person who tormented him, but he had no strength and could only lower his head. Tell me, what's your name? Hearing the devil's whisper again, Lockhart weakly replied, my name is Merlin. Another whip came down, and Lockhart perked up. Didn't you say your name was Gilderoy Lockhart? Are you trying to lie to me again? I said I am Gilderoy Lockhart. You believe me? You believe me? Woo woo woo. Lockhart shouted at the top of his lungs, then began to cry. If there is no such bully, you might as well kill me with the unforgivable curse. Lockhart, who has a weak personality, has never wanted to die that much. He really doesn't want to be beaten. Please give me flowers. Cole was laughing to death next to him. Why didn't he know that he still had such a talent under his command? His interrogation method was so unique. Lockhart was on the verge of collapse. Originally, he planned to directly control Lockhart with the Imperius Curse, but looking at his expression, it was obvious that Lockhart was not a steadfast wizard. Okay, stop and give him treatment. Cole emerged from the darkness and asked the Scarface wizard to treat Lockhart. Watching Lockhart being roughly given a potion and casting a healing spell, he gradually regained his vitality. You are black, this is kidnapping, this is harm, you will go to Azkaban. Lockhart shouted aggrievedly and excitedly. No one could understand his mood now. Gilderoy Lockhart, you're a liar. I don't think anyone knows your true identity now. Your father's adventure stories were stolen from other wizards. You don't want to lose your reputation. 0. Lockhart regained his senses and looked at Cole in horror. How do you know that? What are you doing? Cole was too lazy to talk nonsense. It happened that Lockhart was being tortured and was restless, so he hit Lockhart with the Imperius Curse. Lockhart's face suddenly became happy, and there was a voice in his mind, telling him to obey the man in front of him. Only those with a firm mind can resist the soul-stealing curse. At the same time, people who have been cursed too much will also become resistant. But obviously, Lockhart is not in this category, and Cole's curse is not something he can resist. Lockhart, do you want me to experience this again? The sound woke up Lockhart, who fell to his knees and looked at Cole with a loyal look on his face. My master, Lockhart obeys your orders. In the basement full of torture instruments, they were the only two people except the Scarface wizard. Lockhart looked at Cole respectfully. Lockhart, from today on, you are the real protagonist of those adventure stories. Now there is one thing for you to do. Hogwarts will invite you to be the defense against the dark arts professor. You agree? You will know my orders later. Lockhart knelt and walked under Cole's robe, his face feverish. As you command, my master. Don't let anyone know what happened today. You just slept at home. The scars on Lockhart's body and face gradually disappeared under the influence of the potion, making them invisible to anyone. But Cole knew. What kind of shadow will today's events leave on Lockhart's heart? Daily Prophet, the famous writer Gilderoy Lockhart, claimed that thanks to Principal Dumbledore's invitation, he will serve as the defense against the dark arts professor in the next school year. New books will be released for sale at Flourish and Blott's bookstore, and fans will be rewarded by signing autographs for those who purchase the full set of books. When Martin came to him with a list of books he would be using next semester, Cole knew what Lockhart's conspicuous bag was about. The books required for other courses are normal, but the Defense Against the Dark Arts course uses not a manual on how to use black magic, but a series of Lockhart's autobiographies. Others don't know it. Doesn't Cole know it? Those autobiographies are useless and a waste of gold galleons. After agreeing to the children's purchase plan, Cole could only get up and take Martin and the others to Diagon Alley, not for anything else, but because the children wanted to join in the fun. Picked up Alice and said, "Honey, let's go." Unexpectedly, when I came to the corner alley of 060, today's wizards seemed to be gathered together, and the small Diagon Alley was full of people. Among them, female wizards accounted for the majority, and all of them seemed to be fans of the sexy wizard Lockhart. Don't lose me, or your mother will beat you up when you get back. With 5 little carrot heads, Cole actually didn't have to worry about anything. He walked forward with the flow of people and happened to see Lucius coming from an alley. Others didn't know, but Cole was sure that the alley connected to Nocturn Alley. Lucius was lucky, but Draco behind him was sneaky, and he didn't do anything good at first glance. "Lucius, are you here to buy books for Draco too?" Lucius turned around and realized it was Cole. When Cole asked, he nodded quickly. "Yeah, you guys too." Lucius involuntarily stuffed the black notebook he was holding into his robe. "Let's just go together." Cole, who was casual and perfunctory, seemed to know something. The diary? Could this be the Dark Lord's Horcrux? Lucius hid his secrets pretty well. How could he be a Death Eater and get such a good thing? Cole, who had the idea, didn't even ask Lucius for it, since he couldn't escape his hands, not to mention that he would still use this thing to cause trouble this year. On the contrary, Cole was thinking, could Riddle's diary be destroyed by fire? If that didn't work, Cole remembered that the original way weapon could be destroyed with a Slytherin's fang. Entering Flourish and Blott's bookstore and going up to the second floor, Cole could see that the people below were all bringing their children to buy books, while the witches came to see the most beautiful smile in the wizarding world. Lockhart was like a peacock at this time, wearing an exquisite dress, and even every strand of hair made people feel dazzling. He bared his big teeth and faced the infatuated witches. Wizard Weekly Most Beautiful Smile Award? Which idiot voted for Lockhart? At this time, Lockhart couldn't tell anything was wrong, as if he wasn't the one who was tortured in the basement that day. Lockhart faced the reporters, and of course he saw Cole on the second floor, but under Cole's eyes, he continued his signing meeting. Cole took a look at the standard spell. It only cost 2 gold galleons. It was very cheap for Cole, but for some ordinary wizards, it was still very stressful. What puzzled Cole the most was that one of Lockhart's books actually sold for 5 gold galleons, and the little wizards needed to buy at least 4 or 5 books this semester. After all, even Hogwarts can bring Lockhart several thousand gold galleons in income this year. Is writing an autobiography so profitable? Black-hearted Lockhart. At this time, the Weasley family just walked into the bookstore. Molly squeezed forward excitedly with her thick body, and Arthur could only look at second-hand textbooks outside. While choosing, Arthur thought about what he had been fined before. Their family did not have the habit of saving, and they usually spent as much as they had. No, they don't have money to buy new textbooks for Ronald this month, but they have the old textbooks from Fred and the 2 brothers, which are enough. The only difference is that Ginny is also going to Hogwarts. As the only girl in the Weasley family, Arthur still wants to give Ginny a surprise. Then Cole saw Harry running in from outside covered in ashes, and Hermione also appeared in the bookstore. The trio trained by Dumbledore appeared in front of Cole. Humph, poor Weasley, what an eyesore. Lucius also walked to Cole's side and followed his line of sight to see the Weasley family. Lucius had nothing nice to say about Weasley. "Okay, have you bought everything? There's not much to see, unless you are a Lockhart fan." Lucius seemed to be furious and said angrily, "Cole, don't insult me. Everyone knows that he is a braggart. I don't know what Dumbledore thinks when such a person can become a professor." Cole didn't respond. If Lucius knew that he almost became a professor, he would definitely not be able to sleep. The two walked down the stairs with the children. Lucius walked in front, and nothing happened, but at the moment when he was about to finish walking, Lucius bumped into a little girl. Oh, how rude. The person who bumped into Lucius was Ginny Weasley. The movement here also attracted Arthur's attention, and he ran over quickly. It turns out to be Weasley. No wonder. Arthur, keep an eye on your children outside. Lucius is eccentric. Cole saw clearly from behind just now that Lucius stumbled deliberately and put the diary in his arms into the bucket in Ginny's hand. It turned out that this was the case, and Lucius also started to make plans. Ginny didn't know anything, hiding in Arthur's arms, as if she had been frightened. Malfoy, bullying a child would be detrimental to your noble demeanor. Arthur taunted Lucius. Weasley also has gold galleons to buy new books for his children, or he will only find them in the second-hand books pile. With his daughter beside him, Arthur obviously didn't look like he had lost his father's majesty, so he punched Lucius in the face. You damn Malfoy, taste Weasley's fist. The two of them started fighting in the bookstore. Lucius seemed to have lost his mind, abandoned his wand and fought with Arthur 101 real men. You punched him and kicked him, then hugged each other and rolled into the pile of books. Beautiful, hit him with this punch. Hit him in the lower part, you coward. The people around started to boo, and Cole stopped Draco, who was about to make a move. Children, please don't interfere. Molly pushed through the crowd and ran out with Harry. 4.9 Merlin, what's going on? Arthur, stop it. Cole also stepped forward and separated the two people. Lucius's long platinum hair was scattered. He stood up from the ground, took the wand, and combed his hair unconvinced. Arthur looked at Lucius proudly like a winner. Cole wanted to laugh when he saw this scene, and Lucius had a fist mark on his face. It was really the size difference between the two that made Lucius suffer. Fortunately, neither of them used magic spells, and this was just a small conflict. Humph, Draco, let's go. Under the disgusted looks of the Weasley family, Lucius disappeared into the crowd. Cole and Arthur had nothing to say. After all, Weasley was deducted from his salary. Ginny drifted past Ginny in the corner of his eye, and Cole thought to himself, I wish you good luck, and make good use of this diary. Cole also left the bookstore with his children. A house that is about to collapse on a wooded hillside near Little Hanglitten. Cole stood there and watched. A dead snake in the shape of an S was nailed to the door of the cabin, symbolizing the pure blood of Slytherin. The ancestral home of the Gunter family turned out to be just a small house like this. An ancient pure-blood family, the only remaining descendant of Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts. They all have no successors. Walking into the ancestral house, the house has 3 very small rooms. The large room in the middle doubles as the kitchen and living room. It is dirty and dirty. Cole searched the house. Yes, he came here to find one of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. The ring of the Gaunt family was also once the ring of Slytherin. Unexpectedly, before Cole turned the house over, he saw the snake's head on the fireplace, with a black gemstone ring hanging on the snake's teeth. He waved his hand and took off the ring, which had the Peveril family crest and resurrection stone on it. No wonder Voldemort would make the ring into a Horcrux. The ring itself was extraordinary. This may be what Voldemort needs for his resurrection in the future. Cole guessed that the medium Voldemort needed to make Horcruxes was rare in the wizarding world, such as the Gaunt family ring, Slytherin's 02 locket and Hufflepuff's golden cup. This magical item is unique in its own right. Thinking of this, Cole suddenly discovered how Voldemort's diary was created. Could it be that Tom Riddle used a diary to make a Horcrux for the first time and found it too difficult? Then he looked for other items? Cole, who was already considered an insider, knew that if he didn't come today, the ring would fall into Dumbledore's hands. It's better to keep this kind of thing in your own hands, and Cole can continue his plan. After getting the ring, Cole didn't linger, and this dilapidated cabin had no appeal. After leaving the hut, Cole suddenly remembered that there was a cemetery at the foot of the hillside, and he thought Voldemort's bones would be buried there. Cole is considering becoming a gravedigger. After thinking about it, I might as well forget it and let the corpse sleep in the cemetery now. It won't be long before the Dark Lord's loyal servant Wormtail will bring Cole's will to resurrect his dear senior. Cole suddenly turned around and realized that he had forgotten to clear the traces. With a magic spell, Cole phantomed and disappeared. In Black Manor, Cole appeared in the study, took out the ring, and Cole felt the breath inside. There is indeed a wave of black magic. In order to prevent anyone from being deceived, Cole put the ring in a box and stored it in the dark room of the study. Before Cole could sit down, Wright came over. Master, Tuhate is looking far away. Let him in. Wright walked out, and not long after, he saw Lockhart stooping in, and Cole knelt down directly when he saw him. My most respected master, your loyal servant is here. Cole sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He didn't expect that the Imperius Curse was so useful and could turn a master into his slave. Of course, this is also due to Lockhart's own low willpower. Lockhart, you should know that I don't want outsiders to know about your relationship with the Black family yet. Tell me, what's the matter? Lockhart was terrified and felt that he had done something wrong. Master, I was wrong, I will die. Before Cole could say anything, Lockhart began to slap himself with considerable force. Cole smiled. Although he wanted to control Lockhart, he didn't want Lockhart to become an idiot. After all, there were things he needed to do later. Okay, stop talking about things. Lockhart stopped, walked over on his knees, and looked at Cole sincerely. Master, your loyal servant brings gold galleons to you today. This is the publishing fee for my autobiography over the years. Lockhart respectfully handed over a money bag. Cole held it in his hand, and it was quite a lot. A liar could make so much money. Lockhart was still very capable. Cole was very satisfied with Lockhart's attitude. After seeing this guy's book signing event before, he knew that Lockhart had made a lot of money. Cole didn't care about the galleons, but he did care about Lockhart's attitude. The simple summary is that I cannot give it, but you can't give it. Lockhart, my loyal servant indeed, arise. Lockhart's face turned rosy after being praised. He stood up excitedly and bent over respectfully. As long as you are satisfied, my master. Since Lockhart is going to Hogwarts to be a professor soon, Cole doesn't mind helping him. Lockhart, what do you know about the dark arts? How would you organize your lessons? Master, my lesson plan is the entrance exam. The content of the exam is the scope of my autobiography. I will let the young wizards choose who is the most popular professor in Hogwarts. Look, Cole covered his head. He shouldn't believe how good this idiot can be at teaching students. How can you take exams right at the beginning of school? The little wizard will definitely hate you. Besides, what you teach is a defense against dark arts class. If you don't even know black magic, how can you talk about defense? You don't know any other spells? You only know the forgetting charm. Lockhart said with a proud face, Master, in addition to the forgetting curse, I am best at it. I can also clean up, I can also fly the curse, and I can also find the object curse. Mad, why don't you become a house elf? 000. Unexpectedly, Lockhart looked expectant when he heard Cole's words. Master, I can become a house elf if you need me. With a snap, Cole gave Lockhart a big mouth. A dignified wizard actually wants to compete with elves for jobs, but there is no future. Cole sighed, looking at Lockhart's aggrieved look. He could only say, for the sake of your active filial piety today, I will give you some magic props that can help you cast some powerful spells, but please note that these props have a number of uses. Cole had no choice but to take out some small alchemy gadgets that he didn't need. Lockhart burst into tears of gratitude. Looking at Lockhart's little expression, Cole suddenly discovered that some wizards were out of control once they opened the door to a new world. If Lockhart wasn't still available, Cole would have made Lockhart a redbutt baboon. Remember, these things given to you are not for you to show off. Use them at critical moments. Remember not to expose your incompetence. As you command, Master. Cole waved his hand and said, go away. Lockhart cautiously withdrew, feeling very happy. Although he gave up all his savings today, he got a lot of good things. These things can help him. A great adventurer must have matching strength, right? Cole was dealing with matters at the Potion Manor that day when he suddenly received news from John and hurried back to Black Castle. John stayed in the Auror office all year round, leading a team to handle arrests from the Ministry of Magic. He usually would not come back, and would only deliver news when important events occurred. Unexpectedly, when he met John, his first words surprised Cole. Master, there may be a war. What? War? It seemed like a very distant word to Cole. The Centaur tribe has closed the Forbidden Forest and declared that wizards have begun to massacre their people. This is intolerable and no wizards are allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest. Cole also didn't expect that he could cause such a big noise just by killing some people. Also declares that the Forbidden Forest is closed. Wizards are prohibited from entering. According to Cole's understanding, the Forbidden Forest seems to be the land of Hogwarts Castle. Don't be anxious. Sit down first and let me think about it. Cole asked John to calm down and pace slowly in the study. According to the tradition of wizards, in previous centuries, the forest near the castle was a place for hunting and recreation for the castle owner. Hogwarts is no exception. The 4 founders built Hogwarts. According to the law at the time, the surrounding land had to belong to Hogwarts. The forest of Hogwarts may have been a place where the school fed various animals at the beginning, such as unicorns, thestrals, hippogriffs, etc. These are just for students to have materials for research experiments. But later, races such as centaurs, werewolves, and acromantulas moved into the Forbidden Forest, causing the danger factor here to soar. That's why successive principals would not let the little wizards enter the Forbidden Forest to avoid being harmed. Cole also learned that it was the Ministry of Magic that later designated a part of the Forbidden Forest for humans to live in, and then official permission was given. Otherwise, Hogwarts has the right to expel the creatures in the Forbidden Forest. There are only so many professors in Hogwarts, and the management of the Forbidden Forest is very lax. Just like Hagrid, the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, how capable do you expect him to be? However, it was precisely because Hogwarts had no intention of managing the Forbidden Forest that it signed an agreement with the Centaur tribe, the Werewolf tribe in the Forbidden Forest, and even the Murloc tribe in the Black Lake. Both parties do not interfere with each other. Nowadays, the self-esteemed people seem to regard the Forbidden Forest as their own land. The Centaurs seem to have forgotten one thing. The wizard allowed them to exist, so they can survive until now. I really can't see the form clearly. Turning to ask John, what do Ministry of Magic officials think? John was well prepared. Most of the Ministry of Magic officials are very angry. After all, there is a lot of output in the Forbidden Forest. Also, according to Cole's understanding, the Forbidden Forest has been sheltered by Hogwarts for hundreds of years, and many magical animals have taken root and inhabit it. The land is very fertile. Many precious medicinal materials are produced from it, which is very important to wizards. It seems that this war is inevitable. Even Dumbledore can't change the stubborn people. In this case, we may be able to benefit from it. In a short period of time, Cole decided, asking John, "After you go back, always pay attention to the movements of the Ministry of Magic and prepare the wizards in the team. Once the war starts, you will be the vanguard of the Black family and of course the vanguard of the Ministry of Magic." Even if Dumbledore advocated peace, the wizards at that time would not allow centaurs to have such an idea. What's more, the pure-blood nobles have been eyeing this cake in the Forbidden Forest for a long time. Cole is also eyeing this piece of cake. The Forbidden Forest is not small. The land in the Forbidden Forest is enough to create a large number of potion manors and breeding bases. It makes people feel excited just thinking about it. I didn't expect that I would gain so much by doing it smoothly that night. Poor people, what age are you still doing this? Don't you know who is the boss? After receiving Cole's order, John returned to the Ministry of Magic, arranged for his Aurors to be fully armed, and asked for information. John's work at the Ministry of Magic these years was not in vain. The source of the information was very well informed, otherwise he would not have informed Cole immediately. Similarly, other families also began to show greedy eyes after learning the news about Centaur. After all, no one is a fool and cannot see how much benefit there is. John stared at Fudge's office. There were many wizards coming in and out all morning, all from various families. Fudge is now the target of compliments. Before, John also suggested whether to contact Fudge first, but the head of the family said so. Fudge is not the one who decides to share the cake. If you want to join this game, it depends on who is stronger. However, it was in response to Cole's conjecture that the opinions within the Ministry of Magic were not unified. Some wizards think that there is no need to launch a war to resolve this matter. They can negotiate and at most give them the forest where the humans and horses live. Wizards who held other opinions believed that what the centaurs did was a provocation to them, and the wizards would never tolerate it. If werewolves do the same thing, there will be no place for them in the future. They believe that humans should disappear from the British wizarding world to shock other races. Anyway, the two parties started arguing in the conference room, and John was among them, but he did not express any other opinions, except that the Auror team was ready. Minister Fudge is really like a mascot, sitting on top without saying a word, and everyone who says he responds makes sense. John wanted to laugh when he saw it. Fudge, who was caught in the middle, was obviously waiting for Professor Dumbledore's response in the background. He knew that Professor Dumbledore had picked him up and had already gone to the Centaur tribe. After some quarreling, the higher authorities were still undecided. The efficiency of the Ministry of Magic was mediocre. Fudge also dragged his tired body back to the office. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the figure in grey robe. Fudge closed the door and said, "Professor Dumbledore, what's going on over there with the troops? You know, many people came to see me today. Many people in the meeting just now thought it would be better to start a war directly." Dumbledore turned around and said with no trace of worry on his face, "Unfortunately, the elders of Xylan did not listen to my suggestion. They insist on believing that the Forbidden Forest belongs to the land of humans and birds. Humph, is this robbery? I even wonder if they took this opportunity to rob the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts. In this case, there will definitely be casualties." Fudge originally thought that Dumbledore would least want conflicts between centaurs and wizards, but there was no trace of anxiety or worry on Dumbledore's face. "Professor Dumbledore, do you favor war?" Dumbledore smiled meaningfully. Who can determine whether he is right or wrong in fate? Let all be judged by future generations, not to mention that I have done what I should do. I respect magic. Decision. Dumbledore's answer made Fudge think that shouldn't Dumbledore try his best to discourage or even stop this war at all costs. Maybe Fudge just got to know the principal again today. After all, he is also a member of the Wizards. Sure enough, the sealing of the Forbidden Forest by humans and horses quickly caused fluctuations in the wizarding world. Even Hogwarts Professor Pomona Sprout entered the Forbidden Forest to collect materials but was driven out by troops. If Professor Sprout hadn't been a kind-hearted witch, no one could stop him with his magical power. Don't underestimate Dean Hufflepuff, who wears a grey hat and works with flowers and plants in the greenhouse all day long. It was precisely because of Professor Sprout's concession that the men and horses became even more aggressive, and even began to unite with the werewolf tribe to attack wizards who entered the Forbidden Forest. The news in the Daily Prophet was flying all over the place. When Cole saw the newspaper, he felt it was nonsense. Why could the centaur be so arrogant? When he came to Nocturn Alley, Cole found that even the prices of many potions had increased a lot, and the market had begun to become chaotic. However, Blake still took advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. Seeing how popular the market for potions and magical animal materials was, Cole knew that he could not give up this opportunity in the Forbidden Forest. But Cole is not in a hurry. The bigger the storm, the more fish are needed. This time, Lucius had already come to the door, and he was anxious. "Cole, we must not give up this opportunity. If we can really drive out the people in the Forbidden Forest, the Ministry of Magic will not be able to take such a big cake." Lucius was right. Cole knew that among the officials of the Ministry of Magic, there must be people who wanted to incorporate the management of the Forbidden Forest into the Ministry of Magic for political achievements. But don't forget, pure-blood nobles will not agree. When it comes to the struggle for interests, the truth is to win more, but there is nothing good about eating. Just like Deputy Minister Umbridge, this old woman is ambitious and wants to take this opportunity to contribute to her future position as Minister of Magic. Umbridge has already led a large number of officials to begin planning to take over the Forbidden Forest. John had told him all this. Lucius, what do you think the Ministry of Magic can achieve? Can it really resist the pressure of the International Ministry of Magic and wipe out all the pony tribes? For such a genocide, there must be a lot of public opinion in the International Ministry of Magic. There will always be some kind-hearted wizards who sit on their butts and propose multiracial coexistence. Lucius frowned. To be honest, although he was once a Death Eater, he really didn't have many lives on his hands. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to escape the Ministry of Magic's trial so easily. Cole, do you think the Centaurs could go anywhere else? Cole smiled and said, the world is so big, there will always be a place for them to survive. Unfortunately, the Centaurs mistook the wizards' kindness for fear of them. I think there is no need to be too kind to them. Unlike house elves, Centaurs can also clean up for wizards. Do you need to use a human to pull the cart? For the benefit of wizards, purebloods should stand together, right? Lucius. Cole blinked, and his 36-degree mouth spoke cold words. Lucius also agreed. Just as the two were discussing, they suddenly received news that a hearing would be held tomorrow on how to deal with the troops. Whether he is a member of the Wizengamot or the leader of the Black family, Cole is eligible to participate. On the second day, Cole arrived at the Ministry of Magic early, and all he saw were familiar faces. After a few token greetings, Cole got down to business in the conference room. Dumbledore is also there. After all, this matter cannot bypass Hogwarts. Next to Fudge was the pink old girl Umbridge, with a smile on her face that almost rivaled that of a goblin. Everyone, today's topic is about the Centaurs. The tribe of Centaurs claims that the Forbidden Forest is their land, and wizards are prohibited from entering. What do you think? As soon as Fudge finished speaking, there was someone who was eager to speak up. Fuck them, when did the Forbidden Forest become theirs? Since ancient times, these places have been the land of our wizards. Yes, before, the Ministry of Magic only gave the Forbidden Forest a temporary habitat for humans and horses, but I didn't expect them to bite back. I think this incident was deliberately provoked by them. Maybe they killed the dozens of men and horses themselves. Many conspiracy theories began to pop up. In fact, in the eyes of many wizards, Centaurs are difficult to talk to, arrogant and pretentious. In some ways, they are even more hateful than goblins. The International Ministry of Magic, let us try to resolve it peacefully. I wonder what you think. Fudge was indeed a veteran, and he left the matter to everyone present. Dumbledore also sat beside him and said nothing. No one knew what Dumbledore was thinking. Alieville looked at the people present and reminded him in passing, there are already rumors that the werewolves of the Centaur tribe in the United Forbidden Forest are running out of time. What is the difference between a werewolf and a werewolf wizard? In fact, there is not much difference. The difference is that the werewolf wizard is still a wizard when he is awake and can cast spells. The werewolf can not only transform at any time, but also can control himself as long as he stays in the tribe on a full moon night. But the combat effectiveness of werewolves is indeed not weaker than that of humans and horses. This is also a nuisance. Cole said, in this case, I suggest that the Aurors set off immediately, surround the Forbidden Forest, and start a trial against the human tribe. Black, there are not so many Aurors in the Ministry of Magic. Little Avery subconsciously replied. Although they are now in the same lineup, it does not hinder the grievances between their two families. Since it concerns all wizards, of course we are also obliged to help the Ministry of Magic. The Black family can provide at least 100 wizards. Cole was able to put forward his purpose with ease. The other noble wizards are not fools. They naturally know that if they don't contribute now, they won't get a share of the cake when the time comes. There are 30 wizards from the Malfoy family, 30 wizards from the Foley family, 20 Averys. Some officials of the Ministry of Magic are from noble backgrounds. Although they are not 28 purebloods, it does not prevent them from seeking benefits for their families. Fudge was not surprised to see this scene, and Umbridge was shaking with anger. Before the matter was over, the noble's greedy nature was exposed. Okay, what does this have to do with you? Deputy Minister Umbridge, don't forget, we are also part of the wizarding world, so of course we have to contribute. Cole also knew what Umbridge was thinking. To be honest, if he only relied on the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic, he really wouldn't have that ability. Little did they know that except for John's Auror team, the other Aurors were paid to work and would not work hard for a few hundred gold galleons every month. Since the Deputy Minister doesn't want us to get involved, the nobles like me will go back. I hope you will win. Cole stood up directly, Lucius also pushed the chair away, and everyone, whether it was Little Avery or other nobles, began to follow him. The sound of chairs scraping against the floor sounded one after another, caught Umbridge off guard. Obviously the Deputy Minister also realized that the nobles had united together. Umbridge is not a fool. He knows that if the negotiation does not go well today, maybe the nobles will be able to support the Centaur tribe tomorrow. The Ministry of Magic's actions were in vain. Cole, everyone, please sit down first. I am the Minister of Magic, right? Fudge spoke and slapped Umbridge in the face. He had wanted to do this for a long time because this old woman kept staring at his butt. Hogwarts is the master of the Forbidden Forest, isn't it? Let's listen to Principal Dumbledore's opinion. Dumbledore didn't say much, except that the students at Hogwarts needed a place to study. The meaning of this is very clear. What is a place of learning? Isn't Hogwarts Castle enough for little wizards to toss around? In fact, it still shows that no matter what the outcome of the matter, Hogwarts' share must be given. Of course, the nobles also agreed that these uses were their territory. The second half of the meeting was to discuss the division of each potion manor. None of the wizards present thought they were no match for centaurs. In this way, Cole relied on his own strength and the number of family wizards to occupy a lot of shares. The destruction of Sagittarius and Horse has been doomed, but I don't know if Sagittarius and Horse who believe in zodiac signs have seen their own future. Hogwarts Castle suddenly had a large influx of wizards. There are tents everywhere on the Quidditch pitch. Fortunately, this time is when the little wizard is on vacation, otherwise the temporary stronghold would not be placed here. First of all, Dumbledore would not allow them to disturb students' studies. Cole brought a large number of wizards into Hogwarts, which really made Cole feel like he was marching to Hogwarts. This sudden war also allowed Cole to see the confidence of the pureblood family. Normally they are inconspicuous, but when the time comes, these nobles cannot be underestimated. You must know that the wizards of the Black family are already new faces in the wizarding world. Okay, Cole has never seen some wizards from other pureblood families. Everyone is doing little tricks behind their backs. Along the way, Cole was also asked to get a feel for the details of each family. Similarly, Cole brought more than 100 wizards here today to show off his strength. On the Quidditch pitch, except for the Ministry of Magic tent in the middle, the other families are clearly distinct. They are in the same army, but they all have their own thoughts. Of course, Cole's move also shocked other families. Although they all knew that the Black family was rich, they did not expect that there were many adult wizards under their command. Just looking at the equipment on each wizard, these are all standard equipment for Aurors, making people jealous and at the same time a little more careful about Black. In addition to the wizards of the Black family, don't forget the John team in the Auror office. They are also experienced in hundreds of battles and never show mercy in arresting criminals and Death Eaters. It can be said that Blake's sudden appearance shocked all hidden enemies. Similarly, Cole also saw St. Mungo's medical rescue team, specially dispatched by the Ministry of Magic to give a signal to the wizards present that this was really going to kill someone. The wizards were stationed very quickly, but they also knew that the men, horses, and werewolves were waiting there, so they did not rush into the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he sent people to send letters to the human and centaur tribes, asking them to surrender, and Magic kindly sent them out of England. However, a bow and arrow already represented the rebellious attitude of the centaur tribe, which also excited the wizards present. One by one, they began to discuss an attack plan. But the funniest thing is that the Ministry of Magic officials started to quarrel over who was the commander. In the tent, Cole watched this funny scene. Minister Fudge, who used to push away his responsibilities, now said with a righteous face, "I am the Minister of Magic. I am the commander of this operation. I will lead the wizards to defend the dignity of the Ministry of Magic. The only one who can compete with Fudge is Deputy Minister Umbridge. This woman is laying a solid foundation for herself to compete for the Minister of Magic in the future, and of course she will not give up. Minister Fudge, didn't you say that you can't handle the International Ministry of Magic? Then let me take on this responsibility. For the British wizards, I am duty-bound and not afraid of life or death." Supporters from both sides turned against each other, spraying each other with insults. The people in Umbridge said that Fudge couldn't even defeat Umbridge, let alone face the troops. Fudge has won over a few people over the years, and they all say that Umbridge has no experience in commanding a war. Fudge once participated in the operation to encircle and suppress the mysterious man, and had great military exploits. Cole and the noble wizards present wanted to laugh when they heard the nonsense from the two parties. Bragging is a good thing. When did Fudge have such courage? He also participated in the operation to encircle and suppress the mysterious man. It was good enough not to pee his pants when he saw the Death Eaters. You must know that Fudge has not dared to go to Azkaban even once in these years for fear of dying at the hands of Death Eaters. As for Umbridge, the noble wizards admitted that this woman did have some abilities, but it was not the ability to cast spells, but the ability to win over people. That's also a civilian position in the Ministry of Magic. In the eyes of the wizards present, these two men seemed to be boasting that Merlin was reincarnated and that one person could win this war. Fudge's background, Professor Dumbledore, is obviously not here. I heard that Professor Dumbledore didn't want to see the miserable state of the people and horses, so he went back to the office to deal with things. At the same time, the professors at Hogwarts were not involved. This put Fudge at a disadvantage. After a fight, Umbridge successfully assumed the command and looked at the noble wizard proudly. "Everyone, I hope you will hand over all your people to me, and I will coordinate them with the Aurors. Victory will definitely belong to us." Umbridge's passionate speech was met with a cold look from the noble wizard. Cole didn't expect the old pink toad to be so stupid and want to seize power as soon as he came up. Let's not talk about whether they will hand the person over to Umbridge, just hand it over to her. There is no guarantee that this woman will not let their people take the vanguard in order to weaken the strength of the nobles. If they fall into the trap of men and horses, they will all feel bad if one of them dies. Also, victory will be ours. Who doesn't know that victory is the wizards? But under Umbridge's foolish command, the balance of victory may not necessarily favor anyone. Today's wizard army is considered a traditional Western army in Cole's eyes. Although the Ministry of Magic can nominally command it, each family is equivalent to recruiting it for profit. The wizards under them obey their orders, but they will not obey Umbridge's orders. The scene instantly became awkward. The noble wizards present said nothing and looked at Umbridge as if they were laughing. Even Fudge, who was angry just now, was watching the old woman's joke. He was not afraid of smart enemies, but afraid of stupid teammates. Before the war even started, Umbridge had already made a mistake. Umbridge's face turned redder under the pink coat. She actually set her sights on the Black family, who had the most black people. 0, please give me flowers. Mr. Black, as a representative of thousand-year-old pureblood and noble wizards, what do you think of my proposal? Well, Cole was shocked. Pink Toad didn't give him any benefits, but he actually wanted his support. The Malfoy family didn't ask for it, and the Parkinson family didn't ask for it. Cole suspected that he had brought over 100 wizards for nothing. Lying back, Cole leaned on the back of the chair and said contemptuously, "Just you? Are you worthy? Don't think that just because you are the deputy minister, you can talk nonsense in front of me," referring to the Black family wizard. "Are you qualified? It's just a toad swallowing a bullwhip. You have such a loud tone." Putting his feet directly on the long table in the middle of the tent, Cole said sternly, "You go outside now. If someone from the Black family talks to you, I will take off the head and give it to you. Let me tell you clearly, your proposal is extremely stupid. I really don't know how you became the deputy minister. You don't have the ability to show off your beauty." Even the noble wizard who supported Cole didn't expect that Cole could say this, and immediately broke down. Unexpectedly, Umbridge was shaking with anger as he sat in the commander's position, pointing at Cole and stammering, "How dare you?" Cole put down his legs and stood up directly. "Anyway, this is the attitude of the Black family. After I finish speaking, who is in favor? Who is against?" After looking around, no wizard said a word. "If the Ministry of Magic insists on commanding us, I will withdraw from this operation and the Black family will act on their own. Everyone, first of all, declare that Black will not give up the food that is fed to his mouth. This war is inevitable. Regardless of whether the Ministry of Magic is the orthodox representative or not, the rebellion of the Centaur tribe is certain. Cole can also act in the name of all wizards. As for the subsequent wrangling, that will happen in the future." The other noble wizards were obviously not stupid. Their families were now one. After Cole walked out of the tent, everyone followed him, leaving Umbridge with his eyes wide open and some Ministry of Magic officials who were at a loss. Cole came out of the tent and was chased by Lucius. "Cole, you are really brave. You can say such things. You must know that we are participating in the war in the name of the Ministry of Magic this time. Lucius, don't forget that the wizarding world speaks based on strength. You don't really think that I don't dare to help people, do you?" Cole smiled evilly. "You said that if I fight against the Ministry of Magic in the name of coexistence of all races, will the international community say they love me?" Lucius nodded. Whether they were wizards or muggles, there was definitely no shortage of people with good intentions. "You are really an insidious guy. Everything is for profit, Lucius. This is the pure-blood way of survival." By the Black Lake in Hogwarts, Cole stood admiring the scenery. 2 days have passed, and in the camp that was bustling before, no nobles have taken any action, which also shows their attitude. Fudge has returned to London and is not involved in this matter, and Umbridge, Cole knows, has been traveling between families these days. Thinking from Merlin's butt, Cole could also imagine what they said. But obviously Umbridge did not succeed, and no family was willing to stand up and support it. Looking at the depths of the Black Lake, Cole wondered how many giant squids and mermaids there were. Why didn't the cruel mermaids participate in this war? The head of the family, Wright's voice sounded from behind. Umbridge took the Aurors into the Forbidden Forest. It was Revel who ordered the Aurors to go. 410 Levely is the old fox, and he is also the director of the Auror office. Cole didn't look back. "Where are John and the others? Follow me in." Cole was not surprised, but I really don't know if Umbridge is stupid or smart. You want to say that she is stupid, but she also knows how to break the boat and lead the Aurors to open up the situation. As long as she can be the first to win, the families will definitely be restless. But you have to call her smart. She knew that John's team was from the Auror office but was actually from the Black family, so she still took it with them. "In that case, Wright, do you think there are fish in this Black Lake? I want to eat fish." "I understand, Master." Wright turned and left. Cole had already asked John to act according to the situation, otherwise the Aurors would not be so easy to mobilize, and Umbridge was not the director of the Auror office. Looking at the Forbidden Forest in the distance, Cole waited for the storm to come. In the Forbidden Forest, the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic were in a fighting posture, searching carefully with their wands. Dozens of Aurors were spread out, always watching out for traps in the jungle. Umbridge followed Elleville, refusing to leave for fear of death. "Leave rule, can you guarantee my safety? This time we only need to get back a few heads of the men and horses, and we can complete the mission." Levert rolled his eyes. "Dolores, if you are afraid, you should stay in the camp. All the Aurors I have are elite. Don't worry, I have the advantage." What Levert said about who was nice to him was all ridicule and calculation under Umbridge's unseen eyes. If it weren't for the plan, how could he listen to Umbridge's order and let all the Aurors enter the Forbidden Forest, including John's team? Gradually entering the Forbidden Forest, Levert could no longer see the Aurors, but there was no fighting, which proved that he had not encountered the Centaur tribe. Umbridge also relaxed, lowered the wand in his hand, and mentally planned to go back and face the hateful noble with his first victory. A sudden cry came from the northwest. Be careful, they are men and horses, be careful to avoid bows and arrows. The werewolf is coming too, be careful, Richie, the flames will explode. Armor protection. Damn it, use a big spell and burn them to death. The explosion was not far away, and Umbridge suddenly became nervous. He looked at the direction of the sound, but still refused to go there. Levelly, do we want to go there? Talking about Umbridge who refused to move even half a step, Levert said, no, they will take care of it. The dark shadows of the surrounding jungle flashed, and a depressing atmosphere filled the air. Is it a centaur? No, look out, Dolores. Levert pushed Umbridge away, dodged and fired an explosive spell, causing the dirt on the opposite side to fly. A dozen werewolves howled and rushed out of the jungle so fast that they couldn't see clearly. Alleyville directly used the transformation spell to turn the surrounding land into a desert, restricting the movement of the werewolf. Floating into the air and bombarding with magic spells, he looked at Umbridge from the corner of his eye. As expected, this stupid woman stood there at a loss. Alleyville conveniently added a protective spell to himself and sent a signal to request support. A spear as thick as an arm directly shot him down from the air. Alleyville fell to the sand and spat out sand. Fortunately, he had cast a protective spell just now. Several black shadows rushed toward him, and the werewolf's sharp claws tore apart Revel's arm, and blood spilled into the air. Damn werewolves, elf of sand, obey my call. The 5-meter-tall figure stood up from the sand and protected Alleyville. At this time, Umbridge had already fallen into the hands of the werewolf. Looking at the woman held by the 3-meter-tall werewolf, Levert shouted, no Dolores Zero. Unfortunately, Umbridge had passed out and was captured by the werewolf and disappeared. The supporting Aurors also rushed over and repelled the werewolf. The group looked embarrassed but were not injured. The only casualty was Levert. Director, what should we do? Are we going to rescue the deputy minister? Merlin, didn't you see that I was injured? Send me back for treatment quickly. Alleyville's attitude towards his less-sighted subordinates was not so good. Didn't you see that all the wizards in John's team looked like they were watching a good show? In this way, the first crusade of Gangshi ended with Deputy Minister Umbridge being captured. Levert took the people back to the camp and went directly to the medical tent. He never came out. The Aurors were also at a loss and could only go back to rest. The news that Umbridge was captured spread throughout the camp in an instant, and all the noble wizards were watching the show. They knew that this operation would not have a good result. In the black tent, Cole and Lucius were joking. Lucius, how do you think the centaur will treat Pink Toad and cause her trouble? Lucius swallowed, imagined for a moment, then shook his head to expel some evil things. Cole, you are really a pervert. How come this kind of thought comes to your mind? Cole's righteous answer was, Lucius, wizards should maintain a spirit of exploration into the unknown. Maybe the wizarding world will change in the future because of this. Seeing Lucius's expression as if he had eaten a slug, Cole didn't want to tease him anymore. Okay, Lucius, use your social butterfly skills, it's time for us to take action. Lucius stood up angrily. Cole, the words coming out of your mouth sound better than those of a goblin. I suggest you run for Minister of Magic. Looking at Lucius walking out of the tent, Cole laughed. Maybe he can really become a minister in the future and change the wizarding world starting from today, starting with the demise of the Centaur tribe. Oh, the coming massacre made Cole start to get excited. Umbridge's story was only circulated in the camp and did not appear in the newspapers. This was one of the deals Cole and Fudge made. That's right, when Fudge's competition failed, Fudge and Cole cooperated with each other. Cole then promised Fudge to get rid of Umbridge, the careerist who coveted his position, and Fudge also agreed to Cole. In subsequent actions, the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic obeyed Cole's command. This is also one of the reasons why Levert was intentionally injured. In addition to clearing himself of the suspicion of actively harming the deputy minister, it was also to make way for Cole next. Likewise, this matter was not included in the Daily Prophet among the recommendations of both parties. In this way, Cole successfully seized power, although it was only temporary. In the camp tent, Cole summoned all the noble wizards together and announced his appointment. The officials under Umbridge had no choice but to make them only civilians. It's okay to follow Umbridge and wave the flag, but if they really go to the battlefield, they will start to be afraid to death. 03 This is also a common problem of most Kufa officials. Everyone, are everything ready? Are you ready for victory? Of course, Cole, we can't wait any longer and move forward towards great interests. Taking out the sheepskin map of the Forbidden Forest, Cole specially divided the attack area. Cole suggested not to clear the giant spider territory outside the Forbidden Forest yet. After all, the Acromantula can produce a lot, and those precious materials are valuable whether they are in Diagon Alley or Nocturn Alley. First, gather the wizards and seal the entire Forbidden Forest to prevent them from escaping. Leave this matter to the Aurors. I believe you will be able to handle it with ease. Also, I hope that no one will not do anything just because of a little difference. If I find out, don't blame the Black family for being rude. Little Avery nodded. Although his expression was ugly, he also knew that the Avery family could not stand against all the nobles. Cole carefully arranged the battle plan. To be honest, the army would press forward and kill the men, horses, and werewolves whenever they saw it. Okay, gather all the wizards. Before setting off, Cole traditionally wanted to boost his morale. To do this, Cole specially sent John's team to capture a few men. There had to be some blood before the wizards could get serious. The nobles walked out of the tent and gathered the wizards of the family one by one. Hundreds of wizards were waiting on the Quidditch pitch, looking expectantly at Cole in the middle and the men kneeling on the ground. When the young men and horses saw such a scene, they already knew what the divisions were going to do. Despite this, the proud men and horses refused to cut their heads and chanted that the stars foreshadowed their victory. Cole finally knew what the centaurs were thinking. The stars in the sky told the centaurs the prophecies, so they dared to fight against the wizard. But even the stars can't stop the wizard's power. Wizards, what do these centaurs' rebellion tell us? They are not afraid of the wizard's kindness, so let them experience the wizard's wrath. Today, the wizards will tell this group of aliens who is the real master of the wizarding world and destroy the forbidden forest for the greater good. The history of magic will record today's greatness. Proud wizards, tell me if you can do it. These two simple sentences inspired the wizards present and started shouting. Yes, yes. Cole nodded to the tall wizard holding a giant axe next to the men and horses. He raised the gleaming giant axe high and was about to chop it down. Wait, Blake, you can't do this, let alone harm the magical animals in the forbidden forest. They are also alive. It turned out to be Hagrid, the famous ranger of the Forbidden Forest, who squeezed in with his tall body from the crowd. Cole was too lazy to talk nonsense. Why are there such idiots everywhere? Why didn't he see that Dumbledore didn't care about this matter? A spell of weakness immediately paralyzed Hagrid. For a moment, Cole even wanted to use Hagrid to sacrifice the flag first. Continue. The sharp axe blade fell, cutting off the heads of the men and horses, and the hot blood spread on the ground, witnessing the wizard's cruelty. Hagrid wailed in pain, but the wind direction present did not care. He took out his broomstick and set off towards the forbidden forest. Like a swarm of bees, each team flew to the designated location. Cole also led the Black family wizards to set off, leaving the lonely Hagrid and the corpses of the men and horses lying in the middle of the camp. The arrival of the wizard was announced with a magic spell, and war began to ignite in the forbidden forest. The multiple magic spells united by the noble wizards caused the lives of the forbidden forest to be devastated. Cole led the Black family and swept over them like thunder plowing the ground. When he saw the people and horses, he fired the unforgivable curse. This is not a child's play now. The Ministry of Magic's prohibition against using the unforgivable curse does not apply to the current scene. Cole also knew that other nobles would not be lenient, so he said that Avada could not be used, but it also depended on who the other party was. The wizard team is extremely efficient. With the Auror equipment, they can go up to Avada despite the rain of arrows from the troops. Every flash of green light represents the passing of a life. Cole even wanted to cast a fire spell to add to the fun, but when he thought about earning galleons through the ban, there was no need to destroy the ecology. Shadow magic, but Cole's research over the years, is uniquely suited to be used in places like the Forbidden Forest. The wizards of the Black family are not simple either. A series of magic spells tore apart the bodies of the men and horses and shattered the heads of the men and horses. Carrying a magic potion with you is like not needing 820 galleons. After drinking one bottle, throw away another to keep the magic power sufficient. Along the way, Cole saw no trace of the acromantula. It seemed that the old spider was a little wise and kept his descendants underground. Cole is also planning to capture Hagrid's friend Aragog specifically to give birth to SPID Earlings, so that the Black family can continue to produce acromantula venom. There are not many people in this area of several kilometers of Forbidden Forest. The Black family has cleaned up and is heading towards the ancestral land of the people in the intelligence. If a wizard looks from the sky, he can see that each family has surrounded the centaurs and horse tribes, advancing step by step, compressing them into the ancestral land of centaurs. In less than half a day, Cole and the wizard approached the men and horses. Looking at the totem pole in the middle, Cole calmly did not launch an attack. Standing on the stone, knocking the dirt off under your feet, waiting for the other families to meet. Malfoy was worthy of being the pure-blood noble who preserved the most strength. Lucius quickly brought his people over. Foley family, Caro family, Burke family, Greengrass family. The wizards who had already killed them were staring at the centaur tribe and were ready to make a move. It can be seen that there are only more than 1,000 warriors left in the centaur tribe, and the others are little centaurs. Adult horses, regardless of gender, are all capable of fighting. The immature pony is also holding a small bow and arrow, staring at the wizard with a look of hatred. The men and horses are surrounded by the wizard, and only one word from Cole can decide life or death. Lucius used a spell to tell Cole that all the werewolves had been killed. Compared with the number of humans and horses, there were only a dozen or so werewolves in the Forbidden Forest, and they were still family-style tribes. The war has reached this point, and there is no room for persuasion. Looking at the eyes of those foals, Cole knew that there should be no further trouble. Just as Cole raised his wand and prepared to attack, an old centaur came out. The traces of time show up on this centaur's body, with wrinkled skin, a body that is no longer strong, and even its eyes are a little cloudy. Wizards, the sins you have committed will be punished by God today. Invade our land, and the stars will be on our side. The centaur elder's words made the tribal warriors shout loudly, and their morale suddenly increased. The wizards looked at each other, and Cole looked at the sky with suspicion. The power of the stars? It is daytime now, and the light of the sun covers up the glimmer of the stars. It's really ridiculous. Death is already knocking on the door, so you still put your hope in an illusory god? Cole sneered. When did the Forbidden Forest become your land? If it weren't for the wizard's mercy, would you have been able to survive in the Forbidden Forest for so many years? I knew that foreigners were all wolves that were not well raised. Today was the day for wizards to take back what belonged to them. The centaur elder shouted loudly, "Let you see the power of the stars." All the horses howled loudly, and the beast-like sounds sounded. Only then did Cole notice that there was a pool of blood under the totem pole in the tribe. The totem pole began to glow red, and in less than the blink of an eye, the light rushed up and flew to hundreds of meters in the sky. It spreads out, and the surroundings seem to be dark. A huge black cover wraps the wizard and the centaurs. Looking up, you can see stars. The most dazzling one is the Sagittarius Galaxy. A hand held the centaur with a bow and arrow appeared in the sky. The arrow flashed with dazzling light, as if it would hit the ground in the next moment. Cole also did not expect that the centaur could have such a background. Is this the power of the stars? Change the world, no matter how different it is. Sun and moon? The noble wizards present used flashing spells to illuminate the surroundings, with a slightly panicked look on their faces as they looked at the centaur and the horse with vigilance. Cole was okay, no source of power could come without a price. How could the centaur and horse's totem pole be like this? The power must have come at a heavy price, and it might not last long. Don't panic, gather together and use the multi-armor spell. At Cole's reminder, more than a dozen wizard families opened the wizard array, and some wizards have even begun to hold back their ultimate moves. The ancient horn sounded, the men and horses were bathed in starlight, and the sharp arrows in their hands were shot rapidly by the power of the stars. Towards the wizard. The men and horses with spears in their hands were running forward, traveling at extremely fast speeds on the gravel road. The arrows hit the protective shield, and the wizard shouted, "Continue to maintain the magic power." Some wizards began to throw black magic at the men and horses. Under the illumination of the ancestral totems, the men and horses flew over the fallen warriors and attacked the wizards without fear of life and death. Cole was not under any pressure, but was observing the stars in the sky. Such magic should not appear in the centaur tribe. What happened to make the centaurs resist with all their might? Cole also discovered that under such an enchantment, the attack power of centaurs has been greatly strengthened. Didn't see it, some wizards have exhausted their magic power and started taking potions. Fiend fire. A red flame was born in the distance. It was only a few people high at first. After swallowing the bodies of the humans and horses and the surrounding trees, it began to become huge. A flaming skull face more than 10 meters high roared. Lihuo Curse. Cole knew that some families could no longer hold on, and released a fierce fire that did not distinguish between friends and foes. Facing all objects that could burn, the fire could become bigger and bigger. There was once a fire that almost burned down the entire Paris. Welfare family, Parkinson family. Fierce fires of different shapes appeared in the Forbidden Forest. Cole knew that if the battle could not be resolved as soon as possible, the place would be destroyed. In that case, let's make a scene. Fiend fire. Cole shouted, and the green fire like a giant python rushed towards the men and horses. The wizards spread out and slaughtered the men and horses with the fire. The men and horses suffered numerous casualties. When the elders of the men and horses on the opposite side saw it, they opened their hooves and headed towards Totem Pole Run. The water prison was born. With quick eyes and quick hands, Cole used a water prison spell to trap the centaurs and the surrounding warriors together. The rapid water shattered all objects that dared to touch. The blood of the centaurs and horses was mixed in the water prison. The elder looked at everything helplessly. Thunder shines. Cole waved his wand and pointed it at the sky. Countless thunders flashed in the star-filled sky. Suddenly, a star fell from the sky and struck Cole. Cole actually saw that it was a meteorite, and a dazzling cloud was behind him. Flame. Continue to increase the magic output. Mobilize the magic power in the whole body. The magic spell is born, and Cole's body is covered with thunder and lightning. The sky chops down the thunder, shattering the stars in the air, and countless ashes float to the ground. It's like snow, but it can't bring harm to the wizards. Cole floats in the air, as if a god is in the world, judging the world. Thunder and lightning form a substance, shattering the totem poles of humans and horses, dividing the battlefield like a plow. Dodge. The bodies of the outnumbered centaurs instantly turned into grey carbon, and even the wails could not be uttered. The wizards of the Black family rushed towards the centaurs one by one, and Avada threw them away as if they were desperate. Compared to the Death Eaters, these wizards are the ones who kill. Lord. After a while, except for the unstoppable Lihuo, there were not many figures left on the battlefield. The war was over, and the wizard who had exhausted his magic power fell down, slumped on the ground and gasped for air. The surroundings no longer looked like they were. Destroyed by Lihuo and the wizard's curse, the centaur tribe was in ruins. Cole knew that the next step was to deal with Lihuo. Fortunately, he knew how to break the curse, otherwise things would not be that simple today. Read Bao's Huang novels, just go to Filu Novel Network. Cole actually discovered that the Lihuo who lost his target started fighting one by one. The big Lihuo of various forms swallowed up the smaller ones, and in the end only the green Lihuo released by Cole was left. It was almost 100 meters high, and the nobles present all turned their attention to Cole. They knew that besides Cole, the only one who could solve this problem was Professor Dumbledore. Facing the fierce fire he had released, Cole even I want to do some research, but seeing this scene, I'd better solve the problem first. Otherwise, all the efforts will be in vain, and what will happen if the Forbidden Forest is burned down? It's all gold galleons. The curse stops immediately. What Cole said was the spell that can break ordinary spells, but the movements of his hands and the waving of the wand represent different things. Li Huo is not something that can be used to break ordinary spells. Cole's wand emits a black with the light. Li Huo's body gradually shrank under the output of magic power. It was dozens of meters, then more than 10 meters, and finally there was only a small flame left, which disappeared under the blow of the wind. Win, we win. Shit Merlin, I've never experienced a battle like this. God, such fierce fire can be dealt with by one person. Black is worthy of being a pure-blood family with thousands of years of talent. Many wizards' faces were blackened by smoke, but the joy of winning, Zhao Wangzhao, made them show their white teeth. The wizards' celebration frightened the only remaining little people. Dozens of little people gathered together. With a trembling body, looked at the wizard with determination. In their eyes, the wizard was like a demon. Lord Black, how should we deal with these little people? A Parkinson's wizard who was close to Cole asked respectfully. Cole conquered them in this battle, and also made many wizards understand the power of Black and the power of Cole. Cole glanced at the surviving wizards. This battle was not without wizard casualties. However, the surviving wizards' eyes were full of the desire to kill, and there was no mercy for the foe at all. Cole said sternly, then send them to reunite together. There is no place for them in the wizarding world. Cole ordered, and each wizard smiled ferociously and walked towards the little centaur. Seeing that the little pony was about to be buried under the wizard's spell, a familiar voice sounded from the side. Please wait. Dumbledore suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Cole frowned. The invisibility cloak, one of the 3 deathly hallows given by the god of death. Dumbledore's appearance surprised Cole. He really didn't notice the old bee wearing the invisibility cloak. But what made Cole curious was that Dumbledore was hiding nearby just to watch them slaughter people. Even though Cole admitted that the desperate resistance of the centaur tribe was very powerful, the so-called star power caused many casualties to the wizards. But it is not enough to save the situation of death. Even if Cole is not here, it is impossible for the noble wizards to be wiped out. Professor Dumbledore, why are you here? Cole, since the war has been won, let's end it here. I will send them to Egypt, where there is a good habitat. Cole frowned slightly. He didn't know what deal Dumbledore had made with the centaurs, but Cole didn't care. A good habitat? Don't go there long ago. You won't say it until you lose. This world is so absurd. When will the weak be able to do it? The right to choose? Principal Dumbledore, I think you are not qualified to point fingers at our trophies. Although I don't know why you are here, I refuse. The wizards of the Black family gradually surrounded Dumbledore, and the nobles who just fought side by side did not choose to retreat and surrounded the little centaur. Not to mention that Dumbledore was coming, even Grindelwald and Voldemort were on the scene to help the old man. Cole can't agree to it. Look at the eyes of those little people. Cole understood in his previous life that the truth given by his ancestor 870 can be eradicated. Cole, wizards, and centaurs are all part of this world. We should live together with a peaceful heart, right? Cole, too much killing will make you unable to see yourself clearly, and you will eventually be lost in endless fear. Dumbledore was still trying to persuade Cole. Both Cole and the noble wizards behind him were watching Dumbledore's performance quietly. Everyone could tell the truth, but it was obvious that Cole did not accept this trick. Ha ha ha, Professor Dumbledore, do you want to say something to save your face and let me think about it after listening? Cole's teasing eyes showed that he was suddenly very fed up with Dumbledore. Old B's behavior was disgusting to him. He wanted to see if Dumbledore had eaten the fruit of face. After listening to Old B's words, he had a kind heart and understood the importance of peace. Although Lucius and others could not understand what Cole was talking about, they could still tell that Cole was provoking the Hogwarts principal. They couldn't help but admire him. Cole, why can't you agree to an old man's little request? Because I don't want to. Professor Dumbledore, no one told you that you like to dictate too much. The scene became awkward in an instant. Although the sky was clear, it made the wizards present feel inexplicably frightened. The nobles also understood that when Cole said these words, the matter was irreversible. In fact, the nobles were very worried about the remnants. It's not that there are any other opinions on the disposal of the troops. Even if Dumbledore takes them away, there will be no harm at all. After all, the cake of the Forbidden Forest has been won, the benefits have been obtained, and the nobles also want to preserve their own strength. The only thing that cannot be done is to let them. What I accepted was that Dumbledore wanted them to surrender with just one sentence. You must know that he is not the Dark Lord. Without wind, Dumbledore still looked the same on the surface, but what he was thinking in his heart was that he might not be able to do what he promised to the centaurs. Cole took off his wizard robe. The battle just now was just a small fight for him, and he didn't even break a sweat. Facing Dumbledore, the White Wizard, Cole still had to show some respect. Blacks, obey my orders and leave no one behind. The people of the Black family reacted instantly and pounced on the little centaur. The green light on their wands almost took shape. Stop! Dumbledore shouted, but it had no effect at all. Dozens of little people had died tragically in Black's hands, with helpless eyes and cold corpses. It also allowed the nobles to see Black's ferocity and decisiveness. Cole, you've been lost in the dark arts. Stop talking nonsense, Dumbledore. I'm tired of you gesticulating in front of me. Wizards don't survive by their mouths. Ahaj. Strength is the only criterion that determines success or failure. Cole changed his form and instantly stuck to Dumbledore's side. He directed an explosive spell at old Dumbledore's head. Dumbledore also reacted quickly and moved out of the way. Death's Other Deathly Hallows, old Dumbledore's head. The wand was pointed directly at Cole. Stop, Cole, it's no longer necessary. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philo Novel Network. I don't know why, but Dumbledore, who is obviously powerful, is unwilling to take action. Maybe it's because the matter has already come to an end. Maybe because Dumbledore doesn't want to abandon his inner persistence. Cole kept holding on, and Dumbledore didn't want to fight, but he was very angry inside. Principal Dumbledore, excessive restraint will hurt yourself. The figures of Dumbledore and Cole flickered in the Forbidden Forest, and the spells once again destroyed the Forbidden Forest. For the two of them, it was a simple matter to use disembodiment in battle. The figures of the two he also disappeared in the sight of the nobles. Lucius and the wizards looked at each other. They never dreamed that Cole would be so strong and attack Dumbledore directly if he couldn't agree with him. You must know that Dumbledore is the strongest in the wizarding world. A great wizard. The famous White Wizard. Little Avery started to panic at this time. Seeing Cole's appearance, he doubted that he could die in Black's hands. Lucius, what do we do? Parkinson asked. The noble wizards were already at a loss. They had clearly won, but Dumbledore stood up again. They were also very angry. Supporting Cole just now was just to show their attitude and let Dumbledore stand up. Leto gave up his share of Hogwarts. They naturally handed over the pony to him. But unexpectedly, the two of them didn't even talk about it, and Black had already taken action. Lucius only felt his heart beating wildly. Something big might happen today. Turning his head, Lucius discovered that Wizard Black had already started to clean up the battlefield under the leadership of Right. He shouted loudly to cover up the fear in his heart. What else can we do? Is there anything we can do? Let's clean up what's in front of us first. Except for little Avery, everyone else was relieved that the fight between Cole and Dumbledore was their own business. Anyway, their interests are about to be obtained. It is impossible for Principal Dumbledore to die in Cole's hands. The nobles also understood that even if Cole was defeated, Dumbledore would not deal with Cole at will. At least he would have to go through a trial to fit Dumbledore's character. But what excuse could there be for trying Black? Cole did nothing wrong, but Principal Dumbledore made an unreasonable request. Cole chased Dumbledore all the way out of the Forbidden Forest, but Dumbledore didn't stop. Cole also couldn't understand why Dumbledore didn't take action and kept avoiding it. Cole was not impulsive today. He had long wanted to see how high his strength had reached. The things he has obtained over the years have allowed Cole's magic power to continue to grow. The British wizarding world is too small. Just those noble wizards. It's not that Cole looks down on them, they are no match. The only thing Cole couldn't figure out was the principle. Taking this opportunity, Cole also wanted to know where he had gone on the path of a wizard. Chasing Dumbledore, Cole passed through Northumberland and saw the charming scenery. After arriving in Edinburgh, Dumbledore disappeared again, followed by Cole, who followed Dumbledore across the Channel to Ireland. Unexpectedly, Dumbledore still didn't stop. Cole knew that old Denkto was specifically leading him to a certain place, so he did not use all his strength. Flying across the ocean, Iceland was deserted, and Cole thought this was the battlefield chosen by Dumbledore. Unexpectedly, the old bee still refused to stop. Cole was so angry that he never expected that Dumbledore would choose to escape. Is this still the most powerful wizard in the wizarding world? After more than 10 days, with the land in the distance covered with snow, Cole finally knew where he had arrived. Huge icebergs, land covered with ice and snow all year round, and even animals rarely survive here. Greenland. Dumbledore finally stopped and faced Cole. Professor Dumbledore, is this why you've been hiding for so long? Greenland, a place where birds don't poop, is just the right place for the two of them to fight. Cole, I want you to understand that power needs to be restrained, not the confidence for you to act recklessly. The wind and snow fell on Dumbledore's beard. At this moment, the principal's beard seemed to be gray. I have never acted recklessly. I just want to make the Black family stronger. Anyone who hinders me is an enemy. Dumbledore walked through the wind and snow, looked into Cole's eyes and asked then, what will you do next? Cole, you have to know that wizards are not the masters of this world. It's not easy for us to coexist peacefully with muggles. Cole was not confused. Dumbledore's words could not stop his inner desire. Professor, have you ever thought that one day muggles could threaten wizards? Or wizards are so powerful that they can ignore the opinions of muggles? Will the world change on that day? The matter of the centaur and the horse is just a trigger. The two people's different opinions are the reason why this duel is inevitable. It is precisely because of this that I try my best to maintain peace in the wizarding world. Cole, you have never seen how many wizards died in that war, and you have never seen that a war between muggles can kill hundreds of thousands of people in one day. Dumbledore's tone became excited as he recounted his memories. Didn't Cole know? Of course he knew. Dumbledore's tall body seemed to be fragile, and this day seemed to come too early. Things did not go the way Cole wanted. Going forward, there was no need for a relationship between him and Dumbledore. Voldemort was Dumbledore's target. Professor, you have been stuck in the past for too long and think too much. Is it possible that I just want to see how far my strength is from yours? Cole was a little funny. Dumbledore's sudden showdown made him doubt that he had no signs of inheriting the Dark Lord's will. Come, Professor, let me feel the power of the first wizard. The wind rose with the curse, and the snow and wind in the sky turned into Cole's sharp weapon under the influence of the weather spell, and they gathered into a group and rushed towards Dumbledore. Dumbledore took out the Elder Wand, and waved the Vulcan curse as if the god of fire was alive. The flames resisted Cole's spell. The surrounding ice turned into water under the power of the flames, and the land revealed its true appearance. As expected of you, Professor. Cole looked at Dumbledore excitedly. Under such conditions, Dumbledore could still summon such a huge flame. The ice giant was born under Cole's summons. He drew his sword and slashed at Dumbledore. Cracks were left on the frozen soil. As a master of transformation spells, Dumbledore used everything around him to transform into animals to resist. Two legendary wizards started an unparalleled duel in an uninhabited place in Greenland. The glaciers were melting, and the soil was experiencing it was an encounter he had never had before. Cole used all he had learned to exert his magic power without money. He made full use of the magic rewarded by the system over the years. The more he fought, the more excited he became. Cole finally understood where the wizard's power comes from. The power of the soul is the true meaning of changing the wizard's curse. To read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. Dumbledore, the old wizard, also looked embarrassed under Cole's attack, and he could hardly stand it. When he was about to be defeated, Dumbledore suddenly stood up, clapped his hands upward, and the cry of the phoenix sounded. The phoenix fox appeared on top of Dumbledore's head, driving away the master's fatigue. I saw Dumbledore put his right hand into the robe, and stretched out with a draw, a sharp sword engraved with gems was revealed. The corner of Cole's eye twitched. Is this the sword of Gryffindor? He thought to himself, no, Professor, you are not Gandalf, nor Godric Gryffindor. Even if wizards play sword duels, you haven't practiced it. Gryffindor's sword ignited flames. Dumbledore held the sword and moved towards Cole, slashing at Cole's head. Cole avoided it and used the ice as they formed shields to resist Dumbledore's attacks. Cole knew that he was driving Dumbledore into a panic, otherwise he would not have transformed from a wizard to a melee combatant. Professor Dumbledore, are you a genius? Both magic and martial arts have a rest, Cole said while dodging. It's a pity that Dumbledore most of them just relied on instinct to use the sword, and the magic and martial arts that Cole expected did not appear. He just said that he can't cut down the entire wizarding world with the sword of Gryffindor in his hand. If this is the case, why should wizards learn magic spells? Why not just learn how to fight? Cole summoned the Death Knight and ducked away. With the Death Knight's charge, Dumbledore couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, Cole just watched quietly, and Dumbledore was exhausted and fell on the spot. Cole stepped forward and said with a smile, Professor, could it be that times have changed? Dumbledore stopped Fox from rushing towards Cole and accepted the defeat calmly. Cole, I didn't expect you to be so powerful, let's do it. Cole sat down directly. He had no intention of killing Dumbledore, at least not now. Professor Dumbledore, I don't want to be stained with your blood. Let's talk briefly. Dumbledore adjusted his robes, straightened out his scattered beard, and said slowly, Cole, your change is really surprising. Staring at Dumbledore. Professor, do you know what I wanted to do at the beginning? At first, I just wanted to inherit the Black family. You also know that there is no one else in Black except me. I just want to make my family stronger. As for other things, I really haven't thought about it. On the devastated land, Cole and Dumbledore's voices were muffled by the wind and snow, and only the other party knew their conversation. Cole took the first step before the sun set. He had been out for many days and his family should not worry. How long did Dumbledore stay and refuse to leave? Cole, who quietly returned to England, did not appear in the sight of the wizards for the first time, but secretly observed the reactions of various families. The Black family works step by step, and even if Cole is not around, Mara has interpreted what it means to be a noble lady. Of course, Mara knew that nothing happened to Cole, and the connection between the two had never been broken. While Cole and Dumbledore were heard disappearing in England, wizards were last seen in Northern Ireland. Mara immediately stepped forward and directed the Black family to start cleaning up the Forbidden Forest. Because she knew her husband well, Mara attacked Aragog, the Acromantula outside the Forbidden Forest. Ignoring the opinions of Hagrid, the administrator of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts, he successfully captured Hagrid's old friend. Aragog and hundreds of his wives and children had been imprisoned in an enchanted iron cage. As for the Acromantulas who resisted from the 620 on the way, they also added extra income to Black. The distribution of benefits in the Forbidden Forest is still waiting. As for what to wait for? Of course, who will win between Professor Dumbledore and Cole Black? The aristocratic wizards are not fools. How can they dare to bite the Black family like hyenas as soon as someone disappears and the news of their death is not heard? I really thought the Black family wizards were useless. Facing the war between humans and horses, wizards from all families witnessed Black's power. Therefore, the nobles were all waiting for the news tacitly, and no one dared to use evil tricks against Black who was not in Cole's presence. Even little Avery is considering whether he should bow to Cole. Pure blood, gold galleons, profit, no shame in bowing down. Little Avery admitted that he was too reckless before. The problem was that he did not expect Cole to be so fierce and directly attack the legend of the wizarding world, Professor Dumbledore. You must know that when he was hanging out with the Death Eaters, his master did not dare to fight Dumbledore head-on. The only thing that made little Avery hesitate was that because of what happened in the last school year at Hogwarts, news began to spread in the circle that the Dark Lord was about to be resurrected. People have their own paths, and rats have their own paths. Of course, people like them also have their own circles. Of course, there are conditions for joining them. First of all, you must be a pure-blood wizard. Of course, due to the ups and downs in recent years, their conditions are not that harsh. It does not require that your ancestors have been wizards for more than 10 generations. It only requires that those who go back to your grandfather's generation are wizards. Or those descendants of squibs who were originally born from families with no magical talent can enter the circle if their strength is up to standard. Secondly, to be the mainstay in the circle, you must have studied among the Death Eaters. After all, they all claim that they were under the Imperius Curse. Therefore, this circle is also called the recuperation class for victims of the Imperius Curse. In fact, this guy named Cottrell Black came up with this name. Hearing the words victim training class, little Avery's beard exploded with anger. But there was no other way. The nickname in the circle was widely circulated, and even some stupid guys recognized it. Little Avery suspected that some wizards seemed to be blinded by the Imperius Curse. How can they not know if others don't know? Among the entire Death Eaters, the only one worthy of being subjected to the Imperius Curse by his master was the lunatic. Barty Crouch too. Others are not qualified yet. Of course, little Avery also knew what happened at Hogwarts. The ignorant little wizards thought it was an accident. Only the old fools understood that the Dark Lord was coming back. From the day Harry Potter entered Diagon Alley, he was destined to attract attention. Of course, people like little Avery are also staring at Harry. Although they are afraid of Dumbledore and dare not take action, the Savior can tell them when the Dark Lord will return. Sure enough, something like this happened in the first school year. Some nobles could no longer sit still. Not everyone wanted to return to the shadow rule of the Dark Lord. Little Avery knew that Lucius had started to deal with some things, so he went to Nocturn Alley. Little Avery got angry when he thought of this. What kind of place is Nocturn Alley? Although it is a place often frequented by dark wizards, it can't stand that it has now become the territory of the Black family. Lucius's actions will definitely attract Cole's attention. This is what little Avery is worried about. Having already offended Cole, little Avery only wants to admit defeat to Cole. There are other plans, which is to wait for the Dark Lord to be resurrected to support him. But looking at the current situation, the Dark Lord may not be of any use, so little Avery stayed silent this time. Cottrell Black didn't show up, he wasn't going to make any impulsive choices. Zero. Not only little Avery, but other nobles are also waiting for Cole to show up. News from the Daily Prophet was flying all over the place, declaring the victory of wizards, but not a word about Dumbledore and Cole. Ordinary wizards had no idea about the situation and were just enjoying the carnival of victory. The leaky cauldron was selling well day and night. Even this victory has nothing to do with the average wizard's 1 gold galleon. At Black Manor, Cole came back and saw Wright, gave him a reassuring look, and walked in. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Mira and her 5 children were tutoring after school. When they saw Cole, they all rushed up. "Father, you are back." "Well, back." Cole responded while picking up his youngest daughter Alice. Alice looked at Cole innocently and asked, "Father, is Egypt fun? Why don't you take us?" It turns out that in the past 10 days, Mira said that Cole went to Egypt and did not tell the children that the old father had gone to find someone to fight with. "It's fun. Can I take you there next time?" Cole said softly. The first person to greet him just now was his eldest son. Martin could still feel the difference in the family atmosphere and knew that things were not that simple. But Jerome and Ben were heartless. He didn't care about his old father at all. Jerome looked lazy, which made Cole angry. "He's a treasonous son. Your father is struggling outside, and you are eating and waiting to die. What? You want to be the second generation of rich people? Huh?" The third child, too, said hello and ran off to study gadgets, not caring that Cole had been away from home for more than 10 days. Cole thought to himself, this won't work. The training of the second generation Black must be planned, one by one. Waiting to die, no one is useful. Look next door, there are some young wizards who can defeat Dumbledore in their teens. Compared to them, Cole feels like a waste. It was only today that he defeated Dumbledore. Old Principal Leto. Putting down his little daughter, Cole said, "Let's all play." He went back to the room with Mira to find out what happened these days and his plans for the future. The big cake of the Forbidden Forest is right in front of us. Cole must have a big one. Who agrees? Who objects? If you object, please go to Hogwarts to see Dumbledore and talk to him again. When Cole appeared at the Ministry of Magic, the noble wizards showed such expressions. Lucius asked even more nervously, "Cole, are you not injured?" Cole was about to get choked up, although there was nothing to be proud of in defeating an old man. "Lucius, instead of worrying about me, you should bring some candy to see Dumbledore. We are relatives, so you don't believe me." Lucius nodded in admiration. "I'm really worried about you being beaten to death." "Just kidding, I am a genius. What I have achieved today is all due to my usual hard work." "Lucius, have you ever seen London at 4 in the morning?" Although he didn't understand what Cole was talking about, it didn't stop Lucius from rolling his eyes. He had never seen a nobleman as shameless as Cole. Without any more nonsense, the two people walked into a room where they were already seated. The people who were waiting to share the cake. Seeing Cole standing up, both his performance in this war and Cole's strength are worthy of respect. Cole is now here intact, but Professor Dumbledore is still here. No 07 showed up, so they also guessed something. What surprised Cole was that in addition to Fudge, Umbridge also appeared here. Cole thought she died at the hands of a centaur. He didn't expect it either. Facing the disaster of destruction, the centaurs can still maintain a kind heart towards the pink toad. The fat woman like a clown, if she had known that Cole would have had him killed, she would not have kept Umbridge's hateful look now looking at him. Obviously, the fat woman knew that all this was Blake's plan. Merlin bless you, Ms. Umbridge. I didn't expect you to come back alive. Although you were greedy for credit and led to your own capture, the result was good. We still captured the men. Congratulations. Everyone applauds. Cole took the lead in clapping his hands, and warm applause resounded in the room. Umbridge's face was livid, and she gritted her teeth to accept everything. She knew that Black was behind all this, but she also understood what she had said. Let many nobles have a bad influence on her. This is not a good thing. She didn't eat the meat, and also caused a lot of trouble. If she hadn't agreed to some unequal conditions from Fudge, she wouldn't be here. At least Deputy the Minister's position cannot be saved. Mr. Black, it is only thanks to you that we can go so smoothly. Without you, victory may not come. There was a sword hidden in Umbridge's words, sowing a wedge between Cole and other noble wizards. None of the nobles present could not hear that Umbridge was mocking them for not having the ability and could only follow Black's ass. Such a little the scene does no harm to the nobles at all. This is the world. Powerful wizards will naturally have people following them, as long as they can get benefits. Cole sat down in his seat and smiled when he heard the fat woman's words, "You're welcome, since the deputy minister has said so, so I will no longer refuse." After all, the Black family did make a lot of efforts this time. I am deeply proud of the outstanding achievements. The Forbidden Forest can be completely managed by the Black family. I guarantee that the entire wizarding world can enjoy the results. With Umbridge's words, Cole opened his mouth and proposed to bring the Forbidden Forest under the management of the Black family. Of course Cole knew that this was impossible. After all, Black eats meat, and other nobles cannot just drink soup. When Cole understood the theory that when you want to open a window in a room full of people, you can't say you want to open the window first, even if this proposal would benefit everyone. The first reaction of others in the room was objection. And when you first say that you want to tear down the roof, they will agree to open a window. This is what Cole thinks. The Black family cannot occupy all the places in the Forbidden Forest, so first propose one big one, the rest is easy to talk about. Sure enough, the other nobles shook their heads when they heard this, and also glared at Umbridge. It was originally a good cake-sharing party, but which pot did you not mention? A prisoner? Why are you so arrogant? Are you qualified to speak? Umbridge also felt that she had aroused public anger and hid behind Fudge and did not dare to come out. Fudge also knew that it was time to stand up, otherwise the Ministry of Magic would not be able to get it if it looks like this today. Benefits. As the Minister of Magic, he must seek some benefits for the officials, otherwise no one will support him in the future. Similarly, Fudge is very happy now after solving a competitor. Cole, everyone has a share in this victory. Let's discuss it carefully. The Forbidden Forest is almost in ruins. Hogwarts will start school soon. We must solve the problem and let the little wizards. Wouldn't it be nice to have a quiet place to study? Cole straightened up and was about to speak when little Avery rushed in from outside and said sorry for being late. Cole disliked it. He looked like this. He could be late even if he was sharing the cake and couldn't catch up on eating shit. It was warm. Cole said without paying any attention to little Avery, "Anyway, I think the east side of the Forbidden Forest is quite good. It's very suitable for growing herbs. I think it can be handed over to the Black family. There are 4 directions in the Forbidden Forest: east, west, north, and south. Except for the ruined centaur tribe in the middle, the east side of the Forbidden Forest has the most magical animals, fertile soil, and is the most suitable for habitat." Cole led people to investigate and found that at least 4 magic potion plantings can be established garden. When the other wizards heard that Cole was going to occupy the most fertile land, although they were a little reluctant, it was still better than taking it all. At least there was enough left for them to share. After all, whether it was the Black family or Cole alone, people, the strength of 637 is obvious to all, and they don't have any objections. However, when little Avery, who was late, heard this, it was not bad. He started at a quarter. Did this still allow them to live? Blake, your appetite is too big. I don't agree with it, and neither do the families present. Little Avery stood up, thinking he was speaking for everyone, but when he turned his head, he saw that the others looked like fools. "I am speaking for you, why do you all react like this?" Cole sneered. "Always yes." He jumped out blindly. "Who did I think it was? It's really Merlin's belt that got loose, that's why you showed up. What qualifications do latecomers have? In my opinion, the Everly family doesn't like this thing about the Forbidden Forest." Before little Avery could say his retort, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have missed something. He had planned to give in to Black before. Why did he jump out at this time? Little Avery was annoyed and hesitantly said, "I just made some suggestions. If you all agree, I don't have any objection." Little Avery hesitated, and the other wizards raised their hands in agreement as if they were watching a joke. The east side of the Forbidden Forest was successfully occupied by the Black family. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The remaining land, they would not let out. A fierce quarrel started in the office. At this time, each nobleman ignored any etiquette and argued with red faces. They all said that they had contributed and that their wizards were killed or injured. Malfoy also began to feel anxious, but he didn't know that his strength was not enough to suppress Malfoy's interests. Cole, of course, ignored Lucius' look for help. Although they were all relatives, who among the people present was not related to the Black family? Take the Foley family as an example. The old wizard sitting there is still the son of Cole's great-great-grandfather's daughter's son. If you, Lucius, take one more share, others will have one less share. This is not good. Cole controls this very well. What's yours is yours, what's mine is mine, don't confuse them. What's more, Lucius has not confessed to Cole until now, and only Lucius thought the things he did behind the scenes were very hidden. Take Riddle's diary as an example. Lucius has a lot of little tricks behind his back. The one who was in the same mood as Cole was the famous Minister Fudge. He was sitting firmly on the Diaotai. Anyway, his share of the Ministry of Magic was indispensable, and it would never fall to him. Pockets, Fudge didn't care if there were more or less. It took a lot of time to finalize the matter of the Forbidden Forest. Some people smiled while others were unwilling to do so. Little Avery is the most unwilling one among them. The Avery family actually jointly developed a potion manor with another small family, and did not even have a share in other breeding bases. The more I think about it, the more unwilling I am. Why can the Black family occupy a quarter? Since there is no benefit to him, then don't even think about it. In just a moment, little Avery decided that he would betray other nobles and follow the great interests. Let Black be proud for a while now, and when the plan is completed, they will have something to look at. No one cares what little Avery thinks, at least Cole doesn't care, everyone benefits, and the scene is extremely harmonious. The wizard who was red-faced just now turned around and took the other wizard's hands, saying that we were all a family and would work together in the future. This is how pure-blood nobles are, let alone wizards. When facing interests, they must stand up and fight for it, and when there are no disputes, they can still smile. Under Cole's warm invitation, there will be a celebration at Black Castle tomorrow to pay tribute to the great wizard. Cole came out of the Ministry of Magic and was about to go home. The planning of the Forbidden Forest must be carried out as soon as possible, and it will be all gold galleons. Cole, wait. Lucius chased from behind and called Cole to stop. What's wrong? Lucius. Lucius blamed Cole for not helping just now, and said, Cole, our relationship is much closer than them. If you had spoken for me just now, I would have been able to get more land. Cole smiled. Although he could understand Lucius's mood, it didn't mean he could tolerate his attitude. Lucius, how could you say such sad things? Would it be beneficial for the Black family to help you? Will the benefits you get be shared with me? The child is already so old, but you can still say such childish words. Lucius couldn't refute. Cole pressed forward and looked directly at him. Lucius, I am not as kind as you think. No matter what you want to do, don't try to drag me into the water. I hate things that are not under my control. Cole turned around and left. Lucius stretched out his hand to stop Cole, but couldn't say anything. Ignoring Lucius, Cole directly operated away from the Ministry of Magic. Flu powder was really annoying to use, and he said he couldn't accept it. Thinking of this, Cole found that transportation in the wizarding world was still not very practical, except for some thrill-seeking wizards who would ride broomsticks across the ocean. Most wizards take the bus or use flu powder. The bus was uncomfortable to ride on, the flu powder was unsightly, and the train was the only mode of transportation Hogwarts would keep. It's called the Hogwarts Express, but it's actually a slow turtle that eats like crazy. Cole found it unbelievable when he thought of this, and wondered whether the wizard had kept him in captivity. If you don't do any shit or use technology for a day, you will see that muggles can go to space, and airplanes are very fast. Has no one ever promoted alchemy? Is the entire teleportation array bad? In fact, Cole complained about it and discovered the truth of the matter, whether it was wizards or muggles, gold galleons, or muggle currency. What is the basis of it all? Population. By all accounts, the population of the British wizarding world is tens of thousands, which is not enough people in a muggle district. Even if a talented wizard develops a way to travel, it is still unclear whether it can be realized. Just like the teleportation array that Cole just thought of, even if it is completed, how many wizards will use it? You can't let Cole do charity. The teleportation array is free. The gold galleons collected by then will not be enough to maintain it, so why waste so much effort? Thinking of this, Cole felt that if he became the Minister of Magic, his first decree would be to encourage wizards to have children. 10 or 8 is not too many, 50 or 60 would be even better. They are all useful anyway. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. The wizards can't afford it, but the Black family can afford it. If not, let the Ministry of Magic subsidize it and give birth to a galleon's reward. As long as it is liberalized, the population of the wizarding world will double several times in less than 10 years. The more people, the greater the power. The wool comes from the sheep, so how can the nobles who control most of the resources worry about it? Not to mention the Black family, who will all have to fight for Black when the time comes, which is exciting just thinking about it. Shaking his head, Cole found that he was becoming more and more evil. Is this the price of having power? Do you have different ideas when you stand at different heights? No, I don't have that ability yet. Slowly developing, Cole came up with many good ideas in an instant. Back home, Cole told Mara about the banquet being held tomorrow. As the hostess, Mara was responsible for all the affairs of the banquet. This was her right. At the same time, he also called right over and told him to start the construction of the Forbidden Forest and try to get it done before Hogwarts starts school. Cole still cares about the little wizard's learning. The noise from construction during the start of school will affect the little wizard's study. At the same time, I went to look at Aragog in the cage. He is indeed the breeding pig of Acromantula. With a body of more than 10 meters, the spider legs are too long. Please, let me go. Hagrid and I are good friends. I have never harmed a wizard. I promise to restrain the children from hunting too much in the future. Aragog looked at Cole in despair with a hint of pleading. To be honest, although Cole heard the sound, he really didn't know the eyeballs that looked at it. Cole looked at it so densely that he almost had a phobia. Cole wanted to blind it in his heart, but after thinking about it, he decided not to do it. Aragog, right? Don't say you are Hagrid's friend, you are Merlin's friend and I won't let you go. Just stay well and wait until the breeding farm in the Forbidden Forest is completed. Then you can have children obediently. You don't have to worry about food anymore. The Black family will take care of it. Cole continued, think about your future life. Food will be delivered to your mouth, and all you need to pay is reproduction. This is also your nature. Go ahead and be beautiful. Aragog seemed to have seen its own future. Although reproduction is its nature, when Cole said this, it felt that it would rather not have children. Cole waved his hand, not bothering to listen to its howling, and covered it with a black cloth. Said to right, feeding delicious food and having people stare at me. Cole is not worried about Aragog committing suicide at all. Let's not say whether it has this determination. Even if it does, it can bite off its own head. A wizard can heal it for a small wound. If it doesn't work, use the magic potion. If you are a foodie, you can't believe it. Little giant spider. Hey hey hey. Cole's laughter frightened the 8 dark-eyed Aragogs in the cage. In the Hogwarts principal's office, Dumbledore had actually returned the day after Cole returned. Only the professors at Hogwarts knew about Dumbledore. The reason why he did not appear in the wizarding world was not because Dumbledore was ashamed of losing to Cole, but because Dumbledore was a little confused and didn't know if everything he did was meaningful. Sitting in the office in a daze, Dumbledore looked at the memory ball in front of him. With a thought in his heart, he reached out and pulled out a trace of his long-forgotten memory from the magic memory ball. A blue memory trace seems like a tiny strand in the long river of time. Putting it into his mind, Dumbledore closed his eyes and enjoyed his quiet time. In the quiet office, the statue-like Dumbledore had a smile on his face, and there was a hint of youthful shyness and desire on his face. In the summer of 1899, in Godric's Hollow, a bohemian boy and a talented boy hit it off, cherished each other, and agreed to do something great. A confusing summer vacation in Godric's Hollow. In Britain in 1945, under the spotlight, the respected White Wizard defeated the Dark Lord. The world regarded this day as the White Wizard's honor. Little did he know that the sky was clear that day, but in Wizard Bai's heart it seemed like it was raining heavily. You are now alone, Albus. Dumbledore suddenly opened his eyes. The old man was as panicked and scared as a young man. Severe breathing sounded in the office. After a long time, Dumbledore calmed down and put that memory out of his mind. Pulled it out. Carefully put the memory ball in as if it were a treasure. Adjusting his glasses, Dumbledore returned to his calm and powerful state. There was a knock on the door, and Professor McGonagall walked in and saw Dumbledore's. He looked concerned and asked, "Professor Dumbledore, are you okay?" "Mag, don't worry, we'll be fine together." Dumbledore forced a smile. Although Professor McGonagall saw it, he also understood something. You and Cole disappeared for a long time. What happened? McGonagall was very curious. After sending Hagrid to St. Mungo's hospital that day, she heard about what happened in the Forbidden Forest. The disappearance of the two of them later also made McGonagall worried. After all, Hogwarts can't missing Dumbledore. Is Cole Black really that powerful? Even the principal, Abbage, can't do anything about it. Professor McGonagall certainly knows how powerful Dumbledore is. In her heart, Dumbledore is already the best principal in the history of Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked at McGonagall with sincere eyes and said, "Cole is indeed very powerful. It seems that we were wrong not to notice him at first." "You mean he's going to be like that guy?" Professor McGonagall said worriedly. "Voldemort, who was born in Slytherin, is always an indelible experience in the minds of professors. It is precisely because of this that the courses at Hogwarts have been adjusted in recent years, even the defense against the dark arts course. Professors are all fools. Otherwise, do you really think that Dumbledore and McGonagall don't know that those wizards have real talents? In fact, although Hogwarts does not advocate dark magic like Durmstrang, it once taught some powerful spells. As for the defense against dark arts course, you must first understand black magic before you can know how to defend against it. Nowadays, the courses taught by young wizards have been abridged, which has also resulted in some graduating students not even wearing armor. Even the protective spell cannot be cast. Studying black magic is very dangerous. In order to protect students in name, it has actually caused a great decline in the combat effectiveness of British wizards. If it were not for tradition, those families would not have sent their children to Hogwarts. And young wizards from pure blood families can get guidance from the family wizards. The learning at Hogwarts is only the most basic. What about those wizards of Muggle origin? There is no help from the family or the magic of ancient books. For reference, the combat effectiveness is naturally not as good as that of pure blood. Muggle wizards who can stay in the Ministry of Magic are all civilians. To put it bluntly, the resources of pure-blood wizards and muggle wizards are different. In the relatively fair Hogwarts, you can't learn the real thing. When you enter the wizarding world, you will always be inferior. Wizards will always speak with their strength. Dumbledore doesn't know whether his approach is wrong or correct, but for Professor McGonagall's problem at this time, he can very well sure. McGonagall, he is not Voldemort, nor will he become the next Dark Lord. Maybe his future will be different for wizards. No one can tell what the wizarding world will look like in the future. Mag suddenly had an idea and asked, perhaps you can ask Professor Trelawney to predict it. Maybe there will be different harvests. Wizards always say that prophecies are illusory and unbelievable, but Dumbledore and McGonagall know that the long river of time can always reveal clues. This is a good idea. Dumbledore nodded. By the way, how is Hagrid? Dumbledore suddenly remembered this matter. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philo Novel Network. He was physically stronger than a troll, but a little sad, and you knew that to those animals, Hagrid was like family. McGonagall said to reassure Dumbledore. His heart is pure, isn't it? But things have happened, and you also know that the Forbidden Forest is dangerous, and it will be dangerous for the little wizard to enter. Dumbledore didn't know whether to comfort himself or McGonagall, and continued, at least it is beneficial to leave it to them to manage now. Students can also go in from time to enrich their extracurricular life. By the way, Professor Sprout will have a lot of things in the future, and there is no need for her to go into the Forbidden Forest to find potions. Whatever she lacks, they will provide it. Don't forget that there is also a share from the school. Dumbledore reminded McGonagall that the proceeds from the Forbidden Forest will be used for the students and professors of Hogwarts. Dumbledore has no use for these things. Cultivating students is what he, the principal, should do. After Hagrid recovers from his injury, let him look after the Forbidden Forest. Hogwarts still cannot do without him. Dumbledore still values Hagrid very much. What's more, Hogwarts is currently short of people. One professor is responsible for several courses. This is a course for 7 years. The professors are still under a lot of teaching pressure. No matter what, it is the responsibility of professors to teach young wizards how to use spells and how to survive in the wizarding world. As for whether to change in the future, Dumbledore is still very hesitant. The Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts has already been confirmed. Let that Lockhart teach for a year first. If the next year is still intact, let the young wizards learn some real lessons, the uncut ones, the true survival skills of wizards. Located outside the village of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon, England, there is a small building built with magic. 4 or 5 stories high and looking crooked from the outside, this is the Weasley family's house, the Burrow. If it were not built using magic, muggles would not be able to see it. Such a building would definitely be regarded as a dangerous building in England. Harry, who escaped from the Dursleys, has been living here since he came back from Diagon Alley that day. Although the Burrow didn't look very nice from the outside, it was very warm to Harry at this time. Of course, it would be better if Ron could sleep more peacefully at night. Harry and Ron shared a room with 2 floors of beds. It happened that Ron lived up there, so he had trouble sleeping at night. Harry had discovered this problem with Ron when he was in the Gryffindor dormitory before. Harry sat up from the bed and washed himself tiredly. Not long after, Mrs. Weasley's roar came over. Fred, 873 George, Ron, if you can't get out of that damn bed, you won't have breakfast today. Molly stepped upstairs and saw that Harry had washed up and showed loving and caring eyes. Oh, good morning, Harry. Did you sleep well? Breakfast is ready, go and eat it. Harry wiped the toothpaste from his mouth with a towel and said, Thank you, Mrs. Weasley. You're welcome, good boy. Turning his head, his face changed, and he looked fiercely at Ron, who sat up in a daze. Ron, look at Harry, he's still not up. Ron was so frightened that he quickly jumped down from the upper bunk. Mom, those who didn't know better thought Harry was your son. Did I carry him? Molly waved her hand, cleaned up, made the bed, and pushed Ron with her hand. Go downstairs quickly. Ron then depressedly went downstairs with Harry to the dining room. Arthur was already sitting at the main table, eating breakfast and reading the newspaper. Ginny was eating obediently next to him. Percy was neatly dressed and saw Harry. He handed it over with a smile. Not long after the two sat down, Fred and George ran down from upstairs and greeted them with playful smiles. Good morning, Harry, and my dear brother. X2. The 2 people were talking at the same time, making it difficult for Harry to tell who was who, but Ron also told him that even family members sometimes can't tell them apart, especially since the 2 of them like to play pranks. Molly walked into the kitchen at this time, walking over with his own breakfast. He saw Arthur still reading the newspaper and couldn't help but complain. Arthur, eat quickly, you're going to be late for work. Arthur put down the newspaper and said while eating, It doesn't matter, the Ministry of Magic is not busy during this time. Molly flashed doubts. Didn't the Daily Prophet say that the matter in the Forbidden Forest was resolved? The Ministry of Magic must be busy with this at this time. Arthur said with a hint of embarrassment, That has nothing to do with me. Who knows, Arthur's self-esteem as a middle-aged man can only say this. Now the entire Ministry of Magic is busy with the Forbidden Forest. The plan for the Forbidden Forest is in full swing, and everyone is talking about whether the Ministry of Magic can how much tax is there? But who made him the person from the department for the misuse of Muggle items? The whole office is full and he only has 2 people. His daily job is to drink tea and read the newspaper, and get off work when the time comes. No one in the Ministry of Magic, of course. The position of a manager is not very lucrative. The Weasley family has been really not doing well in the past few months. Arthur was punished and had his salary deducted for a month. The family does not have the habit of saving in the first place. If it weren't for the pumpkins grown in the garden outside, the Weasley family would have become the first wizards in England to starve to death. Of course, this is an exaggeration. No matter what, wizards would never worry about food. But the other expenses of the family, it was a lot tighter, and Arthur didn't have the money to study some Muggle things. When Harry came to the Burrow, he found out that Mr. Arthur's ambition was to study how Muggle planes took off. The wings that couldn't flash turned out to be it can fly into the sky. Arthur believes that Muggle aircraft must be equipped with the same things as flying broomsticks. Without basic knowledge of physics, Arthur can't understand it. What's more, although Arthur is interested in Muggle things, he will not take the initiative to learn Muggle knowledge. The Weasley family and Harry were enjoying breakfast, and Arthur suddenly thought of something. He said happily, I heard that the Ministry of Magic will increase salaries next year, and so will the Forbidden Forest. There is a share from the Ministry of Magic. Molly beamed. Merlin, this is good news. This way you can buy some gifts for Ginny. The gossip Arthur heard is actually known to everyone in the Ministry of Magic. Who doesn't know that Black led a group of noble wizards to kill all the people? There will also be many magic potion planting bases in the Forbidden Forest. This is all it's Gin Gallon. The envious person actually wanted to propose the establishment of a Forbidden Forest management department, but was demoted to Arthur's office the next day. To read Bao's Huang novels, go to Philu Novel Network. This also means that Asia Arthur has another capable person under his command. Many of the news Arthur heard came from him. After breakfast, Arthur picked up his briefcase, said goodbye to the children and went to work. 0. The children who were still on vacation also started their daily routine. Ginny is very studious and is afraid that she will be stupider than other little wizards when she goes to Hogwarts, so she starts preparatory courses in advance. Harry and Ron, being scumbag students, ran to the attic to see the ghoul. Don't be surprised, there are real ghouls in the attic of the Burrow, and Harry was horrified when he first saw them. But Ron told him that the ghouls would not harm them, but when they thought the Burrow was quiet, the ghouls would scream and make some noise, comparable to a noisemaker. After playing for a while, the two went to the garden to fight the goblins, who would steal the pumpkins planted by Mrs. Weasley. They didn't care before, but now they can't let the goblins succeed like this. The goblins who only reached Harry's thighs were beaten by Ron with a stick and fled in confusion. After playing for a while, the two of them sat on the ridge to rest. Harry looked at the heartless Ron and asked Ron, do you know that all the people in the Forbidden Forest are dead? You know, isn't it written in the Daily Prophet? Ron didn't notice Harry's emotions. Why didn't Professor Dumbledore stop it? Aren't they part of the wizarding world? Ron shook his head and couldn't figure it out. However, he knew from Percy's mouth that centaurs and horses had a very bad attitude towards wizards. They regarded the Forbidden Forest as their territory and did not allow young wizards to enter. Why do you think so much? Since Professor Dumbledore didn't stop it, it means they are all bad guys. 0.6 Thinking of what Arthur said at the dinner table just now, Ron smiled. Dad is going to get a salary increase next year. Maybe I can buy what I want. It seems like this is a good thing. Harry didn't speak anymore. He felt that there was no difference between wizards and muggles, and he looked into the distance quietly. But Harry suddenly remembered the strange house elf he met at Dursley's house that day. When he came to the Burrow, he didn't appear again after that. The house elf said strange words, telling Harry not to go to Hogwarts, saying that someone was harming him. But when Harry asked who it was, the house elf didn't Ken said, even punishing himself and slapping himself. But how could Harry not go to Hogwarts? At least in school, Harry felt that he was happy. By the way, what was the house elf's name? More or comparable? At Black Manor, Cole suddenly started studying the children today, and found a book about various magical animals from the Black family's collection. Phoenix, Kylin, Zowu, Water Monster. The portraits and introductions of each magical animal are clearly recorded in the book. In fact, Cole didn't know where this book came from. Maybe it was an ancestor's collection. Anyway, it contained what Cole needed. Father, will you really die if you look into the eyes of a basilisk? It's like turning into a sculpture, becoming a stone man. It was Alice who asked the question, and several other children also looked around Cole with curious eyes. Of course, Alice, the basilisk is very dangerous. Most wizards can't stand it. You have to know that the birth of the basilisk is not simple. Legend has it that it comes from a magic egg laid by a 7-year-old rooster when Sirius was in the sky, and hatched by a toad. Its sight is the most dangerous attacking weapon, and any creature that directly meets its gaze will be killed instantly. Creatures encountered indirectly, such as when seen in a mirror, will be turned to stone. As long as there is enough food, basilisks can usually live a long time. 09. Everything in these books was narrated by Cole. Although I don't know whether it is true or false, the danger of the basilisk is inevitable. Wow, it's so powerful. Isn't it more powerful than my snake? Ben praised the basilisk, and suddenly felt that his pet snake was rubbish. At this time, he wished he had one. A question mark flashed over Cole's head. He meant to tell the children that the basilisk was dangerous, but he didn't expect Ben to want to own one. I'm afraid there's something wrong with this kid. Cole clapped his hands and said, okay, after reading this book this time, you all know some very dangerous creatures. When you encounter a basilisk, remember not to look directly at it. See, got to know the father. The children nodded. Except for Martin's doubtful eyes, the other children didn't pay much attention. Of course, Cole saw the eldest son's unnaturalness. This is his purpose. This year's Hogwarts will be very lively. Lucius sent the diary that gets out will cause waves in Hogwarts. Slytherin's basilisk will also be released and use the sewers to harm the little wizards. In fact, Cole is also worried about whether Martin and the others will be harmed, thinking let the children take a break from school this year. But turning around, Cole thought that some things must be experienced. Of course, he was not unprepared. The eyes of the basilisk will be petrified when he indirectly saw it, which can be treated with potions. But looking directly at the snake, the strange eyes will die directly, and even St. Mungo's hospital can't do anything about it. But Cole has a way. When he told Mara, there happened to be a solution in Mara's inheritance. That is to make a magic prop that can transferring fatal injuries to pets. It just so happens that several of Martin's children have their own pets. Martin's black snake, Jerome's brown snake, and Ben's python. I don't know why, but these children all like snake pets. Cole could even find more than his own children who were harmed, just a few pets. What's more, children's pets are not simple. It is fatal to a wizard, and it is not fatal to children's pets. With these things and Cole reminding the children, he felt relieved. Not seeing Martin's thoughtful eyes, even Jerome, the laziest son, also realized something. With the protection of the eldest and second brothers, Darlene and Alice will not be harmed. As for classes, Cole's concern is that he shouldn't think about capturing basilisks as pets. Among the children, he is the most obsessed with the pursuit of power, and of course this is not a bad thing. After letting the children play, Mara came over and asked, will something big happen at school this year? That makes you so cautious. After telling Mara everything, the Lockhart incident also came out. When telling Mira that he wanted to use the secret room to cause trouble, Mela expressed support and even gave Cole many new ideas. Lockhart was an idiot. Cole just hoped that he could muddy the waters at Hogwarts and at least give Dumbledore a headache. When an attack occurs at Hogwarts, parents will be worried, and at least the nobles will hold the ministry accountable. Cole is ready to take this opportunity to extend the Black family's hand to Hogwarts. I feel excited just thinking about it. This is a training ground for new forces. I have to say that even if I have seen the Black family's Chamber of Secrets, the books in it are not as good as the collection at Hogwarts, which is the heritage of the 4 legendary wizards. In fact, Cole had already discovered that the teaching quality at Hogwarts was not very good. He had previously thought that too many young wizards of Muggle origin had lowered the limit. Hogwarts was afraid that Muggle wizards would not be able to keep up with the curriculum, so they started teaching slowly. If you want to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. But later when he learned about Martin's courses, Cole discovered the reason why the quality was getting worse year by year. It's Professor Dumbledore who doesn't allow teaching. How does this work? Are you worthy of parents who send their children to Hogwarts? If he were to be Cole, he would have to reform Hogwarts to make the little wizards more powerful, instead of only understanding the cruelty of the wizarding world after leaving the ivory tower of Hogwarts. This time is an opportunity to deal with Voldemort's second Horcrux. Journal. Cole remembered that the soul in it seemed to be Tom Riddle in his student days, still the tall, handsome, and charming Slytherin outstanding student. Compared with the complete Voldemort, this soul is still very immature, full of complaints about its own experience, doubts about its own bloodline, and pursuit and exploration of black magic. Cole suddenly remembered something. There seemed to be a traitor in Lucius's family. It was the House Elf. The House Elves knew of Lucius's plan and secretly sabotaged their master's plan. This is not tolerated in aristocratic circles. Look at Kreaker, the elf of the Black family. Cole said whatever he said. Cole let him commit suicide. Kreaker had to thank Cole for his kindness. Kreaker, come here. I didn't know that Kreaker, who was cleaning that room, suddenly appeared in front of Cole. Master, what are your orders? Kreaker, do you know that elf from the Elford family? Kreaker rubbed his hands and said, I know the master. He is a young guy with very little courage. Of course, he is not as good as me, the servant of the Black family. Cole was very interested and asked, are you related? Kreaker shook his head crazily. How is it possible, master? He is not my relative. You are a despicable thing. You will not abandon me, right? Dear master. Kreaker thought Cole was dissatisfied with him, and knelt on the ground begging Cole. Okay, go out. I'm not interested in it. It's a restless elf. Yes, master. Kreaker knew that he had not lost his job and was happy to return to his job. The Black family castle was busy with traffic today. Taking advantage of the incident in the Forbidden Forest, Cole held a banquet to celebrate. Many families came to participate with their wives and children. The women and children were received by Mara. Martin also showed the excellence of the family heir and imitated Cole's example of hospitality. The Black family's status in England is now rapidly improving, especially with the emergence of a person like Cole. More than 10 years ago, the talent of the Black family withered, and Sirius was gradually forgotten. Almost no one paid attention to a wizard who was in Azkaban and was expelled from the family. Similarly, the wizards who entered Azkaban did not come out alive, and the Dementors tortured the prisoners who were worse than death and could only wait for death. Cole walked among the nobles with a wine glass, changing glasses. Fudge was missing from such a scene. This old guy still expected the nobles to support him. Wright came over and told Lucius that he was coming with his family, and Cole put down his wine glass and went outside to greet him. Lucius today, I don't know whether it was because of what happened that day or something else. He always actively participated in the banquets in the past, but this time he was late. Lucius, you are late, they are all waiting for you. Facing Cole's enthusiasm, Lucius was a little unnatural, but he also said sorry, it's late. Narcissa took a while to choose the gift. Facing this cousin, Cole had nothing to say. Cole never cared about her thoughts and just said perfunctorily, Narcissa, Mira is waiting for you over there. Looking at Draco who was following Narcissa, Draco, Martin, and the others have a lot of good things to share with you, go ahead. Only Cole and Lucius were left. On the way into the living room, Lucius said tangledly, Cole, there are some things I want to talk to you about. Cole didn't stop and just responded lightly, okay, if you're not in a hurry, we can go to the study and sit for a while later. Certainly. No wonder I saw something wrong with Lucius today. I am afraid that Lucius wants to show off his cards with him. Cole had a hunch in his heart that Lucius was probably talking about Voldemort. Harry, the savior, said in the first year something different happened at Hogwarts. The nobles were not fools, let alone Lucius, the slipperiest among them. The Malfoy family, no matter how crisis the wizarding world was, could always save itself in the end. Looking at the overall situation, Cole even thought that the Malfoy family was the master of fate in this world. All wizards born in Slytherin would remember these 4 words, but the only one in the wizarding world who can really do this is the Malfoy family. Without further ado, he brought Lucius to the living room, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Lucius looked around, as if he had discovered something, and asked in a low voice, Cole, no one from the Avery family is here. Cole's flat response made Lucius realize that the matter was a little serious. It's not that little Avery is important, but that in such a scene, all the noble wizards in England accepted the invitation, and even the Ministry of Magic, all the officials are here. As long as the Avery family doesn't show up, doesn't little Avery not want to mix in the circle of noble wizards? Even if there is a conflict between the Avery family and the Black family, it has not reached the point of declaring war. Nobles always have to maintain friendly relations on the surface. Thinking of some news, Lucius reminded Cole. Cole, little Avery must hate you right now, you have to be careful. Hate me? Don't worry, Lucius, things will change soon. You must know some inside stories, otherwise you wouldn't talk to me today. Little Avery was just blinded by greed, thinking about using external forces to harm Black. Little did he know that Cole knew all this, and he was just thinking about how to maximize the benefits and leave the Ministry of Magic speechless. The rest Cole didn't say much when he got off, but his confident look made Lucius nod. Just remind him of some things. The banquet ended soon, and Cole took the opportunity to recommend Black Bank. You need to know that in the future, the wealth of the nobles will increase significantly. And Gringotts has been squeezed out by Cole and has no place to survive in England. Even ordinary wizards know that goblins cannot be trusted. The victimized nobles also know it in their hearts, let alone witness it this time. They were more reassured by the power of the Black family wizards. One by one they agreed to cooperate with Cole, and their relationship became much closer. After seeing off the guests, Cole came to the study and lit up Lucius with a candle. Apart from anything else, Cole suddenly discovered that Lucius's face was very long. It reminded Cole that Draco's face didn't look much like Lucius's, didn't he? Ha ha ha, Cole sat down and returned. God, it was just a sudden thought. How could Draco not be Lucius's son? Muggles have ways to identify paternity, how could wizards not have ways to identify bloodlines? Leaning back on the chair, Cole said leisurely, it's been a long time since we sat together and chatted together. Lucius, what do you want to tell me? Lucius stared at Cole, who was sitting in front of him, but Lucius felt that he was like a mist. Cole, you are different from Sirius and Regulus. We grew up together and knew each other, but you suddenly changed a lot. Cole is not surprised. Dumbledore also said this, but now he is Katrell Black. People who have experienced a lot will naturally change, just like Sirius, who would have thought that he would end up in Azkaban when he was at Hogwarts. Lucius and the children of the Black family have known each other since childhood. Although he is a few years older than Sirius, they have a good relationship. Lucius suddenly asked curiously, don't you know the traces of Regulus? Regulus Black, the second son of the family, is more like a noble than the reckless Sirius. He initially followed Voldemort, but then disappeared inexplicably in the wizarding world. Many people speculated that Regulus was killed by Voldemort. But Lucius, who is also a Death Eater, knows that Voldemort cannot take the initiative to kill a pure blood of the Black family. You must know that Lucius, who was born in the Malfoy family, and the Dark Lord's loyal servant Barty Crouch too, Regulus is the one who takes the most attention. As a member of a pure blood family for thousands of years, it is destined that Regulus will assist the Dark Lord to reach the top. Cole was silent. Lucius's sudden reminder and questioning made him thinking of this nominal brother. Compared with Sirius, Regulus is not that flamboyant, and his character seems a bit weak to outsiders. But Cole knows that Regulus is not weak, because he discovered that Voldemort made a soul the secret of the weapon, and his disapproval of Voldemort's ideas made Regulus decide to steal Voldemort's Horcrux. Slytherin's locket was hidden by Voldemort in the center of a cave lake, and the water was full of darkness. The corpse, the inferi without life, soul, and mind, guards that area. To get the locket, you must drink a potion that makes life worse than death. And Regulus did just that, witnessing Voldemort's actions, tormented by a kind and conservative heart. He drank the potion and asked the house elf Kriaker to bring back the locket. In the end, he stayed in the Dark Lake and kept company with the inferi all year round. Regarding this behavior, I think Regulus is very brave, but there is no need. Even if you don't want to let go of the house elf, find a damn dark wizard, cast the Imperius Curse, and drink it obediently. Of course, it is also possible that Regulus is too late, afraid of being discovered by Voldemort. Anyway, all this has happened. Cole remained silent, and had no intention of telling Lucius the truth. The locket was in Kriaker's hand, and Cole would ask for it later, believing that Kriaker did not courage to refuse him as master. Let's not talk about that. Lucius, let's talk about you. What do you want to do with me today? Cole asked straight to the point. Lucius raised his arm and pushed up his sleeve with his right hand, revealing the snake-shaped mark on his left arm. Cole, you probably haven't seen this before. This is the mark of the Dark Lord. In order to control us, the Dark Lord left this. Cole looked at the mark of the Dark Lord on Lucius's forearm and stretched his head to study it carefully. The appearance of the black snake-shaped mark is not important, but the magic fluctuations in it are important. Today, there is no unified definition of magic in the wizarding world. Standard, wizards never study where magic power comes from. To read cool novels, go to Fila Novel Network. I only know that if there is no magic riot before the age of 11, it is a squib. So I know that May with Ra's mage inheritance. Cole also understood how crudely today's wizards use magic power. In fact, each wizard's magic power fluctuations are unique, and Lucius obviously has magic power that does not belong to him. The mark of the Dark Lord does not seem to be the same. It has no unique function. After studying its magic structure, Cole found that it is just a BB machine equivalent to the wizarding world. There is no curse breath, and its owner will not have any other effects on wizards when it is not activated. Voldemort uses it. It's just summoning subordinates. When activated, there will be a burning sensation in the arm, but the ball is useless other than that. Putting down Lucius's arm, Cole felt that Voldemort was nothing more than that. If it were him, he would definitely be in this mark. What's the point of adding a bloodline curse? Or some tortured curse, just a burning sensation. As long as there are disloyal thoughts in the heart, the dark mark will punish the betrayer, or directly crush the betrayer's head. Lucius, is this the Death Eater mark? As far as I can tell, this won't have any impact on you. Lucius put down his arm and said worriedly, that's not what I'm referring to. Originally, this mark had been silent over the years, but some time ago, it suddenly started to react again. Looking at Cole still looking like that, Lucius said in his heart, do you know that the mysterious man is not dead yet? He may be resurrected. Cole was certainly not surprised that Lucius could ask such a question, because the research just now found that if Voldemort dies, the mark will disappear. Of course, it is not the death of the body, but the disappearance of the soul. Voldemort had 7 Horcruxes, how could they disappear so easily? Lucius actually showed a look of fear, and when he said those words, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off him. Lucius only felt a lot more relaxed after saying that. He couldn't tell Narcissa these things, as it would make her worry. As a man, Lucius chose to resist on his own. Cole asked Lucius seriously, if the Dark Lord is resurrected, will you be afraid? Are you afraid that he will punish you traitors? Cole's whisper made Lucius tremble unnaturally. For Voldemort, those of them who escaped the Ministry of Magic's trial wizards are naturally traitors. As for the price of betrayal, Lucius has obviously witnessed it with his own eyes. Cole continued, is this why you sent the things left by the Dark Lord to that Weasley? You know everything? Cole shook his head. Of course, Lucius, in addition to that thing, I also know that you have sold many collections with the aura of black magic. Don't forget, I have the final say in Nocturn Alley. It's a pity, if you ask me, I can still offer you a good price, and you don't have to go there yourself, Lucius. Lucius wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead. In front of Cole, he felt like he was being seen through. Do you know how he will be resurrected? The money is good. Have no idea. Lucius shook his head. Cole said with a mocking tone, it seems that you are not the one he trusts the most. After some probing, Cole discovered that Lucius didn't know about the Horcruxes. Regulus could actually discover Voldemort's Horcruxes, which meant something important. That Lucius of Cohen was among the Death Eaters. His status is not as high as that of Black. Malfoy, a loach, knows how to fish in troubled waters and is really bad at it. Cole gave Lucius a sigh of dissatisfaction. So you want to use that thing to lure the Dark Lord out? I'm afraid you also knew that Harry was being watched by Dumbledore, so you chose Weasley. You also know that Weasley is Dumbledore's biggest fan, right? Lucius nodded. That's what he originally thought. As long as this matter can't be traced to him, or there is no evidence to prove that he did it. To say how much Lucius wants to harm Harry, then just kidding. For Lucius, Harry, the savior, is not important at all. Even if Voldemort died in Harry's hands, Lucius had no intention of avenging his former master. Good plan, Lucius. Cole praised on the lips, but actually despised him in his heart. This guy hadn't realized that there was a traitor around him. He was also a house elf who claimed that he would never betray his master. If other nobles knew about this, the Malfoy family would become the laughingstock of the wizarding world. Even a humble house elf can easily betray the Malfoy family, so what power does Malfoy have to deter other evil wolves? Thinking of this, Cole found something interesting. Why not turn this one over now? Tell Lucius the news? How will the noble platinum-haired man react? Lucius, do you know where Harry is these days? Cole's sudden question made Lucius stunned, thinking, of course the little wizard will go home on vacation, and the savior Harry will naturally not stay in Hogwarts. He should have returned to the Muggle world. Lucius simply answered, expressing regret that Harry was in the Muggle world. In fact, many wizards couldn't understand why the savior was in the Muggle world instead of being protected by Dumbledore. Cole smiled. But I was wrong. Harry was at Weasley's house now. Sitting up straight, Cole looked at Lucius with interest. He said softly, then do you know why Harry came to Weasley's house? Because a mysterious guy told Harry that it would be dangerous to go to Hogwarts this semester. He tried his best to stop Harry and annoyed the Muggle who raised Harry, so he locked him up. Then it was the two Weasley brothers who took Harry out from there. Lucius's face darkened. The question is, besides the thing you brought to the little Weasley girl, is there anything else that could hurt Harry? Are you saying that someone knew what I did, betrayed me, and told him the news? Cole nodded. Lucius was quite smart and understood what he said immediately. Lucius was silent, thinking over and over again, and actually turned his eyes to Cole. With a sigh, Cole cursed, you this idiot actually suspected that I told Harry? Merlin, is your brain made of the monster's ass? You don't even know you have a ghost around you, and you still doubt me. Picking up the teacup and taking a sip, Cole was no longer interested in playing charades with Lucius and told him directly. It's the house elf of the Malfoy family. The little servant beside you. Lucius, is it ridiculous that the elf who has served the Malfoy family all his life would betray you? After listening to Cole's words, Lucius remembered that what he did not avoid the house elf. He said in disbelief, how is that possible? The pride of the nobles made Lucius unwilling to accept it. How is it impossible? This is the news I got. Lucius, I didn't expect you to trust your servant so much. The reason why Lucius refused to believe it was definitely not because of trust, but because the timid house elf 633 thought to Lucius that he could not do such a thing. He ignored Lucius, who lowered his head. After all, the news was still shocking to him. Cole looked at Lucius's expression quietly. From hesitation at the beginning, to anger slowly, and finally, Lucius's face turned red. Jumped up, walking around the study with his wand, cursing. How dare it? This despicable guy dared to disobey Malfoy's will and betray the Malfoy family. I'm going to peel off its skin, dry it and hang it on a tree trunk. I'm going to make it pay the price. Ah, what a shame. An elf is not afraid of me. How dare it? How dare it? Finally saw the scene he wanted to see, the noble platinum Malfoy's collapse scene. Cole knew that Lucius would behave like this. For a pure-blood noble, this is a great shame. Lucius jumped, just he was about to rush out of the study to find the house elf, but Cole stopped him with words. Wait, Lucius, don't lose your mind at any time. Lucius turned around, his eyes were red, and he looked like he was eating people. Cole, how can you keep me rational? A house elf dares to betray me. Where is the dignity of the Malfoy family? Yes, Lucius is not wrong. Most wizards don't care about creatures like elves, but if someone knew that Lucius was tricked by a house elf, it would be big news. Lucius, I understand what you mean. Sit down first. I promise that I won't tell anyone about this except you. Lucius then sat on the chair panting heavily and looked at Cole. I asked Kriaker and he said that the elves in the Malfoy family are very timid. Aren't you curious why he did this? Is there any benefit to it? Lucius calmed down a bit. He also knew that Dobby was very timid, stupid, and often made mistakes. He was teased by Draco and punished by him. But all this is normal in the noble wizard family. Aren't you curious? Maybe someone confused it? Cole said it was possible, but in fact he was confusing Lucius. Of course Cole knew that Dobby was not being fooled, but simply wanted to protect Harry, the savior. Oh my god, what the hell, Merlin will never think of it again. A house elf actually became protective of the little wizard he had never met. For this reason, he even betrayed his master. Cole also wondered whether it was the house elf who had awakened his will and wanted to have freedom. Lucius was gloomy. Said, you mean someone cast the Imperius Curse on a house elf? Cole rolled his eyes. Lucius is still looking for reasons, refusing to believe that it was his own incompetence that gave the house elf the courage to betray him. God, who would cast the Imperius Curse on an elf? Voldemort. He would not do this. However, for his own plan, Cole still followed Lucius's words and said, I think it is very possible. Lucius suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, it must be Dumbledore. You must know that there are many elves in Hogwarts. He must have taken the opportunity to control the servants of the Malfoy family. Before Cole thought about how to make it up, Lucius had already figured it out and actually thought that Dumbledore was behind all this. Well, what I need is your good brain, my dear Lucius. My brain is of great use. Cole, did you tell me to calm down just now as I guessed? Sure enough, you are also a smart person. Lucius looked at Cole with admiration and nodded in approval. Tell us about your plan, Cole. Cole really doesn't want to admit that he and Lucius have the same IQ, but seeing how excited he is now, Cole knows that if he says anything else, Lucius will be so angry that he will kill all the house elves in the wizarding world. Bang bang bang. Cole coughed a few times. Lucius, I mean, don't reveal it yet. You know, Hogwarts will be very lively this year. Do you think there is any chance for us to intervene in Hogwarts affairs if things don't happen according to Dumbledore's plan? Woolen cloth. Lucius tilted his head back and opened his mouth. You, Cole, you actually want to interfere with things at Hogwarts? Dumbledore is still here. Cole was smug, his eyes were shining, and he said confidently, Dumbledore can't stop what I want to do. Do you know? Hogwarts was originally a place that brought hope to the wizarding world, a holy place of magic, and a palace of knowledge. But look at what each of the little wizards have learned now at Hogwarts. Students who are about to graduate can even cast a protective spell and are considered outstanding graduates. The more Cole talked, the more excited he became. He stood up. The candlelight shone on Cole's body, and the shadow behind him seemed to be glowing too. The wizarding world shouldn't be like this. Hogwarts shouldn't be like this. It was conservatives like Dumbledore who turned Hogwarts, which was supposed to be a place for teaching and educating people, into a children's paradise. Lucius, you know what I'm going to do? Join me and witness the greatness of wizards. Cole spoke heartily and felt pretty good about himself, but Lucius's expression didn't seem right. Cole, who was still showing off when he stood up, saw Lucius didn't respond and sat down with a smile. He thought to himself, it seems that my speech skills are still not good. Every person who has stirred up troubles in history is a great orator. I also wanted to fool Lucius, baffed, and tried too hard. Lucius looked surprised. After a long time, he slowly said, Cole, you seem to be alone just now. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Yes, Cole almost made Lucius think that he was possessed by the Dark Lord just now. The bad memory made Lucius subconsciously reject it. Lucius asked cautiously, said Cole, you don't want to. Before Lucius could continue, Cole spread his hands. No, I'm just joking. How about it? Do you have the momentum? Lucius choked before he could finish his words, like a mouthful of blood spitting on Cole's face. Then you ask me not to expose that nasty house elf. Lucius looked like a broken niffler. Gee, I'm just looking for something to do. That's fun, isn't it? Everything is under control, Lucius. After the farce just now, Lucius no longer had the impulse and thought for a while. Okay, I'll let that despicable thing go for now, but when your matter is over, I will definitely peel off its skin. Peel skin? Do you still want to be a specimen? Cole suddenly thought of reminding Lucius, is this a kindness to Dobby? Just like Kreaker of the Black family, its dream is that Cole can die before it finally, he made it into a specimen and put it at home. This was a great honor for Kreaker. Cole was annoyed when Kreaker talked about it. Although he didn't understand it, he showed respect. But think about what every elf might be thinking. Is it different? Cole gave up reminding Lucius. The two of them left the study and came to the living room. Narcissa was playing with Draco in the living room, and Mira was narrating and you were accompanying her. After seeing off the Malfoy family, Cole rested. Time flies and the first day of school soon comes. At London Station, Cole sent Martin and the others to school as usual. Watching Mira hug each other, Cole reminded, it's getting late, so don't miss the train. Go, kids, and enjoy the happy learning time. Cole also said goodbye one by one, and reminded the children to take their things with them and not forget them. Platform 9 3/4 is operating as usual. Cole knew that someone would cause trouble today. He glanced at the trash can next to the corner of his eye. A small shadow. Cole smiled in his heart. Sure enough, the smart little guy is about to take action. Cole also pretended not to see it, and left the London station with Mira. Soon after, the Weasley family hurriedly pushed arrive at the station with luggage. We're going to be late. Percy, you go first. Fred and George follow. Arthur let his 3 sons pass through the wall, turned to Ginny and said, Ginny, don't be afraid, go ahead. Ginny gathered courage on her young face and rushed towards the wall with her eyes closed. Because it was Ginny's first time, the Arthurs followed closely behind, and they wanted to help Ginny find a seat. Harry and Ron looked at each other, his heart filled with longing for life at Hogwarts. There is not as much fun at home as Hogwarts. Harry, are you ready? Well, Ron, let's go. The two people rushed towards the wall one after another. Unexpectedly, the passage that had been clear just now, Harry and Ron were knocked over. The owl in the cage flapped its wings, and the suitcases were scattered on the ground. Ron held on forward, looking at Harry who was still lying on the ground. Harry, what's going on? Harry finally stood up, walked up and touched the wall, and found that it was as hard as a stone, even though it was a stone itself. Ron, the tunnel disappeared. Is it because we were late? Ron couldn't believe it. He had never encountered anything like this before. How could it be possible that Harry, his father, and mother were still inside? Could it be that they couldn't get out? Harry and Ron were groping around, wanting to lie down on the ground to find gaps. Finally, they attracted the attention of the station administrator, who drove the two children out of the station. Dobby the house elf appeared next to the trash can in the corner. Yes, when I saw this long scene, I muttered. Harry, Dobby must protect Harry. He cannot be allowed to go to Hogwarts. Someone will harm him. Dobby did nothing wrong. Dobby was sorry to his master. Oh, damn Dobby, damn Dobby. Dobby began to punish himself, holding the trash can with his head, and finally knocked the trash can to the ground, attracting attention, and then disappeared here. Harry and Ron, who were kicked out of the station, looked at the pedestrians on the street in confusion. Got it. Harry, did we miss the train? Harry was extremely panicked at this time. For him, Hogwarts was home. If he couldn't go to Hogwarts and had to go back to the Dursleys, Harry would rather die. Ron, what should I do? I must go to Hogwarts and think of a solution. Ron nodded, used his clever mind, looked around, and suddenly saw his father Arthur's car parked on the roadside. Ron smiled and said, "Harry, I may have a way, come with me." Harry was still confused and didn't realize it until Ron pulled him into the car. "Ron, you mean we're going to Hogwarts in a car?" Ron, who looked like an experienced driver, imitated Arthur and lit up the car, looking at Harry confidently. "Are you ready, Harry? We are about to embark on a great adventure." As expected of a reckless Gryffindor, Ron directly pressed the button and stepped on the accelerator, and the car started running rampant on the road. A car came from the opposite side and finally flew into the sky before the collision. "Oh, watch out, Ron." Ron twisted the steering wheel and avoided the clock tower, startling a large number of flying pigeons. In public, countless muggles around the station saw a car flying into the sky. On the Hogwarts Express, Martin sat in the noble carriage, holding the Fantastic Beasts reference guide in his hand and looking at it with interest. Draco, who was next to him, was also in this carriage. Seeing Martin being so serious, he couldn't help but ask questions. "Martin, why have you been holding this book since you got in the car? When did you become so interested in angry animals?" Martin answered the questions without blinking his eyes. "I'm not interested in magical beasts. I just want to learn about them. There's no harm in reading more books, Draco." Draco pouted. Although his grades were pretty good, he didn't want to be a nerd. Martin's heart was gloomy. After that day, the astute Martin realized what might happen to Hogwarts this year. That's why he was so careful and wanted to find the answer from this book. Among the siblings, Jerome has a lazy personality, while Ben is a bit impulsive. Darlene and Alice need his elder brother's care more. As the eldest son of the Black family, Martin always has strict demands on himself. "Martin, I learned new curses during the holidays. If stupid Potter dares to mess with me this semester, I will make him look good." Draco took out his wand and waved it excitedly, as if he saw Potter begging for mercy at his feet. Ben, who was in the box, heard Draco's words and asked with great interest, "Draco, what kind of spells have you learned?" "I have also learned a lot. Do you want to compete?" The smile on Draco's face was dull. It was not like he didn't know what kind of character Ben was. Among the first-year Slytherin wizards, Black is known as the most aggressive. Draco sneered, "There's no need for this, Ben. We are brothers, you'd better let me go." Alice's silvery laughter. "Ha ha ha, Draco, are you scared?" Draco stood up and said slowly, "How is it possible, Alice? I just don't want to use a curse on Ben." Everyone in the room didn't know that Draco loved Face most, and if they really got into a fight, he might even start a fight with his subordinates. As the eldest sister, Darlene pulled Alice to sit down. "Draco, that's not what Alice meant. Hexes cannot be used on friends." Darlene calmed the mood and asked Draco to step down. Draco also nodded with the words, "Yes, how could I use a curse on you?" Jerome, who was half lying in the corner and dozing off, was also woken up and understood what had happened. He stretched and said slowly, "Draco, why don't you show it to us? It will open our eyes." The others were also very generous and applauded Draco to show off. The most diligent followers were Goyle and Crabbe. The two fat guys held snacks in their hands and cheered Draco on. "Well, since you kindly invited me, I will reluctantly show it to you. Don't be surprised later. The noble box is different from the ordinary box. It is much wider, otherwise it would not be able to accommodate so many people." Draco walked to the middle, took out his wand, brewed for a long time, and said with firm eyes, "Oolong." A black snake more than 1 meter long jumped out of Draco's wand in an instant, landed on the floor and curled up, raising its head. It opened its mouth and hissed, its fangs exposed to the air. Not to mention that Martin, who was attracted to the attention, was not scared, and even the two little girls were not bitten by this little snake. Alice also said, "It's so ugly, not cute at all." Draco responded unconvinced, "Alice, this is a curse, how can you judge whether it is cute or not? Its fangs are very powerful." Martin nodded. "Although this curse is a curse, it is already very lethal to the community master." "Indeed, Draco, it seems that you didn't relax during the holiday." "Yes, you're pretty good." Draco raised his head, "Of course, although I am not as good as you, I am still very powerful, don't you think so, Goyle Crabbe?" Of course the two little followers applauded. "Master Malfoy, of course, is already very powerful." Martin smiled. He had just noticed that the moment Draco released the snake, there was no fear in the eyes of Goyle and Crabbe. They were not his younger brothers and sisters. Martin even felt that at that moment, there was a hint of disdain in Gore's eyes. It seems that these two little followers of the Malfoy family are not simple either. Although their grades in school were not outstanding, and from the outside, Goyle and Crabbe looked like idiots. But who can really say that Goyle and Crabbe, who were born into noble families, are really not smart? They are just better at disguising themselves. Martin thought to himself, young wizards from noble families who have received traditional education will definitely have an advantage over Muggle wizards. When Ben was released from Draco and regarded as a little snake in his eyes, he was no longer interested. He had stopped playing such little tricks a long time ago. "Draco, you should take it back. You are much smaller than my pet. I am embarrassed to let it out and laugh at you." Ben was not polite at all, and of course Draco was not angry either. They had long been immune to such jokes. "Ben, you guy, you didn't help me last time." Of course Draco was talking about the time he went to have a duel with Potter last school year. In fact, he was not prepared to go at first, but Martin said that since he agreed, he had to go. This is the honor of the nobility. Draco took Martin and Ben out of the dormitory at night. Unexpectedly, before the duel started, Mrs. Loris's attention was attracted, and the Squib administrator arrived. They had no choice but to escape. Speaking of this, Ben remembered the way Weasley provoked him at the station. He was very cautious. Draco, I can help you next. That red-haired Weasley is so annoying. Give him to me and let him feel what fear is. Draco was so excited that he almost jumped up and down. Goyle and Crabbe felt useless in his heart. Ben finally agreed to help him, but he was very unhappy. Ben, we are indeed good brothers. Don't worry. Leave Potter to me and you can deal with that Weasley for me. Ben pulled Draco over and whispered about what he had done during the holidays and what new spells he had learned. Cole didn't hear the whispers between the two, but just watched the light in Draco's eyes become more and more dazzling. Under the education of the class, he went further and further. Martin didn't care either. He said it was his fault. Martin looked out the window, relaxed his eyes, suddenly saw something, and shouted, "Look outside, what is that?" Everyone looked out the window, and as the train moved quickly, the trees moved behind them. I saw a flying car driving alongside the Hogwarts Express. As they were about to pass through the tunnel, Martin clearly saw that the two people in the car were Harry and Ronald, the Weasley family member. Is it them? How could they drive a car? Draco exclaimed, and Martin also had doubts. Didn't these two people get on the Hogwarts Express? What's going on? Martin couldn't figure it out, but he also knew that something must have happened, and this matter must have something to do with Harry, not Ronald. After all, Harry was the savior. Draco was very angry and even said, "Who allowed them to use Muggle items? I will write a letter to Dad and let them be expelled from school for abusing Muggle items." Martin looked at Draco in surprise. Unexpectedly, Draco recognized this as a Muggle item. Draco, Muggle cars can't fly. They were obviously modified using magic, and it's not considered abuse. Draco was still unconvinced and very angry after hearing Martin's reminder. That is also a Muggle thing. Underage wizards cannot use such magic items. I understand the regulations on underage management, Martin. Others didn't expect Draco to say such logical words, and they all looked at him sideways. Soon, the car outside the window disappeared, and everyone gave up looking for it, but instead discussed the outcome of the incident. Such things will not be tolerated anyway, stupid Potter, dem Weiss. Draco had already started to think carefully, and he would be happy to do something as long as it made Potter miserable. The train was steaming, and they arrived at Hogwarts at night and took off their luggage. Seeing that there was no Harry on the other side of the Gryffindor, Draco immediately ran forward and rushed towards Professor Snape's office. After telling his godfather what he had just witnessed, Professor Snape's first reaction was to rush out of the office. Draco was left looking at the back of his dear godfather with a question mark on his face. Although he wanted Snape to punish Potter, something seemed wrong. Why does it feel like he has been abandoned? Why do you feel that your godfather was a little worried just now? Draco couldn't believe it. He knew that Snape hated Harry the most, otherwise he wouldn't have troubled Potter in potions class. Well, my godfather must love me the most. Having confirmed his position in Snape's heart, Draco happily went to the cafeteria to find his little friend. Please give me flowers. Of course Draco, who was still young at this time, would not understand that his feelings were complicated. Snape, who showed that he hated Harry, was also concerned about Harry's safety. Who allowed me to have Buiuegwang's mother? Draco, who returned to the Slytherin table, showed off his achievements and told Martin and others that Potter would definitely be punished. Then she looked triumphantly at Hermione, who was looking for Harry and Ronald on the Gryffindor side. As for Harry and Ronald, because Ronald didn't know the way, they had to go around a lot and saw Hogwarts Castle in the dark. Ronald, over there, we're here, drive over there. Okay, Harry, it's time to sit down. Ronald turned the steering wheel hard, made a 270-degree turn, and rushed towards Hogwarts. Ronald, slow down, we're going to hit the ground. Ronald was in a hurry, looking at the ground getting closer and closer in his eyes, cold sweat breaking out on his head, and he knew that this was going to happen. The two of them will become the only two wizards in the history of Hogwarts who were stabbed to the ground and killed, and they will definitely be laughed at. I don't know how to slow down. Harry, what should I do? Are we going to see Merlin today? I don't want to die yet. Ronald actually started crying at this time. A magic car with its headlights on, rushed straight down and was about to hit the ground. 0. Harry and Ronald in the car had raised their hands on their faces, too scared to look. When it was a few meters above the ground, the car suddenly seemed to be stopped by time and space, losing power and floating in the air. Harry and Ronald didn't feel the impact for a long time. They slowly opened their eyes and saw the car stopped, shouting happily, "We survived, oh my god." Then the car fell to the ground, the seats ejected the two of them, and the luggage flew out of the trunk. Harry and Ronald lay on the ground in a panic, watching the car start, drive towards the Forbidden Forest, and disappear in. Harry and Ronald lay on the ground in embarrassment, watching the car start, drive towards the Forbidden Forest, and disappear into the night. How long do you want to lie on the ground? Harry and Ronald looked in the direction of the sound and saw Snape, whom they least expected to see. No matter how stupid you are, you can guess that Snape saved them. Harry looked at it in disbelief. No matter how much he imagined, he could never imagine that it was Snape. Professor Snape, did you save us? Snape said coldly, he is just like that guy, reckless and impulsive, and does not know whether to live or die. Snape obviously saved people, but he didn't give Harry a good look. Ronald, who had been saved by Snape just now, walked up to Harry with an annoyed look on his face. Underage wizards abuse magic items and endanger others. Do you know what your behavior is? It may also expose our world to muggles, which is a crime. Harry and Ronald shivered under Snape's aura, and their little minds did not expect that the matter could be so serious. If you were Slytherin students, I would let you go home right now. Harry opened his mouth weakly, knowing that he had done something wrong. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall came out of the castle and interrupted Snape. Oh, Snape, I guess it's not that serious, is it? Snape faced Dumbledore and said sternly, they violated the minor regulations. I think I know this, especially since I wrote many of the regulations in it, but I think Professor Cat is the head of Gryffindor, so I'll leave this matter to her. Dumbledore smiled and asked Harry and Ronald to leave with Professor McGonagall, making his position clear. Snape had no intention of letting Harry leave Hogwarts, so he didn't say anything, but just told McGonagall to punish the two of them. Dumbledore looked at Snape and thought of something. Snape, you came here as soon as possible just to protect Harry. We all hope that he can be safe, right? Snape's eyes glanced, and the top-level occlumency technique left no expression on his face. Humph, I just don't want anyone to die because of being stupid. After Snape said that, he turned around and left. The black wizard robe flew up as he left quickly, and his back looked like a big bat. You are still like this, your mouth is always harder than your heart. Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. In the castle, Cole looked at the empty home. The new semester started, and once Martin and the others left, it became less lively. I have a lot to do next. Ginny Weasley, Tom in the diary will definitely use her to release the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. Cole suddenly thought of what else he could do. Cole, who was sitting on the sofa, stamped his foot twice. Creaker, come here. After being summoned by Cole, Creaker's figure appeared in the room. My master, do you have any orders? Creaker, a house elf, no, should be said to be an old elf, stood in front of Cole with his hands in front of him. Cole's serious expression made Creaker a little scared, and he looked at him at a loss. The gloomy voice made Creaker tremble. Creaker, do you know what news I got? The 840 house elves of the Malfoy family actually betrayed Malfoy. What do you think about this? Creaker seemed to have heard a big joke and said in disbelief, Master, how can a house elf betray his master? Oh, damn Dobby, I knew this guy was a disgrace to the elves, and his family should be nailed to a stake. The circle of house elves is only that big. Except for the ones in Hogwarts Castle, the others are all distributed in the homes of noble wizards. Similarly, Creaker and the other house elves with owners looked down upon the group of masterless guys at Hogwarts the most. Compared with them, Creaker is a nobleman for house elves. Creaker couldn't believe that Dobby's family had received a gift from the Malfoy family, but they didn't know how to be grateful and committed betrayal. I didn't expect that a house elf would betray a wizard. Creaker, do you think I can still trust you? Cole looked at Creaker with a smile, but Creaker's heart fell into an abyss and he knelt down directly. My master, Creaker will never betray you or the Black family. I have been serving the Black family since I was born. Please trust your servant. Creaker looked at Cole with pleading eyes, and Cole didn't know how to tell, but he found determination in Creaker's eyes. Obviously the trust of Master Cole is very important to Creaker. If the house elf is not trusted by his master, there is no point in living. After a long silence, Cole knew that if he didn't speak, Creaker might even cut off his head and offer it to Cole. Cole quite needs this guy, at least he can keep the castle clean. Creaker, I believe you will not be like that house elf of the Malfoy family. Get up. The Black family will always remember your dedication. Creaker had tears in his eyes after receiving Cole's affirmation. My master, this is what Creaker should do. Do your best, and when you die, I promise you that your head will be hung on the fireplace. Cole drew a pie for a house elf. Obviously, elf creatures are different from normal humans. If Cole heard this, he would be shattered. But Creaker jumped up excitedly, thanking Cole for his kindness. This is my glory, Master, Merlin, ancestors, Creaker will be hung on the Master's fireplace. What an honor it is. Cole looked at the elf who was even more excited after being beaten by him, and thought to himself, if other wizards in the wizarding world were like Creaker, the Black family's 10 steps are the pinnacle of the wizarding spring. Creaker, okay, I called you here to ask you something. How did Regulus die? Creaker stopped, froze on the spot, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Master, do you know about Master Regulus? Creaker should be damned. Damn Creaker for not protecting Master Regulus. I also hid Master Regulus's affairs from you, my master. Creaker does not deserve the glory of the Black family. In just a few minutes, Creaker's mood changed drastically. He would laugh happily at one moment and slap himself on the other. The attack was so cruel that Cole felt his face hurt. Master Regulus was so kind to Creaker and couldn't bear to let Creaker die in his place. It was the Dark Lord who killed the master. Creaker finally revealed the secret he had hidden for many years. In fact, Cole could understand Creaker's reaction. House elves are very loyal, but they also have their own thoughts and emotions. There is no wizard like Regulus in the entire wizarding world who would rather die than let an elf take his place. The elf who has been discriminated against by wizards for many years and has been tortured will only become more loyal when meeting such a former master. However, Cole has no interest in changing the situation of the house elves. He can only do it without punishing and torture easily. As for liberating the house elves, that was a dream. After all, Cole was a nobleman, and he was the vested interest. Lying in the service of house elves, this is what wizards should do. Selfishness is human nature. Okay, Kreaker. Cole stopped Kreaker from hurting himself. I feel sorry for what happened to Regulus, but it has already happened. We should strengthen the Black family so that similar things will not happen in the future. Did Regulus ask you to keep something else? Kreaker, who was wiping his tears, did not question Cole's understanding of what was going on. In his heart, whatever the master does is right. Yes, master, it's a locket. Kreaker hid it in his room. It's an evil thing that makes a sound every night, making Kreaker do some bad things. Go get it. Cole thought while letting Kreaker get the things. Having just heard Kreaker say that a voice bewitches him every day, Cole certainly knew that it was Voldemort's soul that was causing trouble. If it weren't for Kreaker, he would have been an adult house elf, and he would have been wary of pendants because of Regulus. Maybe Voldemort's locket soul will succeed. After all, not everyone can refuse power, but the house elf Kreaker does not have this ambition. 5.5 What he wants is not to gain power, but to hang his head on the fireplace. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? When Kreaker took the locket back and handed it to Cole, Cole looked at it carefully, the exquisite Slytherin family crest, the long platinum chain, and the familiar aura of the Dark Lord. Cole smiled and thought sinisterly, if Lucius gave the diary to Ginny Weasley, could he deliver the locket to Ronald Weasley? After all, as a poor student of Gryffindor, Ronald is obviously better at seducing, and Harry is a seed in his own right. In this case, Gryffindor can have 3 Horcruxes of the Dark Lord, combined into 3-star Horcruxes. Isn't it a good idea to just catch the Weasley family raking in wool like this? Cole's sudden kindness made him sick. Are you a very good person? Shaking his head, Cole thought to himself, the show is about to begin. In the Hogwarts cafeteria, the little wizards are enjoying a sumptuous lunch, including cakes and other sweets. Wizards don't have toothaches, and they can be solved with a trip to the infirmary at most. Draco was chewing a chicken leg at the Slytherin table and staring at the Gryffindor table. The ferocious look made Martin suspect that Draco was treating Harry like a drumstick. Draco, can you be normal? Didn't you just kick Harry out of Hogwarts? As for that, Draco didn't look back, put down the drumstick and said fiercely, Professor McGonagall must have been the one to cover it up. She is the headmaster of Gryffindor. Potter caused so much trouble and was only punished to clean the bathroom. Martin shook his head. Draco still couldn't understand, thinking that Professor McGonagall could protect him. In fact, if Dumbledore hadn't been behind it, Harry would have been expelled. The Daily Prophet reported that at least a dozen muggles saw Harry and Ronald driving up to the sky in a car. This kind of exposure to the world of The Witcher 13 will not be tolerated by the Ministry of Magic. How much work do they have to do to clear the memory and influence of muggles? Only Dumbledore, the chief magician, could make the Ministry of Magic change its mind and allow Harry to enjoy his study life in peace. You must know that there are many laws in the Ministry of Magic, which were once formulated by Professor Dumbledore. Of course, he also knows what loopholes can be exploited. Martin didn't say anything anymore. Ronald's incident made Martin's attitude towards Harry change. It was a tradition of the Black family to be a jerk. As the eldest brother, Martin naturally has to protect his siblings. At this time, suddenly an owl flew in from the window, attracting the little wizard's attention. This was not the time to send letters. The owl suddenly plunged onto the Gryffindor table and lay on the cake in front of Ronald. It flaps its wings and splashes the butter around. Oh, damn, Ronald, get it. Hermione ducked, wiping the cream from her face. Obviously, this was Ronald's owl. Ronald hurriedly took down the letter and let the owl go. Oh my god, look, Ronald has received a roaring letter. Seamus, the famous Gryffindor wizard and the founder of explosive magic, shouted. Harry looked at Ronald worriedly. Ronald, Mrs. Weasley couldn't have given this to you. You might be in trouble. After Ronald heard this, he hesitated whether to open it, and finally made up his mind. If he didn't open it right away, he would not be able to eat his good fruit when he got home. Ronald Weasley, you dared to steal your father's car. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Your father is already under investigation. I'm warning you, if you cause trouble in school again, you'll go straight home. Molly Weasley's voice could be heard throughout the cafeteria. After finishing the snarling letter, she angrily tore it into pieces. The jeers also followed. Ronald's face flushed, and he looked at the looks around him, as well as the mocking looks from Slytherin. Ronald, who was already very low on self-esteem, was about to burst into tears. Ronald, are you okay? Harry asked concerned. Ronald said nothing, stood up and ran out of the cafeteria, tears floating in the corners of his eyes. Ronald. Harry stood up and was about to chase him out, but Hermione pulled him back. Harry, leave him alone for a while. Hermione obviously knew that Ronald was more suited to licking his wounds alone now. Here, Ronald ran all the way back to the dormitory, threw himself on the bed, covered himself with a quilt, and cried in the quilt. Ronald was hiding alone in the dormitory crying. At this time, he didn't even have the courage to go to class, thinking that he might as well go home. Ronald was crying and thinking, why do you treat him like this? He obviously wants to help Harry, even his family looks down on him, and everyone bullies him. At this time, Ronald was even thinking in his young heart, 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Hexie, one day, he will make those who look down on him and bully him pay the price. A gentle voice suddenly sounded in Ronald's ears. Poor little wizard, why are you crying? Who? Ronald opened the quilt in horror. He didn't want anyone to see him like this. Looking around, there was no one there. Ronald looked around. Where are you looking? I'm here, little wizard. Ronald saw a locket on his bed, with a platinum chain shining in the sun. Who are you? The gentle voice continued. I'm just a soul trapped in a locket, little wizard. Ronald held up the locket cautiously and saw the snake pattern on the box. Ronald had never seen such a delicate thing, but he also knew that the symbol of Slytherin is the snake. Are you a bad wizard? It's really sad. I'm not a bad wizard. I just happened to hear you crying, so I came to comfort you. It must be said that the sound made by the locket was so gentle and seductive that Ronald relaxed his vigilance. Have you been bullied? Ronald's mood became depressed and he said slowly, they will definitely look down on me from today on. I have no shame in staying at Hogwarts. Oh, miserable little wizard, but you may not realize that only strength is the support of wizards. As long as you are good, they will not look down on you but will worship you. A glimmer of hope rose in Ronald's eyes, but then he said in despair, but my talent is not good, and my studies are not as good as others. It doesn't matter. Our meeting is destined. I can help you. Don't you want to be admired by others? The locket continued. Think about it. When you become good, they will forget how you treat people today, and you will become a role model in their hearts and win all the cheers. Ronald fell into fantasy, imagining that he would become a prefect, lead the Gryffindor Quidditch team to win Slytherin, and win honors while everyone was in a trance. If Cole were here, he could see the ambition rising in little Ronald's eyes. Desire is like a rolling stone on a high mountain. Once it falls, it will not stop. Ronald's eyes sparkled. What should I do? I will help you, but first you must listen to me and earn respect in the classroom. Ronald nodded, covered his head with the opened quilt, held the locket in his hand, and started whispering. In the Gryffindor bedroom, young Weasley's future changed and headed in an unknown direction. An incredible thing happened in Professor Snape's potions class today. With Professor Snape taking care of Harry and all the Slytherin students watching the show, the team of Harry and Ronald not only completed the potion refining quickly and efficiently. Ronald actually answered a series of questions perfectly despite the pressure from the dean. Although the Gryffindor was still deducted points, this is not important. What is important is when will Ronald be able to answer questions, something that only Hermione, a Gryffindor master, can do. The trio of Harry and Ronald came out of the potions class with confidence on their faces, without any of the frustration they had before. Ronald, weren't you most afraid of Professor Snape before? Today you dare to stand up and help Harry answer questions. Hermione looked straight at Ronald with her big eyes, as if she didn't recognize him overnight. Harry also had big doubts in his mind. He knew that Ronald not only hated Snape, but was also afraid of Professor Snape. After all, not everyone could withstand Dean Slytherin's eyes. When Ronald heard Hermione's words, his heart tightened. He reached into his pants pocket and touched it, and said unnaturally, I just don't want to see him treat Harry like that. You weren't like this before, Hermione muttered. Although the questions Snape asked in class were easy for Hermione, you must know that Hermione was a ruthless person who could preview all the textbooks before school started. Harry thought to himself, maybe Ronald just knew how to work hard when Mrs. Weasley said it, which is good. Harry and the three of them hurried to their next class. Martin and Draco not far behind were watching all this. Draco couldn't believe it. He had wanted to see Potter and Weasley make a fool of themselves just now. Ben, this is impossible. He must be possessed. Otherwise, how could Weasley suddenly become smart? Draco, maybe it's just a coincidence? Take it quickly, the next class is my favorite charms class. Unlike Draco, Ben had to keep an eye on Harry and the others all the time. He was only interested in the power of magic. No matter how dissatisfied Draco was, Gryffindors and Slytherins were in most classes together. This is what makes Martin strange. It is the tradition of Hogwarts that the little lion and the little snake don't like each other, but they have to go to class together. Ravenclaw's little eagles hate stupid people the most, and they want to be with the little badgers who don't fight for anything. But it is precisely because Hufflepuff students don't care about anything that they can tolerate Ravenclaw's arrogance. It can only be said that the small Hogwarts is divided into 4 colleges, each with its own unique personality. In fact, this is also the reason why Martin is still young and has not entered the wizarding world. If Cole is here, he can give him the answer. Such differentiation even occurs from underage wizards to adult wizards. Most of the top officials of the Ministry of Magic are from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Wizards born in Slytherin are extremely ambitious. Every wizard who comes out of Slytherin wants to gain status in the Ministry of Magic. And Ravenclaw is simply because of his excellence. Among the graduates of the 4 colleges, Ravenclaw has the largest number of people who have passed the Ministry of Magic exams. Gryffindor graduated wizards prefer to do some challenging work. Hufflepuff is a brick in the wizarding world. It can be moved wherever it is needed, filling other positions. The future of most wizards has been determined from the moment they saw the sorting hat. Next, in Professor Freevy's charms class, Ronald held the wand wrapped in a bandage and succeeded in one attempt, winning 5 points for Gryffindor. In Professor Sprout's herbal medicine class, Ronald not only answered the question about the properties of mandrake, but also succeeded in changing the flower pot. Neville, however, fainted due to the baby-like cry of Mandrake because he did not wear earmuffs. Similarly, Ronald's performance in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class was also praised by the stern headmaster Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall even used Ronald as an example. As long as he works hard, a lowly student can become a top student. In the next week, not only Draco and the others were unfamiliar with Ronald, but even the Gryffindor students seemed not to know Ronald. Ronald, who seemed to have been injected with blood, even listened to the history of magic and divination classes with great interest. Harry and Hermione, who were in class together, were stunned. Similarly, Ronald, who is shining brightly these days, has also won a lot of attention. In Ronald's heart, all this sunshine is his envy. This feeling was something he had never experienced before, and he finally understood how Harry, the savior, felt on a daily basis. In the cafeteria, Harry looked at Ronald who was enjoying his meal, and couldn't help but feel worried. Ronald, are you feeling well? Do you need me to accompany you to the infirmary to take a look? How is that possible? I'm fine. Ronald couldn't swallow the drumstick in his mouth, and his voice couldn't be heard clearly. Hermione also advised from the side, Ronald, I also suggest that you go and see him to avoid physical problems. Ronald drank the food in his mouth with juice and looked at Hermione with a frown. Miss Smart, I told you it's okay, do you think you're the only one who's smart? Humph. Hermione was pushed back by Ronald's words, and she glared and said, I don't care what you have to do with me, Harry, I'm going to the library. Harry looked at Hermione's angry back, turned around and said helplessly to Ronald, Hermione is just worried about you, why did you say that to her? Ronald didn't care at all. The professor's praise and classmates' attention these days had made him very proud. I don't need it, she just thinks I'm better than her and is jealous of me. Gryffindor isn't a smart person like her, is she, Harry? Ronald always raised his head when he spoke now, with a proud look that was strange to Harry. He was not like this before. Seeing Harry's silence, Ronald had a hint of doubt in his eyes. Harry, we are good friends. You won't be like Hermione, who doesn't want me to be better than others. Wonderful, Harry replied awkwardly. It's possible, Ronald, it's your own ability. Ronald nodded proudly and joked at Harry. Ha ha ha, just don't blame me for stealing your limelight. Harry, I will protect you from now on. If Malfoy troubles you, I will take action. Harry smiled and said nothing. Even if Ronald performed well these days, it was not to the point where he could do anything to Draco. Ronald looked a little angry when he looked at Harry. You don't believe me? Harry. Trust, I trust you. After receiving Harry's affirmative answer, Ronald patted Harry on the shoulder and left the long table. Harry looked at Ronald's back and touched his forehead. He had been having nightmares these days and originally wanted to tell Ronald. But looking at Ronald's appearance, Harry couldn't hold back. For some reason, Harry always felt that something was wrong with Ronald. Of course, Ronald was not simple. He did not go back to the dormitory to rest at noon, but came to an abandoned bathroom on the second floor. The dilapidated toilet, dim lighting, and even the sink have stains from many years. Ronald came to the innermost item, closed the door and placed it on the toilet lid. He took out the Slytherin locket in his arms and asked excitedly, Are you there, Tom? A gentle voice sounded from the locket. Of course, Ronald, I'm always here. After receiving the response, Ronald felt relieved. Finally, with Tom's help, he was able to achieve great results, and he was not willing to let Tom leave. After a week, Ronald didn't know how much he cherished this locket. Even when he slept, he had to take it to his bed to feel at ease. Yes, the reason Ronald was able to perform so well this week was because of Tom's help. Whenever late at night, the locket would give him a lot of knowledge, and even the questions asked by the professor in class, Tom's voice would appear in his mind on time. Tell him the answer. Similarly, Tom also taught him many tricks to cast spells, allowing Ronald to cast spells even with a broken wand. Tom, do you know, I was so excited when I saw those people admiring me in class. Even Malfoy's disbelieving expression makes me feel good. Ronald kept talking about his experiences these days, especially when he talked about Draco. Ronald's pride was beyond words. The locket listened patiently to Ronald's words and did not say until he finished, You can only answer the advice in Ronald's class because of my help. To gain greater power, you still need to do a lot. Ronald looked dissatisfied. I have memorized all the things you said. I am also very smart, okay. The soul in the locket didn't know what to say. If Ronald hadn't still been useful now, he would have wanted to kill this idiot. Stupidity is not terrible, but self-righteous stupidity is the most terrible thing. Voldemort's soul in the locket had never seen such a stupid little wizard. As for the knowledge, Ronald would have remembered it wrong if he hadn't reminded him. Talent? Can you show off even your poor talent? Voldemort didn't know what to say. He just reminded Ronald that he needed to work harder. This idiot thought he was jealous of him. See. Yes, you are indeed one of the most talented young wizards I have ever seen. Tom went against his heart and praised Ronald. Seeing the fool's happy expression, Tom knew that only if he suffered hardship would he understand his own importance. He has a very clear grasp of the human heart. Ronald didn't ask, so he didn't take the initiative to teach Ronald some other spells. Tom in the locket remained silent and just watched Ronald boasting about some unattainable dreams. The next step is to select prefects, join the Quidditch team, and lead the team to defeat Slytherin. To everything, Tom's response was, okay, you can do it if you work hard. After a long time, Ronald, who had had enough of venting, walked out of the bathroom and confidently went to take the afternoon flying lesson. On the Quidditch pitch, Gryffindor students and Slytherin students stood in 2 lines. Ronald, who usually followed Harry, stood in front today, provoking Draco and Martin on the opposite side. Draco looked disdainful, he only had Potter in his eyes. And Martin has no interest in Ronald, the clown, and they are not on the same level at all. Mrs. Hawk scanned everyone with her sharp eyes. Some little wizards did not dare to look directly at them, but Mrs. Hawk's eyes were like those of an eagle. Today's lesson is to review the previous actions. You can move freely. Please note that you cannot exceed the height of 200 feet, cannot fly out of the Quidditch pitch, and cannot fly into the Forbidden Forest. I don't think you will violate the school rules, right? The little wizards shouted in unison, yes, Professor Hawk. As soon as Mrs. Hawk left, the students seemed to have a good time, flying into the sky with their brooms and practicing Quidditch moves. Harry came over. Ronald, let's practice together. Of course, Harry, I am a genius now, a very powerful one. Without saying anything, Harry took the broom and flew into the sky with Ronald. It turns out that Ronald is not a genius in flying, not even as good as Harry. In just 1 week, although Ronald's performance in class surpassed Harry's, the extent was very limited. Ronald's lame moves in the air also made people around him laugh. Ronald's face turned red with anger, like a red-hot prawn. Ronald, don't worry, we can practice slowly. Humph, don't think that just because you are in the Gryffindor team, you can coach me, Harry. Ronald expressed his dissatisfaction and did not notice Draco flying over on his broom and landing on Ronald's broom. Ronald rotated 360 degrees, his brain almost shaking before he stopped. Ha ha ha, Potter, your follower dares to talk to you like this. It seems you are not good at it either. Harry flew to Draco dissatisfied. You are not allowed to say that, Ronald, Draco. Of course Ronald heard those words. Malfoy actually said that he was Harry's follower, which was hard for him to accept. Damn it, Malfoy, who do you think is the follower? Draco said disdainfully, of course it's you, Weasley. Don't think that small tricks in class can make you a genius. Everyone knows you cheated. I didn't cheat. Ronald thought Draco knew something and retorted unnaturally. Ronald was relieved until Draco didn't tell him how he cheated. Still, he couldn't stand Malfoy's contempt for him. He flew up and was about to hit Draco. Draco turned around on the broom and played a trick on Ronald. Ha 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 ha, Weasley flying pig, do you think you can catch up with me? Ronald was not convinced and rode a broom to chase Draco at a slow pace, but under Draco was the meteor one given to him by Uncle Cole, not the old broom from Hogwarts. Draco flew for a while, stopped for a while, and kept taunting. Weasley, what a crap broom you have. Look at mine, it's the best pop #1 on the market. Poor Weasley has never even seen one. Weasley, the flying pig, can't catch up, are you angry? Ha 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 ha. Ronald lost his mind and chased after him with his head trembling. Draco was so angry that he almost shed tears. Especially when there were so many people watching around, Ronald felt like everyone was laughing at him. No, he is the wizard who won 30 points for Gryffindor, and he is the community wizard who is praised by the professors. Pride and inferiority tortured the young Ronald, and at this time he wanted to kill Malfoy with 1,000 knives. Ronald stopped in midair. Seeing that he could not catch up with Malfoy, he lost his mind and took out his wand. But before Ronald could make any other move, the wand in his hand was disarmed and knocked away. The one who took action was Ban, who was watching the show. Ronald, you actually want to use a spell on Draco? That's despicable. Draco turned his back to Ronald. When he turned around and stopped, he realized that Ronald actually wanted to knock him down. He was furious when he heard Ben's words. Despicable Weasley, do you only hurt people behind their backs? Ronald said nothing in panic, and flew down to pick up the wand, followed closely by Harry. Draco naturally refused to let go and chased him to question him. Martin and Ben also controlled the broomsticks. You want to run away, right? Damn it, Weasley, you have to give me an explanation today. Excuse me? Who should I give an explanation to? Malfoy, is there any school rule at Hogwarts that stipulates that Ronald is not allowed to take out the wand? Harry continued to defend his good friend. Ronald just wanted to show it, couldn't he? Draco pointed at Harry and muttered, you, Potter, cunning Potter. Obviously after a summer vacation, Potter has become a lot smarter, making Draco feel a little strange. The little wizards of Slytherin immediately gathered around. As for why? 733, of course it was because of unity. Well, it was actually because of Black. One summer vacation passed, and they, the little ones, heard more or less what the Black family did. They are not the heartless little lions of Gryffindor. Some young wizards from pure blood families were also warned by their elders not to mess with the Black family, but to make friends with them as much as possible. Not to mention that it's still Draco's business. Malfoy's status in the circle is only acceptable. When the Gryffindor students saw the excitement, they hurried over and Ronald felt reassured. Little did he know that the little lions were not here to help him, they just simply disliked Slytherin and were curious to join in the fun. But Ronald thought that his performance these days had made him the leader of Gryffindor and had a good reputation. Malfoy, don't be too arrogant. I won't allow you to bully Harry. Ronald yelled loudly, saying that today he would take action on Malfoy and Black to establish his Weasley dignity. Harry looked confused, as if there was a question mark on his head, and thought to himself, when did he bully me? Didn't he mainly bully you today? Ha 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 ha, Weasley, when did Draco bully Harry? Don't get me wrong, you are really jumping up and down now. Ben stood out from the crowd and looked at Ronald across from him with disdain. The little Slytherin snakes watched the show, and it was not common for the two purebloods Black and Malfoy to stand up together. As for Martin, he just stood back and watched his brother show off. Is it wrong for Draco to say that you are a follower? Ronald, you are just a little follower behind Harry. No, you are a slug. Ha 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 ha. Ben's words made all the little snakes present laugh. Even the Gryffindor students looked at each other, as if they had just discovered that Harry and Lingen were inseparable. Ronald's little face was dark, and he was already a little guarded. Ben, shut up. I don't allow you to say that to Ronald. As expected of Harry, he took the initiative to stand up to defend his friend. However, Ronald's face became even worse when he heard Harry's words. By saying this, Harry was admitting that he was a follower. Who wants you to be kind? Ronald turned around and yelled at Harry, who was also at a loss when he heard this. Looking at Ronald blankly, he thought, I am here to speak for you. Ha ha ha, Harry, it seems Weasley doesn't appreciate your kindness. Just stay away. Ben looked at Ronald fiercely. Back at the station, he had already disliked Ronald and dared to attack his family. Don't think that answering a few questions in class can change the fact that you are a waste. Weasley, who doesn't know your academic performance. Ben walked towards Ronald as he spoke, and his words were like sharp knives piercing Ronald's heart. Although I don't know what method you used to cheat, trash is trash. You get so arrogant after you achieve a little bit. Look around, you are no better than that stupid mountain monster. Ronald looked around, expecting the Gryffindor people to help him, but all he got were looks of fun. It's not like this, it shouldn't be like this. He won so many points for Gryffindor, stole the show in class, and suppressed Slytherin's arrogance. He should be the leader of the Gryffindors, and they should worship him. Why do they look at me like this? Why do they hate me? Ronald was stunned and froze on the spot. As Ben said, Ronald's week-long efforts not only failed to win respect, but instead made people around him hate him. It's nothing more than that he is too cool and always likes to belittle others. Little lions are different from little snakes. With little snakes, as long as you are talented and capable, you will be respected. As for Gryffindors, they don't admire Ronald, they just feel bored. They don't think Ronald is better than them. In fact, it is because a short period of time is not enough for Ronald to change other people's opinions of him. The results of the first school year proved that Ronald's magic talent was not outstanding. This year, although Ronald has suddenly changed, his way of dealing with people is not that well informed. If he remains humble, the little lions may view him differently. Do you know that in Hogwarts you need to have strength and background? Which path are you in? So arrogant. Ronald hesitated and didn't say a complete sentence. Ben knew in his heart that Ronald was considered a pure blood, but he betrayed his class and got mixed up with Muggle wizards. Ben did not look down on mixed blood wizards. But it is obvious that Ronald has not managed the relationship well among mixed blood wizards, and he does not have the same savior aura as Harry. I'm a Gryffindor, dem Slytherin, what do you want? Ben showed a bit of sneer and said slowly, it turns out to be a little Yakuza. Keep your tail tight from now on, or you will know the consequences. You want to bully us Gryffindors? I have to say that Ronald is still somewhat witty, and he suddenly escalated the conflict between himself and Blake to the academy. Ben only thought about Ronald's little thoughts and didn't notice that the Gryffindors around him looked different. Little lions are always brainless, their impulses take over their reason, and words can always provoke them. But does Ben care? Not really. What can I do if I bully you? Hit me. Seeing Ben's arrogance, Ronald's anger welled up in his heart, and he picked up the wand and pointed it at Black. But he obviously forgot one thing. Ben had already slowly walked to a position 2 or 3 steps away from him. There is a famous saying in the wizarding world, 7 steps away, the spell is fast. What about within 7 steps? Merlin, of course the magic spell is faster. It's just that for adult wizards who are proficient in magic, second-year wizards are still learning the castrated version of Hogwarts courses. What kind of powerful magic spell could it be? Ben stepped forward, knocked off Ronald's wand, and punched Ronald directly in the eye. Ronald lowered his head in pain and covered his eyes. The fight between the Gryffindors and Slytherins was about to break out, and the little snakes were already prepared when they saw Black making a move. Just find the target and hit it with punches and kicks. Who said wizards have to use magic spells to fight, and their bodies also need to be tempered? Dozens of little wizards started fighting on the Quidditch pitch, and the little snakes who had the upper hand pushed the Gryffindors to the ground. And Draco took his 2 followers and rushed directly to Ronald. What he hated most now was not Potter, but Ronald, the little brat, who made him so arrogant. As for Harry, he was already hugged by Martin, watching Ronald crying and wailing under the beating of Draco's trio. Ben didn't relax, he kicked Ronald on the butt, gritted his teeth and shouted, hit me into the smoke. Draco was even more excited and asked Goyle and Crabbe to control Ronald while he took advantage of him. At this time, Ronald could no longer think. He just heard the words that knocked him into the smoke. He thought to himself, Black is so unreasonable. He still beats people until they are smoking? That's a lot of practice. Ronald was scared. What everyone didn't expect was that under Draco's fist, Ronald's head actually started to smoke. A wisp of grey smoke rose up from Weasley's red hair, leaving Draco stunned. Goyle, this idiot, even shouted, look, Weasley was really beaten until he was smoking. With this sentence, both parties who were fighting stopped and looked at Ronald strangely. Ha ha ha, he is so timid, he is really smoking, he is indeed a timid Weiss. The jeers of the little snakes followed, making the Gryffindors ashamed. He thought to himself, we helped you fight, but you gave up and surrendered later. This is too embarrassing. Of course they heard what Ban said, but they didn't expect Ronald to be so obedient. After Ronald recovered, he saw the smoke on his head and quickly explained, it's not me. I did the part. I didn't do it. It's a pity that too much explanation is a pale response. Everyone thought that Ronald's little trick at this time was to make smoke come out of his head in order to beg Black for mercy. Ha ha ha, okay, since you have begged for mercy, then I will let you go. Remember to lower your head when you see us in the future, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Ben, Goyle, and Crabbe let go of Ronald, and left the playground with Draco and the other little snakes singing high-spirited songs. Ronald collapsed to the ground, and was greeted by cold looks and whispers from other students. I knew how he could become so powerful all of a sudden. What a waste. Not only did we lose to Slytherin, we also had to be laughed at. Let's go. It's really boring. I think he is cheating. A spineless guy. If I were me, I wouldn't beg for mercy even if I was beaten to death. The little lions left one by one. Ronald looked at the disappointed figures from behind and opened his mouth weakly. I didn't. Come back soon. Trust me? Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him, but Harry came over and took the absent-minded Ronald back to the dormitory.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.